Chapter 1. The Fifth Prince Lu Chen. In the land of Yin Prefecture, towering mountains rise majestically, with 1,000 peaks piercing the sky and 10,000 cliffs cascading like a curtain. As early autumn descends, the air is thick with dew. The maple forests are serene, and the streams flow quietly, their leaves lightly tinged, the rain gentle and tranquil, a coolness permeating the atmosphere. Beneath the hazy veil of rain, within the imperial city of Yu, a battalion of guards clad in black armor burst forth into the soft drizzle, disrupting the peace of early autumn as they hastened towards the royal palace. "Keep up! Hurry, hurry!" The palace guards, vigilant and imposing, caught sight of this group of black-armored soldiers from a distance and swiftly intercepted them. "Halt! You are forbidden to proceed further into the palace. We are the Black Feather Guard under the command of Fengzhou City, sent here to deliver the sole survivor of the Wuchen sword sect along with the relevant relics of the sect." Upon hearing this, the head guard's piercing gaze scrutinized the Black Feather Guard. It finally settled upon a youth who appeared dazed, as though a mere shell of a person, his tattered clothes stained with blood. "The Wuchen sword sect has been destroyed? Indeed, this is my identity token." The leader of the Black Feather Guard presented a medallion and a dispatch letter from Fengzhou City. The guard finally nodded gravely. "Please wait a moment, I shall report to the prince." With that, he hurried into the palace. Soon, he arrived before a palace named Qingtian. "I report to His Highness, Prince Chen." The Black Feather Guard from Fengzhou City requests an audience. With a gentle rustle, a figure clad in a flowing azure gown approached, carrying with her a fragrant breeze. Her hair was styled in a manner that was both dignified and youthful, with a few strands cascading gracefully over her forehead, framing her sparkling eyes. Her beauty was striking, exuding a nobility acquired from years spent in the company of the royal family. This young lady was none other than Lan Yun, the personal maid who had grown up alongside Prince Chen. "Miss," the guard bowed low, respectfully presenting the dispatch letter to Lan Yun. She took the letter and examined it closely, her expression subtly shifting. If her memory served her correctly, the Wuchen sword sect had allied with their prince's faction through the influence of the Luoxia sect 6 months prior. "Please escort them to the front hall. I shall seek the prince's counsel." "Understood." Lan Yun moved swiftly into the inner palace, and from afar, she caught sight of a figure seated in the pavilion by the lotus pond, exuding an air of aloofness akin to the lofty winds of the heavens and a calmness reminiscent of ancient pines. He remained engrossed in a tome, seemingly prepared to sit there for an entire day, undisturbed. Her master was unlike any other prince. He did not entertain numerous guests or indulge in the pleasures of the world like the third prince, nor did he revel in wine and debauchery as the second prince did, nor was he obsessed with power and schemes like the sixth prince. He preferred solitude, quietly engaging in his passions. Compared to the other princes, he was exceedingly serene, perhaps too mature for his age, akin to an adult indifferent to children. His sole interests lay in martial arts and literature. With merely an ancient tome, a pot of tea, and a plate of snacks, he could occupy himself for an entire day. Year after year, Lan Yun sometimes questioned whether it was her own rigidity or lack of excitement that had shaped her master into this manner. Yet it seemed not the fifth prince Lu Chen's uniqueness was intrinsic, particularly the growing aura of mastery that enveloped him year after year. Lan Yun could not fathom how, at merely 20 years of age, the fifth prince emanated a presence akin to that of venerable martial masters. Simply by sitting there, he appeared to transcend the mundane realm, as if he were a celestial being, invoking an innate sense of distance from those around him. She hesitated to disturb him, but the matter regarding the Wuchen sword sect was of great significance. At its least, it might merely be a conflict among martial factions. At its worst, it could signify a declaration of war by other forces against her prince. She pondered if she might be overthinking the situation, but when it concerned her prince, she felt justified in her suspicions. "Your Highness, the Black Feather Guard from Fengzhou City has brought forth the sole survivor of the Wuchen sword sect along with the relics of those who perished," she added, fearing her master's disinterest in such matters might leave him unaware of the connection between the Wuchen sword sect and their faction. "The Wuchen sword sect allied with our faction through the Luoxia sect 6 months ago. Although they are a third-rate force, they have consistently paid tribute to us, demonstrating their loyalty." The fifth prince Lu Chen turned a page in his ancient tome, his voice cool and composed as it reached Lan Yun's ears. Who perpetrated this? According to the dispatch letter from Fengzhou City, it appears to be the doing of the Taiping sect. Appears? Indeed, there are some ambiguities. Summon them. Yes. Upon receiving Lu Chen's royal command, the members of the Black Feather Guard entered the Qingtian palace. This humble servant pays respects to His Highness, Prince Chen. May you live 1,000 years. No need for formalities. Thank you, Your Highness. After the leader of the Black Feather Guard completed his bow, he raised his head to behold the most enigmatic noble among the princes. His face was like a polished jade, handsome and noble, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, a jade dragon clasp casually holding it in place. His elegant and robust physique was complemented by the flowing black robe adorned with intricate patterns. His brows were akin to crescent moons, and his deep-set eyes sparkled like stars, exuding regal elegance. The fifth prince Lu Chen conformed to the stereotype of royal offspring being exceptionally handsome. Yet, contrary to this stereotype, he possessed a chilling serenity that set him apart. This chill was not born of aloofness or indifference, but rather a profound, almost unfathomable distance. It was akin to the disconnect between a foundational warrior and a master of martial arts. The leader of the Black Feather Guard mused, then observed how the prince's penetrating gaze was fixated on the day's survivor of the sword sect. He reported, Your Highness, this is the sole survivor of the Wuchen sword sect. When we found him, he was hiding in the sect's shrine, repeatedly uttering that the sword sect harbors unclean things. Unclean things? Lan Yun's expression shifted to intrigue. Thanks to the fifth prince's interests as his personal maid, she occasionally indulged in tales of folklore, some of which spoke of such unclean things. Regardless of their truth, one common thread emerged. If such things truly existed, how could he, lacking the enlightenment of a martial master, perceive them? Indeed, which is why I suspect that the slaughter by the Taiping sect has triggered some form of hallucination in him. The leader of the Black Feather Guard recounted the events surrounding the Wuchen sword sect. Lu Chen, however, remained composed, his gaze unwavering upon the day's survivor. It was only when a shadowy whisper echoed in his ear, You can see me? That he lifted a cup of tea, savoring its warmth. Lan Yun had read many tales that were mere fabrications, yet one truth resonated. Martial masters could indeed perceive things hidden from ordinary eyes. Chapter 2. The 11 Layers of the Celestial Method. Can you see me? Before Lu Chen stood a grotesque creature, emanating a chilling aura, its blood-red hollow eyes fixated on him, seemingly confirming whether he could truly perceive its presence. You can see me, right? Right. The monster brandished its claws before Lu Chen, emitting a wailing shriek that echoed throughout the Qingtian palace. Yet, the guards and the He Yu guards outside appeared oblivious, continuing to report on the downfall of the Wuchen sword sect. In recent years, with His Majesty the Emperor's. At this point, the leader of the He Yu guards hesitated, casting a glance at Lu Chen. His Majesty's decisions carry significant weight, which the populace cannot yet comprehend. Thus, there has been considerable discontent among the people towards RDU court, inadvertently fostering the malevolent influences of the Taiping sect. Over the past month, many factions allied with RDU court in Fengzhou City have been annihilated. It is likely that the Wuchen sword sect is among them. The Taiping sect has always been at the forefront of striking against the imperial family, and even if the Wuchen sword sect was not directly eliminated by them, they would still claim the credit. In truth, the destruction of a third-rate faction like the Wuchen sword sect was hardly a significant event. Conflicts among martial sects are all too common. The attitude of Fengzhou City towards this matter is straightforward. As long as one does not rebel against the court or create major disturbances, they will be left to their own devices. The dispatch of the He Yu guards to inform them was merely due to the involvement of the fifth prince, the current scion of the dynasty, and the influential Lu family of the Huahua sword sect behind him. The fifth prince is known for his discretion, and he has few followers. Though the Wuchen sword sect is minor, its affiliation with the fifth prince makes it significant. A misstep could incite the wrath of a prince. In a situation where the crown prince has yet to be established, the figures in Fengzhou City are wary of offending any prince. Moreover, Fengzhou serves as the stronghold of the fifth prince's maternal family, the Lu family of the Huahua sword sect, an ancient and powerful sect with myriad resources. However, It is my understanding that the Taiping sect never leaves survivors when targeting our royal forces, and to bolster their recruitment efforts, they would thoroughly pillage any sect they annihilate. Yet, the Wuchan sword sect has managed to leave survivors, and even possesses remaining treasures. Lan Yin glanced at the two large crates of belongings the Heiyu guards had brought in. Rather than the work of the Taiping sect, it may be more accurate to say that certain factions are using the Wuchan sword sect as a pretext to declare war on our Chen royal lineage. The leader of the Heiyu guards felt a chill run down his spine. Certain factions declaring war on the Chen royal lineage. Who else but the lawless Taiping sect would dare to strike at the Chen royal family? It could only be the various factions vying for imperial power corresponding to each prince, and this so-called faction was nearly named outright. Could he accept such a statement? The struggles between princes are notoriously treacherous. An ordinary person would find their lives insufficient to navigate such peril. He had no wish to be caught in this maelstrom. He quickly nodded, steering the conversation back to their task. As the young lady has stated, this is indeed a point of contention in our investigation. Thus, we were dispatched to report to His Highness, the fifth prince, for your personal judgment. Having said this, the leader of the Heiyu guards respectfully bowed his head, awaiting the instructions of Prince Lu Chun. Yet, Lu Chun remained silent, his expression unchanged, as if nothing had transpired, merely listening to a brief tale, and gently waved his hand, signaling the Heiyu guards to withdraw and return to their duties. The leader sighed in relief. Yes, I shall take my leave. He then led the Heiyu guards out of the Qingtian palace. Once they departed, Lan Yun cast a glance at the now dazed survivor, her earlier calm demeanor evaporating. After hearing the detailed account from the Heiyu guards, a sense of instinctive concern arose within her. Your Highness, I fear that the Wuchan sword sect may be part of a plot against you by other princes, or an attempt to incite discord between you and several princes. You must remain vigilant. It is no wonder Lan Yun was so anxious as a prince. Certain troubles will find you, even if you do not actively provoke them. This is the curse of being born into royalty. In response, Lu Chun merely smiled gently, speaking with a tranquil demeanor. Do not worry. There is no need for undue concern. Lan Yun was not surprised her master had always been this way. Regardless of the circumstances, he exuded a serene composure, akin to a tranquil mountain breeze, a stability that brought reassurance. Lu Chun glanced once more at the dazed youth. His spirit had dissipated, and time was running short. Investigate whether he has any surviving relatives. If so, let us provide them with compensation to reunite. Understood. Lan Yun departed. In the main hall of Qingtian Palace, only Lu Chun remained, along with the grotesque creature that continued to howl and wail. You can see me. You truly can see me. Ha. You know that boy's time is limited, right? You cannot hide. The creature's face twisted, blood seeping from its eyes as it erupted into a boastful laugh. I will kill you, kill all of you. Ha. The creature cackled madly. How annoying. Its laughter abruptly ceased. The noble from the imperial family, engrossed in a book, suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of indifferent, icy eyes that fixed upon the creature. That gaze sent a shiver down the spine of the creature. In the next moment, a massive hand engulfed in azure flames reached out towards it, pressing down upon its head with overwhelming force. Boom! The azure flames seemed capable of consuming the very soul, instantly enveloping its entire being. At that moment, the creature's empty pupils constricted sharply, and more black blood flowed forth. Azure Sky Divine Flame. You are a golden core master. Bang! With a resounding crash, its head was crushed, the intense azure flames reducing it to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Lu Chun then picked up a silk cloth to wipe his hands clean, calmly stating that was true before, but is not the case now. In the path of martial arts, one first forges the body, then transforms energy, and finally understands the essence, thereby grasping the mysteries of spirit and energy, culminating in the formation of a golden core and achieving the realm of mastery. Lu Chun had crossed this threshold a decade prior. He had now reached an unfathomable state. Thus, he is not. This is also why Lan Yun remarked that he, at merely 20 years of age, already bore the air of a master of a sect. As for the notion that he was unconventional, preferring not to engage with younger princes, that too held some truth. With the soul of an adult, it was difficult for him to associate with those peers among his royal siblings. Lu Chen is a transmigrant. He was fortunate to have been reborn into a favorable lineage, becoming the fifth prince of the Yu Dynasty, bestowed with a favorable script from the outset. As a prince, he possessed everything one could desire, from the finest resources to the most esteemed martial arts. His princely status granted him the pinnacle of beginnings in this life. His innate talent served as the finest fuel for the journey from start to finish. In this life, Lu Chen remained uncertain whether it was his soul that had undergone a metamorphosis or whether it was the characteristic of a transmigrant. He possessed an astonishing level of comprehension and potential. This potential is terrifying, without a doubt. Even the so-called unseen millennium prodigies pale in comparison to his gifts. Setting aside other matters, consider the Yu royal family's foundational martial arts technique, the Azure Sky Unchanging Art. This technique, when surveyed throughout the entire royal lineage, finds no contemporary capable of mastering it to the utmost pinnacle of the ninth level, the unyielding sky. Yet, Lu Chen ascended to this summit at the tender age of 12. Now, as his cultivation deepens and his comprehension of martial arts sharpens, this ancestral royal technique has been extrapolated by him to an unprecedented 11th level, a domain uncharted by both past and future. Such is the exalted nature of the unyielding sky technique, one can only imagine the extraordinary heights achieved with other martial arts. Chapter 3. Terrifying talents in the eyes of Lu Chen. The martial arts of this world resembled the most fundamental arithmetic exercises, effortlessly grasped with a mere glance. Equally remarkable was his innate talent, which could not be overshadowed by his astonishing comprehension. Lu Chen's foundational qualities were impeccable, a rare gift from heaven. He possessed an unparalleled ability to absorb any elixir or spiritual material, achieving a perfect conversion rate. Furthermore, the natural spiritual energy of the world was inherently attuned to him, allowing him to bask in a wellspring of power with an inexhaustible supply at his disposal. With such roots and understanding, it would be a grave understatement to describe Lu Chen's talents as merely terrifying. Consequently, he had never harbored concerns regarding the so-called rivalries among princes. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by the existence of the Taiping sect and the entity known as Yan. The Taiping sect, as its name suggests, is an insurrectionist force opposed to the Yu Dynasty. To understand the origins of the Taiping sect, one must inevitably mention Lu Chen's father, the emperor. The common folk often label the old emperor as a tyrant. Since ascending the throne, he has indeed enacted misguided policies, indulging in pleasures and squandering vast resources on extravagant palaces, thereby exacerbating the burdens on the populace. His violent disposition revels in conflict, particularly when witnessing brutal confrontations, relishing the chaos as he bestows lavish rewards upon victors. As a result, the Dayu court frequently hosted various martial competitions, where victors not only received the emperor's favor, but also ascended in rank. This has led to a turbulent atmosphere among the people, fostering a culture of violence and lawlessness. Despite the admonitions from court officials, the old emperor, resistant to counsel, only escalated his tyrannical behavior. For instance, when advised that the princes had reached adulthood and should be granted titles and governorships, he did bestow titles, yet only as nominal honors, neglecting the responsibilities of governance. The princes were left to linger in the palace, free to leave if they so wished. His issuance of titles was whimsically arbitrary, as he assigned names of the major princes as their titles, a practice unheard of in history and in direct violation of established protocols. The emperor, however, viewed himself as the embodiment of law and tradition, dismissing any challenges to his authority with ruthless finality. In this environment, the Taiping sect emerged, garnering widespread support among the populace. They proclaimed their mission to overthrow the Dog Emperor and restore peace, causing considerable unrest throughout the Dayu territories. As discontent brewed, this once minor nuisance evolved into a formidable challenge, compelling the Dayu court to adopt a defensive posture against the encroaching Taiping influence. As for Yan, Lu Chen rose and gazed at the sun hanging in the sky. The existence of Yan was an unexpected discovery he made upon reaching the realm of martial masters at the tender age of 10. Initially, he believed he could perceive the dualities of existence and the souls of the deceased due to his mastery of martial arts. However, he soon realized that Yin was not the soul of the departed. Intrigued by this phenomenon that could only be perceived at the level of a martial master, Lu Chen dedicated himself to studying the nature of Yin. He discovered that the passage of life and death did not inherently give rise to Yin. Even those who suffered unjust deaths, harboring resentment, did not manifest as Yin. Rituals intended to summon souls or facilitate rebirth yielded no results in terms of Yin's emergence. Unlike the vengeful spirits he had imagined, Yin represented an exceedingly rare and unique existence. Its generation mechanism remained unclear, perhaps arising randomly or in accordance with some cosmic principle. It was so scarce that, despite Lu Chen's earnest search, he had encountered fewer than 10 instances to date. Most of his knowledge stemmed from fragmented references in ancient texts, including the very term Yin. The veracity of these texts was mixed. Some embellished tales were mere fabrications, while a couple of accounts proved to be genuine. One such truth was that martial masters could perceive Yin and inflict harm upon it. Conversely, Yin did not pose a threat to those who could not see it, unless, as in the case of the Wuchen sword sect, an unexpected sighting occurred. As the early autumn rain could not obscure the sun, its brilliance persisted. Yin, disliking daylight and fearing the sun, was an anomaly that today defied this aversion. As a Yin from the Wuchen sword sect ventured into the imperial city under the sun's rays, Lu Chen withdrew his gaze from the sun. Had any significant events transpired recently? The next day, within the imperial city, drive on, drive on. A contingent of well-equipped and disciplined guards glinted under the sunlight as they approached the palace. However, unlike the previous day, the palace guards did not block their path sternly, but rather greeted the leading figure, a young man clad in silver armor, with utmost respect, General Luo Feng. The silver-armored youth, Luo Feng, acknowledged with a curt nod, dismounted gracefully, and directed those remaining outside the palace perimeter to arrange accommodations in the inner city while the others awaited further orders. With his instructions given, Luo Feng removed his helmet and sword, entrusting them to the palace guards before entering the palace. In the Qingtian palace, a guard paused to observe Lu Chen, who was engrossed in an ancient text. Lanyan subtly waved her hand, approaching the guard to whisper softly. After a moment, a faint smile graced Lanyan's face. She walked over to Lu Chen's side. Your Highness, General Luo Feng has arrived. Luo Feng was the son of Lu Chen's uncle and the future heir of the Luo family, a prominent force within the flourishing sword sect of Fengzhou. Due to familial ties, Lu Chen shared a close bond with him. The Luo family had been Lu Chen's greatest support during his childhood. After the untimely death of his mother, the young prince found himself vulnerable in the cold palace, awaiting the inevitable devouring of his innocence. Fortunately, the pregnant Yuan Guifei took him under her wing, nurturing him with care. Yuan Guifei was also of the Luo lineage, being a cousin to Lu Chen's mother, which prompted her to adopt him, providing the protection he desperately needed. Lu Chen and Appo's uncle, Luo Xun, a renowned master of the sword and a celebrated figure in Dayu, had challenged numerous experts throughout the years to assert his family's strength and safeguard his nephew. His actions served as a warning to those who would dare threaten them. His sister may have passed, but he, Luo Xiyuan, remained a formidable force. In the wake of his mother's death, his uncle tirelessly watched over him, striving to shield him from harm. Chapter 4. The martial arts tea gathering. It is through the protection of his uncle, Luo Xiuyuan, and the favored consort, Yuan Guifei, that Lu Chen has been able to thrive without hindrance. Otherwise, despite possessing remarkable talent, as an infant, he would have been at the mercy of others, facing an uncertain fate. This kindness has always remained etched in Lu Chen's heart. Setting aside the ancient tome in his hands, a hint of joy graced Lu Chen's serene gaze as he began to prepare some pastries. Indeed, the pastries were ready, and Luo Feng entered the hall. Upon his arrival, he promptly performed a formal salute, declaring with vigor, "This humble soldier, Luo Feng, pays his respects to His Highness, the Prince of Chen. Long live His Highness." Lu Chen sighed. "Brother, there are no outsiders here. We need not adhere so strictly to formalities." Luo Feng shook his head, asserting one must not neglect proper decorum. You are first and foremost the Prince of Chen, and only then my cousin. Respect for the sovereign precedes familial ties. This principle has been ingrained in Luo Feng over the years, since the Luo family had committed themselves to the tumultuous struggle for imperial power. They must uphold the dignity of the ruler-subject relationship to the fullest extent. Seeing that Lu Chen could not sway him, he conceded, "Very well, do as you wish." Noticing the commotion caused by Luo Feng's arrival, it seemed evident that unrest had stirred outside. Luo Feng solemnly nodded, "Your Highness." The latest reports from the front indicate that the Taiping sect has breached Hongchuan County in Baiyang Prefecture, wreaking havoc with fire and slaughter. These rebels, fueled by some unknown impetus, have been increasingly audacious in their actions. If we consider the worst-case scenario, it will not be long before they mount a large-scale assault on Fengzhou, ultimately joining forces with the Taiping army advancing from other prefectures. My father harbors concerns about potential turmoil, so last night he ordered me to expedite the withdrawal of 200 silver-armored guards into the imperial city in batches, to preempt any unforeseen changes. Upon hearing this, Lanyan bit her lip and asked anxiously, "With Hongchuan fallen, has Fengzhou sent troops to suppress the Taiping rebels?" Luo Feng shook his head. "The rebels are but a disorganized mob. Suppression is not difficult. The challenge lies in prevention. Currently, there is significant discontent among the populace and even within the court regarding current affairs. Many are potential adherents of the Taiping sect. Moreover, there are those treacherous ministers with ulterior motives, eager to exploit the chaos. Throughout Fengzhou, we struggle to distinguish between loyal subjects of our Great Yu and the Taiping sect's infiltrators." Clenching his fists in anger, Luo Feng remarked, "I refuse to believe that the Taiping sect has risen from nothing without the covert support of certain prominent families." As the sound of water splashing echoed, Lu Chen rinsed a teacup before pouring 2 cups of tea, pushing one towards Luo Feng. "Your observation holds merit," Lu Chen replied. "The upheavals throughout the 5,000 years of dynastic change provide ample evidence of this. Each transition has originated from internal dissension, with the victors often being those distinguished families. There are but a handful of individuals who have ascended from humble beginnings to the imperial throne. Let us drink some tea and converse," Lu Chen suggested. "This year's first-rate tribute from the Tea Mountains nourishes both spirit and vitality. Your Highness bestows tea. I dare not refuse." Luo Feng lifted his cup and drank it all in one go. "Excellent tea. Thank you, Your Highness." Although the tea was rich and refreshing, Luo Feng's mind was far from the beverage. After complimenting the tea, he continued, "If I am not mistaken, there will undoubtedly be subtle movements from the Taiping sect in the coming days, especially with the martial arts tea gathering approaching. Though not conceived by the late emperor, the martial arts tea gathering has connections to the martial competitions he instituted. Following the establishment of various martial contests, a trend of martial exchanges emerged among the populace. The martial arts tea gathering is one such occasion, emphasizing camaraderie through martial arts and philosophical discussions over tea. It is considered a more refined and elegant affair compared to the more chaotic competitions. Thus, it has attracted many talented youths from prominent families and sections. The old emperor, accustomed to bloodshed, found it a refreshing spectacle to witness the exceptional talents of contemporary Great Yu. He incorporated the concept of the martial arts tea gathering into the imperial framework, making it an annual event in early autumn, spearheaded by various prefectures and counties. With 2 tiers of local gatherings, the top 3 from each county may participate in the prefectural gathering, and the top 3 from each prefecture may advance to the final imperial gathering. The rewards have always been substantial, fostering a spirit of healthy competition among the youth of Great Yu. This can be regarded as one of the few benevolent legacies of the old emperor, despite it not being his original intention. Consequently, the martial arts tea gathering has garnered the attention of various princely factions. For these factions, the gathering of the young elite represents a prime opportunity to recruit followers and expand their networks. As Lu Chen's maternal family, the Luo clan has been diligently managing Lu Chen's connections over the years, placing their people into the court and extending their influence externally. Thus, they would not miss the opportunity presented by the martial arts tea gathering. The martial arts tea gathering in Watching City of Qingtian Prefecture is organized by the Chen family under the Luo clan, situated in close proximity to the imperial city, ensuring a higher quality of event. They have invited Lu Chen to preside over the gathering in Fengzhou to win the hearts of the people. Lu Chen is quite fond of this event, often spending several days in Watching City during the gathering. It serves to alleviate the monotony of his tranquil cultivation life, bringing a touch of joy. Furthermore, it allows him to observe and learn from the secret martial arts of other families, enriching his own knowledge. Throughout history, knowledge, particularly the most profound knowledge, has always been held by a select few. This is especially true for martial arts techniques. The martial arts of the Great Yu Dynasty correspond to the realms of martial artists. Body forging techniques cultivate vitality and refine the physical form, while Qi transformation techniques harness vitality and nurture true energy. The techniques of enlightenment yield profound insights, each move imbued with immense spiritual pressure, often embodying the foundational essence of each family's martial legacy. As for the advanced techniques of the Golden Core Master level, Golden Core Masters possess the ability to wield the forces of heaven and earth, their lifespan surpassing mortal limits, extending to 300 years. Thus, Golden Core techniques transcend ordinary martial arts, being revered as arcane skills. Each volume of arcane skill is among the rarest in the Great Yu Dynasty, serving as the lifeblood and exclusive identifiers for various noble families. Consequently, arcane skills are both precious and confidential, seldom seen in the world. However, at the martial arts tea gathering, techniques of enlightenment and arcane skills coexist. Thus, Lu Chen attends year after year. This gathering also stands as the sole occasion where the enigmatic Prince of Chen, regarded by the common folk as deeply insightful yet approachable, reveals himself to the public. Chapter 5. 2 Decades of Cultivation. Absolute confidence. The present moment is markedly different from the past, especially given the recent momentum of the Taiping sect. They are unlikely to miss such a remarkable opportunity at this martial arts tea gathering. It is reasonable to assume that the city of Wanqing has already been infiltrated by their covert agents, with dangers lurking at every turn, awaiting your arrival. After all, you are a prince. Should the rebels of the Taiping sect manage to capture you, it would instill fear in Fengzhou City and place it under their control. Furthermore, it would undermine the dignity of the royal family. Speaking thus, Luo Feng advised thus, I believe it would be prudent for your highness to temporarily set aside your participation in the martial arts tea gathering. Regardless of its elegance, the event ultimately culminates in a display of true martial prowess. The weapons are unforgiving should an unforeseen incident occur at the gathering, or if there are traitors hidden among the participants poised for malice. We would be in the light while they remain in the shadows, making it nearly impossible to guard against them. As Luo Feng spoke, he noticed Lu Chen calmly sipping his tea, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. He refilled Luo Feng's cup and said, Let them come. I am curious to see what kind of individuals the Taiping sect consists of, who have thrown my DU into chaos. The 2 decades of Lu Chen's hidden cultivation were not in vain. Perhaps it stemmed from the innate fear of inadequacy that often accompanies a traveler from another world. Or perhaps it was due to his existence within the vast whirlpool of the royal family. For the past 20 years, his life has been solely devoted to martial pursuits. The outside world may say he remains quietly in the palace, detached from worldly matters, indulging in neither pleasure nor the expansion of his influence through the gathering of followers. External forces are always transient. They may depart at any moment for various reasons. However, one's own power is something that cannot be wrested away by others. With such formidable innate talent, it is far more beneficial to immerse oneself in the study of martial arts to enhance one's own strength rather than squander time on frivolous endeavors. True strength lies in self-empowerment. Once you grow strong, flowers bloom and butterflies will naturally come. Today is the moment. After 2 decades of cultivation, he possesses the unwavering confidence to observe the rise and fall of the world and to master the ebb and flow of fate. As for the Taiping sect, I can only hope they one day prove to be too dull. Observing Lu Chen's serene and poised visage, Luo Feng momentarily lost his words. his mind drifting back to that summer when his father imparted the Luo family's secret technique, Blossom Sword Point. Wanted to grow closer to him. Luo Feng thought that since his Blossom Sword Point had reached a profound level and his cultivation had attained the Qi transformation realm, he could use it as an excuse to interact with this royal cousin. After all, the fifth prince Lu Chen was renowned for his fondness for ancient texts and martial arts. Thus, they engaged in a brief bout. That encounter revealed to Luo Feng just how formidable his royal cousin truly was. During that spar, Luo Feng, save for his killing moves, exerted nearly all his strength. Yet they ended in a stalemate. He vividly remembers his own disheveled state contrasted with Lu Chen's effortless grace. He is certain that the prince had intentionally held back. At that time, Lu Chen was merely 12, while he was 20. Since then, Luo Feng has refrained from engaging Lu Chen in combat again. For as long as they did not fight, he could claim he had not lost. Reflecting upon this, Luo Feng ceased his concerns, realizing they might be unwarranted. The martial arts tea gathering Lu Chen intended to attend was merely an event within Qingtian County. How perilous could a county gathering be? Luo Feng felt no trepidation, let alone for his enigmatic cousin, the Prince of Chen. Surely, unless the Taiping sect's army encroached upon them. With the strength of Prince Chen and the royal family's formidable Qingtian Iju, he could traverse any corner of this vast land. Thus, as the conversation drew to a close, Luo Feng merely advised a note of caution, suggesting that the prince remain vigilant. For the Taiping sect's recent momentum had indeed become somewhat ferocious, and he chose not to further discuss the martial arts tea gathering. Lu Chen nodded gently and remarked, "The sudden aggression of the Taiping sect, could it be that some significant event has transpired recently?" Upon hearing this, Luo Feng hesitated, for indeed, it was a significant matter. The unusual movements of the Taiping sect could very well be related. However, the veracity of this information remained uncertain. "Oh," Luo Feng glanced around, then leaned closer to Lu Chen, lowering his voice. "Rumor has it, it is said, that His Majesty's health may be failing." The moment those words left his lips, a ripple finally stirred in Lu Chen's calm gaze, and his teacup stilled in his hand. When did this happen? Perhaps just a couple of days ago, Luo Feng mused, stroking the silver armor adorning his arm. In the palace, some news, no matter how well concealed, could not remain hidden. Outsiders often possessed more accurate information than those within the palace walls. I believe the Taiping sect's recent frenzy stems from learning of this news. With the emperor's health in jeopardy, the entire court is left leaderless. At such a time, those behind the Taiping sect need only to maneuver slightly to amplify their forces, allowing them to strike like a tiger pouncing on its prey. As Luo Feng caressed the silver armor, a hint of the ruthless atmosphere from his years in the military flickered in his eyes. The consequences of such actions could be unimaginable. As for the truth of the news, once such whispers emerge, they likely carry some grain of truth, though perhaps not to the extent of its severity. His father and the others had also received word that the Gongsun family, the Linhai Wang family, and the Sanyi sword sect were beginning to consolidate their power. The recent downfall of the Wuchan sword sect could complicate matters further. "Your Highness, whether to counter the Taiping sect's uprising or to prepare for the future power struggles among the princes, we must act swiftly." "Indeed," Lu Chen replied, "let's begin preparations." At once, Luo Feng accepted the royal decree and promptly departed to organize the mobilization. Watching Luo Feng leave, Lu Chen's gaze turned cold and contemplative. Health in decline. Unlike mortal dynasties, the longevity of the Great Yu Dynasty, which stand upon the foundation of martial principles, is relatively extended. Particularly for the royal family of the Lu clan, they're safeguarded by the unparalleled Qingtian Iju. Historically, emperors have generally lived to the age of 150 or 60 before passing on the throne to the next generation. Among them are exceptional emperors who, having reached the pinnacle of martial mastery, boast lifespans of 300 years. The old emperor is one such extraordinary ruler, a master of martial arts. He ascended the throne at the age of 79 and fathered the fifth prince during his 6th year of reign. By a simple calculation, he is now just over 105 years old. Even allowing for the neglect of martial pursuits and the depletion of vitality due to indulgent behavior, It is far too early for him to begin exhibiting health issues at merely 100 years of age. It is indeed premature. In the serene halls of the Qingtian palace, the early autumn breeze carried a hint of chill. The trees along the courtyard walls rustled, shedding a few yellowed leaves. Lu Chen reached out to grasp one of the fallen leaves. Crack, crack. The chilling frost flowed down Lu Chen's fingers, encasing the leaf in ice, freezing its final vestiges of life. Chapter 6. The Boundless Academy. Autumn is the season of harvest. The citizens of Diyu, laden with the bounties of a year, find tranquility and satisfaction as they relish the leisure that follows a year of toil. In the distance, traveling merchants are making their final preparations, eager to return home before winter's arrival to reunite with their families. Amidst the gradually deepening autumn ambience, 3 days have swiftly passed, marking the annual martial arts tea gathering in Qingtian County. Before the imposing ancient gate of Wonking City, 2 groups of guards are solemnly alternating their watch. Fully armed, their weapons glinting coldly, they scrutinize every individual entering and exiting the city. Outside the gate, 2 scholars clad in blue robes, one elderly and one youthful, arrive on magnificent steeds. Bathed in sunlight, their horses exude a faint, blood-red mist, creating a striking spectacle. They observe the changing of the guard. Master, why has this year's martial arts tea gathering become so stringent? The elder scholar, referred to as Master, stroked his grizzled beard and replied, "It is not the gathering that is strict, but the state of the world. The hearts of men are restless, chaos looms. Once this tea gathering resolves your inner turmoil, we shall not descend the mountain again next year. Let us proceed." The refined young scholar nodded, seemingly grasping the meaning, as he followed the master to the city gate. The guards immediately noticed them. The steeds they rode were exceptionally eye-catching amidst the crowd. The blood-red steeds surpassed even the standard swift horses of the Diyu's border regiments. Capable of traversing vast distances with unparalleled agility, they are said to be a rare breed, resulting from the union of an ancient mythical beast and horses. They are the ideal mounts for travelers and are highly favored among the martial artists of Diyu. However, their rarity and exorbitant cost deter many aspiring heroes from possessing them. The guards glanced at the blood-red steeds and approached the 2, inquiring, "Are you here to attend the martial arts tea gathering?" The owner of the blood-red steed, whether rich or noble, was evident. It was clear that such individuals had come to Wonking City for the gathering. "Indeed, this is our invitation to the gathering." The guards accepted the invitation and, upon inspection, recognized the elder as a master from the Boundless Academy. "My apologies. Please follow me." The prince has prepared a banquet at the 2 Virtues' residence to welcome the participants of the tea gathering. "Thank you for your assistance," the master responded courteously. The guards led the 2 to the 2 Virtues' residence, where the evening sky was darkening. The residence, steeped in antiquity and elegance, was illuminated by flickering candlelight, and laughter echoed from within. As they entered, they found the hall already filled with numerous attendees. "Ah, Master Yin, it has been years. You still appear so robust." Master Yin maintained a gentle smile, asking, "And who might this heroic figure be?" "For years ago, I came to study at the Boundless Academy. At that time, 3 examiners deemed my temperament too fierce for the academy. Yet you, Master, showed me leniency." Master Yin merely smiled. Such occurrences were easily forgotten, and whether they even took place was debatable. However, he was accustomed to such sentiments, having been approached by many seeking to curry favor. "What a pity! For you to have reached this point and participate in the martial arts tea gathering, you must be a renowned talent from Qingtian County. Not having accepted you into our ranks back then was indeed a loss for the Boundless Academy." "Haha, Master Yin, you jest. My achievements are insignificant, truly." "Ah, and this young one must be your esteemed disciple?" The youthful scholar paid no heed, simply finding a seat for himself. An awkward silence ensued. Master Yin chuckled lightly. "My young disciple has traveled far and is somewhat unwell. I apologize for the inconvenience." "Ah, no worries, Master, please." Master Yin took a seat beside the young scholar, adopting a posture of relaxed contemplation while observing everyone in the hall. There are considerably more unfamiliar faces this year. This tea gathering will likely be anything but simple, he thought, glancing at the young scholar. who kept his distance from the unfamiliar attendees. Once you resolve your inner turmoil, we shall depart. Do not court trouble. The Boundless Academy is not yet prepared for worldly affairs. The young scholar surveyed the raucous crowd, remarking, "These uncouth individuals are not someone I wish to associate with. They bring disgrace to our culture. I disdain joining their ranks." Master Yin shook his head with a faint smile. A true scholar always approaches learning with an earnest heart and does not harbor innate biases. What you deem as vulgar may very well be what others seek as elegance. Our studies can encompass both the lofty and the mundane. Unfounded prejudices will only cloud your judgment and lead you astray, preventing you from perceiving the world's complexities. Such wisdom cannot be gleaned from the tomes of the Academy. The path before you is still long. The young scholar nodded, neither contradicting nor fully comprehending whether he absorbed the lesson or dismissed it as tedious lecturing. His gaze remained fixed on the principal seat at the highest point of the hall. Historically, the evening banquet coincided with the commencement of the tea gathering. As the influx of attendees made it impossible to adhere to the usual schedule within a single day. Typically, the tea gathering would begin immediately following the banquet. Thus, he would soon have the opportunity to meet Prince Chen. Seeing this, Master Yin refrained from further commentary. With the young scholar's inner turmoil unresolved, any words spoken would be futile. He could only hope this occasion would suffice to illuminate the disparities that lay before him. The two remained silent while the outside revelry continued. The youthful talents mingled, engaging in conversation, forging new friendships, and rekindling old connections. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. The martial arts tea gathering was not merely a forum for martial discourse and contests. It was also an invaluable opportunity for networking. This aspect was the primary reason for its overwhelming popularity among various factions. The more friends one has, the more paths one can traverse. Especially for the aspiring youth from smaller sects, this gathering represented a significant stepping stone. Among the counties of Fengzhou, the martial arts tea gathering in Qingtian County held a particularly unique allure, drawing many talented youths from beyond its borders to travel great distances for attendance. This resulted in the gathering being overcrowded and the schedule extended. All this effort was for one person, the current fifth prince, Chen. Chapter 7. The arrival of the fifth prince in the entirety of DU. Few can rival the esteemed status of a prince. Countless individuals strive relentlessly to affiliate themselves with the prince's faction, seeking to ascend the social ladder and bask in the glow of prominence. Yet, despite his royal stature, Prince Chen is not easily accessible. His preference for solitude and seclusion within the palace renders encounters with him a rarity. The martial arts tea party in Qingtian County serves as the principal opportunity for most to engage with this noble scion. Unsurprisingly, discussions frequently gravitate toward him. Not all. I merely enjoyed a stroke of luck last year when I received a few pointers from His Highness Prince Chen, which allowed me to make a fortunate breakthrough. I owe it all to His Highness, one individual remarked modestly. Indeed, His Highness possesses extraordinary wisdom. I had thought my family's Nian Guang sword technique had reached its peak, yet His Highness was able to discern my flaws with just a delicate gesture. I am truly ashamed, another added. My friends, let's not be so humble. The talent of His Highness is beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. The crowd engaged in flattery, yet their words were tinged with a sense of sycophancy. For them, Prince Chen was defined solely by his regal identity. In comparison to such exalted status, talent and cultivation seemed trivial. After all, no one would dare challenge the dignity of the royal family, regardless of how prodigious Prince Chen's gifts or accomplishments might be. With a mere command, legions of skilled warriors would eagerly rush to fulfill his desires, rendering his personal involvement unnecessary. Amidst this discourse, a youthful scholar chuckled, feeling a sense of clarity amid the collective intoxication. It is true that for a ruling entity as grand as the royal family, the average quality of talent may appear insignificant. However, should one's gifts transcend the mundane, they gain profound significance. This was evident in the founding emperor of DU, Lu Xinghe, and the later revitalizing emperor, Lu Xingxi, both of whom once held the power to stabilize a nation during tumultuous times. Though it may seem somewhat exaggerated to draw such comparisons, The scholar perceived within Prince Chen a remarkable potential for growth. He vividly recalled last year's martial arts tea party, where he had triumphed and earned the first-place title, subsequently inviting the fifth prince as host to offer his insights. He had anticipated that Prince Chen would merely provide a few perfunctory compliments. Given that the tender age of 19, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Huqi realm and mastered the fifth level of the profound Waya Zhengqi book. In his generation, it was rare to find peers who could contend with him, let alone offer guidance. To his astonishment, however, the fifth prince articulated profound insights that resonated deeply. Each word struck at his weaknesses, illuminating areas he had overlooked, particularly in the comprehension of the Waya Zhengqi book, where Prince Chen displayed an understanding that surpassed even that of the true disciple of the academy. In that moment, the scholar nearly succumbed to self-doubt, questioning the legitimacy of his own status as the academy's disciple. Thus, he redoubled his efforts in studying the Waya Zhengqi book, aspiring to showcase his utmost capabilities at the next tea party and discern the gap that lay between him and the esteemed Prince Chen. Gripping his jade flute tightly, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the fifth prince. As the candlelight flickered, time at the two virtues' residence passed swiftly. Participants continued to arrive from the outskirts of the city. Eventually, as night deepened, the banquet commenced. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed outside the two virtues' residence, accompanied by the creaking of wheels. A regiment of well-trained, silver-armored soldiers swiftly formed ranks, encircling the residence and creating a spacious passageway. A magnificent carriage came to a gentle halt before the entrance. At that moment, all activity ceased, and every gaze turned toward the door. From the carriage emerged a stunning young woman clad in blue, her beauty unparalleled in Wonking City. With meticulous care, she surveyed her surroundings before bending to draw back the curtain, inviting the noble figure within to alight. Dressed in a dark black python robe, adorned with a jade dragon hairpin, the figure exuded an air of regal elegance. His long, cascading hair framed a tall and slender form, and his piercing gaze radiated an undeniable noble aura. Yet, beyond the grandeur associated with royalty, an inexplicable aura of cold detachment surrounded him, enhancing his enigmatic presence and evoking a sense of lofty solitude akin to the chill of Tianshan snow. This was undoubtedly the low-key and mysterious fifth Prince Chen, a unique and transcendent figure among the princes. The crowd promptly bowed their heads in deference, a gesture of respect toward the noble family. Once the esteemed prince took his seat, the assembly respectfully greeted him. "We pay our respects to His Highness Prince Chen. Long live His Highness." Amidst the chorus of reverence, Chen cast a cursory glance over the gathered guests. "No need for formalities. Please take your seats," he instructed. "Thank you, Your Highness." They responded in unison as they settled down. Chen continued, "Tonight's banquet is to welcome you all and to wish you success at the upcoming tea party. Please enjoy yourselves." Blue Yun filled Chen's cup with wine, presenting it to him. He raised his glass in acknowledgement before drinking, signaling the commencement of the banquet. Others, accustomed to his brevity, responded with their own toasts. The fifth prince consistently preferred to avoid lengthy rituals and unnecessary discourse. Thus, the banquet officially began. After toasting the prince, guests engaged in lively conversation, sharing insights into their cultivation experiences and discreetly gauging potential rivalries in preparation for the tea party. This soiree did not linger long. While meals were readily available, the tea party occurred only once a year, and their focus remained elsewhere. After several rounds of wine, a tacit understanding settled among them, prompting a pause in their feasting as they transitioned into a meditative state to optimize their readiness for the tea party. Observing this, Chen gestured for the attendants to clear the dining setting and prepare for the tea gathering. The resonant chime of an ancient bell echoed through the two virtues' residence. One by one, incense burners were arranged upon the tables, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. The gentle tendrils of smoke swirled around, captivating the senses and inducing a profound sense of relaxation. The attendants also lit a purple gold incense burner for Chen, allowing the soft smoke to rise gracefully into the air. Lu Chen glanced at the curling smoke, a glint of cold starlight flickering in his eyes. Is it commencing? Your Highness, I shall prepare the tea for you, a servant said. Very well, he replied. Blue Yun arranged the tea set, selecting only the finest essence from the leaves to pour a cup for Lu Chen. After discarding the remaining tea, she instructed the other attendants, please fetch 2 more cups. Chapter 8. The Protective Aura. Yes, Mississippi Lan Yun carefully brought over the brewed tea, gently fanning away the steam with her hand before pouring out a small cup. Preparing to drink. As Lu Chen's personal maid, she was obliged to meticulously inspect all external items to prevent any malicious intent against her lord. However, just as she raised the teacup, Lu Chen subtly halted her, expressing his desire for a change after not having enjoyed this particular tea for some time. Let us switch to lotus seed tea upon our return, he suggested. Lan Yun nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the fragrant incense wafted through the air, causing Yin Fuji to twitch his nostrils. There was something amiss with the scent, he sensed, though he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. His innate intuition, honed by years of experience as a peak master of the Ming Yi realm, made him sensitive to peculiarities. It wasn't until a nearby scholar inadvertently stirred the tea, releasing its delightful aroma, that he realized the truth. He quickly reached out and gently grasped the young scholar's sleeve. The scholar turned slowly, remaining silent, but casting a questioning glance at Yin Fuji. Unfazed, Yin Fuji cautioned him, reminding him that there were many skilled individuals present at this tea gathering and that underestimating them could lead to dire consequences. The scholar understood, realizing that the tea was indeed tainted. With a calm demeanor, he shielded the teacup with his sleeve, feigning that he had consumed the tea. Afterward, he jested, such extravagance from the royal family, to use such fine tea for a mere gathering. Yin Fuji smiled, and both resumed their pretense, scrutinizing their competitors at the tea party. After a while, 10 cups of meticulously brewed tea were arranged on a long, specially crafted table at the center of the venue, signifying that the preparations for the tea gathering were complete. The clear, melodious sound of an ancient bell echoed once more. Lu Chen's voice, cool as the wind, resonated from the main seat. As per tradition, the 10 cups of clear-heart ancient tea are to be claimed by the capable. The time stretched until the following day at sunset. You may begin, he announced. The onlookers, having regained their composure, turned their attention to the 10 cups of tea, a wave of anticipation rippling through the crowd. Moments later, the first brave soul stepped forward. He politely saluted the assembly before introducing himself. I am Lu Chen, a resident of Wanhua in Qingtian County, aged 21, a disciple of the Wanhua sword sect at the transformation stage, adept in both swift and slow sword techniques. I shall warm up the gathering with this first cup of tea. He boldly declared that anyone with differing opinions could challenge him. As he stepped into the center of the assembly, another voice emerged from the crowd. I also wish to partake in that first cup of tea. A youth, dressed in a flamboyant and adventurous manner, exuding an air of the martial world, stepped forth. To the capable goes the prize. What is impolite about that? Please, my friend, he said, bowing with a flourish. With that, both drew their swords, leaping into combat with the grace of a soaring crane. The clang of steel echoed, clash, clang, as the two engaged in a fierce duel, showcasing their utmost prowess, channeling their energy into their blades, seeking to overpower one another. The battle intensified, swords gleaming and fists striking with force, creating gusts of energy that swirled through the spacious venue, making the incense dance. The audience was enthralled, observing the duel and contemplating how they might respond if they were in combat. Yet, they failed to notice that the two combatants were becoming increasingly fervent, their strikes fueled by a growing fervor. Come again. Take this. The intensity of their sparring escalated, the initial restraint giving way to genuine fervor. The sounds of clashing swords became rapid, like a drumbeat resonating in the hearts of all present. Only Lu Chen, seated at the head of the table, withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, lifting his teacup to his lips. Unbounded sword rain. D. Lu Chen shouted. Too slow. Get away from me. With a powerful horizontal slash, Lu Chen sent his opponent flying, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike. Well done. What a masterful sword technique. The crowd cheered, thoroughly entertained. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The adventurous youth, seemingly losing his senses, unleashed an uncontrollable strike in a fit of rage. Aiming for Lu Cheng, his temper ignited. The trajectory of that strike led directly towards Lu Chen's seat. "Your Highness! No! You fool! Wake up and retract your sword. Protect the prince! Your Highness! Be careful!" The cries of alarm jolted Lu Cheng back to reality. He turned to see the imminent danger, his heart sinking. It was too late. He rushed forward, oblivious to the lethal intent behind his earlier strike. In the confined space of the venue, with such a sudden and forceful onslaught, how could he hope to intervene? Lu Cheng cursed under his breath, lamenting that what had begun as a friendly spar had spiraled into a perilous situation. The gravity of attacking a prince was an undeniable death sentence. In that electrifying moment, the blade of the adventurous youth, glowing with a blue aura of energy, was mere inches from Lu Cheng. Yet, Lu Cheng remained unfazed, calm as still water, raising the teacup to his lips. The youth's fury only intensified, the sword's gleam growing more ferocious. "D!" he shouted, as his blade surged forward. But in the next instant, clang! The youth's sword shattered. As it neared Lu Cheng, the blade broke apart as if it had struck an invisible barrier, leaving it unable to pierce further. Moreover, the fragments of the broken sword seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, hovering in midair. Then, bang! An invisible wave surged forth, sending the shards hurtling back, striking the youth with immense power, crashing him to the ground and leaving a long trail of blood beneath him, landing at Lu Cheng's feet. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. The youth's abrupt rage and subsequent demise left the crowd momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Their trembling gazes shifted between the unscathed Lu Cheng and the residual, slightly bluish distortion lingering in the air around him. What was this? A protective aura. Chapter 9. The tea has issues in this moment. Many people felt their pupils tremble, their eyes nearly bulging out. What kind of martial artist could possess protective vital energy? The Golden Core. A master. The fifth prince, Lu Cheng, is a martial arts master? Within the two sages' residence, silence reigned. If they recall correctly, Lu Cheng was only 20 years old this year, right? A martial arts master at 20? Is that even possible? The scholars of Waya Academy also widened their eyes, engulfed in confusion, as if they had unwittingly stepped into an illusion of their own making. Lu Cheng is a martial arts master? What disparity could he possibly perceive? Was this gap not enough? Perhaps it was time to pack up and leave. They were unable to comprehend, truly unable to comprehend. Their bewildered gaze turned towards Master Yan. Master, is he truly a martial arts master? Master Yan's uncertain gaze withdrew from Lu Cheng. This question, even I cannot confirm. However, what is it? Master Yan gazed deeply at the faint azure aura surrounding Lu Cheng, his tone filled with emotion as he spoke. The imperial family's Qingtian Iju is unparalleled in the world. Any royal descendant who cultivates it to the sixth layer can summon the Qingtian divine vital energy, achieving an effect akin to protective vital energy. Upon hearing this, the scholar's countenance brightened. In other words, Lu Cheng might have merely cultivated the Qingtian Iju to the sixth layer. The sixth layer, my Waya Zhengqi book, is also nearing the sixth layer. It seems, then, that the gap between them is not as vast as it appeared. As he pondered, the clarity of his gaze gradually returned. Unbeknownst to him, Master Yin was already sighing silently in his heart. Alas, foolish child, the sixth layer of the Qingtian Iju and the sixth layer of the Waya Zhengqi book are not of the same concept. Royal descendants, having long occupied high positions, seldom enter the martial world unless in times of chaos. Perhaps the world has already forgotten what the Qingtian divine vital energy at the sixth layer truly signifies. The Qingtian divine vital energy is something far more formidable than the protective vital energy of a martial arts master. Meanwhile, deep within the crowd, a profound darkness lurked beneath the seemingly astonished facade. They gazed at Lu Cheng, who remained as immovable as a mountain, exuding the demeanor of a master. Their fingers involuntarily clenched. The tension within their hearts tightened until they witnessed Lu Chen casually drink the tea once more, at which point they gently relaxed. They would observe the unfolding events. In the hushed silence of the two sages' residence, Lu Chen's cold voice shattered the tranquility. Two guards immediately stepped forward to drag the rogue youth away. As they beheld the limp body, Lu Cheng's legs turned to jelly. What had he done? Assaulted a prince? Moreover, he had attacked one who might be a martial arts master. It was over, utterly over. Your Highness, Lu Cheng had no intention of offending. This was truly a thoughtless mistake. I beseech your Highness for mercy. Lu Cheng replied indifferently, whether intentional or unintentional. After the tea gathering, I shall make my own judgment. Continue. Lu Cheng sighed in relief. Life and death remained uncertain, which was preferable to immediate demise. Yes. He glanced around, still shaken, and asked, Is there any other brother who wishes to spar with me? If not, I shall. Wait, I will. Another flying sword suddenly struck. Lu Cheng immediately engaged in combat with it. Yet due to the previous incident, he was now haunted by lingering fears, every move cautious, terrified of further calamity. He found himself constrained on all sides, struggling to fend off the enemy. Additionally, having expended energy in the earlier battle, it took but a moment before Lu Cheng was defeated. Lu brother, I concede. Lu Cheng shook his head, conceding my foot. All he sought now was to survive past the tea gathering. He returned to his place, sipping the bitter tea. The others continued to observe the unfolding situation, analyzing the disparity between enemies and allies, pondering whether they could maintain their winning streak until the end. Thus, they determined whether to intervene or await the second cup. The third, the essence of the tea gathering lay in this. Participants needed to analyze both sides and assess the broader context. As the tea gathering progressed, the tense atmosphere within the two sages' residence eased slightly, returning to its former fervor. A series of captivating contests unfolded in the arena. No further incidents of assaulting the prince occurred, and no one unleashed true fire. Everyone refrained from crossing the line. It seemed the earlier disruption was merely an unfortunate mishap. As time advanced, the cups of tea dwindled one by one. The second cup, the third cup, until the fourth cup at the stroke of midnight. Another incident erupted. Sizzle, rip! A deep gash appeared on a participant's arm. Ah! His opponent exclaimed in surprise, hastily retracting his sword. Brother, are you all right? I inadvertently lost control. My sincerest apologies. No, it is not your fault. I felt something was amiss within me. My vital energy suddenly became chaotic. Upon hearing this, many in attendance raised their eyebrows. You felt this too? You? All of you? This? At this moment, Lu Cheng also stood up and said, No, it's not just chaotic vital energy. I sense it waning, my limbs growing weak, and an inexplicable rage burning within. Previously, I could suppress it, but now, as my vital energy dissipates, that ferocity intensifies. I now understand why I lost control in the first round. You as well. I thought it was merely my issue. Thankfully, I managed to hold back. Otherwise, what? As these words fell, shock rippled through the crowd. One person's issue may be trivial, but if many suffer, then it spells calamity. Everyone immediately ceased their debates and began to meditate, checking their physical states. But the more they focused, the more their expressions darkened. Undoubtedly, they all had fallen victim. One by one, they turned to survey their surroundings, seeking to uncover who was behind this, which step had gone awry. Who was causing this? It is I. Suddenly, a dozen individuals stood up from the crowd. They strode through the two sages' residence as if nothing were amiss, mocking all with disdain, leisurely as if strolling in their own garden. You realize it now, but it may be a tad too late. The attendees' gazes immediately shifted toward this group. It is you? What do you intend? Poisoning at a court event, sabotaging the tea gathering. This is a crime punishable by extermination. Extermination? Thanks to that dog of an emperor, we have long since lost our homes. You are followers of the Taiping sect? Naturally, we save the world. Only we, the Taiping, can. The congregation of followers gathered at the center of the two sages' residence, casually lifting the ancient tea from the table and pouring it onto the ground. The tea has issues. Chapter 10. The invisible sword domain of blossoms you dared to tamper with the royal tribute tea. In an instant, all eyes turned sharply towards Lu Chen, seated at the head of the table. The royal tribute tea, an exclusive delicacy reserved for the imperial family, is shrouded in secrecy and heavily guarded, accessible only to the core of the royal lineage. As the Prince of Diyu, Lu Chen could never conspire with the Taiping sect to poison it. Thus, there remained but one possibility. The influence of the Taiping sect had infiltrated the very heart of the court. Ha ha! What are you staring at? Shouldn't you express your gratitude to His Highness Prince Chen, were it not for our esteemed prince? Do you think you mere mortals are worthy of sipping the meticulously concocted Mie Yuan sand from our sacred sect? This tasteless and odorless elixir can even incapacitate experts of the Ming intent realm. Using it on you is indeed a waste. Yet, fortunately, the outcome is delightful. His Highness has consumed a full 6 cups. I was initially concerned that a single cup might not suffice to bring down someone like you, suspected to be a master of martial arts, or perhaps even a practitioner of the Qingtian divine gang. But it matters not. 6 cups of Mie Yuan sand, coupled with your prolonged inhalation of the soul-obsessing fragrance, will surely render you obedient, regardless of your prowess. With that, the gray-haired youth, seemingly the leader of the group, basked in the triumph of the moment, savoring the superiority reflected in the gazes of those around him. Unbeknownst to him, Lan Yun, beside Lu Chen, gazed at him with pity. Though she did not grasp the intricacies of profound martial philosophies, she understood her lord, whether in the past or present. He had never regarded these Taiping sect ruffians with even a glance. She knew that her lord had viewed them as nothing more than a band of buffoons from the very beginning. Yet the fools remained oblivious, lost in their self-congratulation, looking down upon all present. The attendees of the tea gathering glared at them, enraged by their audacity. You scoundrels, possessing the audacity to resort to underhanded tactics. You vile wretches, if you have the courage, fight us honorably. Your treachery is no different from that of demons and heretics. Ah, the gray-haired youth raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. That is a misguided notion. I hold nothing but sincerity for the talented individuals gathered here in Qingtian County. I earnestly invite you all to join our Taiping sect, to unite in overthrowing the tyrannical reign of the Dog Emperor and restore peace to this land. Have you not seen how this realm has suffered under the Dog Emperor's oppression? He began his righteous tirade. Are you willing to endure such a tyrannical regime? To accept the Dog Emperor's cruel rule? Silence reigned. The gray-haired youth surveyed the crowd, then continued, I understand your fear of the court. After all, they're the rulers of this dynasty, wielding formidable power. But the Taiping sect is not to be underestimated. He turned to Lu Chen, mocking. I will not speak in platitudes. Just look around you and see that even a prince has become a captive of our Taiping sect. This alone attests to our current strength. With Lu Chen in our grasp, conquering Fengzhou is but a matter of time. Overthrowing the foolish monarch is within reach. Lu Chen remained unfazed, his calm gaze sweeping over all present. Not receiving the reaction he sought, the gray-haired youth grew bored and glanced at others, landing on the 2 silent figures from the Wuyo Academy. Ah, how could I forget you, Master Yin? I have always respected esteemed sages like yourself. We greatly wish for your esteemed self too. Ha! Master Yin chuckled, shaking his head. You have chosen the wrong adversary in the Taiping sect. The gray-haired youth opened his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by Master Yan's chilling words. You approach your demise without even realizing it. Though he was unaware of Lu Chen's true abilities, he understood one thing. Even he could sense that something was amiss with the tea and fragrance. Could a prince who had mastered the Qingtian divine gang be unaware? Clearly, Lu Chen had been playing them from the start, drawing the snakes out of their holes, sparing himself the trouble of hunting for traitors. The results were now evident. They had all revealed themselves. The gray-haired youth and Appo's expression darkened. Master Yin, what do you mean? Master Yin remained silent, merely bowing respectfully to someone behind the gray-haired youth. The tea-gathering attendees fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the room. The gray-haired youth felt a chill run down his spine. An ominous premonition washed over him. After waiting so long, he had expected to encounter formidable individuals. A cold, aloof voice suddenly broke the silence. You have waited long enough. The voice belonged to the gray-haired youth's pupils constricted as he swiftly turned around, only to find Lu Chen had somehow appeared silently behind him. Not good. He hastily retreated, trying to distance himself from Lu Chen, preparing to launch hidden weapons in search of an opportunity. However, as his feet landed firmly on the ground, a powerful, white hand gently rested upon his shoulder, rendering him immobile as if pinned by a divine mountain. To manipulate the royal tribute tea, your reach is indeed beyond my imagination. The icy wind from the Tianren mountains swept past the gray-haired youth, chilling him to the bone, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Yet you mere pawns dare to overthrow my Dayu. Delusional. As the words fell, a thunderous shockwave erupted. Bang! The gray-haired youth felt a surge of divine power through his shoulder, and with a sharp pain in his knee, his vision plummeted as agony surged through his lower half. The gray-haired youth let out a heart-wrenching scream as his lower body was crushed into the ground. You, he gasped, looking toward the Taiping sect members. What are you waiting for? Hurry and act. I have inhaled so much soul-obsessing fragrance and Mieyuan sand. I am my wit's end. Capture him. The Taiping sect members, receiving his command, wasted no time. They promptly consumed crimson pills. A violent aura erupted within the two sages' pavilion. Peak practitioners of the transformation realm surged toward Lu Chen. Several others at the threshold of the Ming intent realm exploded into action, forming a net of encirclement. The attendees of the tea gathering felt a chill. Such a multitude of transformation realm experts and Ming intent practitioners. This overwhelming force, combined with our poisoned state, could spell disaster for us today. Panic rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, the young scholar from the Wuyo Academy hesitated. Master Wei. However, Master Yin paid him no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen, who found himself ensnared within the net. Lu Chen merely cast a glance at the Taiping sect members, and a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, the air around him distorted, becoming ethereal. Clang, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Invisible sword chi erupted violently from a void, striking at odd angles, piercing the eyes, nose, ears, heart, and limbs of the assailants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The invisible sword chi intertwined to form a net, penetrating flesh, howling and wreaking havoc in the air, producing a deafening sound of slicing. One by one, the blood-soaked corpses fell like scattered petals, crashing heavily onto the ground of the two sages' pavilion. The ground was awash with blood, a scene of desolation. The Taiping rebels, who had just been so boastful and arrogant, were utterly vanquished, leaving no hope in their wake. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, permeating the entire residence of the two worthies. The tea ceremony was momentarily frozen, permeated by a palpable miasma of congealed bloodlust. After an extended pause, someone audibly swallowed, casting glances at Lu Chen, then at the dismembered bodies strewn across the floor. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, astounded that so many martial experts had succumbed to the prince's single strike, reduced to mere rubble. Such formidable power, coupled with the protective chi demonstrated earlier, unequivocally established Lu Chen as a veritable martial grandmaster. This revelation resolved certain doubts harbored by the assembly. It elucidated the prince's unusual maturity and composure for his age, as well as the aloofness reminiscent of a solitary figure amidst a desolate, snow-laden landscape. A martial grandmaster at 20. Had they been in his position, they could hardly have been more solitary or aloof. Yet 20 years, could it be possible? On the other side, Master Yin inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to conceal the tremor within. While others might be oblivious, as an instructor from Fengzhou's boundless academy, he recognized the signature technique of the illustrious Luo family of Fengzhou, the Flourishing Blossom Sword sect. There was no mistaking it. Lu Chen had just executed the 8th tier of the Luo family's Flourishing Blossom Sword finger, the invisible sword domain of Flourishing Blossoms. Within the entire Flourishing Blossom Sword sect, only a handful of elders, including the sword master Luo Shiyuan himself, had achieved this level. and all of them were venerable figures in Fengzhou, well into their 70s or 80s. But Lu Chun, Master Yan's mind raced. At only 20, he had not only mastered the 6th level of the Azure Firmament unchanging art, but had also cultivated the flourishing Blossom Sword Finger to the 8th tier. What would he become at 30 or 40? A celestial martial artist? Terrestrial immortal? Was the Lu family of Great Yu truly destined for greatness? Whenever the empire teetered on the brink of collapse, a peerless prodigy would emerge to turn the tide and perpetuate the dynasty. Master? Master Yan glanced at the scholarly youth. Did you see it clearly? The scholarly youth nodded ruefully. There's no need for further comparison. I shall return after the tea ceremony. The old one needs to confer with the academy head. The choice between the Taiping sect and the Great Yu Dynasty may no longer be a dilemma for our boundless academy. Drag them out and hang their corpses from the city gates. Lu Chen's indifferent voice echoed through the silent two sages' residence, shattering the stillness. Guards promptly cleared the scene, hauling away the Taiping sect rebels slain by the invisible sword energy. The two sages' residence felt considerably emptier. Lu Chun approached the gray-haired youth once more, his calm, detached gaze unnerving him. The intense mental pressure was almost tangible, causing his skin to prickle. Impossible, with such a potent dose of essence-depleting powder and hours of soul-stealing incense. How can you still use your true energy? Those drugs. Lu Chun had no time for his complaints. Who sent you to assassinate me? The gray-haired youth paused. Initially, he was terrified, but upon hearing Lu Chen's question, his fear diminished, replaced by a sense of perverse satisfaction. He suddenly felt a twisted sense of accomplishment, as if he had gained an advantage over Lu Chun. Perhaps his transformation began when his family was destroyed. For him, seeing the imperial family humbled and dethroned was paramount. He grinned. Ha ha. So, the lofty imperial family must beg me for information about the Taiping sect? Audacious. How dare you act so insolently before His Highness? The Prince of Chen, you beast? From the crowd, Lu Cheng, who had been desperately seeking a way to save his own skin, saw an opportunity and his eyes lit up. His chance to prove his loyalty had arrived. He immediately rose to reprimand the gray-haired youth and volunteered. Your Highness, please entrust him to me. Lu Cheng has ways of dealing with such hard cases. I guarantee I can pry open his mouth and extract all the Taiping sect plans in Waning Green City. Heh! The gray-haired youth scoffed. He dared to disrupt the tea ceremony and assassinate the prince. Would he fear your petty tricks? Just wait. If you don't kill me, you'll all die at the hands of the Taiping sect sooner or later. The gray-haired youth thought to himself. You wouldn't dare kill me. But Lu Chen's casual words plunged him from heaven to hell. Drag him out and execute him. The gray-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Chen was going to execute him? Didn't he want information about the Taiping sect? Wasn't he afraid of not knowing the names of the Taiping sect members? You. Guards in gleaming silver armor dragged him away, even as he was dragged out the door. The gray-haired youth couldn't understand how he dared to kill him. He was their leader. Didn't he want to know how the soul-stealing incense and tribute tea were tampered with? As he was about to be dragged out, the silver-armored guard beside him drew his long saber. Clang! The blade gleamed, its silver surface shining brightly. But Lu Chen's indifferent gaze remained unchanged. He asked, but only casually, without genuine concern. The gray-haired youth panicked, utterly terrified. He couldn't die yet. He had an indamp. Oppos. He lived to see the day the Great Yu Dynasty was overthrown. Wait. I indamp. Oppos, LL talk. I indamp. Oppos, LL talk. The silver-armored guard paused his blade and looked at Lu Chun. But Lu Chun didn't retract his order. The Taiping sect's actions to disrupt the tea ceremony and assassinate him were not clever. Even the assassins they sent were insignificant characters who relied on elixirs to unleash the power of martial intent. Clearly, this plan was not considered important by the Taiping sect, perhaps merely a smokescreen to divert their attention and conceal their true objective. The so-called leader would naturally not know much core information. Rather than expend effort on him, it would be better to investigate the tribute tea and follow the trail. In fact, Lu Chen wasn't particularly concerned about the Taiping sect's so-called plans, because there was no need. In Lu Chen's eyes, regardless of their schemes, they would all meet their demise. So, If this person had been willing to speak from the beginning, Lu Chen would have listened for amusement. But if he used this as leverage to threaten Lu Chen, he was courting death. Lu Chen cast one last glance at the gray-haired youth before returning to his seat. No. Swish. Thud. The severed head fell, rolling twice before its face turned upwards. To the very end, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The bloody atmosphere in the two sages' residence intensified. The tea ceremony attendees were speechless, each shrinking back in fear. They dare not speak carelessly. Had the Taiping sect only managed to infiltrate with these few people? Could there be others hiding? Better safe than sorry. None of them could guarantee they were completely untainted. Being associated with Taiping sect rebels in the presence of a prince was no small matter, especially a prince who was a martial grandmaster. If he wished, none of them could escape. So they remained silent, praying that the Prince of Chen would not vent his anger on them, the innocent bystanders. At that moment, someone shouted, "His Highness, the Prince of Chen, is mighty. Congratulations." Your Highness, congratulations on eliminating the rebels. Chapter 12. Unimportant, a voice of flattery shattered the profound silence of the two sages' abode. Everyone turned to see Lu Chen attempting to rescue himself. This fellow. Thus, they all tacitly mimicked Lu Chen's demeanor, exclaiming, "His Highness, Prince Chen, is truly formidable. How dare these mere rascals display their bravado before the throne? They are utterly ignorant of the heaven's vastness. The Taiping sect's scoundrels cannot fathom the prince's might. Regardless of their schemes, they are destined to fail against your Highness." Lu Chen cast a glance over the crowd, his expression unwavering throughout. This unnerved many present. Fortunately, the silence did not linger for long. As Lu Chen inquired, "Do any of you recognize those rascals from earlier?" There was hesitation as everyone exchanged glances, uncertain whether to speak. If they did, would they not be mistaken for accomplices of the Taiping sect? "Do not worry. Speak the truth," Lu Chen reassured. "I'm not one to confuse right and wrong." After this, a voice emerged from the crowd, reporting to your Highness, among those individuals, a few commoners are indeed familiar. However, it is limited to having crossed paths and seen them a few times. Speak. Yes, Your Highness, those individuals are recent upstarts in the Yupu region, rising rapidly. Upon their debut, they defeated several well-established locals. Previously, they were rather inconspicuous in their respective sects, but suddenly they have emerged, with many locals claiming they have matured late, finally grasping their potential. In hindsight, they likely joined the Taiping sect and received covert training from them. Lu Chen nodded. "Is there more?" Another stepped forth, saying, "Reporting to your Highness, for what I know, many of these traitors hail from the same organization, seemingly called the Qingtian Association. Initially, someone from this association invited me to join, claiming it was an organization that shared intelligence and cultivation resources. By contributing to the organization, one could exchange for various cultivation elixirs and rare sect information, even advanced techniques. I was tempted at first, but ultimately declined, as I possessed a profound sect heritage and did not require assistance from the Qingtian Association. Moreover, I suspected their generosity might conceal ulterior motives. Yet, who would have thought that the Qingtian Association is linked to the Taiping sect? Indeed, that is the case. The information I possess aligns with what you have both stated. Speaking of which, we seem to have an organization called the Lian Association on our side. Could it be connected as well?" Once the conversation began, others gradually stood up to share what they knew, but the details were largely similar. This was indeed the case. Whether the Qingtian Association or the Lian Association, which rebellious faction would reveal their intentions when recruiting members. Only upon joining would one discover that the ultimate superior was the Taiping sect, and by then it would be too late. "Kulme, Your Highness, investigate the roots of the Lian and Qingtian associations, and ascertain who recommended those traitors' gatherings." "Yes, proclaim my decree. From this moment forth, the city of Qingtian shall only allow entry and not exit. Those who defy this order shall be executed." "Understood." After issuing the commands, Lu Chen glanced at the teacup in his hand, calmly stating, "Change the tea and incense. The tea gathering shall resume tomorrow at sunset." With that, Lu Chen rose and departed. "We humbly escort your Highness." The crowd hastily stood to send him off. only straightening up and exhaling in relief once Lu Chen boarded his carriage and the guards left. Few though Prince Chen appeared distant, he was surprisingly amiable in conversation. Yet, recalling the earlier scene and his formidable strength, the group felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a weight rested upon their chests, stifling their words and inhibiting their breaths. Now that Lu Chen had left, they immediately began to chatter excitedly. My goodness, who could have anticipated? Who could have imagined that Prince Chen, who usually remains low-key, is already a martial arts master at the tender age of 20? If not for the audacious plans of the Taiping sect, we might never have witnessed the true visage of the prince. Long have I heard that the fifth prince, known for his humility and love for martial arts and literature, must possess considerable prowess. But never would I have thought he would reach the level of a martial arts master at this age. How remarkable throughout the history of Daiyu. What is the youngest martial arts master on record? 35 years? A 15-year difference. The Liu family of the Yu is about to produce another extraordinary figure akin to the founding and revitalizing emperors. Heaven bless Daiyu. Meanwhile, within the luxurious carriage, Lan Yin furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought. She was not surprised by Lu Chen's strength. Assigned as his personal maid at the age of 6, she had spent 14 years alongside him, already having an understanding of her prince's exceptional martial talents, despite today's display exceeding her expectations. But was that not preferable? Her concerns lay with the Taiping rascals at the tea gathering. Why the frown? Lu Chen's voice broke her reverie. Your Highness, I was merely pondering that the attack at the tea gathering seemed rather simplistic. I do not mean to imply that this is a bad thing, but Your Highness, do you think it possible that the Taiping sect's disruption of the tea gathering is merely a facade? The true mastermind aims to divert our attention towards the Bailian and Jingshi associations, thereby concealing their actual plans? You have grasped an insightful point. Upon hearing this, Lan Yun's bright eyes sparkled with delight. Having read so many books alongside you, I occasionally find myself thinking more intricately. Your Highness, if there is a possibility, should we not inform the city lord to take precautions in advance? Yet, Lu Chen simply replied, it is unimportant. Lu Chen had never favored convoluted matters. He preferred to spend his time engrossed in martial arts literature. Thus, whether the Jingshi Association served as bait or the Bailian Association as a trap was of little consequence. Ultimately, they would come to him. In this vast land of the Yu, they could not evade Prince Chen. He merely needed to stand at the finish line and await their arrival. The scenery along the way was merely a diversion, a source of amusement to alleviate his boredom. Under the radiant moonlight, the opulent carriage glided gracefully towards Lu Chen's residence in Qingtian. Chapter 13. The Eye of Life and Death in the Early Hours. At the Chen family residence in Wanqing City. Knock, knock, knock. Master, master, something terrible has happened. The head of the Chen family, Chen Xiu, was roused from his slumber, irritation flaring within him. He impatiently hurled his pillow towards the door. What the hell? Who dares disturb my rest at this hour? You've shattered my dreams. Get out. Whatever catastrophe it is can wait until tomorrow. The steward, anxious, retorted, what are you saying? It in oppose. It's already too late to sleep. If you miss this chance, you may sleep through your entire life. Master, Prince Chen has been assassinated at the tea party. A heavy thud echoed in the room as something fell. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Hurried footsteps approached. Bang. The door swung open, and Chen Xiu rushed out, disheveled, his face drained of color. What did you say? Prince Chen has been attacked? He seized the steward by the collar, his eyes wide with terror. This is catastrophic. Prince Chen was attacked in Wanqing City. The sky has fallen. My life is over. We're the guards of Wanqing City. What about the silver-armored soldiers of the Luo family? What are they doing? They were all poisoned. Chen Xiu's face twitched. The steward continued, but the prince is unharmed. He single-handedly eliminated all the rebels. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. For heaven's sake, speak plainly next time. Don't wheeze like that. The steward's voice trembled further. But our Chen family is in trouble. The preparations for the tea party have always been our responsibility. The poison tea was handled by our Chen family after being delivered from the royal court. What did you say? Poison tea? The steward hurriedly recounted the events that transpired at the tea party. After hearing it all, Chen Xiu's face turned ashen. Prepare the horses. Capture those who delivered the tea and bring them here to face justice. Hurry. Yes, yes. The steward rushed to prepare the horses, gathering all Chen family members involved with the tribute tea. This is bad. This is really bad. Chen Xiu swiftly dressed, his mind racing. A sultry voice called from beside the bed. Master, what is all the commotion? Aren't you going to sleep? Sleep? What nonsense? Chen Xiu slammed the door behind him. After taking a few steps, he turned back and rummaged through a hidden compartment, pulling out a heavily sealed tome. In my fury, I almost forgot about this. Grasping the book tightly, he burst out the door. Go, go. The urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed through the night. Horses raced through the darkness, piercing the moonlit sky, and soon arrived at Lu Chen's residence. Inside, Lu Chen was meditating in the courtyard. Upon receiving the report, he commanded, "Announce it." Yes. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Several figures entered in quick succession. Kneel. All of you kneel. Chen Xiu, accompanied by a group of Chen family members, entered the courtyard and immediately dropped to his knees before Lu Chen. Your Highness, Chen Xiu is guilty. I beseech your forgiveness. Lu Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the kneeling Chen family members. What is your crime? Chen Xiu, tearful and distraught, lamented. It is my negligence that led to the incident at the tea party. I failed to inspect the tea properly, resulting in your peril today. I am deeply ashamed before you and my mother's dying wish. Chen Xiu's mother was the sister of Lu Chen's mother, making her his aunt. Such familial ties often establish core factions based on blood relations, which expanded into broader networks. Currently, Chen Xiu represented the secondary faction derived from the Luo family, his maternal lineage. However, among the secondary factions, the Chen family was relatively close, as Lu Chen frequently attended tea parties in Wanqing City, fostering familiarity over time. At the mention of his deceased mother, Chen Xiu felt the weight of his words. Lu Chen sighed. If it is not your fault, do not burden yourself with blame. I will investigate whether the Chen family was involved in the rebellion of the peaceful teaching. Thank you, Your Highness. Your discernment is greatly appreciated. Chen Xiu bowed repeatedly in gratitude. He then stood and kicked several Chen family members. You lot, hurry and report to His Highness about everything regarding the tribute tea. If you dare conceal anything, I will not spare you. Yes, yes. The Chen family members quickly recounted the entire process of preparing the tea, from its receipt to its presentation. Your Highness, on that day, we received the tea and incense for the tea party from the royal court at the Chen family's secret hall, following our usual customs. There were no abnormalities, just as in previous years. Lu Chen scrutinized them briefly before closing his eyes once more, continuing to meditate. Were there any irregularities with the imperial envoys? The imperial envoys were the same as in previous years, no peculiarities. Proceed. Yes. Then, according to the customs, we locked the tribute tea and incense in the secret hall, with us on guard day and night for 12 hours, without any negligence. It was only when the tea party began that we brought it out to the gathering at the Two Virtues Pavilion. We reported everything truthfully, without any concealments. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu interjected, Your Highness, since the transfer and storage of the tribute tea were fine, could it be that the tea and incense were poisoned before they left the royal court? Chen Xiu's inquiry was not merely to exonerate the Chen family. Of course, there was some culpability, but he was certain that the Chen family would not be at fault. As a secondary blood relative of the fifth prince, Chen family enjoyed the backing of both the prince and the flourishing sword sect, wielding significant influence in Fengzhou. They were not foolish enough to conspire with the peaceful teaching. A group of no standing. Lu Chen remained silent, merely waving his hand to signify their dismissal. Yes. Chen Xiu quickly led the Chen family members out, leaving himself behind in the residence. Is there anything else? Chen Xiu surveyed the surroundings before producing a book from his robe, whispering, Your Highness, take a look at this. Oh, a tome of martial arts, shrouded in mystery. Lu Chen accepted the book from Chen Xiu and casually flipped through a couple of pages. A glimmer of arcane brilliance sparked in his eyes. He concealed the glimmer. Where did this come from? Seeing this reaction, Chen Xiu's face brightened. It seemed his suspicions were correct. This was indeed a valuable item. He eagerly explained, recently, after the destruction of the Wuchen sword sect, the Black Feather Guards of Fengzhou City began their preliminary investigation and handed the matter over to our people for further inquiry. This tome was discovered in a hidden compartment of the Wuchen sword sect's ancestral hall. I merely glanced through it and sensed its profoundness, exuding an enigmatic aura, completely incomprehensible to me, considering the sudden downfall of the Wuchen sword sect and the last surviving member found hiding in the ancestral hall. I surmised that their demise was likely linked to this tome. It must be something extraordinary, perhaps a long-lost secret technique, so I hastily secured it. Originally, it was intended to dispatch the Chen family's disciples to the palace to present to you without delay. However, upon further reflection, if the Wuchen sword sect were to truly face annihilation, any rumors leaked during the journey would prove detrimental. Thus, it was only upon your arrival in Wanqing City that Chen Xiu made this offering, and I hope your highness can find it in your heart to forgive this delay. Chapter 14. A time of turmoil. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Your concern is appreciated, your highness. Afterward, Chen Xiu curiously glanced at the book. Is this truly a tome of profound arts? Profound arts? Lu Chen replied, this is far beyond mere profundity. It is entitled The Eyes of Life and Death. In ancient times, this work was renowned across the realms. Legend has it that a young girl, blessed by celestial beings, descended from the heavens with divine eyes capable of perceiving the essence of life and death. She could alter destinies, which garnered her fervent adulation from the local populace, who revered her as a saint. This saint, indeed, utilized her extraordinary vision to bestow fortune upon her land, becoming a formidable force of antiquity and establishing a sacred domain. The Eyes of Life and Death is an unparalleled divine technique birthed from the saint's own mystical sight, forming the foundation of her holy legacy. This technique brought unparalleled fame to the sacred domain, allowing it to command the elements and dominate the ancient world. Alas, such prosperity was not to last. One fateful day, the saint inexplicably succumbed to darkness, wreaking havoc upon her realm. Those who practiced her arts followed suit, descending into madness and violence, leading to the abrupt collapse of the once mighty sacred domain, lost to the annals of history. Subsequent generations sought to reclaim this transcendent technique, yearning to revive the glory of the sacred domain. Yet, as they began their endeavor, they fell into hysteria, nearly succumbing to madness. Ultimately, they blinded themselves to barely save their lives, fearing to practice the divine arts again. Despite the warnings, some descendants, driven by disbelief, insisted on attempting the forbidden knowledge. However, they too fell into darkness, with no survivors. It became evident that the saint's legacy was cursed. Whoever dared to gaze upon it would meet misfortune. Thus, this once revered divine art became a despised sorcery, transforming the divine eyes into demonic orbs. Ultimately, it faded into obscurity, buried in the past, and seldom mentioned thereafter. Were it not for Lu Chen's extensive knowledge, having perused countless texts, he would remain oblivious to the origins of the Eyes of Life and Death. Moreover, this was but a fragmented manuscript. It was understandable that Chen Xiu found it incomprehensible at first glance. Fortuitously, he failed to delve deeper, merely taking a cursory look before stowing it away. Otherwise, he might have fallen prey to the same curse that plagued the descendants of the sacred domain. It seemed like yet another tale of the Wuchen sword sect. Do you recall the contents you encountered back then? Lu Chen remarked. Forget what can be forgotten. Do not dwell on it. Chen Xiu's expression shifted slightly. Is there something amiss with this technique? Indeed, the malevolent nature of the Eyes of Life and Death can be lethal to the average individual, but not for me, Lu Chen replied. The Eyes of Life and Death are treasures of ancient legend. I once sought them in my earlier days of cultivation, but alas, to no avail. Yet now, they have come to me effortlessly. Withdraw, he commanded. Yes, with a heart full of anticipation, Lu Chen began perusing the remnants of the Eyes of Life and Death. To comprehend and complete this text would require considerable effort. The courtyard lay in silence, shrouded in the depths of night. The following day, the imposing gate of Wonking City became a hive of activity, with a throng of people gathering around. They chattered incessantly, their gazes fixated on the towering gate. Several mangled and grotesque corpses dangled from the city wall, a grim spectacle for all to behold. The display of hanging corpses was traditionally reserved for those who had committed heinous crimes, a warning to all traitors of the dire consequences they would face. A battalion of silver-armored guards patrolled the area surrounding the bodies, scrutinizing every individual who entered Wonking City and those who whispered furtively about the corpses. Assassinating the Prince of Chen? These remnants of the Taiping sect truly deserve their fate. The state of the world is indeed dire. The actions of the Taiping sect are hardly defensible. Yet the grievances run deep. No one can lay the blame for this chaos at the feet of our prince. On the contrary, life in Wonking City has improved under the prince's guidance, granting us some semblance of peace. However, the unrest in people's hearts, unjustly directed, has turned the prince into a target ever since the Taiping sect's rebellion began. The Taiping sect. I've heard that Hongchuan County has already fallen to their hands. Surely, we're not next, are we? Alas, what a tumultuous time we live in. The crowd murmured among themselves about the Taiping sect's treachery, expressing their fear of hidden followers plotting within Wonking City. Anxiety swept through the masses. The tranquility of early autumn was shattered, with an undercurrent of unrest surging within Wonking City, poised to unleash a tempest. At the back of the throng, two men disguised as merchants exchanged glances, their eyes darkening as they surveyed the hanging bodies, their fingers clenched beneath their voluminous sleeves, turning pale. Yet ultimately, the two merely cast one last lingering gaze at the corpses, as if imprinting their visages into their minds, before turning to enter Wonking City. They wound through narrow alleys, taking a long detour before finally arriving at a concealed chamber. In the pitch-black room, a dim oil lamp flickered, casting shadows upon a few ordinary wooden chairs. Have you all arrived? Did you see the corpses at the city gate? Lu Chen is truly brazen. To kill is one matter, but to display the bodies of the city gate is a shameful affront. That scoundrel, one day, he shall pay the price. Calm yourself. Such impatience will not lead to success. Have there not been enough such incidents? Attempting to assassinate Lu Chen and disrupt the tea gathering was a reckless endeavor. Success would be fortunate, but failure would merely serve as bait to mislead them toward the White Lotus Society. As a faction opposing the vast imperial court, the Taiping sect found itself in a precarious position. They had risen through repeated trials. As long as their foundation remained unshaken, they could attempt any strategy. Failures would merely serve as lessons, obscuring their true intentions. If they succeeded, it would be a cause for celebration. From the outset, we approached this with a mindset of sacrifice. Silence enveloped the chamber for a considerable time. Eventually, someone spoke up. What shall we do next? Should we adhere to the original plan? To attempt does not mean to court death. Lu Chen has already demonstrated the prowess of a golden core master. How can we mere mortals contend with one who has mastered such formidable power? And worse still, he emerges from the ancient heavenly change technique, renowned as the greatest martial art of our era. With this declaration, silence reclaimed the chamber. As a force that constantly opposed the royal family of Diyu, engaging with the imperial elite, the Taiping sect was acutely aware of the might of the heavenly change technique. This technique, exclusive to the royal lineage, was not merely a boast. It was a legacy forged through the blood and valor of generations of imperial warriors. Heavenly change. What does it signify? The royal Lu family embodies the essence of Diyu, unyielding and eternal. Let us abandon all current plans and lay low for a while, awaiting directives from our superiors. With Lu Chen's talents, he must not be allowed to grow. We cannot afford another revolutionary figure akin to the Emperor Lu Xingxi to emerge from the Lu family. Rest assured, our sect will soon dispatch true experts or gather an army to besiege the city, determined to extinguish Lu Chen's flame. We shall bide our time. Chapter 15. The end of the tea gathering. As the sun began to set, the martial arts tea gathering resumed. This time, the restart went remarkably smoothly. devoid of any unexpected incidents akin to those of the previous day. There were no signs of the peaceful sect's interference. It seemed that the prior day's events had been the entirety of their machinations against Qingtian. By the next day, as the sun set once more, the martial arts tea gathering concluded safely and successfully. Lu Chen had watched all the participants' displays, yet from his current vantage point, there was little novelty to behold, merely a faint echo of substance. This year, only the Xiangong, Wui Zhengqi Shu, had made an appearance. Yin Fuji stood before Lu Chen, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Highness, we shall take our leave now. It was a rare opportunity. Wouldn't you care to engage in a spar?" The scholarly youth bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. "No need. Thank you for enlightening me on the existence of realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals." Having resolved his inner turmoil during this descent, Wen Zhu was eager to return to his studies, lest he miss this year's Golden Autumn Grand Examination. "Oh, the Wui Academy will participate in this year's trials?" The chaos of the day presented an excellent opportunity for Wen Zhu to showcase his skills and serve in the court. Should he miraculously pass this Golden Autumn Grand Examination, he hoped that when they met in the Imperial Court next year, Your Highness would not hold his lack of knowledge against him. "Take care, Your Highness." With that, Yin Fuji and his companion mounted their blood-smoked steeds and rode away swiftly. As the gentle breeze stirred and the sunlight graced the land, the following days were tranquil and uneventful. A report came through, detailing the peaceful sex attempts, all of which were gathered through legitimate means. Any lingering doubts were swiftly dealt with, as those who raised them met with grim fates, leaving no traces behind. The turmoil in Qingtian had yet to unfold, but it had already calmed. Consequently, for several days, there were no further reports of disturbances from the peaceful sect. They seemed to have retreated, wary of Lu Chen, abandoning their plans against Qingtian. As the early autumn winds enveloped the city, they ushered in a serene time of year. On this day, with the gentle autumn breeze at his back, Luo Feng had completed his arrangements concerning the blossoming sword sect in Fengzhou City. He arrived in Qingtian, where Lu Chen, having waited several days without any sign of the peaceful sect, prepared to return to the palace. As they parted, Luo Feng cast a glance at Chen Xiao. "Remember the poison tea incident. Be cautious. The peaceful sect affairs are far from over. And do not allow yourself to become complacent again." Chen Xiao, chastised by Luo Feng, refrained from retorting and merely replied, "Next time, I will personally oversee everything, ensuring that no detail is overlooked." "Do you expect there to be a next time?" Chen Xiao lowered his head in resignation. Ironically, among the three peers, he was the eldest at 43. Yet Lu Chen, as a prince of esteemed status, commanded respect regardless of his age. Even at 93, he would still be bowed to. As for Luo Feng, the heir of the Luo family and the future master of the blossoming sword, he was even more untouchable. This left Chen Xiao, the eldest brother, in the peculiar position of being treated like a younger brother. Observing Chen Xiao's bowed head, Luo Feng shot him a disapproving glare. "Do not dwell on the legacy of your ancestors. Your life is still long. After this battle, you will have ample time to revel in your future. The lifespan and physical peak of warriors far exceed that of ordinary individuals, further enhanced by their naturally robust constitution, which greatly benefits martial practice. Therefore, it is rare for warriors to marry or have children in their teens. Most begin to contemplate such matters in their late 20s or early 30s. While some do not have their first child until they are in their 60s or 70s. Yet Chen Xiao, at the age of 43, was already a father to 37 children, a number that almost eclipsed his own lifespan. This man, clearly supported by the Luo family and Prince Chen, had a bright future ahead. Yet he seemed inexplicably anxious. In Luo Feng's eyes, Chen Xiao epitomized self-indulgence and the futility of trying to lift oneself from the depths of despair. Chen Xiao hurriedly reassured him, Yes. Rest assured, I will oversee everything personally, ensuring no mistakes occur." Luo Feng nodded, leading the way to the front of the group. Returning to the palace. At Qiang Mountain, the ancient blossoming sword sect stood prominently. A middle-aged man, exuding an aura of strength akin to a sword, was meticulously studying the route from Qingtian to the imperial city of Yenzhou. His piercing eyes glimmered with a fierce light, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to meet his gaze. This man was none other than the master of the blossoming sword, Luo Shiyuan. Brother, given the timing of the reports, Chen should have reached Qingxiao Pass by now. I shall depart immediately. If I push myself, I should be able to meet him in Baiqing. Beside Luo Shiyuan, another middle-aged man, whose hair bore a hint of gray, pointed to Baiqing on the map. Although Chen was a golden core master capable of handling troubles along the way, he was still quite young. It was prudent to check on him, especially to guard against the desperate actions of the peaceful sect. Given Chen talents, they would likely not relent easily and would seek every opportunity to strike on his journey back. Luo Shiyuan gazed at the map, shaking his head. Third brother, Chen strength far surpasses our expectations. At this age, he has already mastered the blossoming invisible sword domain. Other techniques are beyond compare. He may even be a match for you. Luo Shiyuan's third brother, Luo Xiaoming, renowned as a golden core master for many years, was momentarily taken aback. The blossoming invisible sword domain. He shook his head with a bemused smile. I'm still trying to comprehend this. Although he had long known of Chen exceptional martial talent, he never anticipated it reaching such extraordinary heights. The blossoming invisible sword domain was second only to the ultimate mastery of the blossoming immortal sword body. Throughout the generations of the Luo family, those who comprehended this level were always masters who had immersed themselves in the golden core path for many years, often in their 70s or 80s. Even the youngest and most gifted among them was in their 40s. Yet Chen, just 20, Luo Xiaoming could scarcely fathom it. The news had left him bewildered, and even now, he struggled to regain his composure. Yet it is precisely for this reason that we must ensure absolute safety. He continued, at merely 20, he has comprehended the blossoming invisible sword domain. What will he achieve by 30? Undoubtedly, he will reach the 9th level of the Luo family's ancestral teachings and master the blossoming immortal sword body, transcending the realm of martial arts. Our Luo family's celestial martial arts will once again shine brightly. Just think, that is the realm of the celestial martial artist. With such stature, even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, one can still secure a place in this world, living freely and unrestrained. Luo Shiyuan remained silent. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the map repeatedly. Luo Xiaoming, anxious, urged, Brother, he is the dragon son of our Luo family, your own nephew. What occupies your thoughts? Luo Shiyuan slowly replied while studying the map. I am merely contemplating where I would strike were I a member of the peaceful sect, and what forces I would deploy to ensure a decisive blow. What do you think, third brother? Chapter 16. Yin Prefecture, Dinghua Path. Luo Xiaoming furrowed his brow. The spies of the Taiping sect were pervasive. While the Luo family managed to gather intelligence, it was certain that the Taiping sect would not be far behind. They were likely aware of Chen's prowess as a martial arts master in the realm of the phantasmal sword domain. Thus, I must dispatch a seasoned master. But such individuals are few and renowned. If we are to act, we must guarantee a swift and lethal strike. Otherwise, we risk exposing the might of our faction unnecessarily. Moreover, assembling a well-equipped and trained army to form a battle formation is impractical. The sheer visibility of a large troop gathering would be too conspicuous and would only be effective during a siege or land grab. As for other options, I will exclude Feng Prefecture, as it is the territory of our phantasmal sword sect. The Luo family can provide timely support, ensuring a success rate of. Luo Shiyuan abruptly interrupted Luo Xiaoming, stating, No, you have overlooked an important point regarding personnel. Luo Xiaoming paused, confused. Overlooked? Have you forgotten the existence of the nightmare? The nightmare. For ordinary martial artists, it is a nebulous legend. Yet for golden elixir masters, this entity is all too real. If an average martial artist were to accidentally encounter it, their demise would be certain. Some nightmares could even pose a grave threat to golden elixir masters. Fortunately, such entities are rare. Often, one might not even recall their existence unless specifically mentioned. However, the unpredictability of that creature is too great. I do not believe the Taiping sect possesses the qualifications to command such a sinister entity. Luo Shiyuan interlocked his fingers expressing concern. Better to be overly cautious than to underestimate. Chen's extraordinary talent surely makes him a thorn in the side of the Taiping sect. We must remain vigilant. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Xiaoming concurred, recognizing the wisdom in his words. It is better to overthink than to leave gaps for the Taiping sect to exploit. He examined the map, tracing several locations with his finger. Chen and his team were formidable, utilizing the finest steed of the flying smoke breed. If they traveled at full speed, they could leave Feng Prefecture and reach Yin Prefecture before nightfall. The intensity of the nightmares varies greatly between day and night. To ensure success, we must act under the cover of darkness. By nightfall, Chen and his team would arrive at Dinghua Path in Yin Prefecture. Beyond that, they could directly enter the Imperial City. This was their sole opportunity to act. Luo Shiyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, our thoughts align. The Dinghua Path is vast and sparsely populated, and with the onset of night, it lies beyond the Luo family's sphere of influence, making it the ideal location to strike. Third brother, you should proceed to the vicinity of Dinghua Path and lie in wait for the opportune moment. Do not alarm the enemy to prevent any unforeseen changes. I will ensure that fourth brother and the others monitor the situation here. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Luo Xiaoming promptly set off towards Dinghua Path. Once he had left, Luo Shiyuan took a moment, retrieving a specially treated scroll from his sleeve. This was a mysterious message he had received not long ago, hidden beneath his dining bowl. It ominously read, "Beware the nightmare, Yin Prefecture, Dinghua Path." Luo Xian pondered the scroll, his fingers drumming on the table as faces flashed through his mind, each associated with the fifth prince and Apos' faction. Who exactly was aiding them? As night fell, Lu Chun and Apos' team arrived at Dinghua Path. Luo Feng, leading the way on his blood steed, turned to the luxurious carriage beside him. Your Highness, we are approaching Dinghua Path. Once we pass this point, we shall enter the grand courtyard and reach the Imperial City. However, the area around Dinghua Path is notorious for its banditry. I fear the path ahead may be treacherous. As the meticulously groomed heir of the Luo family, Luo Feng's perception of the situation was astute. If the Taiping sect intended to strike, Dinghua Path would be their prime opportunity, as beyond this lay the heart of Yin Prefecture, leading directly to the Imperial City. After this, they would lose all chances to act. Let us proceed with confidence. A calm voice resonated from within the carriage. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, then moved to patrol the sides of the convoy, instructing everyone, stay alert. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. Yes. As Luo Feng conducted his rounds, an eerie wind swept through a hidden mountaintop, unnoticed by him. Tendrils of ominous black mist seeped from a terrifying figure, droplets of malevolent black blood continuously falling from its fingers, swiftly corroding the rocky surface. The sinister aura spread, with all vegetation wilting in its wake, drained of life. A palpable hatred and malice radiated from the figure, silencing the night. Hiv, hiv, hiv. In the darkness, it let out a chilling laugh, its pitch-black eyes fixated on the opulent carriage. It's here. It's coming. Ha ha ha. As it rubbed its claw-like hands, a sound akin to metallic clanging echoed, its mouth continually chewing on an unseen morsel. Suddenly, the curtain of the carriage was drawn back, revealing a pair of piercing star-like eyes that met its gaze. In an instant, the figure's mouth contorted into an exaggerated grin, revealing a grotesque smile. You see me. Ha ha ha. Yet, as the laughter echoed, it abruptly choked in its throat, the exaggerated smile vanishing. In its pitch-black eyes, the hatred and malice faded, replaced by two brilliantly pure azure flames. Sky blue divine flame. The damn sky blue divine flame. It emitted a heart-wrenching scream of terror. As it beheld the carriage, it seemed to witness something ghastly. Without a moment's hesitation, it took 2 steps and fled into the void, its speed unhesitating, fearing that any delay might bring forth a terrible misfortune. Whoosh! A strange, ominous wind swept before Luo Feng and the others. Hiff hiff! As the wind surged, the horses beneath Luo Feng's command emitted distressed whinnies, their hooves halting, instinctively retreating. However, The wind was swift in its arrival and departure, as if it were merely passing through. Where did that strange wind come from? Luo Feng furrowed his brow, extending his senses to meticulously investigate the surroundings. Once he confirmed their safety, he gestured for the convoy to proceed. Remain alert. Yes, oblivious to the nightmare's panicked escape within the ominous wind. Luo Feng and his companions failed to notice the luminous azure flame quietly taking root within the fleeing entity. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Luo Xiaoming, who had already arrived and concealed himself, sheathed his blade. What caused that creature to flee so suddenly? Chapter 17. Azure Divine Flame, could it be that it sensed my presence, wary of my alliance with Chen? Luo Xiaoming pondered, yet found no clarity, choosing not to dwell on it. The existence of phantoms cannot be comprehended through the lens of ordinary perception, nor can their behavioral logic be deduced by reason. Who knows the true purpose and rationale behind their existence? Never mind. Fleeing is acceptable, sparing the effort of confrontation. With that thought, Luo Xiaoming cast his gaze towards Lu Chen's entourage. The noble scion within the carriage turned and nodded at him. Luo Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, followed by a soft chuckle. How time has aged us. Inside the carriage, Lu Chen lowered the curtain. In his profound eyes, a glimmer of light slowly emerged. Another phantom. Has the frequency of their appearances recently become excessively high? The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as Lu Chen's group gradually receded into the distance. Luo Xiaoming watched until he saw them enter the grand courtyard of Yanzhou, reaching the heart of Dayu. Before he concealed himself, he vanished from sight. On the outskirts of Fengzhou, in a shadowy realm, the fleeing phantom arrived. It glanced back, still haunted by the fear of that blinding flame, relieved to find no pursuer. But what now? Did it succeed? A cacophony of voices arose behind it. The phantom, having narrowly escaped, felt a chilling dread seep from its dark pupils. It turned, revealing a gaping maw, and cackled ominously. Succeed? Soon, you shall learn the meaning of success. The phantom's grotesque laughter abruptly ceased, its exaggerated grin fading. Unbeknownst to it, a flicker of azure flame had manifested in the dark expanse, still warm. At that moment, the figures behind it displayed expressions of terror, hastily retreating. They beheld the suddenly radiant azure flame engulfing the phantom. This is azure divine flame. Before they could utter a complete word, a thunderous roar erupted. A massive hand, forged from the roaring azure fire, burst forth from the phantom's body. With a swift motion, the hand seized all present, clutching their fates by the neck, consumed by divine flame. The agonized screams were snuffed out before they could escape into the void, transformed into fuel for the divine flame, rendering the area an endless sea of fire. The inferno surrounded the phantom, searing its lower half to near oblivion. In its final moments, the phantom and Appo's mind conjured a fleeting glimpse from Dingware Road, as if those icy eyes reflecting the divine fire were once again before it. Alas, it is over. The azure inferno incinerated all wickedness, burying the past entirely. In the deep of night, Lu Chen's entourage returned to the palace. Upon reaching the gates of Qingtian Palace, a group of palace maids joyfully called out from within, "Your Highness, the prince has returned." As their words faded, a melodious voice resonated from within the palace. "Chener." Lu Chen hurriedly stepped forward, a graceful woman, exuding elegance and a hint of languor, adorned in resplendent attire that showcased her noble stature, approached with quickened steps. Upon seeing Lu Chen, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, her face etched with deep concern, tears glistening like dew on the petals of a pear blossom. "Let me see, are you injured?" This noblewoman was none other than Lu Chen and Appo's adoptive mother, the esteemed concubine Mu Jintang. Lu Chen replied, "I am unfilial, causing mother to worry." He then glanced at a young man in a dragon robe who followed Mu Jintang, exchanging a knowing look. This young man was Mu Jintang's biological son, the sixth prince, Lu Huan. Lu Huan, embodying the virtues of both his mother and the old emperor, possessed striking features and an air of melancholy, balancing masculinity with a touch of gentleness. Receiving Lu Chen's glance, Lu Huan shrugged in resignation. The two brothers, Having grown up under Mu Jintang's care, shared a close bond, easily understanding each other's thoughts with a mere gaze. Lu Chen's expression clearly conveyed his reproach for Lu Huan's failure to conceal their mother's worries. But could such matters truly be hidden? Lu Huan rolled his eyes at Lu Chen. Brother, do you truly not grasp the magnitude of your own actions? Such matters cannot be concealed. Mu Jintang scrutinized Lu Chen intently, her eyes filled with maternal concern. Oh, you reckless child, wandering about during such perilous times. I have heard of your exploits in Fengzhou. She tenderly caressed Lu Chen's face. It must have been exceedingly dangerous then. You have endured so much to arrive at this point. Her affection for Lu Chen was palpable. While others marveled at Lu Chen's achievements and the burgeoning talent of the Lu family, congratulating Mu Jintang for having a remarkable son, she bore only heartache. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child over 1,000 miles. Success is not without sacrifice. One must toil to reap rewards. At such a tender age, Lu Chen had ascended to the rank of Martial Dao Golden Core Master. What silent tribulations had he endured to achieve this? Mu Jintang recalled how Lu Chen had always been enamored with martial arts secrets and ancient texts. It seemed that from a young age, he had lacked sufficient security in his heart. She lamented her inadequacies as a mother. Tears glimmered in her eyes as these thoughts washed over her, understanding her sentiments. Lu Chen quickly reassured her, my love for reading and martial arts is a natural inclination, unrelated to mother. Please do not fret. With that, Lu Chen shifted the subject. As autumn deepens, the nights grow colder. Mother, please let us retire inside. Mu Jintang nodded, following Lu Chen into Zhengxian Palace. Yet her worry remained unmitigated. Lu Chen gently patted her hand. Mother, do not worry. I am unharmed. Mu Jintang shook her head. What concerns me now is your rising prominence, which may attract unwanted troubles. Ever since your father's decree, your royal brothers have been eager to make their move. A decree? Lu Chen glanced at Lu Huan. Lu Huan replied, Brother, while you were outside the palace, Father suddenly issued a decree to all the princes, stating that we have not gathered for some time, and summoned us to participate in the upcoming Royal Martial Arts Tea gathering to observe the talents of the realm and discern who may be of use. The Royal Martial Arts Tea gathering was an event the old emperor had never mandated the princes to attend before, nor had he spoken of those who may be of use. Yet now he has done so. You must have heard the rumors circulating outside. Lu Huan looked at Mu Jintang, who sighed, worry etched across her face. The rumors are true. Your father's health has indeed declined. He is not as he once was. Chapter 18. Days of inactivity. What did the imperial physician say? He claimed it was due to excessive indulgence in wine and pleasure, coupled with neglect of martial skills, which harmed his vitality. Furthermore, the attempt to forcibly break through the Qingtian by Ju only resulted in a tragic deviation that damaged his foundation. Your father, the emperor, has always been quite stubborn. In his prime, there may have been hope for him to advance to the 8th level of the Qingtian Baiju, but now it is uncertain whom he has listened to or which treacherous minister has led him astray, insisting on attempting it once more, leading to his current state. He is well aware of the high demands of the Qingtian Baiju in terms of innate talent and comprehension, especially as a member of the Lu family. Throughout the history of the royal clan, those who manage to reach the 8th level are few and far between. Yet he insists on being obstinate. In the worst-case scenario, it is likely that within 6 months, your father will. Mu Jintang sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Lu Chen understood implicitly. The Qingtian Baiju, revered as the foremost martial art in the realm, presents a level of difficulty that surpasses any other technique, imposing stringent requirements concerning resources, comprehension, innate talent, and mental fortitude. Each level is increasingly challenging. As royal offspring, every prince is born of unions between noble families and the royal bloodline, resulting in naturally superior talents. Coupled with the substantial resources provided by the royal family, they thus possess a significant advantage when practicing the Qingtian Baiju, enabling them to overcome most obstacles. Nonetheless, even with such advantages, royal scions often find themselves struggling with this divine technique. Historically, nearly half of the direct descendants of the royal family spend their lives unable to surpass the 6th level, failing to cultivate the Qingtian Shun gang. About 30% remain stuck at the 6th level, and a mere 20% of royal descendants attain the 7th level, successfully cultivating the Qingtian Shun Yan. As for the 8th and 9th levels, they are even rarer. Throughout the ages of Diyu, those who have reached such heights can be counted on one's fingers. This is after the legendary Emperor Gongshi Lu Shengshi modified and optimized the technique 3,000 years ago, reducing its difficulty. Had it not been refined, the Qingtian Baiju would have been a method tailored exclusively for true prodigies. After all, this technique was conceived by Emperor Lu Xinghe, the founding monarch of Diyu, who single-handedly ended the chaotic era of antiquity. Only those with extraordinary gifts could be deemed worthy of practicing his teachings. To forcefully attempt to breach the 8th level in such a frail state is indeed reckless. However, could the downfall of a martial genius truly be reduced to a mere 6 months? He could not believe it. When it comes to understanding the Qingtian Baiju, even the legendary Emperor Gongshi from 3,000 years ago pales in comparison to him. Lu Chen has already reached the pinnacle of this art and has transcended it, achieving the unprecedented 11th level. As his mastery grows stronger day by day, his comprehension of various martial arts deepens, and the 12th level of the Qingtian Baiju has begun to take shape in his mind. He is acutely aware of the drawbacks of the Qingtian Baiju and the consequences of attempting to force a breakthrough. The sudden decline of the old emperor must certainly have other underlying reasons. He recalled the increasingly rampant Taiping sect, which could even tamper with the royal court's tributee. This matter is likely connected to the Taiping sect. If all goes as expected, his father must be considering establishing a successor. Lu Huan then remarked, and, at this moment, you appeared. His elder brother, Lu Chen, a 20-year-old golden core master. Such strength and talent. Who could remain indifferent? On the path to succession, Lu Chen would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle for every prince vying for the throne. The struggle for the throne has always been filled with treachery and cunning, with various factions sparing no effort to undermine one another. And now, Lu Chen has suddenly emerged. Those who stand out in the forest are often beset by the wind. This was precisely what Lu Huan and Mu Jintang feared. Lu Chen was too exceptional, so much so that he became a source of anxiety for many who wished to eliminate him swiftly. However, if it were merely internal factions coveting him, it would be one thing. After all, such rivalry has existed throughout history and was to be anticipated. Yet, lurking in the shadows, the Taiping sect also had its eyes on him, ever watchful. Compared to the princes, the Taiping rebels were far less inclined to see a prodigious figure like Lu Chen rise within the royal family. There were countless individuals wishing to eliminate him. Nevertheless, some matters are not as simple as one might wish. Lu Chen calmly accepted the freshly brewed tea from Lan Yun and Appo's hands and poured 2 cups for Lu Huan and Mu Jintang. Lu Huan raised his cup, lightly pressing his lips together. For now, they could only hope that their father would take precautionary measures. Even if their father was dim-witted, he could not simply stand by and watch his exceptionally gifted son fall prey to such covetousness. With your talents, my brother, I am sure our father will summon you to the Cloud Palace tomorrow. There should be some opportunity for response then, Lu Huan said. The courtiers of the palace shared a similar sentiment. However, to everyone's astonishment, the following day, the old emperor did not summon Lu Chen. On the 3rd day and the 4th, the same occurred. Not even a special decree was issued. It seemed he was indifferent to having such a prodigious son. This left the courtiers incredulous. Even disregarding Lu Chen's talents and strength, his recent expedition to eradicate the Taiping rebel forces was a commendable achievement. Surely, the emperor should have acknowledged him with praise or bestowed some treasures. Yet, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. It was truly baffling. Was this foolish ruler truly that oblivious? Until someone recalled a historical incident involving the Lu family, enlightenment dawned upon them all. The old emperor must be wary of Lu Chen. At times, the formidable prowess of a Lu family prince could indeed be a source of great concern for the emperor. After all, the Lu family had a notorious history of patricide and usurpation. The protagonist of this scandal was none other than the legendary Emperor Gongshi, Lu Xingshi. Recorded in the annals of Diyu, gifted with extraordinary talent, The Gongshi emperor could not tolerate his father's incompetence, which led to chaos in the realm. Thus, he instigated a coup, committing patricide to rectify the disorder. Now, looking at the current situation, the old emperor is equally inept, and the realm is engulfed in turmoil. Meanwhile, Lu Chen possesses the same remarkable gifts. The parallels between the current state and that historical coup are strikingly similar, as if history is repeating itself. Can the old emperor afford to be unguarded? This realization allowed many to breathe a sigh of relief, even feeling a tinge of schadenfreude. No matter how exceptional Lu Chen may be, with such a father and a forebear like Lu Shengxi, it could be considered unfortunate. Thus, a tide that should have surged within the palace gradually subsided. Days passed in tranquility. Chapter 19. The imperial city tea gathering days passed, and the autumn air thickened. The lingering warmth of summer was thoroughly dispelled by the coolness of fall. The weather in the imperial city gradually turned chillier, and the Qingtian palace, perhaps in tandem with the deepening autumn, returned to its former desolation. In the initial days following the news of Lu Chen becoming a Golden Core master, various ministers sent their emissaries to visit him, bringing gifts that enlivened the previously quiet Qingtian palace. However, this bustling atmosphere soon dissipated, leaving the palace once again in its familiar tranquility, now tinged with a greater sense of solitude. It seemed that this winter would arrive earlier than in years past. Lan Yin had early on procured some fine silk and wool from the embroidery workshop. Luo Feng, who resided outside the palace on standby, delivered a batch of rare furs. Selecting some, Lan Yin settled beneath a tree whose leaves were gradually turning yellow, weaving a cloak for Lu Chen to wear during winter. The items crafted by her own hands always bore her diligence and were imbued with a sense of safety. She prepared them for him every year in advance. Are you weaving winter garments? Yes, the autumn has deepened, and the weather has turned a bit colder. This year's winter may come earlier. Moreover, General Luo Feng has sent a collection of rare furs, so I thought it prudent to prepare ahead. As she spoke, Lan Yin retrieved the half-finished cloak she had been working on. Your Highness, do you think it looks nice? Lu Chen nodded. Your skills have always been remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. With Lu Chen's praise, Lan Yun's bright eyes sparkled with joy. She skipped back to the yellowing tree, humming a tune as she continued her needlework. At that moment, a guard entered to report, Your Highness, the 10th Prince has arrived. Have him enter. Shortly thereafter, the youthful 10th Prince, still bearing a hint of boyish innocence, arrived at Qingtian Palace. Brother Wu. Lu Chen nodded. Lan Yun, prepare a pot of tea. No need. I have other matters to attend to. I merely passed by Qingtian Palace to see Brother Wu and to share a small piece of information, the 10th Prince continued. I heard not long ago that the Wuchan sword sect was destroyed. It seems that eldest brother and third brother men passed through that area. I have said all I can, Brother Wu. Do take care. With that, the 10th Prince departed from Qingtian Palace. Lu Chen cast a fleeting glance at him before retracting his gaze, not giving it much thought. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the demise of the Wuchan sword sect. This young prince harbored some thoughts, yet his attempts at manipulation were rather naive. Silence enveloped Qingtian Palace once more, save for the autumn wind that rustled the yellowing leaves, producing a gentle whisper. Days passed again, and the young talents chosen from various provinces for the martial arts tea gathering began to arrive in the imperial city. The Bureau of Various Affairs, responsible for organizing the tea gathering, welcomed the participants into the grand training grounds of the palace. Su, it's good to see you again. Zhou, I lost to you by a hair last time. This time, I am fully prepared to reclaim my honor. Do not underestimate me, lest even a victory feels hollow. Ha, Su. After a year, your tongue remains sharp. I hope your blade proves as formidable as your words. Let us wait and see. With that, the crowd entered the training grounds in an orderly fashion, gathering together. Familiar faces from the previous year mingled with new ones, exchanging pleasantries and reminiscing about the past while discussing the present. Surrounding the training grounds, the Imperial Guards formed a formidable perimeter, 3 layers deep. Under the sunlight, their iron armor glinted with a blinding cold light, reflecting their serious and solemn gazes as they scrutinized everyone present, monitoring each movement. Before long, the princes arrived. The first to enter was the eldest prince, Lu Yun. As the eldest son of the old emperor, born to his queen before he ascended the throne, he had endured the hardships of those early years. He had the most experience, having spent time in military service, exuding an air of dignity and commanding presence befitting a seasoned warrior. Next came the second prince, plump and jovial, displaying a remarkably indulgent disposition. Over the years, he had remained unchanged, reveling in the pleasures of wine and luxury, akin to his father. Following him was the third prince, Lu Lang. With a refined appearance, gentle eyes, and an elegant demeanor, he bore a closer resemblance to his mother than to the other princes, appearing more like a scholarly gentleman. He held a folding fan in one hand and adorned a piece of white jade at his waist, speaking in a soft, cultured tone, embodying the grace of a true gentleman. Indeed, the third prince, Lu Lang, was known for his benevolence, understanding, and his respectful treatment of learned individuals, earning him a good reputation and a multitude of connections in the martial world. Among the princes, he stood out as a formidable contender for the throne. Greetings to the three princes. Long live the princes. Please, no need for formalities. Today is your celebration. Enjoy yourselves. Do not mind us. I wish you all great success in your martial endeavors, and may your talents shine. The three princes graciously welcomed the attendees. The individuals before them were the elite of the younger generation in Diyu, brimming with potential. Should they be brought under the prince's wings, they would undoubtedly serve as invaluable allies in the future. This was precisely why their father had summoned them to the gathering. Of course, the prerequisite was that these individuals were beyond reproach. The assassination attempt during Lu Chen's martial arts tea gathering was not an isolated incident. The princes who had attended in previous years had faced similar threats. However, they lacked Lu Chen's audacity and golden core prowess. Thus, their influence did not resonate as loudly as the events surrounding the Qingtian tea gathering. Regardless, it was evident that the Taiping sect had infiltrated the martial arts tea gathering, planting hidden agents among the attendees. No one could ascertain how many spies were secretly positioned within the current gathering. It was entirely possible that a traitor lurked among them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At present, Diyu found itself besieged by enemies on all fronts, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between loyalists and traitors, or those who wavered between Diyu and the Taiping sect, shifting allegiances as the winds changed. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to cancel this year's martial arts tea gathering. But could they express such sentiments aloud? Chapter 20. Deconstructing martial arts. It is well known that the old emperor has a penchant for martial prowess, relishing the sight of combat. Although the martial arts tea gathering lacks the bloodshed and violence typical of battle, it nonetheless captivates a considerable number of the younger generation from esteemed sects, significantly elevating the event's prestige compared to others. This allure is sufficient to pique the old emperor's interest. Should anyone dare to suggest the cessation of the tea gathering, they would likely find themselves in disfavor. At such a critical juncture for selecting the heir apparent, opposing the old emperor would render their years of diligent preparation futile. Thus, they must remain vigilant, taking extra care to avoid any major issues. Your Highness, after greeting the three, the attendees resumed their conversations. Other princes arrived, merely exchanging nods. Among the 13 princes of the old emperor, not everyone is remarkable or deserving of attention. This changed with the arrival of the fifth prince, Lu Chun. His unique, aloof demeanor set him apart, making him conspicuously noticeable amidst the crowd. After all, he is the youngest and most gifted golden core master of the realm. We pay our respects to His Highness, Prince Chen. Lu Chen nodded gently in acknowledgement. Some princes attempted to engage him in conversation, but he merely offered a slight nod, showing no desire for deeper interaction, which left them feeling somewhat awkward. Observing this, the first prince, Lu Yun, chuckled heartily, saying, "Haha, my younger brother is always reticent, especially after enduring troubles outside the palace. It would be best not to trouble him further." "Indeed, I failed to consider that," came the reply, effectively diffusing the situation. Lu Yun nodded to Lu Chun, signifying a greeting. At that moment, he indeed bore the demeanor of a big brother. As each prince took their seats, Maidservants entered bearing incense burners and royal grey tea leaves, distributing them to each designated spot. This batch of incense and tribute tea was new, having undergone thorough inspection by the palace's skilled experts to prevent any mishaps like those that occurred during the previous martial arts tea gathering. The court had conducted a comprehensive investigation of the tribute tea and incense following the earlier incident. However, the intricate relationships involved made it nearly impossible to untangle, as those implicated were either favored courtiers or influential figures, leaving the princes feeling quite troubled. Once they ascend to the throne, a substantial overhaul of the court's inner workings will be imperative. Otherwise, the grand capital of the Yu may soon become a sieve, vulnerable to every gust of wind. The maidservants busied themselves, and soon the incense began to burn quietly, releasing wisps of fragrant smoke that mingled with the delightful aroma of the tea, tantalizing the senses. With the preparations complete, a sharp voice pierced the atmosphere. The old emperor had arrived. Everyone quickly bowed, exclaiming, "We, your sons, pay our respects to our father, and long live the emperor." The old emperor took his place on the dragon throne, surveying all those present. "Thank you, Father Emperor." The assembly then rose, their heads lifting to behold a startling sight. The old emperor's once rosy complexion had faded to a disconcerting pallor, devoid of any trace of vitality. It seemed as though he might depart from this world at any moment. He appeared to have aged decades in an instant, devoid of his former vigor and charm. The transformation was so profound that the princes could scarcely believe their eyes. Had their father truly changed so drastically in such a short time? Had the forced breakthrough of the 8th layer of the celestial sky notion inflicted such severe backlash? The participants of the tea gathering were equally taken aback. Though whispers of his condition had circulated, the reality before them was a stark contrast to the emperor they had seen the previous year. No wonder the Taiping sect had recently adopted such an aggressive stance. After a brief moment of shock, the attendees composed themselves, pretending as if nothing had transpired, their expressions remaining unaltered. Those who had distinguished themselves from various regions to arrive at this gathering were not ordinary individuals. The martial arts tea gathering in the imperial city followed the traditional rules. It would last until sunset. Upon entering the arena, the old emperor wasted no time with pleasantries, diving directly into the main event. I shall not say much more, as I am sure you are all eager to begin. I too am impatient to witness the prowess of the young men of Yu. He turned his gaze to the princes, pausing momentarily upon Chen before swiftly moving on. "Sons, observe keenly and discern who among these individuals is worthy of cultivation." "Your son obeys," came the response. "Then let us begin." "Yes." The old emperor proclaimed the commencement of the tea gathering. Almost immediately, someone stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the old emperor and the princes. "Brother Zhou, what are you waiting for? This first cup of tea shall be served by you and me to warm up the atmosphere." "With pleasure. I do not dare decline." "Brother Su Yu, prepare yourself." With that, the scene transformed into a flurry of motion, as the participant lunged forward, sword drawn toward Su Yu. Such trivial techniques should not be displayed here. Su Yu unsheathed his blade, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that swept across the arena. A visible arc of white light, brimming with an intimidating aura, shattered the sound barrier, producing a piercing whistle. The gust of wind howled, creating ripples that rustled the garments of those present. Yet the old emperor and the other participants remained unfazed. The martial arts tea gathering in the imperial city was precisely such, a venue where only the most exceptional talents from various provinces gathered. Each individual present had reached a level of cultivation that rendered them immune to harm, making it impossible for them to remain completely restrained. Thus, the commotion was unavoidable. The princes, however, exchanged anxious glances. This was their first experience at the imperial city's martial arts tea gathering. If conflicts arose, and there were traitors from the Taiping sect among them, glancing at the old emperor, who appeared engrossed in the spectacle, they felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Only Chen, much like the old emperor, watched intently, his eyes alight with interest as he observed Su Yu. The 9 styles of heavenly calamity from the dominant blade sect. Quite intriguing. A flicker of brilliance crossed Chen's gaze as he began to deconstruct the Heavenly Calamity 9 styles. Chapter 21. The Emperor has grown old from the very outset. Su's utilization of the 9 styles of heavenly tribulation reveals the respect he holds for me. Confronted by the oppressive aura of Su Yu's dominance blade, his opponent hastily altered his strategy. He positioned his sword before his chest, gently pressing his finger upon the blade's tip, subsequently channeling his true energy into the sword, infusing it with a brilliant azure hue that flowed all the way to the hilt. With a swift thrust, he unleashed his sword. The sword emerged without form. The sword control technique. Su Yu reversed the blade, executing the sword control technique once more. Having previously suffered from this maneuver, he was determined to counter it this time. The dominance blade emitted a piercing metallic hum as it whirled. Break! A colossal arc of light emanated from the blade, sweeping across the battlefield with an unstoppable might, akin to an army of thousands galloping forth, devouring the air with ferocity. Fifth style of the 9 styles of heavenly tribulation. Witnessing this, the opponent swiftly adapted again. The sword control technique, reflecting light. A brilliant azure flying sword was released, encircling Su Yu in a mesmerizing spiral. The clash of blade and sword erupted. Boom! A tempestuous force surged forth, sending tremors through the ground and echoing with a cacophony of sounds. The royal princes watched with widened eyes, apprehensive about the unfolding spectacle. Is it truly wise to continue in this manner? The eldest prince, Lu Yun, could not refrain from summoning a royal guard. Was the martial arts tea gathering in the imperial city always like this in previous years? The guard replied with certainty that it was not at the beginning. Due to the decorum of the palace, all participants were exceedingly restrained. His Majesty expressed his displeasure, stating that they were too timid and unmanly, thus commanding them to fight freely without hesitation. It was only then that they gradually loosened up. Lu Yun's lips twitched slightly at this revelation. He glanced at the elderly emperor, who was thoroughly engrossed and applauding enthusiastically. The guard, aware of Lu Yun's thoughts, reassured him, "Your Highness, rest assured. Those present are the elite of the various factions, and they, along with their backing forces, would not dare to commit any outrageous acts that would provoke the reckoning of our Yu court. Moreover, His Majesty himself is a martial arts master of many years. Together, these individuals are no match for him." Lu Yun sighed inwardly. In times past, that would have sufficed. Yet now, the Taiping sect is particularly radical. Their tactics exceedingly fierce. They audaciously engage in acts of siege and assassination against princes. What is there that they would not dare to do? With the Taiping sect in the vicinity, certain sects may not necessarily fear our Yu court. Furthermore, the current emperor is not the man he once was. Lu Yun cast another glance at the emperor's pallid face, devoid of color, and the silver strands adorning his head. He has grown old. Alas, perhaps I am merely overthinking. With this sentiment, Lu Yun dismissed the royal guard and regarded the tea gathering's participants with heightened vigilance. The other princes shared similar sentiments. While observing the duel between Su Yu and his opponent, a sense of caution began to stir within them. At this moment, the only ones still engrossed in the spectacle were the old emperor and Lu Chen. The father and son shared a mutual fondness for watching combat. However, the old emperor reveled in the amusement, while Lu Chen focused intently on their techniques. The sword control technique, a renowned skill of the sword control manner, rivaled the 9 styles of heavenly tribulation of the dominance blade sect, both being celebrated martial arts. Yet, regrettably, this individual lacked proficiency. The sword control technique emphasizes intent over form, whereas he fixated solely on the form. Observing further would yield no benefit. Indeed, within moments, Su Yu's dominance blade shattered the confines of the sword control technique, its blade poised dangerously at the opponent's neck. "Brother Zhou, it appears my 9 styles of heavenly tribulation surpasses your sword control technique." The man's expression darkened, acknowledging his lack of skill and lamenting his defeat at Su and Appo's hands. Expressing his embarrassment, the implication was clear. It was not that the 9 styles of heavenly tribulation was superior, but rather that he had yet to master it. It was acceptable to declare his inadequacy. However, to disparage the sword control technique was tantamount to belittling their sword control manner. Su Yu chuckled dismissively, the contest concluded. He graciously accepted the outcome. With the atmosphere restored, he surveyed the assembly, inviting anyone else who dared to challenge him. No one responded. The potency of the 9 styles of heavenly tribulation ranked among the foremost martial arts in Yu, and each disciple of the Dominance Blade sect possessed formidable combat prowess, rarely encountering rivals of their caliber. With even the sword control technique having faltered, there was no need for further self-inflicted distress. It was merely the first round. Conceding was prudent. Thus, Suyu accepted the first cup of tea. With no challengers in sight, he drained the ancient tea from the table, then paid his respects to the emperor and the princes before returning to his seat. The second round commenced. Yunxiang Sword Sect, the Gung family of Mosh Mountain. After a brief exchange, the two engaged in battle. Their formidable energies erupted with ferocity. However, with Suyu's previous performance as a benchmark, this duel's spectacle and intensity were slightly diminished, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from the princes. The old emperor continued to watch with interest, although his enthusiasm had waned compared to when watching Suyu. Lu Chun, on the other hand, welcomed all challengers, for he observed not the individuals but merely the techniques in motion. Soon the second match concluded, leading into the third and the fourth. Time passed swiftly. As the sun shifted in the sky, the tea gathering reached its midpoint. Amidst the consecutive bouts, whether it was due to age or the growing tedium of the gathering, the old emperor appeared increasingly fatigued. In yet another duel, 2 scholars took the stage, their discourse laced with elegant expressions, wielding instruments of flute and zither, lacking the fervor of close combat. Waves of sound emanated, resembling not a contest, but rather a harmonious exchange between kindred spirits, as their melodies intertwined. A faint sound of breathing emanated from the dragon throne. The assembly turned their gazes, only to find the old emperor had unknowingly dozed off, his arm propped up. With the enchanting melodies surrounding him, his slumber deepened, and his breathing grew steady. Indeed, their father had grown old. His vitality had diminished significantly. The elderly eunuchs serving the emperor remarked that he now slept considerably more than before. The princes averted their gazes, some fiddling with their fingers, others bowing their heads. Lost in contemplation, the atmosphere turned subtly awkward. In this delicate ambience, the 2 scholars concluded their duel. It seemed that, had the occasion permitted, they might have even performed a duet on the spot. Brother Chen, let us discuss musical theory another time. If this continues, the audience may not tolerate it any longer. Let's settle this with one move. Indeed, please. With that, the strings shifted, the enchanting sounds overwhelming. The chaotic notes cascaded forth like a deluge, threatening to burst forth. Amidst the surging tide, the flute's melody persisted, penetrating the surroundings, transforming into a grand river, clashing against the deafening notes in a tumultuous crescendo. Chapter 22. The reappearance of divine flames. In an instant, a cacophony ensued, the malignant sounds infiltrating minds, rendering all present with a sensation akin to numbness in their ears. It was precisely for this reason that they despised engaging in conflict with those learned individuals. It was either a display of their talents or an assault of such pollution. How vexing! The crowd was compelled to muster their energy to shield their ears from the assault. At that moment, amidst the gathering at the tea party, several shadowy gazes stealthily turned towards the slumbering old emperor. This was the opportune moment. Worth a try. Seizing the distraction caused by the insidious sounds, several dark glimmers surged forth with astonishing swiftness, intertwining with the waves of malignant sound, hurtling directly towards the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. To the onlookers, the shadowy streaks of light skimmed past the corners of their eyes. At that moment, time seemed to suspend. Wait, that is. The crowd in Appo's eyes swiftly darted, witnessing several dark blades piercing towards the old emperor. Under the sunlight, the blades gleamed with a chilling radiance, their sharp tips exuding an eerie green glow. This is disastrous. Bold thieves, quickly protect his majesty. Panic seized everyone as they hastily displayed their abilities, striving to deflect the incoming hidden weapons aimed at the emperor. Yet the cunning assailants, with their calculated malice, were evidently swifter. Boom! From within the throng, A formidable pressure erupted. Some directed their attacks towards those beside them, obstructing their attempts to rescue the emperor. Others charged towards the emperor, launching a second wave of assault to ensure his demise. Clang, clang, clang. The scene of the tea party descended into utter chaos as everyone was preoccupied, the atmosphere rife with disorder. Just as it seemed the assailants would direct their blades towards the unsuspecting emperor, a surge of azure light suddenly rushed forth, positioning itself before the assailants' weapons. Clang! The luminous surge cleaved through the air, redirecting all hidden weapons back towards their originators. They hastily leaped into the air, evading the returning projectiles. Clatter! At that moment, the azure light settled onto the ground, producing a crisp sound. As the crowd focused their gaze, they were astonished to discover it was a teacup. A mere teacup wielded such power. Everyone promptly turned towards the direction from which the cup had been hurled. There stood the sixth prince Lu Huan and the fifth prince Lu Chen. The teacup on Lu Chen's table had vanished without a trace. It was he who had thrown it. What audacity, Lu Chen! You shall pay for this. We were so close to success. The band of thieves were infuriated. Meanwhile, others breathed a sigh of relief. Capture them all. Those audacious wretches must be detained. A portion of the imperial guards swiftly moved to apprehend the thieves, while others immediately positioned themselves before the emperor. The old emperor, seemingly exhausted, had lost all vigor. The commotion around him failed to rouse him from his slumber. Little did he know, he had narrowly escaped death. Seeing the emperor secured by the guards, the crowd began to subdue the audacious thieves. Han Song, do you wish for your sect to perish? How dare you conspire to assassinate His Majesty? And you, Zhu Zheng, our imperial court has always treated your Flowing Cloud sect with favor. When did you turn to the Taiping sect? Han Song and Zhu Zheng offered no response, merely displaying disdain upon their faces. A group of fools. You. Han Song and Zhu Zheng remained silent, yet their peripheral vision remained fixated on the emperor. Several astute princes, including Lu Yun, instinctively sensed something amiss. In the next moment, realization struck them. This is bad. They're stalling for time, deliberately diverting attention. The true lethal strike is. They recalled the guards who had rushed to protect the emperor. Quickly. Before they could utter the word quick, a sudden wave of intense heat enveloped the entire venue. Azure flames of divine glass spread through the air, transforming the area into a fiery domain, scorching the earth, and suppressing all malevolent entities. Before their eyes lay a distorted illusion of extreme heat. The prince's pupils contracted sharply. This is, scorching. So hot from the direction of the dragon platform, anguished screams echoed. Yet the suffering was short-lived, dissipating into nothingness. The crowd turned to witness armored figures melting within the azure divine flames, ultimately transforming into ethereal smoke, vanishing like their master. The azure divine flames, eternal and indomitable, burned within this fiery realm, akin to the solitary and proud figure of its master, standing tall like an ancient pine, commanding all within this domain. It quelled the restless hearts of all present. Within the fiery domain, silence reigned. After a considerable time, someone hoarsely uttered, "Azure sky, divine flames." The azure sky divine flames, the seventh tier of the royal family's ultimate technique. Only those with exceptional root bones may practice it. Only those with steadfast minds can wield it. Only those with extraordinary comprehension may master it. Moreover, only those who resonate with the heavens may cultivate it. Much like the flowerless sword domain of the Lu family from the flourishing flower sword sect, only the pinnacle of masters can achieve it. Yet even they may not attain the flowerless sword domain. The azure sky divine flames are equally, if not more, formidable. To master the seventh tier of the azure sky secret technique, one must reach a mystical realm known as resonance with the heavens. This resonance is the pinnacle of martial arts that Golden Core masters strive to attain. Only by entering this transcendent state can one glimpse the martial transcendence beyond Golden Core masters. And this signifies gazing upon Lu Chen, who commanded the fiery domain. The crowd felt their throats dry. This is a matter of life and death. The azure sky divine flames. At that moment, the old emperor, previously unaware, had awakened. He gazed quietly at Lu Chen, encircled by the boundless divine flames, and within the depths of his imperceptible gaze, a fleeting image of a blazing sun and a crescent moon flickered, vanishing in an instant. My son has indeed stepped into such a realm. Good. Very good. I failed to notice, causing my father to be alarmed. Lu Chen reigned in the azure sky, divine flames, meeting the emperor's gaze with tranquility as he spoke. The old emperor, momentarily taken aback, seemed unaware of the unfolding events. My son, what do you mean by this? Could it be? He surveyed the assembled crowd, suddenly realizing, in an instant, the emperor's visage contorted with fury. Scoundrels! You audacious traitors dare to conspire against me. You shall pay dearly. All of you shall perish. Enraged, he rose, kicking over the dragon table before him. What is the Internal Affairs Office doing? What are the Royal Guard accomplishing? And that mirror shadow platform, how is it surveilling the realm? Rebellion. Rebellion. All of you shall face the consequences. Chapter 23. I only trust my son's father. Please do not let your anger harm your health. Calm down. The old emperor's eyebrows quivered with rage. How can I calm down? Look, just look. The Luyan sect, the Miopha sect. They once received numerous favors from our imperial court, yet now they conspire against me, plotting my assassination. And those palace guards. I never expected that even my own guards would conspire against me. Who can I trust now? The entire palace is becoming a sieve. In a fit of rage, the old emperor struck the dragon chair, twisting the dragon heads on the armrests. Damn traitors. Damn rebels. Is there truly not a single loyal minister left in our Great Yu Dynasty? Listening to the emperor's furious roars, the courtiers kept their heads lowered, too afraid to speak. Yet they could not help but murmur within themselves, the palace has become a sieve, and it must be attributed to your exceptional insight in discerning people, your majesty. Seeing that no one dared to respond, the old emperor directed his wrath at the rebellious faction led by Han Song and Zhu Zheng. Damn rebels! Han Song and Zhu Zheng showed no fear of the old emperor. Having dared to carry out an assassination in the palace, they were unafraid. They directly hurled insults at the old emperor, calling him a damn dog emperor and a foolish monarch who has done nothing but wrong. Just wait. The Lu family will one day be extinguished. The crowd's expressions turned stern, and without waiting for the emperor's command, they swiftly delivered resounding slaps to Han Song and the others. Slap! Slap! How dare you insult his majesty? Strike again. The heavy slaps continued relentlessly, leaving Han Song and his companions bloodied and dazed. It was not until the old emperor spoke again that they were halted. Throw them all into the dungeon. Give them a severe interrogation. I want to see who is behind this conspiracy. Understood. The palace guards began to escort the rebels to the dungeon. At that moment, the old emperor suddenly added weight. His gaze fell upon the princes present, lingering briefly on Lu Chen before moving on. My sons, you shall personally handle this matter. At this moment, I only trust you in the palace. You must deal with this justly and rigorously uncover the mastermind behind it. The princes, invigorated by the opportunity to prove themselves, solemnly replied, We shall obey your command, Father. Please rest assured, we will root out all traitors and restore peace to our Great Yu Dynasty. The old emperor nodded in satisfaction. Good. 3 days hence, at the Grand Court Assembly, I expect to hear good news from you. Rising from his seat, he cast another furious glance at the traitors. Take them away and strike them 50 more times. Understood. With that, the old emperor took a deep breath, shook off his robes, and departed for the palace. Your son respectfully sees you off, Father. The princes echoed as the emperor left. Once he was gone, they straightened up, their eyes immediately fixating on Lu Chen, filled with awe and shock. In contrast, the other princes harbored deep-seated wariness and suspicion towards him. If Lu Chen had previously been regarded as an unstable factor threatening the throne, he now represented a significant threat to their ambitions. A 20-year-old martial arts master and a 20-year-old master of celestial resonance were two entirely different concepts. While the former was indeed a genius, he did not possess the power to keep them awake at night. After all, being an emperor required not just cultivation, but also cunning, strategy, and governance skills. Even the strongest martial arts master could not single-handedly confront the imperial army. Throughout history, There were princes who were martial arts masters, yet they ultimately never ascended to the throne, instead serving as lords guarding the borders, rather than as rulers of the realm. For the royal family, innate talent and cultivation were merely embellishments, desirable, but not essential. The imperial family never lacked experts. With a single command, the emperor could have them resolve any deficiencies in strength. However, once it came to the latter, a 20-year-old master of celestial resonance implied that he had surpassed all the foundational stages of mastery and was likely on the verge of breaking through to become a celestial warrior. What does it mean to be a celestial warrior? A transcendent being. The very term celestial conveys the immense power of such individuals. Moreover, Lu Chen's celestial prowess was cultivated through the unrivaled technique Qingtian Baiju. This formidable strength could easily overshadow the contributions of the royal family's experts, while also compensating for Lu Chen's perceived shortcomings in cunning, strategy, and governance. Strength can indeed conceal a multitude of flaws. At this moment, in the eyes of the old emperor, Lu Chen was undoubtedly the most radiant figure. Reflecting on this, the princes exchanged glances, then concealed the brilliance in their eyes. Fifth brother, we owe much to your presence this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Despite our vigilance, we never anticipated that even the palace guards. The 10th prince lamented, approaching Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained silent, gazing deeply at the old emperor's departing figure. He suddenly felt as though he had never truly understood his father, who bore the title of a foolish monarch. The timing of the emperor's awakening was rather peculiar. While the old emperor could deceive others, he could not deceive Lu Chen. Just moments ago, the fleeting glimmer of fiery sun and radiant moon in his eyes clearly indicated the manifestation of Qingtian Ryu Ming, the essence of the 8th layer of Qingtian Baiju. Looking at the cycles of the sun and moon, it was evident that he possessed years of cultivation, not something that could have been achieved recently. His father was indeed deeply concealed. Retracting his gaze, Lu Chen glanced back at the other princes, merely nodding lightly. He then surveyed the participants of the tea gathering. What a pity, there are still some matters left unresolved. With that, he turned and exited the training grounds, returning to the palace. Yes, the others were momentarily stunned. He left so quietly? Even if he did not wish to engage with them, shouldn't he at least investigate the case? After a brief silence, the first prince, Lu Yun, shook his head and chuckled. Our fifth brother is commendable in every way, yet his demeanor is rather aloof. Being aloof is quite advantageous. The second prince laughed heartily. Fifth brother has always been obsessed with martial arts. He must be returning to his studies and practice. Otherwise, how could he achieve the formidable realm of Qingtian Xinyan at such a young age? I wonder if I can reach the 6th layer before I die. Experiencing the wonders of our Lu family and amp, Oppo's ultimate technique. Fifth brother has already mastered the 7th layer. It truly is. Sigh. Enough. Let us discuss those rebels. Father has only given us 3 days. 3 days to investigate from the palace guards to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Mirror Shadow platform is no easy task. Haha. Dear brothers, let us all rely on our abilities. I shall take my leave first. With that, a prince departed for the Mirror Shadow platform. Yes, seeing this, the other princes also began their respective pursuits, some starting with the Mirror Shadow platform, others with the palace guards, and some focusing on participants of the tea gathering. In an instant, a storm of immense proportions began to unfold within the palace. Chapter 24. Turmoil in the Imperial City 2 days later as autumn deepened. The tempest that swept through the Imperial Palace began to extend its reach across the Imperial City. Everywhere, whispers circulated regarding the events that transpired at the martial arts tea gathering within the palace. In the outer districts, leaves turned golden and drifted down from the towering trees. While nestled at the foot of the precious real estate of the Imperial City was the renowned Xianju, famed for its exquisite offerings at reasonable prices. Luo Feng arrived riding his blood-red steed. Having entered the Imperial City, he found himself drawn once more to Xianju, a favored haunt of those from the martial world, where one could often glean first-hand intelligence about occurrences throughout the Great Yu and occasionally acquire rare and illicit concoctions. Ah, Master Luo, you have graced us with your presence, exclaimed Xiao Hu, the quick-footed server, as he rushed over to take the reins of the blood-red horse, securing it in the stable. His gaze toward Luo Feng was one of reverence, akin to that of a devotee before a deity. The rumors spoke of Luo Feng's residence in the inner city and his connections with certain influential figures within the palace. Thus he warranted exceptional service. "Please, Master Luo, your usual spot by the window has been reserved for you," Xiao Hu continued, his demeanor imbued with deference. Luo Feng casually tossed a silver ingot as a tip, prompting a broad smile to spread across Xiao Hu's face, his humility deepening in response. Leading Luo Feng to the third floor of Zui Xianju, Xiao Hu prepared the table and arranged the tea set with care. "Master, you have come at a fortuitous time. We had just unveiled a new batch of Zui Xian liquor, fragrant and smooth. Would you care for a couple of cups? Additionally, we have invited the enchanting Hongyu from the Warm Fragrance Pavilion to perform today. If it pleases you, I could speak to the proprietor and arrange for her to entertain you." Waving his hand dismissively, Luo Feng replied, "Alcohol dulls the senses. Just bring me a pot of Qingtian tea and another of Ningxuan." "Very well, master. Please wait a moment." Xiao Hu departed to brew the tea, while Luo Feng gazed down over the bustling crowd on the first floor, where animated discussions flourished. Were it not for the royal family's abstention from the world rankings, I would be most curious to witness the sensation of those venerable masters being overshadowed by a mere 20-year-old. What a spectacle that must be, just 20 years old, to have attained such celestial prowess and mastered the heavenly flame. Imagine what heights he might reach by 30. The fifth prince? Nay, let us refer to him as the martial prince. Indeed, such a prodigy has not graced the Great Yu in nearly a millennium. I dare say that in less than 20 years, the martial arts of the entire realm will regard this martial prince with utmost reverence. The title of the world's foremost master is but a breath away. The object of their fervent admiration was none other than Luo Feng. Listening to the accolades bestowed upon him, couldn't he help but feel a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth? Not for any reason but the fact that he had once matched this world's #1 martial prince in skill. "Your tea is ready, master," Xiao Hu announced, returning with 2 steaming cups. "Feel free to summon me should you require anything." Luo Feng took a delicate sip of the fragrant tea, contemplating. He resolved that once he ascended to the position of head of the Luo family, he would inscribe the tale of his stalemate with the martial prince into the family chronicles, a legacy for future generations. Perhaps I should even etch that into my gravestone, he mused. As the evening wore on, Luo Feng continued to savor his tea, listening to the exchanges among the various martial artists, keeping an eye out for any signs of illicit dealings. Eventually, he decided it was time to return. Upon exiting Zui Xianju and taking hold of his blood-red steed, he noticed 2 oddly dressed individuals, strikingly uncharacteristic of the Great Yu, entering the establishment, brushing past him. Furrowing his brow, Luo Feng turned back to observe them closely. A palpable aura of primal ferocity emanated from them. They were members of the Wolf Clan. Traditionally at odds with the Great Yu, the Wolf Clan often sparked conflict, and their presence in the imperial city was indeed a rarity. "Shopkeeper, bring me 2 fine bottles of wine," one of the foreign visitors called out. "What? Will you not serve me simply because I am of another race?" "Not at all," came the response, "but it is uncommon to see those of your kind here. Please, one moment while I fetch your drink." Luo Feng scrutinized the 2 Wolf Clan members for a while. They exhibited no overtly suspicious behavior, seemingly there merely to experience the culture of the Great Yu and engage in commerce. After committing their appearances to memory, Luo Feng mounted his blood-red steed and made his way back to the inner city. At the palace, within the Mirror Shadow Pavilion, which had long been tasked with overseeing the imperial city and monitoring any unusual activities, a thorough investigation had recently unfolded. The first prince had conducted his inquiries, followed by the second prince, and then the third prince, each arriving in quick succession, demanding evidence without end. Yet the pavilion dared not resist. The implications of an assassination plot against the emperor were monumental. Mishandling the situation could lead to dire consequences for all involved. Thus, the pavilion not only had to endure scrutiny from the princes, but also engage in rigorous self-examination, seeking a path to self-preservation. However, The more they investigated, the deeper the predicament became. The palace was riddled with internal conspirators. Could they truly root them all out? The web of interests was so tangled that it seemed impossible to unravel without implicating several high-ranking officials. The head of the pavilion felt the pressure mounting. With the grand court assembly scheduled for the morrow, he pondered how he might present his findings. Should he merely name a few scapegoats? Or wait for the influential figures to suppress the matter? This was no longer the olden days. The princes, the next generation of the great U.S. rulers, were now beginning to assert their influence. They were eager to impress the emperor, and they would not be easily deceived. Mirror Envoy, the first prince has arrived. One of his subordinates reported. The Mirror Envoy's expression twitched. Quickly, let him in. Your servant pays his respects to His Highness, the first prince. May you live 1,000 years, he proclaimed, bowing deeply. The first prince, Lu Yun, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the Mirror Envoy, compelling him to kneel. After a prolonged moment, he spoke. Mirror Envoy, tomorrow's Grand Court assembly approaches. Given the current circumstances, it is inevitable that your pavilion will be charged with negligence, not to mention your clandestine dealings. Your Highness, the Mirror Envoy began, but Lu Yun raised a hand to silence him. Clear waters harbor no fish. As long as your actions remain within reasonable bounds and you fulfill your duties, I shall not press too hard on this matter. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. The Mirror Envoy replied gratefully. Lu Yun continued, however, I will speak plainly. All entries and identifications of individuals entering and exiting the palace must pass through your pavilion. I wish to know who meddled during the changes within the palace guard. Reveal this to me, and I shall speak favorably on your behalf tomorrow, allowing you to earn some merit for your wrongdoings. If you choose not to, behind Lu Yun stood a formidable swordsman, silently gripping his long blade, exuding an air of wild ferocity. Why do you fear them, yet not fear me? Chapter 25. The Birth of the Deathly Magic. Is it possible that the Mirror Envoy believes there are individuals within the borders of our Great Yu Kingdom who can single-handedly wield such immense power? Let us not forget the true lineage of those who govern this world. Lu Yun, with a grave demeanor, gently patted the shoulder of the Mirror Envoy. The audacious swordsman at the entrance, too, sharpened his gaze in response to Lu Yun's words. The long blade in his hand emitted a faint, silvery light, a chilling aura that seemed capable of severing the head of the Mirror Envoy at any moment. This was one of Lu Yun's retainers, a master of the swift blade, standing at the pinnacle of martial prowess. In the ongoing investigation of the palace traitors, Lu Yun had deliberately brought him along under the guise of assisting with the inquiry to deter any desperate actions by certain individuals. At times, force can prove more effective than mere words. Feeling the pressure radiating from the large hand on his shoulder, beads of cold sweat began to form on the forehead of the Mirror Envoy. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yun left the mirror shadow platform with a heavy heart. He gazed up at the sky, though it was a season of crisp autumn. A sense of gloom enveloped him. Oh, Father! In the Qingtian Palace, within the Lotus Pond Pavilion, Lu Chen diligently perused the deathly magic eye. Around him, wisps of indistinct black and white energy floated gently. His left eye, initially grayish-white, gradually transformed into a radiant white, symbolizing the vigor of life. In contrast, his right eye, darkening from gray to pure black, embodied the decay of death. Deep within the duality of the deathly magic eye, threads of barely perceptible demonic light quietly blossomed. Occasionally, a gust of autumn wind would sweep by, dispersing the life and death energies as they fell upon the garden. Some flowers, vibrant and lush, flourished even more, while others suddenly turned a withered yellow, wilting away. The sound of rustling leaves filled the air. Beneath the great tree, Lan Yun, weaving a cloak, lifted her head just as dead leaves began to fall around her, landing upon her with a chilling touch. She rubbed her hands together, shivering from the cold. Lu Chen closed the deathly magic eye, shutting his eyes to conceal the transformations of life and death within and the hidden demonic essence. This technique, indeed a legendary practice from ancient times, possessed remarkable power, far surpassing the blossom sword point of the Luo family's celestial level martial arts. Among the many techniques Lu Chen had mastered Only the ancestral Qingtian Yu of his own family could rival it. However, while this art was formidable, its demonic nature was equally unprecedented. Presently, having merely completed the first layer, the magnitude of its demonic essence was astonishing. No wonder this technique was later abandoned and scorned by the descendants of the sacred grounds, eventually fading into obscurity. Such a sinister art is not something an ordinary person can master. With his eyes closed, wisps of azure glass-like flames quietly burned within Chen, dispelling the demonic essence of the deathly magic eye. The Qingtian divine flame of the Lu family is the greatest nemesis against all things malevolent and ominous. As the divine flames consumed the demonic essence, the darkness in Lu Chen's eyes gradually dissipated into nothingness. "Your Highness, Prince Wan has arrived." Just as he was dispersing the demonic essence, a guard entered and whispered in Lu Chen's ear. Without opening his eyes, Lu Chen nodded lightly. He then proceeded to the exterior of the Qingtian palace. Moments later, the sixth prince, Lu Huan, hurriedly entered the Qingtian palace. "Brother," he said, taking a seat beside Lu Chen, his tone serious. "We are in deep trouble." "Oh, what trouble?" Lu Huan continued. "In recent days, we have scoured the entire imperial city, investigating the martial arts Tea Party incident. The more we investigate, the more alarmed I become. It seems our Great Yu imperial court is decaying to its very core. From the 5 departments of the imperial court to the city guards, not a single soul is untainted. Our father truly possesses a discerning eye." He added, "Moreover, this situation involves several powerful figures and prominent families. Of course, if our father chooses to act, eliminating these influential families would not be difficult. Yet the crux of the matter lies with 2 individuals, or rather 2 factions, who are likely fearful of our father's intervention." "Which 2? Lu Huan produced 2 volumes, detailing the personnel changes within the palace over the years. One is the Ritual Supervision Office, filled with our father South favored ministers and close aides. We all know our father's temperament. Should we dare to question the integrity of the Ritual Supervision Office, it would be tantamount to openly accusing him of wrongdoing, disregarding his authority. To topple the Ritual Supervision Office, we would have to wait for our father." Lu Chen nodded, indicating for him to continue with the other. Lu Huan was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that Lu Chen had yet to open his eyes. "Brother, what is wrong with your eyes?" "It's nothing. Please continue," Lu Chen replied. "Ah," Lu Huan sighed. "The other matter is far more troublesome. This involves our grandmother, the Empress Dowager Wu, and the Wu family behind her. Like many princes during power struggles, maternal families are always at the forefront, providing crucial support. The late emperor relied heavily on the Wu family during his ascent to the throne. Their influence has become deeply entrenched within the Great Yu court, effectively controlling the political arena." He continued, "Our current investigation is so arduous in no small part due to the deliberate obstruction and pressure exerted by the Wu family. It is highly likely that the assassination incident is also intertwined with them." Lu Huan did not conceal his animosity towards the Wu family. Princes never show mercy towards external relatives. Each prince has their own external relatives, and once they ascend to the throne, the prior generation of external relatives becomes a source of instability that must be eliminated to support their own rise. Furthermore, the concentration of power among external relatives is no trifling matter. If left unchecked, it could reach a point where they don the dragon robe themselves and declare themselves emperor, rendering the princes obsolete. The current Wu family exhibits such tendencies. A dog of the emperor would never savor the taste of being emperor themselves. Our investigation will inevitably encroach upon the interests of the Wu family. At tomorrow's South Grand Court Assembly, I fear the Wu family will be the first to downplay the situation, transforming major issues into trifles and subsequently offering up a few scapegoats to mitigate the fallout. It is possible that our grandmother will intervene personally. To topple the Wu family in a short time is an insurmountable challenge. Lu Huan felt the weight of the trouble they were in. Faced with the Wu family and the Ritual Supervision Office, even he, who often relished in political schemes, could not help but feel a pang of headache. Then we shall proceed step by step. Chapter 26. Above the floating world hall. Upon hearing Lu Huan's investigative findings, Lu Chen merely expressed a calm remark. Lu Huan was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, you are exceedingly composed. Indeed, it is true. At such a young age, my brother has already attained the pinnacle of celestial perception as a top-tier Golden Core master and has mastered the royal secret art, the divine flame of the azure sky. His combat prowess is entirely on par with those renowned veterans listed among the top of the celestial rankings. Moreover, it is entirely possible that he may soon break through to the realm of martial celestial beings, becoming yet another transcendent figure. To him, the Wu family and the Imperial Ritual Office are hardly distinguishable from ordinary individuals. The only distinguishing factor may be their consideration for the Wu family matriarch, the Empress Dowager, who is their biological grandmother. Lu Chen remarked, with the Emperor and the Empress Dowager in place, any moves against the Wu family must be approached with caution. There is no need for haste. It is better to remain patient and wait for them to reveal their true intentions. Should the Wu family truly harbor ulterior motives, once the matter of assassination is set in motion, there would be no turning back. If you are anxious, they will be even more so. Lu Huan resumed his seat. Indeed, as they spoke, the malevolent aura in Lu Chen's eyes had been largely refined by the divine flame of the azure sky. He opened his eyes. Tomorrow, all shall be revealed. The following day, at the grand assembly of the floating world hall, the officials all bowed their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of the emperor, who radiated an aura of wrath. The assassination of the emperor is a taboo that no sovereign can tolerate. His fury could only be quenched by the blood of many. Thus, the hall was enveloped in a profound silence, with everyone fearful of being implicated. The old emperor surveyed each person present with a frigid gaze, wishing he could eliminate a few unsightly figures to alleviate his ire. After a moment, he scoffed coldly. What? No one has anything to say? You all are usually quite loquacious, are you not? Whenever I speak, you inundate me with grand theories. Why has everyone suddenly turned mute? As the crowd lowered their heads even further, he continued, a bunch of useless gluttons, from the highest ranks of the royal court to the guards of the imperial city. Not a single one of you is of any use. These assassins brazenly infiltrated my palace and colluded with my imperial guards, and you failed to notice. If it were not for my son, this imperial palace of you would have long been at the mercy of these rebels. You all deserve to die. As he spoke, the old emperor became increasingly enraged, seizing an object from the dragon table and hurling it at a hapless official. Bang! Blood spattered as a head was split open. The man quickly knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Temper my anger? If I were to do so, this palace would be riddled with holes due to your treachery. He thundered, furious. At this moment, the princes stepped forward. Your Majesty, this son has a matter to present. Father, this son has also uncovered the true villain behind this incident. The old emperor and Apos' expression softened slightly. Indeed, my sons have not disappointed me. Very well, speak. The eldest, Lu Yun, presented two pieces of evidence. Father, these are the records obtained from a thorough investigation of the Mirror Shadow platform and the guards of the Imperial City regarding the recent movements of the Imperial Guards, along with the verification of their identities. The old emperor glanced through Lu Yun's evidence. Smack! He slammed the two documents heavily onto the table. Well done. Have you been engaging in the trade of buying and selling positions right within my royal court? Mirror Envoy, Guardian, do you have anything to say? The Mirror Envoy and the Guardian of the Imperial City broke into a cold sweat. At this moment, Lu Yun continued, Father, it cannot be managed solely by the Guardian and the Mirror Envoy. There must be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. A far greater protector is manipulating this in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly recalled several classic lines from his past life. If you do not take, how can I take? If I do not take, how can Officer Gung take? If Officer Gung does not take, how can you and I progress? They were too eager to advance. The old emperor and Apos' eyes widened, a torrent of fury brewing within. So, my son, you have some leads? Lu Yun nodded. Through careful observation and gathering various clues, as well as the Mirror Envoy's desire to atone, he pointed out to me the hidden hand involved in the arrangements of the Imperial Guards, seeking to gain merit for himself. I have ultimately identified the vast web behind the Mirror Envoy and the Guardian. Having said this, Lu Yun surveyed all the officials present. When he spotted the representative of the Wu family's power, the Minister of Heavenly Punishment, Wu Zhen, he hesitated momentarily. In the end, he chose to bypass him. The Wu family was merely involved in the trade of positions. There was no definitive evidence to prove they harbored treasonous intentions against the emperor. Relying solely on this, along with some mere conjectures, would not topple the Wu family, which was currently in its prime. If he were to provoke the Wu family, he would find himself at a disadvantage, allowing his other brothers to reap the benefits. Thus, Lu Yun bypassed the Wu family representatives and pointed out several high-ranking officials within the court. Apart from the Guardian and Mirror Envoy, there were the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Crafts, and the Minister of Heavenly Punishment. With each name mentioned, the officials turned pale and knelt in desperation. "Spare us. Your Majesty, spare us. We were coerced." Lu Yun continued without pause, naming a dozen high-ranking officials. They were all implicated. He then presented a dossier, which included the confession of the Mirror Envoy and the evidence of the position-buying scheme that he had uncovered. The old emperor merely glanced over it before erupting in fury. "Rebellion. Truly rebellion. You scoundrels, what do you take my court for? A gambling den or a tavern?" The old emperor's anger could not be quelled as he gazed upon the kneeling officials. Look, it is precisely because of such treacherous ministers that my palace has been infiltrated by rebels." Bang! The old emperor slammed his hand on the dragon throne. "Come forth!" he roared, and the guard stationed outside the palace rushed in immediately. "Your Majesty, drag these treacherous scoundrels away. Execute them. Their blood shall cleanse the filth of my Yu imperial court." The guards promptly seized them and dragged them outside the floating world hall. With a swift motion, they drew their gleaming white blades. The crowd, filled with terror, hurriedly cried out, "Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, spare us." Chapter 27. Appointed as the commander of the Imperial City Guards for over a decade, we, the ministers of the Great Yu, have served with utmost diligence, enduring hardship without recognition. We beseech your Majesty for your mercy. Your Majesty, I implore you to grant this humble servant one more chance to reform. I would never dare to err again. Your Majesty, you must not execute me. I am the steward of the Bureau of Heavenly Crafts. Should I perish, chaos will ensue within the Bureau, and the court shall find itself devoid of capable individuals. The ministers wept and lamented before the old emperor, seeking forgiveness. The old emperor was both enraged and amused. "Another opportunity? To allow you to further infiltrate rebels and plot against me? And you, steward of the Bureau of Heavenly Crafts, do you dare to threaten me?" The old emperor's eyes widened with fury, his murderous intent palpable. "My Great Yu is brimming with talent. Can we not function without you? Seize this wretched creature and subject him to 1,000 cuts. No, a myriad of cuts. As commanded." Outside the Hall of Transients, the ominous sound of blades echoed relentlessly. Then plop, plop, severed heads tumbled to the ground. The stench of blood swiftly enveloped the area, carried into the hall by the chill of the wind, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The air thickened with the scent of carnage. The steward of the Bureau of Heavenly Crafts, enduring the torment of 1,000 cuts, let out a mournful wail. "Ah, your Majesty, your Majesty." The cries reverberated throughout the hall. The old emperor's icy gaze scanned the room. With each glance, the ministers squirmed in their seats, bowing their heads lower, terrified of being caught in the maelstrom of retribution. It was only when the anguished screams outside faded into weakness that the old emperor felt somewhat relieved. At last, there was a semblance of tranquility. He reclined comfortably on the dragon throne. "Now, my eldest son, continue speaking. I wish to know how many treacherous scoundrels remain hidden." Lu Yun shook his head. He yearned to seize this opportunity to eliminate dissenters, to name more individuals and clear positions to bolster the power of the First Prince's faction. Yet, some matters were beyond his control. Apart from the Wu family, supported by the Empress Dowager, other formidable factions such as the Luo, Wang, and Gongsun families were entrenched in the court. They were not to be trifled with. If Lu Yun sought to expand his influence, they harbored similar ambitions. "Your Majesty, time is of the essence." The individuals I have identified thus far are merely the tip of the iceberg. By following these leads, we shall surely uncover more court vermin. Lu Yun reported. The old emperor nodded in approval. Indeed, my son has matured. Excellent, excellent. Lu Yun replied calmly. This is not solely my achievement, but the result of our brothers working in concert, each conducting their investigations. It is because we stand united that we have uncovered the sordid dealings behind the tea gathering in such a short time. And indeed it was so. Once the princes understood the extent of corruption within the court, they realized the rot ran deep. It was a complete disaster. Faced with such chaos, they could not rely solely on their own strength to address it. Thus, they resolved to unite against external threats, removing some individuals from power to clear a space for more capable allies. Afterward, they would each depend on their own abilities. Otherwise, the moment Lu Yun mentioned the names of those implicated, prominent figures from rival factions would emerge to challenge and exert pressure, each hurling evidence at one another. If you seek to eliminate him, I shall protect him. If you wish to execute him, I shall target another, creating a tumult that would thwart your plans. It would never unfold so smoothly as it did now. The old emperor beamed with increasing delight. My sons have grown up, capable of shouldering the burdens of the nation. My heart is greatly comforted. Good, good, good. He repeated the word thrice. At that moment, the third prince, Lu Lang, interjected, Father. Those treacherous officials held considerable positions and wielded significant influence, with numerous followers and extensive reach. This faction cannot be relied upon any longer, and even if we could, trust would be a concern. The old emperor waved dismissively. What difficulty is this? In our Great Yu, can we not find several pillars of strength? Speaking of which, the grand examination is fast approaching this autumn. We shall expand the recruitment quotas and thoroughly vet the candidates to ensure we acquire talent with impeccable backgrounds and loyal lineage to inject fresh vigor into our court. As for the interval leading up to the autumn examination, the old emperor surveyed the assembled ministers. They all raised their heads, projecting an air of loyalty and readiness to serve the state. The old emperor felt a surge of irritation. A bunch of useless fools. With that, he called upon Lu Yun. My eldest, I am here. Now, aside from you, my closest kin, I trust no one else. Listen well. During this period leading up to the autumn examination, you shall temporarily oversee the Bureau of Punishments. Lu Yun quickly accepted the decree. Yes, I shall obey. I will not disappoint you, father. Very well. The old emperor turned to the second prince. You shall oversee the Bureau of Heavenly Crafts. The second prince acknowledged. I shall obey. Third, you shall manage the Department of Rights. When it came to Lu Chun, the old emperor hesitated. Beneath the surface, a tempest of thoughts raged within him. He scrutinized Lu Chun with unwavering focus, as if weighing the implications of appointing him. Unbeknownst to others, they wondered if the old emperor was wary of the infamous incident in the history of the Lu family. Thus, apart from the Luo family's concerns, others furtively glanced at Lu Chun, their eyes flashing with unspoken understanding. Ah, how fortunate it is to have a foolish ruler. Just as they were contemplating this, the old emperor suddenly declared, Lu Chun, you, a pinnacle master of the celestial connection realm, should not be mired in mundane affairs of the court. I find this a waste of your talents. What does this imply? The ministers widened their eyes in surprise. Was the emperor so fearful of a repeat of the Lu Shengxi incident that he regarded Lu Chun with such caution? Yet the next words were earth-shattering, leaving all present in stunned silence. Very well, Lu Chun, I appoint you as the commander of the Imperial City Guards. Aside from the palace guards, you shall have command over all troops stationed in the city. Only a master of your caliber can ensure my peace of mind regarding the city's defenses. All present gaped in astonishment. The commander of the Imperial City Guards, overseeing the military presence of the capital. This was true military authority, though this command was modest compared to other military factions, comprising merely a few thousand troops tasked with routine patrols and maintaining order. Its significance was monumental. The commander of the Imperial City Guards controlled the 4 gates of the city, the vital thoroughfare of the Great Yu's heart, serving as the first line of defense. Anyone entering or leaving the capital would inevitably pass through the guards stationed at the gates. In other words, the flow of people and resources in and out of the city was firmly in his grasp. With such power, everyone remained transfixed, staring at the old emperor. Is this what you call suspicion towards Lu Chen? Chapter 28. The Blood Moon Rebellion. If Lu Shengxi had received such treatment back in the day, how many years earlier would his father have had to die? Consequently, many individuals swiftly emerged to voice their concerns. The authority of the commander of the Imperial City Guards is exceedingly vast. Should Lu Chen ascend to this position, the other factions would find themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. This must not happen. Your Majesty, do you not recall the Blood Moon Rebellion instigated by the usurper, Emperor Qingtian? Your Majesty must heed the lessons of history. The Blood Moon Rebellion was a coup that arose when Emperor Lu Shengxi murdered his father to seize power. Very few dare to mention this matter in court. Firstly, the act of patricide is undeniably disgraceful, a scandal for the Lu family. Secondly, to bring up the Blood Moon Rebellion before the emperor, citing historical lessons, is tantamount to challenging the current ruler. Upon hearing the term, the old emperor's expression immediately turned icy. The Blood Moon Rebellion? He cast a cold gaze upon the few ministers who had spoken out. They felt a jolt of alarm, realizing their grave mistake. They had forgotten that the premise of the Blood Moon Rebellion was a tyrant. It seems that in your eyes, I'm a great tyrant. The ministers hastily knelt, proclaiming, "We do not dare. We would never." One exclaimed that he had merely spoken out of concern for the emperor, thus losing his composure. You claim not to dare, yet I see you are quite bold. Not only do you insinuate that I am a tyrant, but you also sow discord between father and son. If it were not for my fifth son's timely intervention during the martial arts tea party, would I still be alive today? Should I rely on you inept fools instead of my own son? A pack of insolent wretches. Drag them out and execute them. Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, please. The guards swiftly acted, and the sound of blades echoed through the hall. The great hall fell into a deeper silence. The old emperor's gaze once again turned towards the court officials. A bunch of useless sycophants. When it is time for you to act, none of you are competent, yet you are swift to engage in intrigue. Worthless. Worthless. All of you are worthless. He berated them several times. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Please. The old emperor disregarded the pleas and firmly stated, "Fifth, I entrust you with the foremost defense of the imperial city. Should anyone dare to make a move, kill." Lu Chen nodded. Your son obeys. Good. The old emperor nodded in satisfaction. With my sons in control of the imperial city, my heart may finally find some peace. The ministers quickly chimed in. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. The emperor and his sons share a united front. Surely, they will restore our Great Yu to its former glory during the reigns of the founding emperor and Emperor Qingtian. This flattery pleased the old emperor, causing him to smile. At last, you have spoken words that delight me. After a moment of laughter, the old emperor seemed to recall something and, with a fierce demeanor, inquired by the way, "What has become of those rebel sects from the tea party?" A minister responded, "Reporting to Your Majesty, the Miaofa sect and the Luyun sect have yet to respond. The other sects claim they were caught off guard and will thoroughly investigate their ranks to prevent any infiltration by rebels from the Taiping sect. They are willing to offer 3 years of tribute to compensate for the losses to the imperial court." Why have the Miaofa sect and Luyun sect not responded? I have contacted the local governments near the Miaofa sect and Luyun sect to investigate. They report that both sects have activated their protective formations and entered a state of seclusion. Secluded, are they? How delightful. The emperor replied coldly. Let me see how you conceal yourselves. Come forth. Dispatch my orders to Fengzhou City, leading an army to breach the defenses of the Miaofa sect and Luyun sect. Within 2 days, any underlings of the Miaofa sect and Luyun sect, the old emperor coldly declared, kill. Root them out completely. Leave none alive. Understood. After issuing the orders, the old emperor discussed some trivial matters of state before feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. He yawned. I am weary. We shall conclude here for today. Dismissed. Your son bids farewell to father. The ministers bid farewell to Your Majesty. As the old emperor departed, the attending ministers began to engage in lively discussions about the events that unfolded in the court. There were fervent debates and furtive glances directed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen, however, remained pensive. To the average observer, the appearance of assassins at the tea party followed by the princes investigating and cleansing the court seemed entirely logical. Yet Lu Chen perceived things differently. Ever since he learned that his father had mastered the heavenly sun and moon, he understood that the world had never truly comprehended this so-called tyrant. The heavenly sun and moon represents a state of clarity and insight, viewing the world with a heart as clear as a mirror. A powerful figure capable of achieving such a state could not possibly be unable to discern right from wrong. From the assassination attempt at the martial arts tea party to the current upheaval in the court, and now with the various princes entering the central court to govern, perhaps, all was orchestrated under the old emperor's control. Yet, among these 13 princes, it appeared that the old emperor held a peculiar favoritism towards Lu Chen. The position of commander of the imperial city guards seemed somewhat incongruous with the powers bestowed upon the others. Could it be that he intended to use this opportunity to fish for something? A minister approached to congratulate Lu Chen. Congratulations, Prince Chen, on being appointed as the commander of the imperial city guards. Henceforth, the realm of the imperial city will rest in your hands. Lu Chen merely nodded before departing from the floating world hall. Very well, he thought. I shall see just how grand that fish truly is. As Lu Chen exited, the factions aligned with the Luo family hastily followed suit, abandoning their previous decorum, leaving behind a multitude of princes and ministers with varied expressions. In Fengzhou, at the flourishing Blossom Sword sect, Luo Xiaoming stepped excitedly into the conference hall. Elder brother, good news. Luo Xin lifted his eyelids, dispersing the gathered sword energy. News from the imperial city? Indeed. A personal letter from Feng states that Chen has been appointed by the emperor as the commander of the imperial city guards. Luo Xun's eyes widened in surprise. The commander of the imperial city guards? What are the other princes? Each has been assigned to oversee the 5 ministries and the mirror shadow platform, among other important matters. Luo Xuyuan fell silent for a moment, contemplating the significant disparity. Not long ago, it was said that Chen was under suspicion by the emperor, fearing a repeat of the Blood Moon Rebellion, especially after he displayed the Heavenly Sun Divine Flame. Such talent surpasses even that of the former Emperor Gongshi. Logically, the emperor should be even more wary of him. Luo Xiaoming nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. However, I have also considered that, regardless of the circumstances, taking on a role of commander of the Imperial City Guards brings nothing but benefits. Chapter 29, Year 37 of Tianfeng next. We shall replace all the guards and soldiers at the 4 gates of the Imperial City with the elite trained by the Luo family. This way, whether it is to control the flow of people in and out of the Imperial City or to prevent unforeseen incidents, we will seize the initiative at the earliest opportunity, allowing for both advance and retreat. Luo Xuyuan remained silent for a moment, pondering, before inquiring, what actions has the Wu family taken during this grand assembly? The recent assassination attempt on His Majesty has resulted in the cleansing of numerous officials, and the 13 royal princes have been summoned to assume power, thereby seizing the Wu family's authority. This will undoubtedly infringe upon the Wu family's interests, and they are unlikely to acquiesce easily. Luo Xiaoming shook his head, stating, the Wu family has behaved unusually this time. They haven't made a sound during the grand assembly. When things are out of the ordinary, there's often something amiss. I suspect they are hiding something, reluctant to let His Majesty discern the truth. Alternatively, they might be trying to deceive the other princes, possibly plotting something sinister behind the scenes. We must remain vigilant. Luo Xuyuan then said, Third brother, promptly mobilize a contingent of our elite troops to the Imperial City. With Chen taking command, it is crucial that we meet his needs with available resources from other regions. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Luo Xiaoming had just taken a couple of steps when he recalled, by the way, how is the investigation regarding the nightmare matter proceeding? The nightmare attempted to assassinate Lu Chen. They anticipated and prepared for this. However, this reveals a concerning fact. The Taiping sect can manipulate such a peculiar entity. At the very least, they can communicate and cooperate with it. This is quite a terrifying prospect. For them, the nightmare is an enigmatic and uncontrollable being, shrouded in mystery. They know little about its origins, communication methods, or any hidden traits it may possess. Yet, the Taiping sect can engage with the nightmare and utilize it to achieve their objectives. This implies that they hold an ace up their sleeve, one that transcends common understanding and is difficult to guard against. Upon hearing the term nightmare, Luo Xiaoming halted, a grave expression crossing his face as he shook his head. There are no leads as of yet. I have personally dismantled several of the Taiping sect hideouts and captured a few notable figures, yet have found nothing. They appear to be entirely oblivious to the existence of the nightmare. It seems that knowledge of it is a closely guarded secret within the Taiping sect. Only those of master level and above are permitted access. That is to be expected, Luo Shuyuan replied. In recent days, I have scoured the records and manuscripts of our ancestors, dispatching individuals to search for clues regarding the nightmare among various folklores. Any discoveries? Luo Shuyuan nodded, then shook his head. There are some findings. He produced a book and beckoned Luo Xiaoming to take a look. Examine this. Luo Xiaoming glanced at it, his brow furrowing. Year 37 of Tianren? This year typically doesn't resonate with many. However, mention the Blood Moon Rebellion, and everyone will recall it immediately. The year following Tianren 37 marks the ascension of Emperor Lu Xingxi, the beginning of the Gongshi era. Such records from this unique year are seldom found. His interest piqued. He read the contents. In the year 37 of Tianren, a great turmoil erupted in Jingzhou. A formidable nightmare was birthed from the chaos, slaughtering the military and civilians of 29 cities, consuming nearly 7 million souls as sustenance, becoming a scourge. In fury, Emperor Tianren commanded the Nightshade King and the Sword King to confront the nightmare, leading an army of 1 million. The Nightshade King and the Sword King engaged in a fierce battle against the nightmare for 7 days and nights, leaving Jingzhou in ruins. Ultimately, the nightmare vanished. Yet not a single soldier from the million returned, and both the Nightshade King and the Sword King disappeared without a trace. Upon reading this, Luo Xiaoming immediately questioned the authenticity of this record. What does it signify for 1 million troops to besiege a single province? Moreover, the Nightshade King and the Sword King were renowned historical figures who led this campaign. Such might could easily overwhelm even the most powerful sects of the current era. Yet, in this account, they merely perished alongside the nightmare. The most critical detail is that historical records claim the Nightshade King and the Sword King fell victim to internal strife. However, upon realizing that this record was penned by the founding master of the Blossoming Sword sect, the one who created the Blossoming Sword Pointer, he could not dismiss it. Luo Xiaoming grimaced. The nightmare possesses such overwhelming power. Does this imply that the Taiping sect? Luo Xiaoming shook his head. Such matters are uncertain. I can only hope that this strange occurrence recorded by our ancestors is merely an anomaly. Otherwise, we will face significant troubles. Having said this, Luo Xiaoming tucked away the secret record among a collection of ancient texts, preparing to present it to Chen when they visit the imperial city. Regardless of its truth, it is wise to understand it beforehand to be adequately prepared. I will ensure they are informed, Luo Xiaoming affirmed. Indeed, Luo Xiaoming retrieved a silken pouch containing the peculiar paper he received, inscribed with warnings regarding the nightmare. In recent days, he had contemplated every possible individual, but could not determine who might be privy to the movements of the Taiping sect, and issued a warning in advance. However, Lu Chen might possess a lead. Regardless, even if he lacks information, it is imperative that he is made aware of these developments. The current situation is fraught with indecipherable complexities, blurring the lines between friend and foe. Only by understanding ourselves and our adversaries can we devise a comprehensive strategy. This pouch must reach Chen. Remember, only he can open it. No one else, not even Feng. Upon hearing the gravity in Luo Xiaoyuan's voice, Luo Xiaoming immediately apprehended the seriousness of the situation. Very well, I will personally see to this matter. Go then. The following day, at the imperial city, in the Zhengxin Palace, the silver-armored troops, led by Luo Feng, selected several capable soldiers to guard the palace gates. A commotion ensued outside the gates. Young general, this is a token of sincerity from my master. I hope you will accept it graciously. Please take a look, the finest quality. A throng of individuals arrived outside the Qingtian palace, all bearing gifts for Chen. On one hand, these families, residing within the imperial city, inevitably became entangled in various gray industries. Thus they sought to pay their protection fees to the palace guards. On the other hand, compared to the other princes, the old emperor has granted the fifth prince, Chen, extraordinary authority and position. Does this imply that, in the emperor and Appo's eyes, Chen is the foremost candidate for heir apparent? They have come to secure their positions in advance. Even if they cannot secure a position, familiarizing themselves with the prince is still advantageous. Chapter 30. Empress Dowager Wu. Before the overly enthusiastic gift-givers, the silver-armored guards maintained their serene smiles, neither favoring anyone for a few flattering words. All affairs were conducted with strict adherence to protocol. Outside the palace gates, a cacophony of celebration ensued, yet within, it felt as though one had stepped into an entirely different realm. Chen quietly perused his book, while Lanyan diligently wove a cloak beneath the sprawling tree, her pace having quickened with the chill of autumn deepening. The palace's stock of woolen threads had accumulated considerably. Having completed the final stitch, Lanyan neatly arranged her materials and straightened the fur of the cloak before joyfully approaching Chen. "Your Highness, I have finished weaving. Do try it on and see if it fits well." She draped the pure black cloak over him, its luxurious fur accentuating Chen's tall stature and bestowing an air of princely elegance upon him, imbued with a profound and mysterious aura that only grew more captivating with each glance. She reached out, tenderly smoothing the fur and adjusting the folds of his garment. "What do you think?" Lanyan's eyes sparkled with joyful anticipation. "Indeed, your craftsmanship has improved." Lanyan beamed. "I'm glad you like it. There are still many rare materials in the palace. I shall weave you a few more while the sun remains high. Select the finest to send to mother." "Of course. I shall do so at once." Watching Lanyan bounce away, Chen smiled knowingly and removed the cloak, placing it neatly aside. At his level of existence, the changing seasons and weather mattered little. Clothing was merely clothing. In the tranquil Qingtian palace, Lanyan found a rare moment of leisure to indulge in her passions and pass the time. Not long after Lanyan departed, a silver-armored guard entered. "Your Highness, here is the list of gift-givers." Chen glanced briefly at it before dispatching it to the inner city for Luo Feng, confident in his course of action. "Understood. How are matters at the Luo residence progressing?" "Your Highness, the Luo family has received the message, and their entourage is already en route to the imperial city." Chen nodded. "You may go." "Yes." Once the guard departed, Qingtian Palace returned to its customary tranquility. The autumn breeze whispered softly, recounting the serene tales of the season. Chen resumed his reading of the Eye of Life and Death, continuing his contemplative exercises. An hour later, rapid footsteps echoed from outside. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager requests your presence." "Grandmother?" "Yes." Chen closed his book. "What is the matter?" The Empress Dowager had not seen him in some time and was eager to reunite with her grandson. "Is it only I who am summoned?" "Yes." Eager for her grandson's company, yet it struck Chen as curious that she sought him alone. Was her visit motivated by the position of military commander of the imperial city, or perhaps by the interests of her Wu family? He recalled the silence of the Wu family's faction during the Grand Court Assembly. Could it be that they were seeking a new path? Or perhaps his grandmother had some special matter to convey? "Prepare the carriage." "Yes." At Xuanxin Palace, in the garden, an elderly yet dignified lady, her warmth radiating despite her frailty, carefully pruned the flowers within. "Grandson Chen, I have come to see you, grandmother." The voice belonged to Chen. The elderly lady was none other than the late emperor's mother, his beloved grandmother, Empress Dowager Wu. She turned, revealing the gentle smile that Chen cherished in his memories. His grandmother had always been kind-hearted, exhibiting patience and warmth towards everyone, especially her grandchildren, whom she treated with exceptional forbearance. "In the blink of an eye, my dear Chenner has grown so much. I recall when you and your siblings would eagerly assist me in pruning the flowers, often to the detriment of the blooms. Ah, my youthful mischief, causing you much concern." "Grandmother." With a smile, Empress Dowager Wu gestured towards the flower bucket on the table. If you do not mind the labor, why not stay and help me tend to these flowers? Very well. Lu Chen took up the flower bucket and joined her side. Having mastered the eye of life and death, he could keenly sense the faint aura of mortality surrounding her. Though his grandmother practiced martial arts, her skills were not profound, and her lifespan remained within the realm of ordinary mortals. It was a remarkable feat for someone reliant on royal tonics and remedies to have lived beyond 120. Grandmother, you are nearing the end of your days. Lu Chen felt a surge of emotion. Longevity, a dilemma that has troubled so many throughout their lives. Grandmother, please rest. Empress Dowager Wu shook her head, continuing to prune the branches. My time is short. While I still possess some strength, I wish to tend to this garden. It is my final connection to the late emperor. This garden is among the few treasures he bequeathed me, as if lost in memories. Empress Dowager Wu reflected on the past, her expression tinged with nostalgia. This tree of tomorrow was planted by the late emperor and me. We promised that when it bore fruit, he would reclaim the wolf tribe and take me to witness the world's most beautiful sunset. Alas, she sighed. Before seeing the blossoms, he departed from me. He was always so driven, his spirit too fervent. When his temper flared, no counsel could sway him. He was as obstinate as a child. I would often worry that such stubbornness would lead to his downfall. Empress Dowager Wu spoke of the late emperor, Lu Chen's grandfather, who, according to royal records, had perished from the consequences of his ambition, having accumulated too much toxic essence within, which ultimately overwhelmed his body, claiming his life before he reached 100. Indeed, he suffered greatly for his pursuits, she remarked, shaking her head in reflection. You, Chen, must take heed and avoid emulating that unlikable old man. With that, the Empress Dowager resumed her pruning. Before long, she coughed a few times, showing signs of fatigue. Lu Chen promptly supported her. Grandmother, it is time for you to rest. He guided her to a nearby chair. Oh, I am old and of little use now. I do not know how many days remain. Grandmother, please do not speak in such a manner. The palace physicians possess remarkable skills. They will surely restore your health. Empress Dowager Wu smiled. You, dear child, should not burden yourself with such thoughts. I am aware of my condition and have come to terms with it. It would be good to join that old man soon. After all these years, he must be waiting eagerly for me. She took Lu Chen's hand, patting it gently as she had done in his childhood. Now, my greatest concern lies with you. With all of you grandchildren, your family has endured much hardship. Such hardship, Empress Dowager Wu lamented, lost in thought, her gaze distant as she seemed to drift into memories. After a while, Lu Chen noticed that she had fallen asleep, embraced by dreams. Chapter 31. The Death of the Grand Emperor. A conundrum. Lu Chen gently withdrew his hand and summoned a palace maid, who draped a light blanket over the Empress Dowager Wu. He then positioned himself in front of the garden, meticulously pruning the flower branches. The sound of the shears echoed softly. To Lu Chen and Appo's surprise, the old lady did not mention the Wu family, and her words bore no intention of asking him to look after her kin. There was no ulterior motive or self-interest. She simply engaged in casual conversation, sharing stories of the late emperor and advising him to heed the lessons of the past. It was just that. Yet if it were merely that, why did the old lady choose to meet him alone? She was no ordinary figure. She had weathered countless storms alongside the late emperor and had ruled the harem for decades. When the late emperor passed, it was she who stabilized the situation, deftly managing the affairs of state and fortifying the Great Yu Dynasty. The intrigues and schemes she had witnessed far exceeded the grains of rice some had consumed in their lifetimes. It appeared she spoke of mundane matters, yet each word was intricately woven with lessons from the late emperor's reign. One misstep can lead to great losses, she cautioned. Take heed of that unsavory old man. You of the Lu family have endured much hardship. As he contemplated the late emperor's long-hidden depths, Lu Chen sensed the old lady was subtly hinting, your grandfather's death is shrouded in mystery. You must remain vigilant. Having finished pruning the branches and placing the flowers in their bucket, Lu Chen glanced at the various palace maids and eunuchs within the Xuanqing palace. A radiant sun and a crescent moon blossomed quietly in his eyes. The ethereal realm of mysteries unfolded instantaneously within the palace, commanding the essence of the surroundings. At that moment, Xuanqing Palace seemed to have pressed the pause button. The autumn breeze fell silent, and the flowing water hung suspended in the air. Even the leaves that fell from the trees paused mid-air. Only Lu Chun remained, gazing quietly at all that lay before him. After a brief moment, the brilliance of the sun and moon faded unnoticed. He turned to find the old lady still peacefully asleep. He quietly exited Xuanqing Palace and boarded the carriage to return home. As the carriage rumbled along, it set off towards Zhengxian Palace. As dusk approached, the elite forces of the Luo family, having left Fengzhou's flourishing sword sect, finally arrived at the imperial city just before nightfall. Luo Feng stood at a distance at the eastern gate, greeting the gatekeeper Hu Ying. Both had trained together in the Longyin army, forging a deep friendship. Hu Ying and Appo's family was also aligned with the Luo faction, and during the recent high-level purge of the imperial city S-guards, only he remained in his post. Big brother, Feng Ji, young master. The elite forces of the Luo family arrived at the city outskirts, spotting Luo Feng from afar and calling out to him. You must be exhausted from the long journey? Not at all. We heard that His Highness has assumed command over the imperial city and requires our service. The brothers are brimming with energy, just waiting for His Highness's command to charge forth. The Luo family members were filled with fervor, eager to mount their steeds and charge into battle for Lu Chun. Luo Feng chuckled. All right, everyone tone it down. You'll have plenty of work ahead. For now, head to the city tower and await your assignments. After dismissing the crowd, Luo Feng noticed his younger brother gesturing at him. Understanding the hint, he called his brother over. It's only been a month since we last met, and you've put on quite a bit of weight. Have you not been training? The two brothers embraced. I just returned from training with the Longyin army. I deserve a little relaxation, don't I? You rascal. They moved to a secluded corner, ensuring no one was watching. So, what special instructions did our father give you? Luo Feng inquired. His brother unwrapped a parcel from his back. These items are to be delivered to His Highness, as instructed by Uncle San. He then produced a small pouch he had kept close. Especially this pouch. Only His Highness may open it. Neither of us can look inside. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng immediately grasped the seriousness of the situation. If even the heir of the Luo family was forbidden from peering inside, it must pertain to something of utmost secrecy regarding His Highness, not to be divulged under any circumstances. Understood. Additionally, our uncle advised us to be cautious of the Wu family. Having held power for so many years, they're used to acting with impunity. Now that their interests have been threatened, their lack of response likely conceals some sinister plot against us. Luo Feng nodded. Ensure the brothers are settled in. If there is anything unclear about the imperial city, consult Hu Ying, the gatekeeper. I understand. Luo Feng took the pouch and parcel, mounting his steed Bloodsmoke, preparing to enter the palace. As he rode through the city gates, he noticed two members of the wolf clan laden with goods, leaving the imperial city. Pulling on the reins, he turned to observe. They were the same wolf clan individuals he had seen at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, transporting a cart full of wine and food, adhering to the normal trading protocols for inspection. The goods appeared ordinary enough. With a quick turn, Luo Feng urged Bloodsmoke onward into the palace. Reporting to Your Highness. I am Luo Feng. Brother, no need for formalities. Lu Chen replied. Have all the Luo family members arrived? Yes, it just arrived. I came to report immediately. Luo Feng placed the parcel on the table. This is something my father instructed me to deliver to you. He then produced the pouch, and this, specifically for you to open personally. Oh, Lu Chen took the pouch and opened it. A specially crafted scroll emerged, revealing only a few brief words. After reading the contents of the scroll, an unexpected yet reasonable figure flashed in Lu Chen's mind. It was none other than his father, the late Emperor, Lu Chen, who had dedicated himself to martial arts and preferred a low profile, had little significant connections or good relations outside the Luo family, his maternal clan. Thus, if it were not for the Luo family, who else could possess the capability to anticipate the actions of the Taiping sect and provide such a warning without cause? There was no one else. Ruling out all possibilities, it had to be the late emperor. Of course, this conclusion was exclusive to Lu Chen, as others viewed the late emperor as an unequivocal fool. Some matters simply cannot be executed by fools, nor do they possess the capacity to do so. Prior to discovering the late emperor's true strength, Liu Chen shared this perspective. Yet now, it seemed his father had concealed his abilities far too deeply. Utilizing the nightmare to assassinate him, such intelligence was absolute high-level secrecy within the Taiping sect. The late emperor had managed to glean this information ahead of time and subtly indicated to the Luo family for timely assistance. His influence had even reached the upper echelons of the Taiping sect. Contemplating this, it seemed the recent Tea Party incident was not merely an accident, but rather a deliberate arrangement by the late emperor. The purpose was likely to test the true capabilities of the princes, observing their temperaments and reactions in the face of various crises, while simultaneously cleaning up the internal court, facilitating the princes and Appo's path to power. As for whether this was true or not, only his father, who remained hidden in the shadows, would know. With a flicker of divine flame, Liu Chen incinerated the special scroll in his hand. He then opened the parcel, delving into the ancient volumes within. He casually flipped through a few, discovering they contained records of the nightmare and related events from long ago. Liu Chen, who has always been intrigued by the peculiar existence of nightmares, immediately began to peruse the material with great seriousness. How fascinating! Chapter 32. The mysterious case. On a chilly autumn night, the outer districts of the imperial city lay shrouded in slumber. As the patrol led by the Luo family traversed a tranquil lodging area, they abruptly halted. Wait, is that the scent of blood? The group exchanged wary glances. Their instincts heightened. Cautiously, they advanced towards the source of the foul odor. Upon reaching a secluded alley, they were taken aback by the ghastly scene before them. Under the pale moonlight, the gates of a deep courtyard stood ajar, revealing numerous bloodied corpses sprawled across the ground. The moon's glow illuminated their ghastly forms, each visage gaunt, as if their very essence had been drained away. A guard, drawing his sword, prodded one of the bodies but received no response. He knelt closer to examine it in detail. Moments later, his expression turned grave. They are nothing but skin and bones. All the life has been siphoned from them. Such is the wickedness of this fiend. The others turned pale, realizing that such brutality could exist under the emperor's rule. You two, report to the captain immediately. The rest of you, form groups of 3 and search for any clues. We must unearth this demon. After a brief while, the patrol team reconvened. What did you find? They shook their heads in unison, perplexed. It's too strange. I have never encountered such a peculiar method of murder. No footprints, no signs of struggle. Not even a scratch from blade. It's as if their blood and flesh were simply plucked from existence. What kind of sorcery is this? It's utterly bizarre. As their brows knitted in concern, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A new patrol squad approached. Ah, it's the 17 squad. What brings you here? Before they could respond, they beheld the courtyard filled with corpses. Their pupils dilated in horror. There are bodies here too? What does this mean? Quickly, we must inform the garrison commander. The following day, as dawn broke, the 4th son of the Luo family arrived at the crime scene, accompanied by his team. Form a perimeter. No one is to approach. If any local residents inquire, tell them it was merely a domestic dispute. Once the instructions were given, he ventured into the courtyard to scrutinize each lifeless form. After some time, his brow furrowed in deep concern. It resembles the dark arts that consume one's vitality. His mind raced through the notorious dark sects. Yet these sects were either too distant or had long vanished from existence. Moreover, the thoroughness and absence of evidence in this case diverged from their known methods. He focused his mind, employing the intricate techniques of the Blossom Sword, yet uncovered nothing. This is perplexing. As a direct descendant of the Luo family, he had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. He surveyed his surroundings. First, we must transport the bodies back to the garrison. He added, all patrol teams are to increase their vigilance tonight. Should any leads emerge, report them immediately. That night, following the previous day's unsettling events, the Imperial Guards intensified their watch over the outer districts. Well-equipped squads illuminated the streets, scouring for any trace of the malevolent entity, striving to prevent a recurrence of the heinous crime. Yet, tragically, the enigma struck again, silently and without warning. On the following morning, the site of yet another mysterious incident was surrounded by a throng of residents, their faces a mix of curiosity and dread as they gazed upon the blood-soaked courtyards. How could this happen? I heard that everyone here was slaughtered without a sound. 11 households in total. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. If it spreads further, it could reach us next. And this isn't the first incident. It happened yesterday, too. What are the Imperial Guards doing? Are they not going to intervene? They came, but they found no culprit. Is it true that even the Imperial Guards cannot handle this? This is far too dangerous. I must retreat to the inner city for a few days. What? Brother Wang Lu, you are the strongest fighter here. What will we do without you? Alas, at such a time, I can only advise you to fend for yourselves. Amidst the public chatter, Luo Feng and Hu Ying had surveyed the scene of the crime. Brother Ying, you've served in the Imperial City for many years and are familiar with the tactics of various families. Can you discern who is behind this? Luo Feng's inquiry pointed directly at the noble families of the city, convinced that they were the culprits. This peculiar crime could not have occurred at a more opportune moment than after Prince Chen assumed command of the city as military. This is undoubtedly a direct attack against him. These treasonous rebels aim to undermine the Imperial Guard's authority and tarnish the reputation of Prince Chen, accusing him of being incapable of governance, hoping to incite turmoil within the Imperial Court. Such petty schemes. Luo Feng's eyes flickered with a glint of malice. Let me discover who is responsible. Otherwise, I shall show them what a true mysterious case entails. Old grievances and new hatreds shall be reckoned together. Hu Ying gazed at the corpses in silence, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. At that moment, a messenger arrived. General Luo, the Heavenly Punishment Bureau, has sent someone. They claim the matter is of great significance and wish to take over the investigation to provide a prompt resolution for the public. Luo Feng scoffed derisively. The Heavenly Punishment Bureau? If it were the mirror platform of Prince Huan, I might show you some courtesy, but what is the Heavenly Punishment Bureau to us? Tell them to leave. After dismissing the representatives of the Heavenly Punishment Bureau, Luo Feng turned to Hu Ying. Brother Ying, even you, a master at the peak of clarity, cannot discern the path forward? Hu Ying shook his head. Finally speaking, it is not a matter of being unable to see. Rather, it is too absurd. Absurd? Hu Ying met Luo Feng's gaze. You hail from the prestigious Luo family of Fengzhou. You should be familiar with something known as nightmares. Luo Feng's pupils contracted. Could it be? Hu Ying continued. The events unfolding now bear an uncanny resemblance to the records of nightmares I encountered in ancient manuscripts. Identical in the absence of any trace, identical in the draining of blood and flesh, identical in their silent execution. This case is chronicled in the ancient Ink Pavilion. Volume 3, detailing how Zhang Tu from Ningxiang in Taifu County of Yongzhou returned home at night. Chapter 33, The Nightmare. Zhang Tu, a resident of Ningxiang in Taifu County, Yongzhou, returned home one night only to find his entire family slaughtered, with not a single soul left alive. He promptly reported the incident to the authorities. Upon investigation, the officials discovered that the bodies had been reduced to mere skeletons and skins. The flesh and blood mysteriously vanished. Consequently, the officials delved deeper into the matter. As night fell, a chilling wind arose, and without any sight of a culprit, the officials met their demise. Recently, an increase in books from the palace had caught the attention of Lan Yun, who would often accompany Lu Chen during his leisurely reading sessions. At that moment, she was engrossed in the third volume of Ancient Ink Hall, captivated by the tales within. Among them, the story of Zhang Tu piqued her curiosity. According to the traditional folklore, only martial masters could perceive nightmares, or those who had met certain extraordinary conditions. Nightmares, in turn, would typically prey upon such individuals. However, in this narrative, the nightmare defied convention and could actively target others. This deviation from the usual storytelling norms struck Lan Yun as refreshingly novel, albeit limited to the realm of fiction. If such a phenomenon were to manifest in reality, it would spell disaster for ordinary folk. Outside the Qingtian palace, hurried footsteps echoed. The silver-armored guards exchanged anxious glances as the royal city guards rushed in, sensing an ominous disturbance. Their prince had only recently assumed command of the royal guard. Could trouble already be at their doorstep? With a furrowed brow, a guard approached one of the silver-armored sentinels and whispered of the events unfolding outside the palace. The sentinel's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to hasten into the Zhongxian palace. "Your Highness," Lu Chen, with his eyes closed, bore an air of serene composure. Dark and light energies swirled around him, hinting an immense power that lingered, refusing to dissipate. "What is it, Your Highness?" "Urgent news has arrived from Generals Luo Feng and Hu Ying. An inexplicable incident has transpired in the outer city, resulting in nearly 100 victims. The manner of their demise is peculiar, as their flesh and blood appear to have been siphoned away, leaving only skin and bones, with no signs of struggle or the presence of a second party at the scene." Upon hearing this, Lan Yin was taken aback. "Doesn't that sound remarkably similar to the story I was just reading?" The generals confirmed her suspicion. "It appears to be the work of a nightmare." He nodded resolutely, affirming her words. The generals believed the matter was of great significance and dared not act independently, hence their report to the prince. Their gazes shifted towards Lu Chen, who remained unperturbed, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. "Another nightmare. This entity, which was elusive during my previous research, has now seemingly proliferated like mushrooms after rain. It seems the Taiping sect has indeed discovered a method to communicate and collaborate with nightmares. Very well. I shall see for myself how this is accomplished. Prepare the carriage. I must leave the palace." "As you command." In the autumn breeze, a luxurious carriage exited the palace, swiftly traversing through the bustling inner city to reach the residential area of the outer city. Awaiting them were Luo Feng and Hu Ying, who bowed in respect as the carriage approached. As the carriage halted, a lovely maiden emerged, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Once assured of their safety, she extended her delicate arm to assist Lu Chen from within. Upon his arrival, Luo Feng and Hu Ying remained discreet, expressing their reverence through their actions. "Where are the bodies? Please follow us." Leading the way, Luo Feng and Hu Ying spoke. "We did not wish to intrude upon your peace, but this matter is exceedingly bizarre. It is likely the work of the malevolent entity from folklore. Even if it is not, it may be the underhanded tactics of the city's prominent families seeking to frame you." Lu Chen nodded, recognizing that their insights and cultivation were insufficient to ascertain the truth. It indeed seemed a matter of substance. As they spoke, the group entered a residence stained with blood, where peculiar, desiccated corpses littered the ground. "Behold, these are the victims." Lu Chen, still with his eyes closed, could perceive everything around him with clarity, even without sight. A mere glance confirmed that the incident was indeed instigated by a nightmare, as each corpse bore the distinct malevolent aura associated with such entities. In this vast world, there was no other like it. However, from the residual energy, it was evident that this nightmare was rather weak, especially when compared to others Lu Chen had encountered. Had it not been for the inability of non-masters to perceive it, it would hardly stand a chance against even a basic practitioner. The martial essence of ordinary warriors would suffice to send it scurrying. "Let us proceed to the next location." "Yes." Luo Feng and Hu Ying guided Lu Chen to another site of the incident. Along the way, they overheard the anxious murmurs of the populace. News of the bizarre occurrences had spread rapidly, and an atmosphere of dread pervaded the outer city. "We have disseminated information stating that several death row inmates have escaped to this area, assuring the citizens that our guards will swiftly apprehend them," Luo Feng assured. As they conversed, Lu Chen suddenly halted and turned towards a house with a securely locked door. Understanding the implication, Luo Feng quickly approached and attempted to open the gate. However, the moment his hand touched the door, his expression darkened. The stench of blood was palpable, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of dread. He forcefully pushed the door open, and what lay before him left him astounded. Inside the courtyard, several corpses lay sprawled in disarray, their appearances identical to the previous victims, drained of all life. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. In the center of the courtyard, a middle-aged man was suspended mid-air by an unseen force, his neck tautly drawn. His flesh and blood gradually dissipated, yet he remained unresponsive, as if entranced by some malevolent force, his consciousness clouded. Opposite him, there was nothing, an emptiness that hinted at the presence of something unseen. The instinct of a martial artist warned Luo Feng of an entity's existence there, though it eluded his sight. The bizarre scene sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to draw his sword in an instant. With his vital essence surging, he swiftly channeled his energy to form protective sword chi. It's a nightmare. Hu Ying, witnessing this enigmatic entity for the first time, stood protectively before Lu Chun, gravely stating, "This creature fears the vital essence of martial artists and the brilliance of the sun during the day." He hesitated, pondering aloud. Do nightmares truly fear the sun? Gazing up at the sky, he noted that it was still high noon, with nightfall far from imminent. Alas, the ancient texts had deceived them. This entity did not discriminate between day and night. Chapter 34. Be cautious, Luo Feng. This thing. Hu Ying was speaking when Lu Chun patted his shoulder, signaling him to step back. Hu Ying understood Lu Chen's capabilities. While the nightmare may be an unknown terror to ordinary people, it was but a triviality to a top-tier master at the threshold of the martial Tao, a being who had reached the realm of celestial resonance. Thus, he retreated to the side, clearing the path. Lu Chun advanced to the center of the courtyard. The middle-aged man, previously lifted by an invisible force, fell to the ground upon Lu Chen's arrival. Immediately, a chilling wind began to whip fiercely against the faces of the onlookers. In a realm invisible to Luo Feng and the others, in the middle of the courtyard, a grotesque shadow, exuding an aura of pitch-black malevolence, opened its gaping maw in displeasure at Lu Chen's presence. As its fury intensified, drops of dark blood began to fall, corroding the bluestone of the courtyard and emitting a horrid stench. D! It roared, raising its obsidian claws as if to lunge at Lu Chun. Yet, its body suddenly became unresponsive, frozen in place. The figure before it emanated a fearsome power, rendering it immobile. All it could do was emit a series of anguished cries, only capable of screaming, devoid of basic awareness. This is weaker than I anticipated. Did the Taiping sect truly send out a half-finished product? Lu Chen mused, stepping closer to scrutinize the menacing shadow. It was no different from what he had seen before, save for its weakness. Yet, this feeble nightmare could still roam freely during the day, committing murder under the bright sun. It could disregard the laws of visibility, actively seeking to kill and siphoning the essence of life to strengthen itself. Compared to the aura left at the previous scene, it had grown significantly stronger after consuming more lives. It seemed that the accounts in the Luo family's secret records of Jingzhou were accurate. This nightmare, after feasting on countless souls, would evolve into a calamity for an entire province. Was this a unique case? Clearly not. Reflecting on the nightmares previously encountered, and the one from the Wuchen sword sect that could only withstand sunlight, it appeared that their abilities had progressively enhanced over time, or rather, the restrictions had been lifted. Turning away, Lu Chun confirmed the transformation of this nightmare and casually hurled a ball of azure flames, igniting the nightmare in flames. It screeched in a piercing wail, dissipating into nothingness moments later. To Luo Feng and the others, it appeared as if a brilliant flame had ignited in the void, scorching the very fabric of reality. The fire consumed all until, at last, it vanished, leaving behind a faint outline within the flames. Subsequently, the chilling winds that had swept through the courtyard ceased, and the eerie atmosphere dissipated. Luo Feng and Hu Ying exchanged glances, their hearts slightly racing. This was perhaps the first time they encountered the existence of a nightmare so visibly. Your Highness, it is our incompetence that required your direct intervention. Lu Chun shook his head. Do not blame yourselves. Such entities are beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to confront. Even if this nightmare is not powerful, some matters do not hinge on strength. Without becoming a martial Tao master, one simply cannot perceive them. The existence of nightmares is a rule unto itself. How can mortal strength contend against such rules? Their presence or absence is beyond their control, and this issue is likely to proliferate in the future. The frequency of nightmares is increasing. The Taiping sect has truly stirred a significant disturbance. Lu Chun sighed inwardly. For himself, it mattered little, be it a handful of nightmares or the formidable one recorded by the Luo family. He could easily send it back into oblivion. However, should such occurrences become commonplace, it would spell a nightmare for the entire Yu Dynasty. Troublesome. Let's return to the palace. Yes. Lu Chun and Lan Yun departed the courtyard. Just as Lu Chun was about to drive back to the palace, he felt a strange sensation. A glimmer of malevolent light flickered within his closed eyes, submerged in the flames of the glazed divine fire. He turned his gaze towards the southern district. A powerful, sinister aura surged into the sky. In the imperial city, southern district, a young man suddenly erupted in fury. "Stop playing!" He kicked over the table in front of him. "I told you to stop." The young man clutched his head, his expression contorted in pain. The entire gathering fell silent. The daughters of various esteemed families hastily clutched their instruments, retreating to the sides. "What is the meaning of this, young sir?" Sister Chen was playing beautifully. "Why the sudden outburst?" One of the attendees questioned. "Sister Chen and Appo's skill is extraordinary. Can it not please your ear?" The other attendees admonished him. "Qin, what is the meaning of this? You disgrace the art." "Silence!" The young man shouted again. "I command you to be silent." He charged toward the young woman known as Sister Chen, glaring fiercely at her. "What piece were you playing just now?" "Huh? What was it you played?" The maid behind her quickly pulled her away, shielding her from his wrath. "What is your intent, young sir? If my lady and Appo's piece has offended you in any way, please speak openly. There is no need for." But the maid and Appo's words faltered, her expression turning to one of terror as she beheld him. Your face." The young man touched his face, feeling a thick, dark substance. Plop! Dark blood dripped onto the carpet, accompanied by a hissing, corrosive sound. In an instant, his eyes transformed into pools of pure blackness, filled with a thick, malevolent hatred. "Heh. You see, I cannot let you live." With that, the young man lunged forward, his shadowy claws ensnaring the maid's neck. He transformed into a figure radiating ominous energy, a harbinger of doom. There's a ghost. A ghost! Help! Help me!" The daughters of noble families and their companions scattered in panic, screaming for assistance. But the young man, now a wretched specter, would not spare them. Hey. Still wanting to escape, he waved his hand, sealing all the windows and doors of the music hall. The malevolent youth laughed, his gaze cold and predatory, as if surveying lambs for slaughter. "All shall perish." He approached one of the noble daughters. "You shall be the first." Chapter 35. The nightmare cloaked in human skin. Look at this delicate, tender flesh. It must be delicious. The malevolent youth gazed at the frail daughter of a noble family before him, emitting a sinister chuckle. No, help me please." Despair engulfed her as she shrank back, gripping the arm of her maid, her eyes darting around at the surrounding young scions of prominent families. Yet, how could these young lords, having never witnessed such a scene, rise to the occasion? For them to act as gallant heroes, the other party must be human. But was the grotesque figure before them truly human? Their reaction was hardly better than that of the terrified damsels. How could such a creature exist under the reign of the imperial city? What on earth is this? No, don't come any closer. Go away. Get lost. Panic erupted within the entire Qin building. Amidst the chaos, a cold, clear voice suddenly resonated. "Play that piece again." Huh? The unexpected voice left everyone momentarily stunned, even silencing the malevolent youth's ghastly laughter in his throat. When had this occurred? He had been utterly oblivious. Turning around, he caught sight of a figure as distant as the winds of the high heavens, as proud as the ancient pines, inexplicably appearing beside the Appo's, elder sister Chen and Appo's, within the Qin building. With eyes closed, exuding an aura of icy nobility, he donned a blinding dragon robe. The royal prince. Hope surged within the hearts of the onlookers upon seeing him. Every prince possessed unparalleled martial prowess. Cautiously, they began to inch towards Lu Chun. The young woman, confronting Lu Chun, upon witnessing his sudden appearance, merely paused for a moment before regaining her composure. With grace and decorum, she responded, "Yes." She appeared remarkably calm, although her complexion was somewhat pale from fear. Her excellent upbringing and poise allowed her to remain composed in the face of danger, like an orchid blooming in a chaotic valley, fresh and elegant. She placed her fingers upon the chain strings. "You dare!" The malevolent youth bellowed in rage, casting a furious glance at Lu Chun. Before he could utter another taunt, he noticed the latter opening his eyes. In an instant, the black and white pupils reflected within the youth and Appo's darkened gaze. From the void, two dragons of black and white surged skyward, unleashing their wrath. The malevolent youth was struck as if by lightning. Plop! Just moments ago, he had been brimming with arrogance. Yet now he uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself in utter submission. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished. Just a single glance from this prince had forced such a formidable creature to kneel. Who exactly was this royal figure? Continue. The commoner shall comply. The young woman nodded, resuming her place at the chain. Her fingers glided gently across the strings, and enchanting melodies began to flow throughout the building. The malevolent youth, upon hearing this music once more, felt a burning rage within, his body writhing in discomfort. Yet he found himself immobilized, as if pinned to the ground, stiff and powerless. A tortured quiver emanated from his throat, his body trembling uncontrollably. The exquisite sound of the chain felt like a death knell to him, inflicting unbearable pain. Lu Chen's eyes flickered with intrigue. The music held no extraordinary qualities, nor was the performer of any remarkable cultivation. Yet, this simple melody inflicted such profound harm upon the nightmare. Was it yet another product of a specific rule? Intriguing. Play faster. All right. She accelerated her playing, the once gentle notes transforming into a rapid torrent reminiscent of rushing waters. Huh. The malevolent youth's form trembled, creating afterimages, his entire being beginning to distort and fragment. Wounds marred his body, oozing dark, foul blood that dripped steadily. His face became a grotesque canvas of shattered black lines, appearing horrifically contorted. Outside the Qin building, Luo Feng and Hu Ying, along with the imperial city guards, arrived. They swiftly surrounded the building, ascending the stairs. Upon pushing open the door, they beheld the malevolent youth in the center. Is that a nightmare? This legendary creature, we have actually seen it. It's real. Both were taken aback, their hearts racing. Lu Chen raised a hand, halting them. Understanding, they positioned themselves at the entrance, preventing anyone from intruding and ensuring the malevolent entity could not escape. In a fleeting moment, amidst the urgent strains of the Qin, the malevolent youth's form began to dissipate, barely maintaining its shape. Ultimately, it collapsed in weakness, its dark aura dimming, its body noticeably thinning. You may cease. The young woman halted her performance, turning to the royal prince before her. What is the name of this piece? This piece is nameless. I stumbled upon this fragment from an ancient score. A fragment? Indeed, I, Chen Shi, would never deceive His Highness the Prince. Lu Chen regarded Chen Shi, noting her porcelain skin, striking beauty, and serene demeanor, truly a rare gem of the Yu. Yet, he could not recall having met her before. Chen Shi explained calmly, recently, there have been whispers circulating within the imperial city, causing the guards to become flustered. Over time, they naturally reported to His Highness, the fifth prince, who oversees the imperial soldiers, allowing him to make a decision. The royal presence most likely to appear in the outer city is undoubtedly you, coupled with your unique aura and formidable abilities. In the entire imperial city, there is no one else but you, the prince. It dawned on them that he was the most sought-after figure in the imperial city, a great hero, a person of immense stature. The others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, particularly the noble daughters, whose eyes sparkled with admiration as they beheld Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. This fragment, do you recall from which ancient score it originated? Chen Shi nodded, then shook her head. It is quite peculiar. Upon acquiring that ancient score, I only practiced it once, after which the notation vanished without a trace. No matter how I searched, I could not uncover its remnants, almost thinking I had imagined it. Yet, the melody in my mind remains vividly real. This matter is indeed strange, and I dared not rashly play it again. It was only during this Qin gathering, sharing insights with the other young ladies, that I performed it for the first time, never expecting such an incident to occur. Lu Chen pondered, casting a glance at the nightmare on the ground. A beam of holy white light erupted from his eyes, penetrating the nightmare's form. Reverse the yin and yang. In the next moment, the nightmare seemed to receive a surge of energy, regaining some vitality, enough to draw breath once more. He then turned to the other noble daughters. Can any of you replicate this piece? The noble daughters exchanged glances. Soon, one, with a gaze full of admiration, bravely spoke, "Your Highness, I have been familiar with music since childhood and possess considerable skill on the qin. I may attempt to play the piece elder sister Chen performed earlier." Lu Chen nodded and addressed Chen Shi. "May I borrow your qin?" "Your Highness, please." With that, an unseen force gently moved the qin before Chen Shi to the young woman. Begin. Yes. Chapter 36. The siege of the imperial city. The familiar sound of the zither once again resonated within the zither tower. However, this time, the malevolent spirit, the youth, exhibited no reaction. There was no trembling, nor the tearing of wounds. The once lethal melodies that seemed capable of claiming its life now appeared ordinary, devoid of any potency. Regardless of how the lady played or showcased her skills, the music lost its enchanting allure. It seemed that the rules of this piece recognized its master, only acknowledging Chen Shi, the one who had absorbed its essence. "Let it be." "Yes." The lady stepped back, slightly disheartened. The zither returned to Chen Shi's hands. "Take it and bring it back." "Yes." Luo Feng and the others rushed in, apprehending the spirit, which had regained some vitality. Lu Chen's indifferent gaze swept over everyone present. "What transpired today must not be disseminated. Continue with your zither gathering." With that, Lu Chen decisively led Luo Feng and the others out of the tower. Outside the zither tower, the carriage for their return to the palace had been waiting for some time. Lanyan promptly approached. Just as she was about to pay her respects, she caught sight of the menacing spirit being restrained by Luo Feng and the others. Her pupils contracted. This is Luo Feng and Huing were no better off than Lanyan. It was their first time witnessing its existence with their own eyes. The spirit had stepped out from the realms of legend into their reality, manifesting vividly before them. Moreover, it had seemingly transformed from a human into this abominable form. If this were an isolated incident, it would be manageable. However, if it were not, that would pose a grave threat. This indicated that, unbeknownst to them, the spirit had quietly infiltrated the lives of ordinary people. Had it not been for today's unforeseen event, they would still be in the dark. Contemplating this, they could not help but wonder how many more spirits were disguised as humans lurking around them. Luo Feng and Huing exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. The world was fraught with danger, with the Taiping sect lurking outside, and the emergence of spirits posing threats within. Their Yu was in serious trouble. Take this spirit to the imperial prison. Huing, you shall personally guard it. No one shall interrogate it without the orders of the crown prince or his majesty. Understood. Lu Chen turned his gaze to Luo Feng. Investigate that girl named Chen Shi thoroughly. Send someone to keep a close watch on her. Yes. Let us return to the palace. Yes. Within the Cloud Palace, the old emperor was indulging in pleasure, flanked by beautiful concubines. He savored the fruits and fine wines offered to him. Your Majesty, allow me to refill your cup. Please, Your Majesty. Another concubine was massaging his shoulders. Your Majesty, is this pressure to your liking? Yes, quite agreeable. Beautiful ones, you know how to serve. Excellent, excellent. I shall reward you all. While the old emperor reveled in his pleasures, a commotion arose outside the Cloud Palace. Report, report. The guards' urgent voices pierced the air. The old emperor furrowed his brow, his murky eyes filled with displeasure. What trouble has arisen now? Sigh, none of you allow me a moment's peace. The concubines knew well that such urgent reports rarely carried good news, and the old emperor detested them. They quickly reassured him, Your Majesty, fear not. With your sons holding the reins of the Yu and the fifth prince, a martial prodigy, personally guarding the imperial city, what problems could arise? Perhaps it is news of victory from the front lines. Only then did the old emperor nod in satisfaction, summon them. A guard hurried into the Cloud Palace, his expression tinged with fear. Your Majesty, the imperial guards have reported that traces of spirits have been discovered within the city, poisoning the citizens. Nearly 100 have already fallen victim. Upon hearing this, the old emperor waved his hand dismissively. What a trivial matter to disturb me. Spirits, How peculiar. But a mere spirit cannot cause any upheaval. With my fifth son present, exterminating it is as easy as pie. Depart. The guard hesitated, Your Majesty. There's more. What else is there? Your Majesty. The fifth prince has personally intervened, capturing a spirit disguised among the citizens of the imperial city. The commander at the eastern gate has detained it in the imperial prison, awaiting judgment. At this, the old emperor's hand, which held the wine cup, froze imperceptibly for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He was somewhat taken aback. A spirit in human guise? This is indeed a novel concept. I have never heard of such a thing. Pray tell, what exactly transpired? The guard recounted the details. Upon concluding, the old emperor was consumed with rage. What did you say? Absurd. Truly absurd. The guard bowed his head, trembling in fear. I would not dare deceive your majesty. This matter is most verifiable. The fifth prince himself captured the spirit, which now resides in the imperial prison, awaiting judgment. The old emperor's fury intensified, and he kicked over the dragon table before him, spilling wine and fruits across the floor. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! An unexpected incident can unearth a spirit lurking within my imperial city. Does that mean there are even more undiscovered? Could there be such entities within the court of the Yu? The old emperor laughed in anger. I wondered why there have been so many rebels lately, each opposing me. It turns out there are such sinister forces at play. Very well, very well. Proclaim my decree. Seal off the imperial city. From this moment forth, no one shall enter or exit. Not even a fly shall escape my grasp. Furthermore, summon all princes, princesses, and officials of the imperial city, regardless of rank, to the floating world hall tomorrow morning to attend a grand assembly and publicly judge the spirit in human guise. I shall uncover how many scoundrels in my court are actually malevolent beings. Understood. The guard hurriedly departed to convey the order. The old emperor glanced around at the concubines. His mood soured. You may all leave. Yes, your majesty. Once all had departed, the cloud palace stood empty. The old emperor sat alone upon the dragon throne, a rare glimmer of clarity flickering in his murky eyes. He soon released a long, drawn-out sigh. Alas, news of the spirit spread throughout the palace. The passing eunuchs and maidens buzzed about Hu Ying's apprehension of the spirit to the imperial prison. Is that even possible? I saw it with my own eyes. General Hu Ying from the Eastern Gate truly brought a creature that resembles a malevolent spirit into the prison. This cannot be true. Such things only exist in legends and folktales, right? Folktales and legends must have their origins. Otherwise, how could martial masters witness such beings? In any case, the matter could not be fabricated, for the emperor's wrath had already led to the sealing of the imperial city. Chapter 37. The Dungeon. What shall we do? According to folklore, ordinary people encountering such entities are doomed to perish. Why worry? The esteemed warriors of the Dayu royal family are numerous. If the sky were to fall, they would surely bear the weight. We have endured for many years. This is but a fleeting moment. Moreover, do we not have His Highness, the Prince of Martial Sovereignty, in our palace? It is said that he personally apprehended this nightmare. Indeed, it is said that the Prince of Martial Sovereignty was merely patrolling the royal city when he discerned the nightmare amidst the crowd. The nightmare attempted to flee, but was subdued by the prince in mere 3 moves, leaving it in a state of disarray. 3 moves? Nonsense. We have heard it was only 1 move. With just a single strike, the nightmare was rendered immobile. Truly formidable. I have heard that it was merely a glance. With 1 look from His Highness, the nightmare fell to its knees. The eunuchs and palace maids murmured amongst themselves. Suddenly, they noticed someone approaching, their expressions shifting slightly, and they quickly exchanged glances, signaling each other to remain silent and stand at attention. The servant, maid, greets His Highness, the 3rd prince. Prince Lu Lang, known for his gentle demeanor, exuded a warmth akin to spring. He nodded lightly in acknowledgement and gracefully passed by the palace maids, leading his entourage towards the east, where the dungeon lay. As he swept past the crowd, Lu Lang waved his folding fan and remarked, "Have you heard? My 5th brother has only just assumed command of the royal city's military and has already accomplished a remarkable feat." A middle-aged swordsman dressed in white, who accompanied Lu Lang, pondered for a moment and said, It is not surprising for a top-tier master in the realm of heavenly perception to possess such capabilities. However, governing a nation relies not solely on martial prowess. Such advantages can only yield temporary gains. Your Highness need not be disheartened. Lu Lang chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do you think I possess such a narrow mind? I am merely lamenting my brother's extraordinary talents. In these chaotic times for the Yu, having such a prince of martial sovereignty emerge from our Lu family is indeed a blessing. With a swift motion, Lu Lang unfurled his fan. Yet, I'm now more concerned about that nightmare. Since one has been revealed, it implies that there may be a second, a third. They have been hiding among the people of the Yu, unnoticed. One cannot help but wonder what their true intentions are. A deep-seated worry flashed in Lu Lang's eyes. Indeed, it is a time of turmoil. Ever since he took command of the Mirror Shadow Pavilion, Prince Lu Huan had not experienced a moment of respite. He paused, closing the reports from various regions that the pavilion received that day, and gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the Cloud Palace. His attendant gently called out, Your Highness. Your Highness? What occupies your mind? Lu Huan shook his head. I was merely contemplating why my father granted my brother such a high position as the commander of the royal city's military. Given my father's character, it seems rather uncharacteristic. Reflecting on past events, he noted, before the appointment, the royal city was tranquil. Yet after the decree, bizarre cases and the nightmare, cloaked in human skin, began to unfold one after the other. How coincidental. So coincidental that it makes me suspect it was orchestrated by my father, deliberately allowing my brother, a top-tier master in heavenly perception, to utilize his authority to uncover these matters. However, he shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. If his father truly possessed such cunning and means, the Yu would not have descended into its current state of internal strife and external threats. Never mind. Let us proceed to the dungeon. I wish to see what this nightmare, which is said only to be visible to martial arts masters, truly is. Yes. Upon arriving at the royal dungeon, Lu Huan found that Prince Lu Lang and the other princes had already arrived, standing before the now weakened and confined nightmare. Ah, the nightmare. It indeed resembles the grotesque figures described in tales. Look at its blood, thick and black. How does such a creature even survive? That is a question for this world to answer. What manner of creation birthed such beings? Enough. Let us inquire about its intentions swiftly. The sooner we learn, the sooner we can be rid of this nauseating creature. As a prince stepped forward to interrogate the nightmare, the imposing figure of Hu Ying blocked his path. Forgive my rudeness, but may I inquire if your highness has received the command from the military commander or his majesty? The prince furrowed his brow. As a royal prince commanding a department, do you mean to say I cannot interrogate a condemned prisoner? Hu Ying maintained a serious demeanor, stating, This nightmare is not ordinary. It involves significant matters. Without the orders of the military commander and his majesty, no one is permitted to conduct an interrogation. My duties bind me. I hope your highness understands. You dare. A mere gatekeeper dares to offend me? A nearby attendant stepped forward, his gaze fierce, ready to confront Hu Ying. Unfazed, Hu Ying subtly released his formidable aura at the peak of the Ming intent realm. Clang. The long blade drew a stark line in the air, underscoring his authority. The military commander has decreed that without his or his majesty's orders, no one shall conduct an interrogation. Should the seventh prince insist on forcing his way, do not blame me for being disrespectful. Boom! A powerful force erupted, clashing against the attendants of the seventh prince, creating a tense standoff. Seeing this, Lu Huan calmly instructed his attendant, assist Hu Ying. Should there be any aggression, eliminate them. As the attendant moved, the seventh prince, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, You dare use Lu Chen to intimidate me? Very well. Let us see how mighty my fifth brother's authority truly is. One might think he has already ascended to the throne. The seventh prince surveyed the surroundings, intending to rally everyone against Lu Chen's tyranny, but to his surprise, none joined him. Only Prince Lu Lang stepped forward, stating, Brother, as the military commander of the royal city, it is within his rights to defend the city from those with ill intent. You have gone too far. He continued, Since General Hu is bound by duty, I shall not make it difficult for him. Farewell. His courteous demeanor sharply contrasted with that of the seventh prince. The seventh prince's expression shifted between anger and frustration. With a huff, he tossed his sleeves and left the dungeon in haste. The others followed suit, leaving only Hu Ying and Lu Huan in the heavily secured dungeon. Your Highness, in addressing Lu Huan, who shared a unique relationship with Lu Chen, Hu Ying's demeanor softened. He hesitated before asking, "Do you wish to interrogate as well? Although, given your relationship with His Highness, I should not obstruct you. This matter is of great importance." Lu Huan patted Hu Ying's shoulder, saying, "You're doing well. Maintain this attitude." Chapter 38. A fortuitous incident. Even the solitary cannot be an exception. Lu Huan cast a glance at the dazed creature, Yin, behind Hu Ying, and then at the gate of the prison, in the direction where the others had departed. He spoke, "Moreover, I must avoid any suspicion. If an actual interrogation were to occur, that would indeed spell trouble." The attendant beside Lu Huan was puzzled. "Why is that?" Lu Huan shot him a disdainful look. "You must have become foolish from your martial training. Consider this. If Yin had not been exposed, and no one suspected anything, suddenly one of its kind was flayed and imprisoned, would you not suspect that among those coming to interrogate Yin, there might be its accomplices? Perhaps they intend to silence it or rescue it to prevent it from revealing undesirable truths. In such a scenario, if I were to interrogate it, how could I possibly clarify matters?" The attendant appeared enlightened. "So, His Highness the Crown Prince has instructed Hu Ying to guard Yin here, forbidding anyone from conducting an interrogation to flush out the spies?" Lu Huan nodded and instructed, "You should hide outside the prison and coordinate with Hu Ying. Make note of anyone lurking suspiciously around the prison." "Understood," he replied eagerly. Lu Huan then waved goodbye to Hu Ying and departed from the prison. In the Qingtian palace, as autumn deepened, the air grew a tad colder within the palace walls. The brisk autumn breeze turned the leaves yellow, causing them to fall one by one. Luo Feng stepped upon the brittle, yellow leaves, producing a crunching sound as he arrived at the Qingtian palace. "I, Luo Feng, pay my respects to your highness." Lu Chen was engrossed in studying the death and life magic eye. As his cultivation deepened and his understanding of martial arts expanded, he was able to grasp the principles of martial theory with increasing speed. In less than half a month, he had already reached the third level and was now progressing towards a fourth, with promising results. No need for formalities. "Have you managed to uncover the background of Chen Shi?" Luo Feng replied, "Your Highness, Chen Shi was born into the Chen family in Ningzhou, Jiangnan. Her ancestors were affluent and reputable, with many family members serving loyally in the military or in the court of the Great Yu Dynasty. Her lineage is untainted, and her origins are verifiable. I tasked someone with investigating Chen Shi's local reputation and collected her records, which indicate that she is a virtuous character, possessing grace and talent. She has been well-versed in poetry and music from a young age, excelling particularly in painting and music. She is renowned as a talented woman in Ningzhou, with some even referring to her as one of the 3 unparalleled beauties." "The 3 unparalleled beauties?" Luo Feng nodded, continuing, "The third refers to her beauty and figure, unparalleled in Ningzhou and captivating throughout Jiangnan. She is known as the first beauty of Jiangnan. What brings her to the imperial city? She has come to participate in the musical gathering hosted by the prominent families of the imperial city. This gathering allows the daughters of various families to exchange musical talents and share intimate conversations, akin to poetry or wine gatherings, serving as a means for the younger generation of various families to foster connections. This gathering is not a new event. It occurs annually, and this year is not the first time Chen Shi has attended. She has been coming to the imperial city since she was 14, making this her 5th visit. After the incident, I dispatched someone to monitor her. She exhibited no unusual behavior, conversing with several noble friends in the imperial city after the gathering, occasionally discussing the unexpected turmoil at the event. She initially planned to return home, but upon the emperor's order to seal off the city, she remained as a guest. Luo Feng concluded, "Therefore, based on what I have discovered, it appears that Chen Shi is not implicated in the recent exposure of the Great Yin. It was merely a fortuitous incident." Lu Chen responded with a non-committal hum. "What a melody?" Luo Feng replied, "I have not found any pertinent information regarding that melody." There are countless obscure ancient texts, and every prominent family possesses their own collections, seldom revealing them to outsiders. There may be one or two enigmatic musical scores, especially those associated with the mysterious yin. However, according to my findings, Chen has indeed cultivated a habit of collecting ancient musical scores and exploring forgotten musical techniques. As for the origins of that mysterious piece, it likely aligns with her assertions. Lu Chen nodded, closing the death and life magic eye, the light of black and white slowly dissipating from his eyes. Is there any news from the prison? Luo Feng stated, many have attempted to gather information from the prison, with nearly all the officials in court probing, yet none have acted decisively. Only the various princes have visited. The seventh prince sought to conduct an interrogation directly, but was halted by Hu Ying and left in a huff after being reprimanded by the third prince. Since then, no one has entered or exited the prison. Remarkably restrained, Lu Chen observed, gazing at the sky. They have concealed themselves for so long. They would not easily disrupt their ranks over a mere unexpected revelation. Perhaps this yin possesses limited knowledge and does not mind its exposure. Luo Feng's expression grew grave. I also did not anticipate that our Great Yu would harbor such entities. A creature donning human skin. Even the records in my Luo family's extensive archives fail to document such abilities. Furthermore, whether it is this creature in human skin or the one committing heinous acts in the outer districts, both possess the ability to operate in daylight, which diverges from the ancient text accounts. This world is indeed becoming increasingly chaotic. One cannot fathom their true intentions in remaining hidden. Lu Chen remained silent, merely casting a glance towards the Cloud Palace, where the old emperor resided. The following day, before dawn, all officials of the imperial city, regardless of rank, gathered early at the Shijian Hall, awaiting the commencement of the Grand Court Assembly. The princes and consorts arrived in succession, causing the once spacious hall to feel somewhat constricted, filled with silent heads. The emperor has arrived. The crowd promptly bowed, proclaiming, "Long live the emperor." A booming voice resonated within the Shijian Hall as the old emperor took his seat upon the dragon throne amidst the reverent acclamations. "Be seated." "Thank you, your majesty." The officials rose. The old emperor surveyed the assembly and spoke. "You all should be aware of the purpose for which I have summoned you today. I believe you're also quite curious about what the legendary yin truly looks like. Bring it forth." With a command from the emperor, the grand doors of the hall swung open. Hu Ying escorted the menacing yin into the center of the chamber. As they made their way, various ministers cast furtive glances, filled with uncertainty. Some of the less skilled officials even retreated several steps to avoid the ill fortune associated with this ghastly creature. "I am Hu Ying, paying my respects to your majesty." "Long live the emperor." "Be seated." "Thank you, your majesty." The old emperor's gaze swept across the assembly once more as he pointed at the yin before him. "How is it? Have you seen clearly? This legendary specter. Do any of you find it familiar?" Chapter 39. The Nightmare. The Human Race. Qiao Taisher. The old emperor pointed to a minister. Qiao Taisher hurriedly diverted his gaze from the nightmare. "No, your majesty, I do not recognize it. I was merely curious and happened to look a few more times." As the court historian, Qiao Taisher was well-versed in ancient texts and had conducted considerable research on entities like the nightmare, often collecting historical materials related to such folklore. However, he never anticipated that such a being would genuinely exist, appearing before him in such an unadorned manner. This realization filled him with an extraordinary sense of wonder, akin to witnessing a legend materialize into reality, compelling him to take a few more glances. He shook his head in denial, and the other ministers echoed the sentiment, claiming ignorance. While they harbored a modicum of curiosity about the nightmare, none of them dared to admit familiarity. Such beings were considered ominous, according to popular lore. Any ordinary person who laid eyes upon it would meet their demise. They were not martial arts masters with profound cultivation, wielding golden elixirs and boundless power. Who would dare to acknowledge familiarity? Even if someone did recognize it, who would be bold enough to declare it in this moment? That would be courting death. None of you recognize it? It is best that way. The old emperor, witnessing the ministers shake their heads in unison, turned his gaze toward the dazed nightmare at the center of the floating world hall. Huing, awaken it. As you command. Huing harnessed his martial energy and delivered a resounding slap to the nightmare's face. Smack! The heavy blow echoed throughout the hall. Yet the nightmare remained in a dazed state. Smack! Huing struck again, but still there was no effect. Cease. Yes. The old emperor looked perplexedly at Lu Chen. Fifth. Has this creature been rendered senseless by you? Lu Chen turned his gaze toward the nightmare, and his eyes shimmered with black and white energies. Death and life demon eye. Reverse. In the next moment, under the illumination of Lu Chen's gaze, the dazed nightmare began to visibly regain its senses, its wounds healing at an astonishing pace. As if time were reversing. The nightmare abruptly awoke, glancing around in confusion. You all. Before it could utter more, a tremendous force struck from behind. Kneel. Huing kicked it to the ground, and the immense pressure of martial energy immediately overwhelmed it. The searing heat engulfed the nightmare, causing it to grimace in discomfort, letting out pained growls intermittently. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to it. All eyes were fixed on Lu Chen. No, they cannot be mistaken, can they? The ministers thought in disbelief. The crown prince had merely cast a glance at the nightmare, without any physical confrontation or contact. Yet he managed to heal its wounds and restore its senses? What kind of sorcery was this? Even the most skilled martial artist with celestial sensitivity would not possess such prowess, would they? Such miraculous abilities could not possibly belong to. The notion struck everyone's minds simultaneously. A transcendent being. A 20-year-old martial celestial? Is it true? Some officials swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. On the dragon throne, the old emperor scrutinized Lu Chen intently. This technique seems to be. A fleeting shadow of deep concern flashed in his eyes. Just as silence enveloped the floating world hall, the nightmare let out a bizarre laugh. I see you wish to extract some information from me. Do you? Hey. I am unafraid to inform you that your human race is doomed this time. Even if Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingxi were to rise simultaneously. Your human race, is destined for annihilation. Destruction is your inevitable fate. Though the nightmare's words were cryptic, the audience grasped the chilling implications behind its utterances. Human race, this time, destruction, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingxi rising simultaneously. Those present who had ascended to such ranks were no fools. They could discern the terrifying information embedded within those phrases. Utter nonsense, sowing discord. The old emperor retorted coldly. Our illustrious Yu, blessed with both natural treasures and exceptional talents, cannot be swayed by the likes of you, a wretched entity. Such arrogance provoked the nightmare further. You see, I walk freely beneath the sun. Right before your very eyes, I come and go as I please. Your guardian spirit can no longer shield you. You pitiful worms, at last. Enough. The audacity of the nightmare enraged everyone present. How dare you, vile creature, howl amidst the sanctity of our Yu court? To roar in the palace and mock the imperial authority is a crime worthy of death. Huing intensified the flow of his martial energy, the crimson aura transforming into tangible flames. Yet, the young nightmare merely laughed in disdain. Martial energy is not our nemesis. With such feeble power, you think you can. A brilliant azure flame suddenly enveloped the young nightmare, burning quietly yet fiercely. Contrarily, the creature emitted a cacophony of agonizing wails. No, please stop. I will speak. The azure divine flame ceased its movement, gradually dissipating. The nightmare gasped for air, its breaths heavy and labored. The old emperor's mocking voice rang out. It seems my family's azure divine flame is indeed your greatest nemesis. The nightmare is but this. As long as the royal lineage of the Lu family endures, there shall never be a day for you wretched beings to rise again. The emperor's derisive words fell like a reassuring balm upon the floating world hall. Chapter 40. The inevitable conclusion. The rules suppressed the rising unrest among the ministers, stirred by the malevolent words of the specter. In response, the specter merely bared its teeth, offering no rebuttal, for it had no desire to once again endure the torment of the heavenly divine flame. This fiendish entity was more agonizing than anticipated. Mirror reflection platform. What have you discovered? Lu Huan stepped forward, presenting a dossier. Father, this specter is named Lu Yu, a collateral descendant of the Lu family in Yongzhou. Lu Yu was not particularly distinguished within the family, merely of average talent, until 2 years ago when he suddenly experienced a revelation, leveraging his extraordinary abilities to infiltrate the core ranks of the Lu family, gaining the authority to represent them in various activities and social engagements. This specter likely seized Lu Yu's body 2 years ago, usurping his identity. Its actions appear aimed at seizing control of the Lu family, manipulating its members to incite rebellion against the Great Yu imperial court at a critical juncture. This serves as evidence of Lu Yu's treasonous intentions, as he has repeatedly associated with various treacherous officials and traitors involved in the Tea Party incident. The rampant behavior of the Taiping sect in recent years has undoubtedly been fueled by these malevolent entities. The old emperor accepted the dossier from the eunuch and perused its contents. Moments later, he trembled with rage. Tear. He violently shredded the document into fragments. Demons and specters. Disrupting my Great Yu, they must be exterminated. Exterminated? Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Lu Huan hastily interjected. We are still unclear about the specter's motives and relevant information. It is imperative that we extract intelligence from Lu Yu. The others quickly knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. They understood the emperor's temperament all too well, fearing that this foolish monarch might act impulsively and execute Lu Yu in a fit of rage. Currently, this was their sole lead, and it could not be squandered. The minister's council gradually quelled the emperor's fury. Very well, for now, I shall spare your life. Lu Yu remained silent, its pitch-black eyes fixated on the emperor, an empty gaze seemingly expressing disdain. The emperor, suppressing his anger, demanded, Tell me, how many of your kind exist within the realm of Great Yu? Lu Yu shook its head, responding, I do not know. What did you say? It reiterated. I do not know. Insufferable. Bold rogue. Do you truly believe we dare not execute you? Do you think this is a place for your insolence? Lu Yu glanced at the assembly, a hint of a derisive smile curling its lips. I speak the truth. It is difficult to ascertain how many of my kind exist, but I can assure you, whether in plain sight or hidden away, we are everywhere. There is no need for me to deceive you, nor is there a benefit in doing so. Regardless of your awareness, the impending tide has already shifted. As it spoke, it noticed Lu Chen casting an indifferent, godlike gaze in its direction. The specter's smug smile vanished instantly, replaced by an overwhelming sense of searing agony. Lu Yu's words caused the ministers to flinch. Such revelations. The emperor inquired again, is the method by which you occupy Lu Yu's body common among your kind? Why is there no record of this in ancient texts? Lu Yu cautiously glanced at Lu Chen and replied, You must ask your emperor, Lu Xingxi, to prevent the spread of fear and despair. Lu Xingxi ordered the destruction of numerous records and artifacts that documented our existence, leaving only a scant few to caution future generations. Yet, without Lu Xingxi's suppression, those remnants would have long since vanished over 3 millennia. Even those families with ancient legacies possess only limited knowledge. They are all prudent enough to safeguard themselves. The emperor turned to Qiao Taishu. What do you make of the specter's claims? Qiao Taishu responded, Your Majesty, I have gathered various accounts, and during the reign of Emperor Tianfeng, tales of demons and specters were prevalent. However, following the ascension of Emperor Zhenshi, such accounts dwindled significantly, with much of the folklore reduced to mere fragments, lacking detailed accounts. It seems the truth aligns with what Lu Yu has stated. Lu Yu smirked. In due time, you will all come to understand. What purpose would I have in deceiving you? The emperor's expression darkened. What does in due time imply? What do you mean? Lu Yu was about to unleash its characteristic eerie laughter, reveling in its own delight, but suddenly recollected something, promptly stifling itself. The balance of yin and yang has been disrupted, akin to the strange occurrences unfolding outside. The suppression during the day has diminished to its lowest point. We need no longer adhere to the rules of night and murder. Soon, we shall fully arrive in this land, revealing our true forms. Such bizarre incidents will not be isolated. They will become the norm. Every state and city in Great you will witness the arrival of my kind. In the end, total subjugation. Lu Yu's lips betrayed a sinister smile. Thus I fear not in divulging this to you, for the balance is shattered and the tide is set. Your human race is destined for annihilation. It glanced at Lu Chen, asserting that even the emergence of another Lu Xingxi could not alter this predetermined fate. I advise you to abandon resistance and surrender to my kin. Enough. The old emperor interjected, cutting off Lu Yu's incitements. A wretched creature lurking in the shadows dares to speak of overthrowing my Great Yu. I could decree your death or grant you life at my whim. Where are your compatriots? Do you truly believe they will come to your rescue? A mere prisoner dares to utter such words. Oof. With a swift motion, the emperor dismissed Lu Yu with a cold glare. I shall ask you one last time. What is the tune that reveals your true form? Lu Yu coldly laughed. I do not know. As soon as the words left its mouth, the familiar searing sensation surged through Lu Yu once more. The excruciating pain made it tremble uncontrollably. I speak the truth. It trembled, casting a cautious glance at Lu Chen, stating, I truly do not know. I am a newly emerged specter, with a lowly status within my kin, possessing limited knowledge. Otherwise, they would not allow me to be interrogated by you. What do you know? I only know that tune is a form of rule. Just as your Lu family's heavenly divine flame inexplicably restrains my kind, that cursed tune serves a similar purpose. I know not what it is, but upon hearing it, I become numb and lose my ability to conceal my true form. Finally, a smile appeared on the emperor's face. Excellent. Yet, in the next instant, his expression turned icy once more. Take him away and execute him. Chapter 41. Destiny's claim. Lu Yu was not taken aback by the emperor's sudden change of demeanor. From the moment his unexpected exposure led to his capture by Lu Chen, he understood that his fate was sealed. His companions would never risk revealing themselves for the sake of such a minor pawn. The palace guards, brimming with vigor, dragged him away, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon the old emperor, his eyes filled with dark resentment. He chuckled softly. I shall await you below. With a swift motion, a blade imbued with blazing vitality struck him down, crimson blood splattering across the steps of the floating world hall. Only then did the old emperor retract his gaze and begin to survey the assembly of ministers. You have all heard the words of this creature. What are your thoughts? Speak freely. The courtiers exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before one stepped forward. Your Majesty, according to this fiend, there are likely countless human skins of nightmares concealed within our Great Yu nation. Thus, I propose we conduct a thorough self-examination. He scanned the faces around him, seeking to uncover if any among them had, like Lu Yu, experienced a sudden awakening, a drastic change in temperament, or an unusually fervent ambition. Should such individuals exist, they must be guarded against and excluded from the core of our court and noble families, lest the nightmares exploit any vulnerabilities. The other ministers nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his counsel. Indeed, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Such malevolent entities have hidden in silence for years, displaying utmost cunning. At that moment, another voice emerged. Your Majesty, as that nightmare mentioned, they cannot control themselves when they hear that particular tune. Why not make the melody known, allowing everyone in Great Yu to see through the nightmare's disguises? This would fortify our defenses. Standing behind Lu Chen, Luo Feng interjected, Your Majesty, I have investigated this matter, and His Highness, Prince Chen, has confirmed it. That melody can only be effective in the hands of the woman who possesses it. Others may replicate the notes, but they will lack its supernatural potency. The assembly fell into contemplative silence. Luo Feng continued, as Lu Yu stated, the heavenly flame of blue sky and this melody both derive from the same fundamental principles. Consider how many within our royal family have mastered the heavenly flame of blue sky. By the same token, not everyone can wield the extraordinary power of that melody. That is indeed a valid point, the emperor mused, but complicates matters. Oh, complications? The emperor's voice rang out unexpectedly. What complications could arise? To my eyes, this is an omen of good fortune. He lightly drummed his fingers on the dragon throne. Did you not hear that creature's declaration? The heavenly flame of blue sky from the Lu family naturally counters them. And as for the heavenly flame, the emperor glanced at Lu Chen, a smile gracing his lips. The prowess of my fifth son's flame rivals my own in my youth. At merely 20 years of age, he has already reached such heights, talent that even the former emperor, the great reformer, could scarcely match. The great reformer turned the tide of destiny. So why can't my son continue the legacy? Furthermore, upon assuming command of the royal city's troops, my fifth son exposed this nightmare and uncovered its sinister plot. While there may be elements of coincidence, it is precisely this coincidence that renders it all the more remarkable. Otherwise, that woman, who harbors the bane of the Nightmare clan, would not have played that melody at just the right moment, allowing my son to perceive it. What does this indicate? It signifies that Great Yu is destined for greatness. Even the heavens themselves are favoring us. No matter the schemes of malevolent spirits, they can only fall beneath the enduring glory of Great Yu. The emperor spoke with fervor, a hint of color returning to his pallid visage, as if Great Yu were indeed blessed by divine favor. The ministers hastened to offer their congratulations. Long live the emperor! Congratulations, your majesty! Long live Great Yu! The reverberating cheers filled the hall, bringing immense joy to the emperor. By the way, what is the name of the woman who possesses this extraordinary melody? Luo Feng replied, Your Majesty, her name is Chun Shi, hailing from Ningzhou. Chun Shi, the morning sun. Quite a lovely name. The emperor reflected momentarily before commanding a team to protect her, instructing them to inform her that she would need to reside in the royal city for the time being to assist the imperial family. Upon hearing this, the ministers were stirred with enthusiasm. They welcomed the opportunity to engage with a being who wielded such an extraordinary melody. Yet, before they could voice their eagerness, the emperor interjected, This matter shall be handled by your royal city guards. Thus it falls under your jurisdiction. Luo Feng promptly accepted the decree. I shall obey. With Chun Shi arranged for protection, the emperor turned his gaze to Lu Chen. My fifth son, your role in uncovering the Nightmare clan's deceit has been invaluable. I have always been one to reward merit. I recall how you have cherished martial arts and literature since childhood, diligently collecting ancient texts on martial techniques. The knowledge from outside cannot compare to our own. He chuckled. The Lu family of our royal lineage possesses not only the blue sky, not easy technique as our clan's foundation, but also a wealth of exceptional skills and insights from our ancestors. Each tome has been meticulously selected, proven through history, and surpasses the dubious doctrines of others by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, many contain annotations from our forebears, significantly easing the path to mastery, thus reducing the likelihood of error. The emperor's tone grew somber as he added, Therefore, I grant you unrestricted access to our royal archives. Should you wish, you may even linger there in slumber. Lu Chen perceived the underlying message within the emperor's words, dubious doctrines. Clearly, his astute father had discerned the origins of the death magic eye and was subtly guiding him. Yes, I'm grateful, father. Good, as long as you're satisfied. The emperor rewarded Lu Chen before addressing the court once more. The threat of the Nightmare clan looms large. We shall adjourn for today. I urge you all to return and prepare defenses. Upon your return, peruse your ancestral texts, seeking clues regarding the nightmares. Strive to uncover their weaknesses and root them out entirely, restoring tranquility to Great Yu. He implored the ministers to unite in this endeavor. Do not let me down. We shall obey, came the united response. We take our leave. As the ministers bid farewell, the emperor departed the floating world hall with a contented smile. This council was perhaps the most gratifying he had experienced in a long time. However, the moment he stepped outside the hall, the smile vanished, replaced by a profound shadow of contemplation. He proceeded towards the Xuanxin Palace. As you command. Chapter 42. The slaughter of the mysterious Dharma Gate in the Floating World Palace. The atmosphere remained fervent with discussions following the departure of the old emperor. The courtiers spoke animatedly, expressing their bewilderment at the sudden emergence of a hidden Nightmare clan, which appeared to have intricate ties with the Taiping sect. Speculations arose that the Taiping sect might be subtly instigating turmoil. An air of unease enveloped the court, as if a storm was brewing. leaving the ministers pondering what other secrets lay hidden beneath the surface of the empire. With the dual threats of the Taiping sect and the Nightmare Clan looming, the ministers urged one another to share any intelligence regarding the Nightmare Clan. They noted that these entities feared sunlight and rarely appeared during the day, also avoiding those with strong martial energy. However, two nightmares had managed to roam freely in daylight, raising concerns over the changing rules of engagement. Previously, both sides needed to see each other to strike, but now, as evidenced by recent events, the nightmares could attack without regard for visibility. This rendered even the most skilled warriors vulnerable, leading to fears that only grandmasters of martial arts could vanquish these foes, a notion that left ordinary citizens with little hope for survival. The discussions continued, highlighting the urgent need to bolster their ranks in light of recent events. The Crown Prince, Liu Yun, and others joined the discussion, acknowledging the insufficiency of talent in their ranks due to the backlash from the Taiping sect and the Nightmare Clan. They proposed advancing the Grand Autumn Examination to swiftly recruit capable individuals and thereby strengthen their influence over various sects, while simultaneously repairing the royal reputation. As the dialogue unfolded, Luo Feng leaned closer to Lu Chun, suggesting the assembly of additional forces from allied factions to preemptively counter any threats. Lu Chun replied that he would remain in the royal treasury to investigate further, leaving the arrangements in Luo Feng's capable hands. Meanwhile, the military forces of Fengzhou surged forth, trampling the mountainous defenses. The commander, Yin Lai, led the charge atop his steed, wielding a crimson spear aimed at the protective barrier of the mysterious Dharma Gate. The clash reverberated as a breach formed in the array, and orders were given to eradicate the sect entirely before sunset, offering promotions as incentives for the soldiers. As the army stormed the mysterious Dharma Gate, they were met with an eerie silence. The place seemed deserted. Yin Lai's piercing gaze scanned the premises, convinced that the rebels could not have escaped undetected. He commanded an exhaustive search, determined to uncover the whereabouts of the elusive sect members. Upon discovering numerous lifeless bodies, Yin Lai felt a chill creep over him. The gruesome sight of drained corpses hinted at a sinister power at play. He took to the skies, employing his martial prowess to trace any lingering traces of the nightmares, but the realization struck him. They had fled. Urgently, he instructed a thorough examination of the sect's records to ascertain if any survivors remained. However, it was confirmed that aside from the sect leader, all others were accounted for among the fallen. Chapter 43. Blessings of Ancestors Observing the Scene. It was apparent that they had been deliberately gathered in the main hall of the sect. Several vice commanders scanned the entirety of the Miofa sect. The corpses present bore few signs of struggle. There were no conspicuous wounds that suggested a violent confrontation. They had perished swiftly, almost without the ability to defend themselves. Furthermore, there were no visible injuries on their bodies. It resembled a sinister cult's sacrificial ritual. The absence of the Miofa sect leader's corpse suggested that he was likely the perpetrator. Even if he were not, he could not be absolved of complicity. The experienced vice commanders quickly deduced the situation with just a few words. This beast had likely plotted this from the very start, ready to act as soon as word arrived from the imperial city, employing a ruse to buy time. After all, the assassination of the emperor, regardless of its outcome, was a capital crime. It would be wiser for him to act in advance to protect his own insidious secrets. This individual was indeed ruthless. What should be done now? Should we pursue? Yin Lai gazed into the distance and shook his head. It was futile to chase now. A bounty notice should be issued across Fengzhou to apprehend the Miofa sect leader. Later, I shall explain this matter to the imperial city. We will then await news for the capital. The intricacies of this affair are far from simple. With that, Yin Lai mounted his blood steed. He ordered a division to scour the Miofa sect, taking whatever could be carried away. The others were to accompany him to the Luyun sect to rendezvous with the deputy city lord. Meanwhile, at the Luyun sect, the deputy city lord furrowed his brow. He surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground and rubbed his temples in frustration. It had been years since he had encountered such a formidable malevolence. If this continued, it would surely lead to another upheaval in Jingzhou. With the Taiping sect lurking in the shadows, and now this malevolent force watching secretly, It seemed that trouble was brewing once more. He sighed deeply. Convey my military orders. From this day forth, Fengzhou is to be placed under full martial law. All military personnel must be vigilant for any strange incidents and unresolved cases, particularly focusing on acts of rebellion, such as village and city massacres. Any discoveries in Fengzhou must be reported immediately. Those who conceal knowledge shall be executed. That night, an urgent missive hastily arrived in the imperial city. A top-secret directive from the imperial city was also dispatched to Fengzhou, reaching the hands of the governors of the 36 states of Daiyu. In the imperial city, at the Lin family's splendid residence, elder sister Chen, your melody is truly enchanting. Could you teach me? Of course. I would love to learn as well. Ah, you young ones, it seems you're not merely interested in the music. I see you are rather keen on that esteemed martial prince of the imperial city. What do you mean, Madam Lin? Ha, you little girls. I've been around long enough to recognize your intentions. Since ancient times, beautiful women have adored heroes. With talents as exceptional as Prince Chen's, he stands unparalleled in this world, especially amidst the current turmoil. Which daughter would not be enamored by a man of such caliber? Had I been a few decades younger, I might have felt the same way. Oh dear, Madam Lin within the Lin residence. The voices of noble young ladies filled the air with playful banter. Before long, their conversation turned to the topic of Prince Chen's selection of a consort. After all, Prince Chen was now 20 years old and had yet to choose a bride. His passion for martial arts had indeed delayed his considerations in this regard. Yet it is late. He is already 20. According to royal customs, he should be selecting soon. Ha, Madam Lin chuckled. You silly girls, it may be a bit too late to be thinking about this now. The position of princess is coveted by many. First, there are the daughters of the flourishing family of the Sword Sect, who have greater opportunities to meet Prince Chen. Then there are the gentle and graceful daughters of the Mu family, the foster family of Prince Chen, who have long captured the emperor's heart. Furthermore, there are suitable matches from the powerful families of the court. I fear the list of potential brides prepared by the emperor's favored concubine for Prince Chen is already quite extensive. Oh dear, how are we to discuss if you keep saying such things? Very well, I shall speak no more. Meanwhile, she listened quietly, observing with a subtle, graceful smile. She refrained from interjecting, mindful not to overshadow them, as she was merely a guest in the imperial city and did not wish to be impolite. Outside the Lin residence, a servant approached with news. Miss, the imperial city has lifted its lockdown. We may now enter and exit freely. She nodded and addressed those at the Lin residence. I have been a guest in this esteemed place for some time. Now that the imperial city has been unsealed, it is time for me to take my leave. Ah, is Chen's sister leaving already? Do stay a few more days, having been away from home for some time. She worried that her parents were anxious and felt it was best to return to Ningzhou to ease their minds. As she spoke, a series of steady, powerful footsteps echoed from outside. Miss Chen, please wait. I am here on the Emperor's orders to invite you to remain in the imperial city temporarily, as we may require your assistance in certain matters. With that, Luo Feng added, rest assured, during your stay, the guards of the imperial city will ensure your safety. Should you have any requests, we shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Once your time is concluded, we will personally escort you back to Ningzhou without delay. She understood. Was it regarding that melody? Luo Feng glanced around, indicating that this was not the place for discussion. I have already prepared accommodations for you within the inner city. Please, let us move to a more private setting. Then I shall trouble you, General. Please lead the way. Within the Cloud Palace, the old emperor suddenly broke into a fit of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth and nose with his hand, lifting it to reveal a startling dark red stain in his palm. Gazing at the dark crimson hue, the old emperor's eyes deepened, concealing a profound worry for the future. My time is running short, he sighed softly. He rose and made his way to the study behind the Cloud Palace. On the side of the study, portraits of the emperors from the Lu family, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura, hung prominently. From the founding emperor Lu Xinghe to his father, he stared at the portraits within the study, his gaze somewhat lost and unfocused after a long while. He finally closed his eyes, suppressing the emotions within. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with resolve. May the blessings of our ancestors be upon us. Chapter 44. undercurrents casting a final glance at the portraits of Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingxi. The old emperor departed from the study, heavy with imperial authority. Upon returning to the Cloud Palace, he picked up a newly delivered scroll inscribed with the characters Chen Shi. The old emperor meticulously examined the document. The imperial clan's secret repository, the heart of the Lu family's legacy, housed the profound martial arts teachings and insights of all imperial experts since the founding of the dynasty. It was the very foundation upon which the Lu family asserted its dominance over the realm, of utmost significance. Greetings, His Highness Prince Chen. Upon reaching the heavily guarded entrance of the secret repository, the royal elders bowed in respect. We have received the emperor's decree. Henceforth, the repository shall be entirely open to you, with no restrictions. Please, proceed at your leisure. Very well, Lu Chen replied with a nod. I appreciate your assistance. With that, he stepped into the resplendent halls of the imperial repository. As he entered, waves of formidable martial intent surged towards him, emanating from tomes, radiating an otherworldly glow, each marked with their unique golden dance seals. Lu Chen casually scanned the surroundings. His gaze was immediately drawn to several ancient texts prominently displayed at the entrance. The method to resolve cultivation obsession and curse martial arts. Lu Chen picked one up and flipped through its pages. The heavenly flame of the Lu family is the greatest nemesis of all evil and ominous forces. If any descendants fall into demonic paths or become ensnared in nightmares, they must swiftly sever their ties with the source of their madness and harness the power of the heavenly flame to purify themselves regularly, thereby eradicating the malevolence of martial arts. This was no mere implication. It was a clear directive. Lu Chen turned to glance in the direction of the Cloud Palace. If previously he had only speculated that the old emperor was subtly orchestrating events, guiding the princes onto the righteous path and maintaining control over the court, now it was an undeniable truth. His father was indeed a master of shadows. Not only had he concealed his intentions profoundly, but he had also deceived everyone. The entire DU was blissfully unaware, shrouded by the old emperor's facade of incompetence. His suspicions had proven accurate. Since the martial arts tea gathering, the old emperor had been scrutinizing the princes, and the recent mysterious incidents in the royal city were likely orchestrated by him through the Taiping sect. He was systematically guiding the princes and the DU court to unveil those long-buried secrets. However, the unexpected arrival of Chen Shi's melody and Lu Yu's exposure seemed to fall outside his father's plans. Lu Chen could distinctly sense the urgency in his father's demeanor regarding the matter of Chen Shi and Lu Yu. The emperor was intent on shaping a belief in destiny, persuading all that Lu Chen's emergence was a sign that the fate of DU should not wane. Akin to Lu Xingshi's efforts to turn the tide and perpetuate the dynasty's legacy, the arrival of this unforeseen nemesis of the Nightmare clan was a heavenly omen to DU, a testament that the fate of humanity should not perish. Just as Emperor Gengshi had obliterated the traces of the Nightmare clan, eliminating fear and blocking despair. Despair and fear. Indeed, Lu Chen smiled silently. He raised his hand, returning the ancient text to its rightful place. A chilling resolve glimmered in his cold eyes, akin to the merciless frost of winter. With solitude as his ally, DU donned its majestic robes. Lu Chen ventured deeper into the repository. Nothing could disrupt this tranquility. In the ensuing days, DU remained placid. No mysterious incidents transpired, nor were there any rebellions from traitors. Following a thorough cleansing of the court, where numerous corrupt officials were ousted and the 13 princes took control of the central authority, the DU court enacted various policies to benefit the populace, alleviating hardships and fostering national prosperity. This once dwindling dragon seemed to awaken from its stupor, gradually returning to its rightful path. Everything proceeded with admirable order. Once more, the autumn winds blew favorably. News from the royal city heralded good tidings. What? The golden autumn imperial examination has been advanced? Moreover, the number of candidates has been increased and the entry requirements lowered? Indeed, the 13 princes, eager to recruit talent, aim to rejuvenate the court's vitality and not overlook the scattered gems of talent across DU. It was evident that these princes harbored noble intentions, as most of the beneficial policies stemmed from their advocacy. With their stewardship, the lives of our Dayu citizens were destined to improve, bringing hope for a brighter future. Hey, Lee the Great Scholar, where are you headed? I'm off home to study. This golden autumn examination is an opportunity not to be missed. You, who fail every year, will be better off not attending. I fear you might truly become an official and bring shame upon our county. What nonsense! My previous failures were due to the court's incompetence and the darkness of officialdom, which recognized wealth over merit. This time, with the oversight of the princes and the martial prince, a top-tier master stationed in the royal city, who would dare to act recklessly, I shall not fail again. Just wait and see. I shall return home adorned in official robes. Ha ha! Across the land, the people's customs grew more sincere. The awakening dragon soared to new heights. Yet, beneath this calm exterior, the heightened patrols in various provinces and counties, along with their incessant inspections, day and night, hinted at the turbulent undercurrents lurking beneath this facade of tranquility. In the Boundless Academy, Master Yin concluded a day of lectures. With the golden autumn examination approaching, the upcoming classes were temporarily suspended, urging students to prepare diligently. This year's examination was unprecedented. Its significance was clear to all. Here, I wish for all students to excel, achieving their aspirations without leaving behind any regrets in their lifetimes. The students promptly responded, "Yes, we shall heed the master's teachings." Indeed, Master Yin nodded in satisfaction and then exited the lecture hall. Old Yin, looking up, another master called out to him, wearing a grave expression. A sudden premonition gripped Master Yan's heart. What has happened? First, let us go to the main hall. The academy's head has matters to discuss with us. The head? Master Yin furrowed his brow. Let us proceed. The two hastily made their way to the main hall of the academy, where many others had already gathered. Masters, the head, appearing youthful despite his white hair, waved his hand, summoning two chairs behind them. Please take a seat. Once they were settled and all were present, the head began. The reason I have summoned you is to discuss a matter of great importance regarding the future direction of our academy. Is it concerning Diyu and the Taiping sect? The head nodded. Precisely. Chapter 45. The true celestial method is not easily attained indeed. It is, Master Yin promptly responded. However, have we not already resolved to descend the mountain to assist the imperial court? Moreover, we have communicated the regulations for the autumn examination. The old palace master stroked his grizzled beard, reflecting that human plans often fall short of celestial arrangements, and certain matters ought to adapt to the times. This time, our Waya Academy shall not participate in the autumn examination. A wave of bewildered glances swept through the assembly of scholars. Master, this is rather inappropriate, is it not? As scholars, we uphold the dignity of gentlemen and teach the righteous path. How can we act in contradiction to our commitments? Especially since Waya Academy stands as the pinnacle of literary achievement in Fengzhou, a beacon of faith for the scholars of the region. We have pledged our participation in the autumn examination. Retracting our word at this juncture would tarnish our reputation in the eyes of the world. How can we continue to claim the mantle of literary leaders and set an example for countless scholars? This cannot stand. It is a disgrace to our decorum and integrity. The scholars began to reference ancient texts, arguing passionately against the palace master's abrupt reversal. The old palace master allowed the clamor to unfold. Once the main hall had quieted, he spoke deliberately. This is also the decision of the Literary Alliance. What? The assembly gasped in unison. The decision of the Literary Alliance? The Literary Alliance is an assembly formed by various academies within the Great Yu territory, initially established for academic exchange and collaborative discussions, akin to the martial competitions of the 7 schools and the Fengzhou martial arts gathering. As more institutions joined, the alliance gained strength and formality, entrusted with the authority to maintain academic standards and guide the development of literary pursuits within the realm. Now, with the membership of several top academies, the alliance's relationships have tightened, lending it greater authority to represent the entirety of Great Yu's literary domain, thus holding significant sway. When the Literary Alliance reaches a decision, it is typically final. Upon hearing that it was the Literary Alliance's decision, the scholar's expressions shifted dramatically. The temporary reversal by Waya Academy, in contrast to a decision made by the Alliance, could not be equated. The former might be explained as an internal disturbance, a sudden inability to participate that would merely affect their reputation. Yet the latter, consider the implications. The autumn examination was to proceed smoothly, with the imperial court preparing accordingly. Now, to suddenly announce that the participating academies would collectively withdraw, what does this signify? It is akin to a slap in the face of the imperial court. For a moment, the scholars exchanged glances, their silence profound. After a lengthy pause, Master Yin sighed and, unwilling to relent, inquired, "May I ask, how many were in favor of this proposal during the Alliance's vote?" "About 80%. 80%? Did the top academies truly? Aside from Xinjiang Academy's abstention, the other three major academies all supported the decision to withdraw from the autumn examination. It was they who initiated this proposal. That explains everything. With 3 out of the 4 top literary forces in Great Yu in agreement, how could the others possibly dissent?" Understanding the outcome of the Literary Alliance's vote, Master Yin ceased his inquiries, knowing this matter had become irrevocable. As he made his way back, Master Yin gazed upon the familiar surroundings of the academy, yet an inexplicable sense of estrangement enveloped him. Sighing softly, he arrived outside the study of his student, Mo Wenju. "Wenju, master?" Mo Wenju turned, immediately perceiving the complex and grave expression on Master Yan's face. Quick-witted, he instantly connected the dots regarding the summons of all the scholars to the main hall. "Please, do not let the students know that Waya Academy has reversed its decision." Master Yin regarded Mo Wenju, his eyes filled with an intricate mix of emotions. He gazed at Mo Wenju for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he spoke, "Prepare yourself. We must leave Waya Academy." Turning away, Master Yin continued, "You, who dare to insult your elders and oppress the common folk, have disregarded the law. From this day forth, I shall expel you from my tutelage. You are no longer a student of Waya Academy. Henceforth, do not dare to claim the title of my disciple. Go." Mo Wenju was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. "Master, you intend to cast me out? Where shall I go?" "Naturally, to wherever you wish. The possessions in your study belong to the Literary Alliance. You may not take them with you. Should I see you again in a quarter of an hour, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, Master Yin swept away in a billow of robes. Mo Wenju stood frozen for a moment, then glanced around his study, at the receding figure of Master Yin, and towards the direction of the Academy's main hall. "Master," he quickly gathered his resolve, hastily departing the Academy to mount his steed, Blood Smoke. "Go!" Mo Wenju spurred his horse, racing towards the imperial city of Great Yu. In the palace, within the royal vault, in the innermost chamber sealed by powerful enchantments, Chen effortlessly dispelled the barriers. Once again beholding the family heirloom of the Liu clan, the unparalleled martial art, celestial method of unchanging heavens. It floated in midair, enveloped in layers of golden light and glimmering jade lamps, emanating an aura of terrifying martial essence. Threads of divine light intertwined, forming awe-inspiring and fearsome manifestations that captivated the soul. However, Liu Chen's purpose for this visit was not for the art itself. He sought to validate a hypothesis. Previously, he learned that the imperial family was currently practicing a version of the celestial method of unchanging heavens optimized by the founding emperor, Liu Xingxi, to facilitate easier cultivation and breakthrough for the royal lineage. Yet, optimizing such a supreme martial art is an immense undertaking, not something that can be accomplished by mere desire. It is not that Liu Chen underestimates his ancestors. Rather, the celestial method of unchanging heavens is inherently exceptional, formidable, and succinct. Even Liu Chen, having reached the 11th layer of mastery, finds it challenging to simplify the method's complexity while preserving its potency, let alone Liu Xingxi. Therefore, Liu Chen is confident that Liu Xingxi must have significantly abridged the original teachings left by the founding emperor, sacrificing some power and dominance for ease of practice. If that is the case, then the original teachings must still be hidden within the royal family. After all, if the Liu clan could produce a Liu Shangxi 3,000 years ago, Why could they not produce another in the present? It stands to reason that he likely concealed the original teachings using special methods to prevent descendants from becoming overly ambitious, reserving them for the next Lu Xingxi. Thus, Lu Chen surveyed the resplendent core chamber filled with jade light. A brilliant azure radiance enveloped him, radiating outward to fill the entire chamber. Boom! A tempest erupted, rumbling. The earth trembled. The sky resonated. A vast expanse of azure energy suddenly materialized, manifesting the celestial realm. A blazing sun and a crescent moon flickered within the azure, eternally illuminating the earthly realm. Ninth layer, celestial method of unchanging heavens. Chapter 46. The melody of the Ming Emperor in the state of the extraordinary Qingtian Yi. Lu Chen seemingly transformed into a deity traversing the mortal realm, emanating a radiant azure light, pure and unblemished. Once more, he scrutinized the entire secret chamber through his divine perception. Before his eyes, golden runes materialized instantaneously. Upon witnessing these golden symbols, Lu Chen realized his conjecture was indeed correct. He had discovered the true Qingtian Yi formula. Lu Chen meticulously examined these golden runes. It was astonishing how much had been omitted. The authentic Qingtian Yi, as bequeathed by the progenitor, could be broadly categorized into two paths: the solar aspect, which primarily suppresses and controls adversaries, and a lunar aspect, which focuses on aggression and conquest. However, the Emperor Gengshi had retained only the solar aspect for defense, while the profound arts and techniques of the lunar aspect have been nearly entirely excised, leaving merely the most rudimentary components. Yet, it was indeed just as well that had been pruned. Considering Lu Chen's current realm and martial insights, merely a cursory glance affirmed the Emperor Gengshi's decision. Were the original version left intact, the number of Lu family descendants capable of mastering the 7th tier would be exceedingly rare. Currently, at least 2 out of 10 could attain that level, thereby enhancing the overall prowess of the Lu clan. Gazing at the golden runes before him, Lu Chen gradually became entranced. His comprehension and mastery of the Qingtian Yi deepened as the missing verses were restored. The absent lunar techniques swiftly advanced under the influence of Lu Chen's exceptional solar mastery, harmonizing perfectly, day and night united. In the royal palace's training grounds, a multitude had been gathered. Surrounding the outer layer were the imperial guards, while the elite defenders of the Luo family formed a blockade in the middle. The inner circle comprised various princes and their attendants, vigilantly observing the large group of individuals brought forth. These were suspected persons selected from various families and clans, thought to have had their identities usurped. They were collectively summoned to the royal training grounds for identity verification. Upon the dragon platform, the old emperor personally presided over the proceedings. He observed as Chen she prepared to play the zither, revealing the true forms of the phantoms. Deep within his eyes, both the blazing sun and bright moon resided. The elderly eunuch beside him approached respectfully and whispered, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." The old emperor nodded. "Then let us commence. I wish to see how these apparitions unveil their true selves." "Understood," came the reply. As the emperor's words fell, Chen Shi plucked the strings of the zither. The soothing melody once again flowed quietly, akin to a gentle stream, entering the ears of those in the training grounds. Moments later, some individuals in the crowd began to tremble lightly, their faces contorting in distress. Observing this, the onlookers tightened their grips on their weapons, fixating intently on those exhibiting abnormal reactions. "Stop playing. I command you to cease." In the next instant, chaos erupted in the crowd. Shadow exuding a Xiying aura surgit fort, rushing directly towards the zither-playing Chen Shi. "Stand back." The prepared guards swiftly unsheathed their blades, striking forward. The phantoms, besieged by the guards and subjected to the purifying notes of the zither, swiftly succumbed, contorting in agony as they knelt on the ground. This cursed melody of the Ming Emperor is indeed real. This wretched tune has not been lost to time. I'm going mad. Stop playing. I command you to stop. The apparitions, revealing their true forms, emitted anguished howls. their bodies twisted grotesquely, wounds bursting forth, oozing thick, dark blood. Upon the dragon platform, the old emperor noted that the phantoms had been exposed, while others remained unaffected. He ordered Chen cease. Enough. Yes, she replied. As the music faded, the phantoms sighed in relief, as though liberated. Did you just mention the melody of the Ming emperor? Are you aware of its origins? The old emperor pointed to one of the most sinister phantoms. The guards swiftly restrained it. Gasping for breath, the captured phantom took a moment before lifting its gaze, revealing a pair of vengeful, venomous black eyes. It ignored the old emperor, instead locking its gaze onto Chen Shi. The crowd instinctively shielded her, wary of any potential retaliatory action. Seeing this, the phantom sneered disdainfully, the air of the melody of the Ming emperor. Is merely this ordinary girl. Hey. Just wait. This time, we shall ensure that this damned tune is completely eradicated. Before it could finish, azure flames ignited upon the phantom's form. Though I am old, I am not incapable of wielding this divine azure flame. What is the melody of the Ming emperor? Speak the truth. Despite its excruciating pain, the phantom emitted chilling shrieks that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard them. Yet, it uttered not a single word beyond its cries. As the flames consumed it, leaving no trace of its ghostly form, it continued to glare at Chen Shi with its vengeful black eyes, determined to extinguish the melody of the Ming emperor. The old emperor's fury intensified. Casting a glance at the other revealed phantoms, he muttered, "Curse it! There are indeed quite a number. No wonder the world no longer heeds my commands." Very well indeed. With a flick of his sleeve, the old emperor departed from the training grounds, wishing to rid himself of the sight. He left behind a furious decree: "Take them away and execute them. As you command, we shall see to it, your majesty." The emperor's departure marked the end for the exposed phantoms, their thick black blood staining the ground. With a sickening thud, heads rolled, inciting terror among those brought along, fearing they too would meet a similar fate. After dealing with the exposed phantoms, one of the princes inquired, "Your Highness, how shall we handle the remaining individuals?" The princes surveyed the unaffected individuals, who hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. "Your Highness, show us your grace. We are loyal to you and the court." Lu Yin contemplated for a moment, then approached Chen Shi, saying, "Miss Chen, to guard against the human skin phantoms possessing any other special means to withstand a zither's melody, it would be prudent for you to play another piece." Lu Yin spoke courteously, acknowledging Chen Shi's unique abilities amid the lurking threat of the Phantom Clan, especially considering her status as the heir to the melody of the Ming emperor. Such a figure was indeed a rare treasure. Nodding in agreement, Chen Shi resumed playing the piece known as the melody of the Ming emperor. The harmonious notes lingered for an extended period, yet the remaining individuals exhibited no reaction. Chapter 47. The Temporary Plan. Assault on the imperial city. These individuals should pose no issues. Setting aside the suspicion of being replaced by the nightmares, those who have been selected are undoubtedly gifted talents. Upon further examination, if their character shows no significant flaws, they may be considered for appointments in various regions. Recently, a thorough cleansing of the imperial court was conducted, which also uprooted a considerable number of hidden operatives in the provinces. Now, there is a scarcity of clean personnel available in the localities. Let's wait a bit longer. By the time of the Grand Autumn examination, the current talent shortage should be alleviated. The remaining princes, having observed that the selected individuals endured the music for quite some time without any odd behavior, breathed a collective sigh of relief and began to discuss their arrangements for the future. Once their deliberations concluded, the princes, led by Lu Lang and Lu Yun, expressed their gratitude to Chen Shi, who was wiping the thin sheen of sweat from her forehead, saying, "Today has been arduous for Miss Chen. Do not take the words of those specters to heart. In our imperial realm, such petty creatures dare not be arrogant. Our royal family will do everything in its power to protect you, ensuring that you do not suffer for our Great Yu." Chen Shi offered a slight bow. "As a citizen of the Yu, I have long benefited from the grace of the nation. Now, in this time of peril, it is only fitting that I offer my modest contributions." "Excellent. Miss Chen possesses not only exceptional talent and beauty, but also a valor that rivals that of men. If only everyone in you were endowed with your insight and courage, what need would we have to fear for the enduring prosperity of our great nation? The princes showered her with praise. Yet, Chen merely smiled subtly, maintaining a courteous demeanor without becoming overly enthusiastic due to their compliments. After exchanging polite pleasantries, she excused herself, departing the training grounds under the protection of Luo Feng and the royal guards. As Chen Shi's figure receded, the 10th prince suddenly turned to the 2nd prince and inquired, "Elder brother, what do you think of this woman? Could she possibly catch your eye?" It was well known that the 2nd prince had a fondness for women, and his entourage was filled with beauties. Now, faced with the unparalleled beauty of Chen Shi, renowned as the fairest maiden of the south, how could he remain unmoved? However, unexpectedly, the 2nd prince did not even glance at Chen Shi. He merely chuckled and patted the 10th prince on the shoulder. "Little 10, you are still young and have yet to mature. I advise you to steer clear of the sordid affairs of adults. Failing to grasp them is one thing, but misusing them could lead to disastrous consequences." He continued to pat the 10th prince's shoulder before turning away, beckoning 2 maids who had been waiting outside the training grounds, kissing one on the lips. "Let's go. Who is next today? I have a grand treasure to show you." With those words, the 2nd prince sauntered away from the training grounds, leaving the other princes in a state of amusement. This 2nd prince, what a character! Only the 10th prince wore a faintly sullen expression, his smile stiff. Clap, clap. Someone patted his shoulder again. Turning, he found a refined 3rd prince, Lu Lang. He spoke softly, "Little 10, your 2nd brother may be the most carefree among us. Sometimes, you might learn something from him. Try to be more open-minded." Lu Lang nodded at the 10th prince and added, "I need to go to the Ministry of Rites to review the procedures for the Grand Autumn examination. We are short on personnel. Accompany me as a favor, will you?" The 10th prince nodded, acknowledging the 3rd prince's kind invitation. How could I refuse? Let's go. Thus, the training grounds gradually emptied. Fengzhou. In a certain ancient and renowned mountain site, a mysterious figure clad in black robes stood in a pavilion halfway up the mountain, gazing towards Fengzhou and the majestic ancient imperial court beyond. Behind him, a group of Taiping sect followers awaited, bowing respectfully. Inside the pavilion, silence reigned until a senior member of the Taiping sect approached. "Guardian, it has been confirmed that the Ming Emperor's heir has indeed resurfaced. Our infiltrators among the various clans have been removed. Consequently, our plans may..." The enigmatic figure known as the Guardian suddenly interjected. "Our plans have progressed far too smoothly, as if aided by the heavens. This minor setback is merely the normal response I anticipated." The senior member was taken aback. "Normal? Do you mean to suggest? Recent events have left me restless, leading me to a conjecture. There may be an invisible hand manipulating our Taiping sect from the shadows, one that you cannot see or detect. The actions of this hand indeed oppose to you and seek to overthrow this ancient dynasty." The senior member furrowed his brow, perplexed. "If we are indeed opposing to you, is that not a good thing?" Before he could finish his thought, the Guardian abruptly asked, "How many nightmares can be utilized in the 4 states surrounding the imperial city?" "Approximately 300. 300? How efficient!" The Guardian exclaimed. "Prepare for tonight. I intend to launch a surprise assault on the imperial city under the cover of darkness, utilizing the nightmares. There are 4 objectives. First, eliminate the heir of the Ming Emperor, a destabilizing threat. Second, remove Lu Chen, a potential second Lu Xingxi from the Lu family. Third, create chaos by gathering the nightmares in the imperial city, causing widespread panic and fear." The senior member listened quietly, but was soon left in silence, pondering. Aren't there 4 objectives? What about the 4th? Did you remember? The senior member pursed his lips, hesitant to mention the unspoken 4th objective. He thought, even regarding the 2nd, eliminating Lu Chen, a top-tier master in the realm of celestial perception, seemed unrealistic. Even with the nightmare's assistance, 300 would be insufficient against Lu Chen. Furthermore, what was the significance of this plan? Although the imperial city had been thinned out by that foolish monarch, the presence of the Lu family ensured that unless a master above the celestial realm intervened personally, how could the imperial city be shaken? Or do you plan to take action yourself? Yet, even if you did act personally and avoided the powerful forces of Fengzhou to enter the imperial city. The protections of the Liu family and the imperial guards would be sufficient to summon the martial genius, Wang Lian from Chongzhou, to suppress any rebellion, thus leaving the royal family merely embarrassed and revealing our whereabouts while exhausting our strength and heightening the vigilance of the royal family, an endeavor fraught with peril. If the other guardians and the sect leader were to learn of this afterward, it would be problematic. Understood, but such a large undertaking. If anything were to go awry, the guardian turned, his sharp gaze piercing through the black robe's hood. I will bear the consequences of this operation. You need not concern yourselves with the meaning or outcome. Simply act according to the plan. Understood. The senior member immediately departed to urgently arrange the surprise attack for that night. As midnight enveloped the imperial city, an eerie stillness prevailed. The empty streets echoed only with the occasional patrol of the imperial guards. Everything appeared as it did on any ordinary night, waiting for the dawn of the next day. Until, ghost, a ghost, help me, save me. A cacophony of terrified screams shattered the tranquility of the night. Blood and panic erupted from the slumbering stillness. The imperial guards sprang into action, with all patrol teams rushing towards the source of the screams. Chapter 48. The Celestial Martial Artist. Something has gone awry. Quickly, follow me. The patrol team raced through the tranquil outskirts. Bang! They forcefully pushed open the door, only to be met once more by the haunting sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. A sinister incident had occurred again. However, unlike before, this time they were still there. They were killing from a distance, invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. It was a widespread assault. It resembled an invasion of sorts. The guards' expressions darkened instantly. This was serious. A grave crisis had truly emerged. In the royal palace, within the Cloud Palace, the old emperor was indulging in wine and pleasure. Your Majesty, please come chase after me. He. Beautiful one, slow down. Allow me to admire you properly. The old emperor, blindfolded, chased after the beautiful maidens within the Cloud Palace, seemingly in high spirits. Yet, tonight, his movements were unusually stiff. Report. Your Majesty, it's terrible. Just as the old emperor was reveling in ecstasy, an anxious voice of a guard echoed from outside the Cloud Palace. The old emperor tore off the blindfold, revealing a look of impatience. Useless fools, always reporting. Can't I have a moment's peace? The maidens beside him, sensing his anger, quickly advised, Your Majesty, perhaps there's an urgent military matter. Announce. A guard rushed in, and upon entering the Cloud Palace, he spoke with shocking urgency. Your Majesty, the Nightmare Clan is invading. Our royal city is under attack by the Nightmare Clan. They're currently slaughtering in the outskirts, and some have even penetrated into the inner city, poised to enter the royal palace. Upon hearing this, the old emperor's expression changed dramatically. What did you say? The Nightmare Clan is invading? He bellowed. Where are the city guards? Where are the loyal subjects of the Yu? What are they doing? They can't even handle a few insignificant evil spirits. They have allowed those filthy creatures to approach our doorstep. The guard hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, those creatures are invisible to the ordinary human eye. Their entry is silent and unnoticed. Currently, the city guards and court officials have mobilized, using martial prowess to repel the Nightmare Clan. However, they're unseen and unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult to counteract, often breaching our defenses. Upon hearing this, the maidens' faces also paled. This, Your Majesty, what shall we do? The old emperor paced furiously within the Cloud Palace. This is outrageous. A mere group of small, evil spirits could disturb the very core of the Yu. Do they truly believe the imperial family is without defense? The imperial court has me, and my fifth son, a master of celestial sensing, along with the clan elders. A group of evil spirits cannot overturn the heavens. Dispatch orders to the Liu clan, instructing those masters and clan elders in seclusion to remain vigilant. Report. Before the old emperor could finish, another urgent report interrupted him. Report. Your Majesty, a tangible great nightmare has appeared in the inner city, resembling the leader of the Miao Fa sect. The elite from various secretive factions are doing their utmost to resist, but the opponent seems to be a being above the realm of masters, beyond our capacity to confront, and the front line is rapidly collapsing. I implore your majesty to prioritize your safety and temporarily retreat to Chongzhou. What? A being above the masters? The old emperor panicked. The maidens beside him also grew anxious, quickly urging, "Your majesty, we cannot contend with such a formidable entity. Let us gather the princes and clan experts and retreat to Chongzhou. In Chongzhou, we have the martial celestial King Lushan. We can summon him for assistance on our way there. Surely, it won't be long before we can return to the imperial court. Indeed, your majesty, your safety is paramount. We need not rush into this." The maidens implored the old emperor. He hesitated. Within the depths of his unseen gaze, a flicker of struggle appeared. Suddenly, a blinding ray of sunlight burst into the royal palace from outside the cloud palace. Night turned to day. The sun has risen. The old emperor's pupils constricted sharply. He stepped out of the cloud palace, facing the sun above. It was then he realized, besides the sun, there was also a radiant crescent moon. At that moment, the sun and moon coexisted in the sky. The azure heavens were illuminated brilliantly, and at the center of this celestial display, a familiar figure gracefully descended, stepping through the sun and moon as if a deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Azure skies, the sun and moon shine bright. In the royal treasury, Chen, who was immersed in comprehending the complete version of the azure sky difficult art, suddenly halted. He gazed towards the palace exterior. In his eyes, the sun and moon reflected. It seemed as if he could peer through endless voids, witnessing the truth of the outside world. Finally, it has emerged. I'm not afraid of your emergence, only that you do not. For once you do, in Lu Chen's eyes, you become nothing more than a living target. Buzz. The void rippled. He vanished from the secret chamber, ascending into the high night sky. Overlooking the royal city below, he spotted the great nightmare, hands behind its back, leisurely strolling through the inner city, brazenly rampaging. Hey, hey, hey. With an exaggeratedly gaping black maw, its sinister laughter echoed throughout the royal city. Behind it, a cacophony of demons danced wildly. Streams of dark energy engulfed the royal city. Nightmares rampaged and slaughtered, as if crossing over from the abyss of hell. The royal city. Hey! In the past, I trembled beneath you. Today, upon our reunion, it is merely. Before he could finish, the sky warped. The profound darkness instantaneously transformed into daylight. A blazing sun and a crescent moon hung high in the azure sky, exerting overwhelming pressure across the universe. The blinding light descended like a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the bodies of all evil spirits, eroding and suppressing their dark essence. The wails of the royal city's citizens ceased. The rampaging nightmares began to scream in terror. The tide of battle had turned in an instant. The leader of the Miao Fa sect covered his face with his hands, trying to shield himself from the blinding light. In his eyes, profound horror spread across his dark pupils. The day has been reversed. A celestial being, a true celestial being. How could there be such a being hidden within the royal palace? This is unthinkable. He expressed his terrified indignation. Yet, upon seeing the towering figure striding through the sun and moon, crossing the void, his disbelief evaporated in an instant. What replaced it was an indelible sense of terror and awe. It was as if he had glimpsed something unimaginably dreadful, his throat constricted with trembling fear. Lu Zheng, the leader of the Miao Fa sect, felt the icy gaze of that towering figure upon him. In that moment, an invisible sword pierced through his body. He lowered his head slightly, and the world began to spin. When the dust settled and the world calmed, he beheld a headless black corpse. A glance could span a millennium. Chapter 49. The golden reign of light from that moment forth. Its world was stripped of color. The brilliance in its eyes was forever frozen in that instant. Silence reigned supreme. The sun and moon shared the sky, radiating a vibrant glow. It should have been a time of exuberance and vitality. Yet, the imperial city was cloaked in an eerie stillness. The high-ranking officials and soldiers, steadfastly defending against the invasion of the Nightmare clan, exchanged glances filled with trepidation, their eyes drifting to the decapitated corpse lying on the ground, and then to the imposing figure that advanced with the sun and moon at its feet. Their minds were a tumultuous storm, hearts surging like crashing waves, leaving them momentarily speechless, unsure of what emotions to grasp. Only moments prior, a colossal nightmare, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the master of the mystic law sect, had strolled leisurely through the imperial city, regarding the city's defenders and the numerous skilled practitioners of the royal court with utter disdain. Countless peak experts had surged forward, only to be effortlessly vanquished by a mere swipe of its hand. In that fleeting encounter, they comprehended the overwhelming might of this nightmare, which surpassed that of a master. The current strength of the imperial city was utterly insufficient for resistance. Its rampage was unstoppable, as if only a true celestial being of martial arts could contend with it. Thus, they had hastily reported to His Majesty the Emperor, urging him to retreat to Chongzhou and summon King Lianshan for assistance. Yet now, this terrifying behemoth had been felled by a single, powerful gaze from the figure in the sky. He had merely cast a glance at it. A mere glance was enough to obliterate a nightmare surpassing the mastery of a grandmaster. Such power! The officials and soldiers were astounded. The elder statesmen within the imperial city, with their profound familial lineage, were even more horrified. While the uninitiated may have been oblivious, they were certainly aware of this unparalleled divine prowess that was unrivaled across the realm. The sun and moon shared the sky, day and night intertwined. It could not be mistaken. This was the 8th level of the royal family's secret arts, the realm of the radiant sky and illuminated moon. How many years had it been since the passing of Emperor Chongda? Nearly 8 centuries had elapsed without anyone deciphering this profound state, without the re-emergence of the ability to shift the heavens and alter the days. And now, astonishingly, they gazed skyward at the young figure, whose every step echoed with the rhythm of the sun and moon. The elder statesman's lips trembled, and for a long moment, they could not utter a single coherent word, their eyes reflecting an unparalleled astonishment. Unbelievable. Crown Prince Chen was merely 20 years old. At such a tender age, he had comprehended the radiant sky and illuminated moon, achieving the celestial realm of martial arts that stood unrivaled in the world. Even the celebrated Emperor Gengshi of Ur could not compare. Heaven above, was Yu truly destined? At times of imperial decline, a peerless figure emerges to turn the tide? How fortunate, how fortunate! Having blazed Yu. Meanwhile, chaos reigned among the Nightmare clan. Upon witnessing the demise of the master of the mystic law sect, the Nightmares were struck with disbelief. Dead? Dead. In their terror, they emitted cries of horror. They abandoned their attempts to absorb vitality and sow discord. Turning tail, they unleashed every ounce of energy to flee for their lives. Faster, even faster. Yet, how could their flight escape the brilliance of the sun and moon? Buzz in the sky, the radiance of the sun and moon intensified, becoming ever more blinding. The once sharp beams of light grew even more piercing and scorching. Suddenly, a golden rain began to fall from the heavens. The downpour was torrential, enveloping the entire imperial city, washing away all evil. Amid the deluge, the invading nightmares were silently swept away, disintegrating into ash. Someone reached out a hand to catch the rain, only to discover that it was not rain, but a tangible brilliance. Moments later, the rain ceased. Yet, the sky remained overcast. Devoid of the sun and moon's illumination, the imperial city was once again plunged into darkness. Half an hour later, the imperial palace. In the floating world hall, all officials and princes had gathered. Within the hall, an oppressive silence prevailed. Everyone stole glances at the most unique and towering figure among the 13 princes. On the dragon throne, the old emperor scrutinized Lu Chen, while the other princes cast him complex looks. At this moment, Lu Chen appeared as an exquisite and rare treasure, drawing the covetous gazes of many. Occasionally, gasps of astonishment or murmurs of admiration could be heard. In the stillness of the floating world hall, a subtly intricate emotion lingered in the air. After a long pause, the old emperor finally spoke, fifth son. Your son is here, Lu Chen replied quietly. The old emperor fell into an uncommon silence once more. After a while, he continued. The technique you employed to slay the nightmare earlier, is it not the 8th level of our Lu family as secret arts? The profound realm only comprehensible to celestial beings of martial arts, the radiant sky and illuminated moon? Upon hearing this, the officials could no longer suppress their curiosity and turned to await Lu Chen's response. While they were certain it was indeed the radiant sky and illuminated moon, the weight of confirmation from the principal actor bore a different significance. Indeed, as those words slipped from Lu Chen's lips, the countenances of those present twitched. He was indeed merely 20 years old, a celestial being of martial arts at 20. He must be the reincarnation of a martial saint on the dragon throne. Upon hearing Lu Chen's affirmative answer, the old emperor let out a deep sigh. 800 years. 800 years since Emperor Chengde, and finally, a prodigy from the Lu family has grasped this supreme mystery, reviving the glory of our royal arts. Good. Hearing the emperor's admiration, the officials hastily echoed, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Crown Prince Chen. Blessings be upon our Dayu. With Prince Chen present, Dayu shall surely turn the tide and restore peace for generations to come. The officials showered their praises, yet the old emperor cast them a cold glance. Did I permit you to speak? Instantly, the officials bowed their heads. A bunch of useless fools. You boast of your wisdom and cunning. Yet when the Nightmare clan is at our doorstep, nearly breaching the palace, only then do you react. If not for my son today, employing the celestial technique of the radiant sky and illuminated moon to turn the tide, our imperial palace would have been breached, and we would have fled in disgrace. How would the world perceive our royal family then? How brazen would those scoundrels from the Taiping sect become? With you worthless wretches, where's the peace you speak of? Do you think it could be achieved through mere words? The old emperor scolded furiously. The officials shrank back. Though many had arguments to make, experience taught them that it was wise to remain silent when the old emperor was in a foul mood. Otherwise, the consequences would be worse than death. The third prince, Lu Lang, stepped forward. Father, please calm your anger. This invasion by the Nightmare clan cannot be solely attributed to the court. Chapter 50. My son is unrivaled in the world. Indeed, our understanding of the Nightmare clan is woefully inadequate, and our means of coping are insufficient, which has allowed the Nightmare clan to exploit our vulnerabilities and catch us off guard. Furthermore, the foundation of the imperial city has been severely weakened due to your actions. Your Majesty, talented, loyal ministers and generals have either been relegated to lesser positions or dispatched to guard the frontier. How many capable individuals remain in the imperial city to draw upon? Lu Yan also advised, Your Majesty, what the third brother says is indeed true. I have learned that the nightmares are not particularly formidable. Rather, they excel in their strange and elusive nature, which our mortal eyes cannot perceive. This is why we find ourselves unable to defend against them. Otherwise, how could these minor nightmares have concealed themselves from the numerous eyes of the imperial family, circumventing our defenses to reach the heart of our imperial city? The other princes chimed in, Yes, father, please do not be angry. The pressing matter at hand is to discover a method to counter the nightmares and repel their silent incursions. Otherwise, we will be perpetually besieged by an invisible enemy, which will surely exhaust us. This issue must be resolved. Otherwise, next time. The old emperor snorted coldly. Next time? He cast a glance at Lu Chen. My fifth son has already achieved the realm of celestial martial arts at the tender age of 20, mastering numerous profound techniques. Even that masterful practitioner of the mystic gate, who surpassed the realm of a grandmaster, fell to my son's hand in a single encounter. In this world, which of the top sects could possibly stand against my son? My son is unrivaled. With my son in the imperial city, who would dare to invade? This is indeed a pressing question. The corners of the mouths of the princes twitched. As members of the royal family and practitioners of the celestial unyielding technique, they were more acutely aware of the terrifying power of this supreme martial art. Those who could cultivate the 8th layer of the celestial unyielding technique are undoubtedly invincible, standing above their peers. The title of the world's foremost martial art is not merely a boast. In other words, at this moment, Liu Chen is virtually unmatched among the celestial martial artists of this era. In a time devoid of immortal beings, it would not be an exaggeration for Liu Chen to declare himself unrivaled. The thought of this caused the other princes' bodies to stiffen slightly. Only Liu Huan smiled with delight. Now he understood why his elder brother had remained so composed from the beginning, and why he had never cared to expand his connections or gather followers. With such unparalleled strength, who would not remain calm? I can confront gods and kill gods, block Buddhas and kill Buddhas. Who would dare to defy me? As for so-called followers, flowers bloom and butterflies come. Cultivating unmatched strength is far more important than wasting time befriending followers. External strength can be stripped away at any time, while one's own strength cannot be taken or torn apart by others. Liu Huan lacked such ability and talent. Had he possessed them, he would have willingly followed his brother into secluded training for 20 years. Father, with fifth brother safeguarding the imperial city, our Great Yu imperial city shall be as solid as a fortress. However, the Nightmare Clan poses an endless threat. As you witnessed tonight, they have already formed a considerable presence, subtly resembling a military force. According to Liu Yu, as time progresses, the Nightmare Clan will only grow stronger until they fully descend upon this land. Thus, if we do not address this matter promptly and find countermeasures, even if fifth brother possesses the strength to turn the tide, he may find himself overwhelmed and exhausted. The old emperor pondered for a moment and conceded. Looking at Liu Chen, as a celestial martial artist with numerous techniques, how do you view this Nightmare Clan issue? Liu Chen glanced at the old emperor. Father, you seem flustered. Your performance tonight has waned. Given your persona, at this moment you should declare, the Liu family is deeply rooted. How could we fear the mere Nightmare Clan? If the founding emperor could suppress them, so can I and my sons. Should they dare to come, we shall ensure they return empty-handed, defeated beneath the eternal glory of our Great Yu. Thus, Liu Chen continued, I believe that since the founding emperor was able to suppress the Nightmare Clan, he must have left behind some essential means for the royal family or scattered in obscure texts among the populace to warn and assist future generations of the royal family. If we thoroughly investigate the ancient texts of the royal court or scour the royal treasury, we are sure to uncover some clues. The old emperor nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, with the founding emperor's brilliance and martial prowess, he must have foreseen the future predicament of the Nightmare Clan. I believe that within our royal family's secret archives, or among certain obscure texts of various noble families, there must be methods left by our ancestors to counter our enemies. My son, you are truly sharp-witted. The old emperor praised Liu Chen, his genuine satisfaction evident in his words. This made the other princes and the ministers of the royal family feel uneasy. His Majesty and oppose, as attitude. Surely this means they have little role left in the matter? Their expressions turned sour. But what could they do? A 20-year-old celestial martial artist. That is a celestial being. Who knows if he could achieve the status of an immortal? Becoming the third legendary emperor recorded in the annals of Great Yu? If they were the old emperor, they would also pass the throne to Liu Chen. Such actions would secure a place in history, just as the founding emperor is remembered alongside his father. At this, the ministers exchanged glances in silence. While only the members of the Luo family could not suppress their smiles, they had already won too much. Your Majesty, I have something to report regarding the matter from some time ago, when you instructed us to search through our family's ancient texts for clues about the Nightmare Clan. Oh, the old emperor straightened slightly. Did you find a method to counter them? Indeed, I stumbled upon a legend concerning the human soul fire while perusing our ancient texts. Human soul fire? The minister elaborated. According to the ancient manuscript, human soul fire is a unique flame produced by condensing a martial artist's vital essence and merging it with their spirit. This flame, while not as powerful as the celestial divine flame, far exceeds martial energy. Ordinary nightmares would not dare to approach it, as it would greatly restrain them. Upon hearing this, the old emperor flew into a rage. If such a method exists, why did you not present it when the Nightmare Clan invaded? Why did you not utilize the human soul fire? Your Majesty, please do not be angry. It is not that I withheld the human soul fire. The situation arose so suddenly that I was caught unprepared. While the method to wield human soul fire is simple, it cannot be mastered in just a day or two. Moreover, the human soul fire is also linked to another rule-related phenomenon. If that does not exist, the human soul fire will become ineffective, and I cannot ascertain whether it will yield results. The old emperor furrowed his brow. A rule-related phenomenon? The minister replied with 2 words, the core. Chapter 51. From human to nightmare upon hearing the term Earth Core, many ministers, descendants of long-standing noble families, exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. One inquired, "Are you referring to the legendary essence that safeguards the land and its waters?" The minister hesitated, his countenance faltering this. "I am afraid I do not know." "Do not know? You are the one who mentioned the Earth Core, yet you profess ignorance to me? Are you mocking me?" The minister quickly retorted, "I would never dare to jest with your majesty. It is merely that the ancient texts I have come across mention this entity in relation to the soul flame. It is said that the soul flame exists due to the power of the Earth Core. Without it, the soul flame cannot be cultivated." With that, the minister presented a scroll. "Your Majesty, please take a look. This scroll details the cultivation method of the soul flame." The old emperor opened the scroll, glancing through it cursorily, momentarily taken aback, but soon resumed his pretense of examining it. After a few moments, he furrowed his brow, pondering the matter of the soul flame. According to the scroll, there seemed to be some merit to the claims. Such curious notions, I wonder from which great mind they originated. "My loyal minister, you discovered this scroll. Do you have any knowledge of its origins?" The minister shook his head, replying, "Your Majesty, I stumbled upon this scroll while perusing various ancient texts in my family's library. At the time, it was the only item I found, likely hidden away by an elder of my clan." The old emperor nodded thoughtfully. If the method concerning the soul flame is indeed effective, the remaining issue is the Earth Core. At this point, the old emperor suddenly recalled something and glanced at Chen. "I almost forgot. 5th Prince, you should examine this scroll regarding the soul flame. With your level of cultivation and insight, you would surely grasp the essence of this technique." With that, the old emperor tossed the scroll directly to Chen. The other princes exchanged glances, their eyelids fluttering in surprise at the emperor's directness. Chen received the scroll, detailing the soul flame, casting a glance at the old emperor before focusing on the scroll. He had noticed the brief moment of hesitation in his father's demeanor. There was no doubt the soul flame was problematic. However, this issue could not be addressed by the emperor, for he was a foolish ruler. After only a few glances at the scroll, Chen discerned the problem. The soul flame is indeed useful, yet it is a product of spiritual belief. Its essence lies in consuming the soul of a person while simultaneously depleting the Earth Core. In other words, this method not only consumes human life, but also the Earth Core. "Father, the method of the soul flame may not be suitable for our Great Yu. Even if it were to be employed, it would only be a last resort in dire circumstances." Upon hearing Chen's words, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. The minister who had proposed this method broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, forgive me. 5th Prince, please pardon me. I never harbored any treasonous intentions. I merely sought to find a method to combat our enemies." The old emperor waved his hand. "I understand you would not dare to flaunt your knowledge before my son. Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The old emperor surveyed the ministers once more, aside from the soul flame. "Does anyone else have any discoveries?" Silence ensued. "What those who spoke of the Earth Core?" The old emperor called out. The earlier speaker promptly replied, "Your Majesty, I have only encountered scant references to the Earth Core in ancient texts at home. I know it is a miracle formed from the essence of our Great Yu's dragon vein, possessing the remarkable ability to protect the land and its waters. The stronger and purer the Earth Core, the more exceptional the location becomes. Beyond that, I believed it to be a mere legend until I heard it mentioned in relation to the soul flame." The old emperor nodded, disinterested. "Very well. After the court meeting, I shall send someone to thoroughly search our royal treasury. It is likely that, as my son suggested, there are hidden treasures left behind by the first emperor." At this moment, the eldest prince, Yun, interjected, "Father, in addition to seeking methods to counter the Nightmare clan, I believe there is another matter we must not take lightly. Before the old emperor could inquire further, Lu Yun continued, Father, do not forget. The master of the mysterious method sect was once a normal person. At this declaration, the old emperor's expression darkened, and the ministers exchanged worried glances. The master of the mysterious method sect, a seasoned master from Fengzhou. The ministers were well acquainted with him. He had once been a retainer under the old emperor when he was still prince. After the old emperor ascended the throne, he flourished due to this connection, eventually attaining the golden core of martial arts and establishing the mysterious method sect, receiving considerable favor from the imperial court. Yet now, this familiar figure had, unbeknownst to them, turned against the court and transformed into a nightmare. A living person had been turned into a nightmare. The methods behind this transformation were utterly terrifying. Lian continued, This is beyond doubt, for he once visited King Lianshan, seeking guidance due to your connection. A martial arts master would surely perceive the form of a nightmare. How could King Lianshan, a celestial being, not discern his authenticity? This implies that the master of the mysterious method sect has genuinely transformed from a human into a nightmare. But, someone interjected, Your Highness, could there not be another possibility, such as a human skin nightmare replacing him after his visit to King Lianshan? Lu Yun shook his head. Impossible. The master of the mysterious method sect is a seasoned martial arts master. Furthermore, he shares a deep connection with our royal family. Any disturbance would be immediately known to us, unless that nightmare replaced him without a sound. But for a human skin nightmare to silently replace a master close to our royal family. No, perhaps there were two. The news from Fengzhou indicated that the leader of the Lu Yun sect also vanished alongside the master of the mysterious method sect. Lu Yun surveyed everyone present. If even they could be effortlessly replaced by a nightmare, he mused. Friends, do you not find this 1,000 times more terrifying than a mere human transforming into a nightmare? Chapter 52. The Supreme of All. The celestial saint martial king Lu Yun's words pierced the hearts of everyone like a chilling needle, inflicting both pain and coldness. If this were indeed the case, how many among us in the Great Yu could be deemed untainted? The Nightmare clan need not conceal themselves any longer. They could rise in unison to strike, obliterating all in their path. Thus, the master of the Miao Fa sect must have transformed from a human into a nightmare. Lu Yun delivered a decisive conclusion regarding the master of the Miao Fa sect, a once noble individual, now transmuted into a nightmare. What could have driven this transformation? Was it the pursuit of immortality? Or perhaps a yearning for greater power? Or was he swayed and corrupted by the nightmares? How did the Nightmare clan even approach the master of the Miao Fa sect, who was once aligned with our imperial family? Did the Nightmare clan truly possess such audacity? If we could unravel the intricacies of this situation, it would mark a significant breakthrough in our understanding of the Nightmare clan. With a voice resonating with conviction, Lu Yun meticulously dissected the matter concerning the master of the Miao Fa sect, leaving the listeners astounded. The old emperor nodded in approval, recognizing that his son had already discerned a direction. Lu Yun speculated that perhaps extreme desires could draw the nightmares. Just as the first emperor eradicated traces of the Nightmare clan to prevent fear from spreading, desire, too, may serve as sustenance for the nightmares. The master of the Miao Fa sect's ambition for a higher realm of martial arts could very well explain his newfound power surpassing that of a master after becoming a nightmare. Of course, this was merely a naive conjecture. The truth would only emerge once we discovered the ancestral methods for combating them. One of the princes sighed softly. Our imperial treasury is vast, and our collection of texts is extensive. Moreover, our ancestors intentionally concealed backup plans against the Nightmare clan, so relying solely on us, it would be challenging to achieve results in less than 10 days or half a month. The third prince, Lu Lang, cast a glance at Lu Chen, assuring him that there was no need for concern on that front. With the fifth brother stationed in the imperial city, the defenses were as solid as gold. How could the rebellious traitors dare to invade again? They would only meet their demise. We have plenty of time ahead. Yet, we cannot burden the fifth brother with every task. The foundation of the imperial city is too weak, and we are short on personnel. These matters must be prioritized, especially with the grand examination approaching. Furthermore, regarding the news from the imperial city. The events of tonight have caused quite a stir. We must swiftly contain the situation and provide the populace with a suitable explanation to mitigate the spread of the Nightmare Clan's emergence. Subsequently, the princes and officials addressed various issues concerning the imperial city and the Nightmare Clan invasion incident. After their discussions, the old emperor surveyed the assembly, asking if anyone else wished to speak. Seeing no one, the old emperor shifted his tone, stating that he had official matters to discuss. Official matters? Your Majesty, are there still official matters? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Then the old emperor declared, "Fifth brother, step forward to receive your title." "I am here," Chen replied. The old emperor regarded him with satisfaction and pride, saying, "I have heard that the people of the Jianghu have bestowed upon you this fifth prince, the title of Martial Prince. The character Martial is splendid. It embodies the unparalleled strength of my son in this realm. I hereby grant you this title, changing your name from Prince Chen to Martial King. Moreover, as my son is an extraordinary martial arts genius who has emerged once in a millennium, returning to the palace to expose the Nightmare Clan and thwart their schemes, it is indeed a divine mandate bestowed upon our Great Yu. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you another honor. Celestial Saint. A king is a martial king, and a revered one is the Celestial Saint. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Celestial Saint Martial King. From this day forth, all matters regarding the Nightmare Clan shall be your responsibility. Your son obeys the command." "Thank you, Father Emperor." Upon hearing this decree, the officials were nearly rendered speechless. To be named the Celestial Saint Martial King and tasked with conquering the Nightmare Clan? Such power and title. This official matter seems excessively significant. It is as if you are on the verge of declaring Chen as the heir apparent. In an instant, the assembly erupted in congratulatory voices. "Congratulations, Martial King. Praise the Celestial Saint Martial King. We pay our respects to the Celestial Saint Martial King." The harmonious echoes of congratulations filled the floating world hall. The old emperor laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent. With this, the people of our Great Yu shall surely rest easy." As the laughter resonated, the old emperor departed from the floating world hall, concluding the court session. The following day, in Fengzhou, at that unremarkable ancient site, the half-mountain pavilion remained unchanged. Yet the person who stood there was no longer the spirited individual of before. The enigmatic black-robed protector listened to the reports coming from his surroundings, his demeanor shrouded in gloom. "This plan has resulted in catastrophic losses. Not only did we lose all nightmares from the 4 states of the imperial city, but we also sacrificed the master of the Miao Fa sect, a crucial piece in our strategy, thereby hindering another plan within the sect. The deputy leader is furious and has commanded your immediate return to the sect to explain the foolishness of your plan." The black-robed protector sighed, lamenting the wasted effort. "Despite meticulous calculations, I failed to foresee that Chen had already ascended to the realm of Martial Celestial. Otherwise," one of his subordinates cautiously remarked. "Due to this incident, other protectors harbor strong criticisms against you, claiming that your plan was futile from the outset. Yet they may very well." The black-robed protector scoffed disdainfully, "Ignorant fools. They cannot possibly comprehend the true purpose of my plan." The subordinate appeared perplexed. I too." The black-robed protector fixed his gaze upon him and said directly, "Have you ever considered one possibility? The so-called foolish emperor in the imperial city is not foolish at all. He knows everything we do." The subordinate's eyes widened in disbelief. "That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. If the emperor were not foolish, how could our Taiping sect have reached this state?" The black-robed protector turned his gaze toward the imperial city, speaking softly. "Who knows if it is indeed the emperor? I initially intended to use this plan to provoke him, to gauge the emperor and Appo's, or perhaps another person and Appo's, as reaction. For according to my design, this sudden assault plan would surely not escape his notice. He would undoubtedly be aware. At that point, I would merely need to deduce which individuals in our Taiping sect are his pawns based on his response. Alas, it is unfortunate that a figure like Chen has emerged." The subordinate then suggested, "At least you have revealed Chen, this hidden martial celestial ahead of time." It is better to be forewarned and adjust the plan than to be caught off guard by Chen. Perhaps, the black-robed protector replied, rising from his seat. Let's go. They're all waiting to see my embarrassment. We should not keep those imbeciles waiting too long. Understood. Chapter 53. Intelligence on the Grand Autumn Trial. On yet another crisp autumn day, the city of Fengzhou buzzed with activity as news rapidly spread in all directions. The latest rankings of the Tianren list had just been released. A member of the royal family had made it onto the list. The title of the world's #1 had changed hands. In every street and alley, people gathered in clusters to discuss the exciting news. Look, everyone. The top of the Tianren list is none other than the heavenly Saint Martial King, Chen. His cultivation level is that of a celestial being, and he has mastered the 8th layer of the Qingtian Iju and the 8th level of the Fan Hua sword technique. My goodness, the 8th layer of the Qingtian Iju? Finally, someone has reached such heights in this supreme martial art. No wonder the heavenly Saint Martial King has become a new #1 in the world. Isn't it said that members of the royal family generally do not participate in the rankings? But at this juncture, the royal family desperately needs the prestige of being #1 to suppress the Taiping sect. Indeed, it seems that our heavenly Saint Martial King, the 5th Prince Chen, is the first of his kind in the entire history of the Yu to hold such a title. This title indicates that His Majesty has high hopes for him. It is not surprising. A 20-year-old celestial being who has also mastered the 8th layer of a divine skill. Who knows what heights he could reach by the age of 30. He is even more formidable than the former Emperor Gongshi. If the throne is not passed to him, then to whom else? Our emperor has indeed done a good deed for the common people. However, how is the ranking determined, and how is the progress in martial arts assessed? Could it be that the martial king simply claimed it himself? Rumor has it that a formidable master of demonic arts emerged from the royal city, intending to use dark powers to harm the citizens and dominate the world. Fortunately, the martial king was stationed in the royal city and swiftly eliminated this threat, thwarting the nefarious plot. As the people chatted and debated, a weary young scholar led a humble old horse past them. He glanced back at the Tianren list in their hands, an expression of amusement crossing his face. Indeed, his teacher was right. A true scholar should maintain a sincere heart in the pursuit of knowledge. One must remember that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond the people. Ah, Mo Wenju, how narrow-minded you were back then. After a self-deprecating chuckle, Mo Wenju continued on his way towards the royal city, his eyes filled with deep longing and hope. At last, he was nearing his destination, in the royal city, within the Qingtian Palace. Luo Feng was reporting on the current situation following the attack by the Nightmare Clan. Although we publicly attribute the emergence of the Nightmare Clan to the unique techniques of a demonic master, it is unlikely we can keep this under wraps for long. As strange incidents rise in various regions, the populace will inevitably connect the dots. The good news is that since you revealed your celestial being cultivation and eliminated the head of the Miao Fa sect, the rebellious elements across the Yu have calmed down significantly, laying down their arms. Especially the previously indifferent factions have begun to actively respond to the imperial edicts and align themselves with our Great Yu. The public sentiment has stabilized considerably. Moreover, with that, Luo Feng glanced at Chen, hesitating to continue. Noticing his demeanor, Chen encouraged him, saying, "Speak freely, my brother." Luo Feng boldly inquired, "Your Highness, your true cultivation level cannot just be that of a celestial being, can it?" The night of the Nightmare Clan's attack left Luo Feng astounded. As Lu Chen's close aide, Luo Feng had maintained contact since Lu Chen's arrival in Yinzhou. Given Lu Chen's reclusive nature and his delegation of all external matters to the Luo family, Luo Feng had watched Lu Chen grow, aware of his profound and mysterious cultivation. When he learned that Lu Chen was a golden core master, he felt it was only natural. After all, Lu Chen had matched him at 12 and had become a golden core master by 20. Such feats were not beyond comprehension. However, just as he was contemplating this, Lu Chen transformed into a celestial being master who had mastered the Qingtian divine flame. This was not unreasonable. It seemed fitting considering the years of diligent practice. But upon realizing Lu Chen was a celestial being, he felt utterly bewildered. This was beyond comprehension. It gave Luo Feng the impression that while people perceived Lu Chen as a celestial being, in reality, he was akin to an earthly immortal. Thus, he mustered the courage to ask. Lu Chen replied calmly, "Above the earthly immortal lies the realm of the unknowable." Regarding his cultivation, Lu Chen harbored no intention of secrecy. The world would eventually come to know. If possible, he yearned for a decisive battle to test the fruits of his 20 years of seclusion. However, regrettably, until now, he had not encountered even one individual capable of withstanding a single strike from him. Even the renowned Qingtian Ryu, perceived as an extraordinary skill by the masses, was merely a basic attack to Lu Chen. Its consumption on him could hardly be deemed significant. One could say it was negligible. If even the Qingtian Ryu could not withstand a blow, what could be said of other techniques? The Taiping sect and the Nightmare Clan were not formidable adversaries. Upon hearing Lu Chen's candid response, Luo Feng nodded in understanding, realizing that His Highness was indeed divinely gifted. As for his belief, the answer was evident. The pinnacle of martial arts is merely the earthly immortal, yet you claim to transcend this realm. It seems even the prince has a sense of humor. At that moment, outside the Zhengxian Palace, a silver-armored guard approached. "Your Highness, Prince Huan has arrived. Please." "Understood." Lu Huan entered with a furrowed brow. "Greetings, Prince Huan. Luo de Go is also here. How fortuitous." Lu Huan replied, "According to news from the Mirror Shadow platform, there may be delays in coordinating with the One Dao Alliance for the Grand Autumn Trial." Luo Feng instinctively frowned. "Delays? Is the Taiping sect causing trouble again?" Lu Huan shook his head. "No incidents have occurred yet. It is merely that the Mirror Shadow platform has received word that the One Dao Alliance's efficiency regarding the Grand Autumn Trial has slowed." "I feel that." Suddenly, another guard hurried in from outside. "Your Highness, there's a person named Mo Wenju who claims to be an old acquaintance of yours from the Wui Academy. He has important intelligence regarding the Grand Autumn Trial to report to you." "Wui Academy? Grand Autumn Trial?" Lu Huan and Luo Feng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Just as they received news of the One Dao Alliance's decreased efficiency regarding the Grand Autumn Trial, here came someone from Wui Academy bearing significant information. Could it be? Admit him. Yes. Before long, led by a group of guards, the weary Mo Wenju appeared before Lu Chen. Compared to the refined scholar he once was, he now appeared disheveled. Chapter 54. The Alliance of Literary Path Commoner Mo Wenju pays his respects to His Highness the Martial King. No need for formalities. It has been half a month since we last met, and you have changed considerably. Mo Wenju spoke with a hint of bitterness, apologizing for making His Highness laugh. He had fled from the Wire Academy. Oh, Mo Wenju then recounted the entire affair of being expelled by the esteemed Master Yin. Upon hearing Mo Wenju's words, both Luo Feng and Lu Huan's expression shifted. One was the heir of a powerful sect in Fengzhou, and the other the master of the Mirror Shadow platform. Naturally, they were somewhat acquainted with both Mo Wenju and Master Yin, two renowned figures of the academy. Mo Wenju was certainly not the ungrateful scoundrel that Master Yin had described. One who disrespects his teachers and disregards the law. Master Yin, a man of great virtue and respect, would never utter such words lightly. There was clearly more beneath the surface. Mo Wenju continued, stating that after many years of following his master, he understood his character well. For him to voice such sentiments, Mo Wenju could only surmise one possibility, that the Alliance of Literary Path had organized all the academies of the Yu and had reached a decision to abstain from participating in the Golden Autumn Grand Examination. Lu Huan's gaze grew cold, questioning whether Mo Wenju could take responsibility for his words. The entire Alliance of Literary Path withdrawing from the Golden Autumn Grand Examination would be a monumental event, capable of impacting the entirety of the Yu. What if it were merely the Waya Academy that decided to withdraw? Mo Wenju shook his head, explaining that these were two different matters. If it were only the Waya Academy that chose to abstain, a simple explanation to the court would suffice, and Master Yin would not have expelled him. However, If the entire alliance of literary path were to retract their participation, it would amount to conspiracy and treason against the court, a capital offense. His master had explicitly mentioned the alliance of literary path, which was a clear reminder to him that this matter was indeed related to the alliance. Are you certain? Lu Huan's icy gaze scrutinized Mo Wenju's face, assessing him closely and applying pressure. I am certain, replied the commoner. After a prolonged silence, Lu Huan could not discern any flaws in Mo Wenju's demeanor. His cold expression softened into a hint of worry. Just as one wave recedes, another rises. Having just resolved the issue in the capital, the grand examination we had high hopes for is now in turmoil. What do these scholars truly wish to achieve? Lu Chen glanced outside the palace and remarked that it might be a situation akin to that of the Miaofa sect and the Luoyuan sect. Upon hearing this, both Lu Huan and Luo Feng felt a headache coming on. They were reluctant to dwell on the sudden betrayal of the Miaofa sect and Luoyuan sect. Just thinking about it was troubling. If the Miaofa sect and Luoyuan sect could suddenly betray, then tomorrow other sects could do the same, just like the current alliance of literary path. Though they did not fully understand how the Nightmare Clan managed to pull this off, if the alliance of literary path shared a similar fate as the Miaofa sect and Luoyuan sect, could there still be hope for you? Is there truly anyone left in this world whom they can trust as a pure human race? Alas, I hope that within the royal treasury, they can swiftly uncover the means left behind by the ancestors to counter the enemy and unveil the mysteries of the Nightmare Clan. Otherwise, it would be akin to wandering in the dark, with no way forward or backward. Then let us pay a visit to the alliance of literary path. Lu Chen declared at that moment. Luo Feng was taken aback and hastily advised against it, saying, Your Highness, the alliance of literary path is not the same as the previous assault on the capital. It is home to true martial experts of the celestial realm, and its ranks are filled with numerous skilled individuals. If they have any connection to the rebels, who knows how many experts are hidden in ambush? Even with your unmatched strength, Your Highness, unforeseen events may still occur. Lu Huan added, Brother, the alliance of literary path has the backing of the 4 top academies of DU. Their collective strength is formidable. If the alliance truly harbors ill intentions, should you go? After a moment of thought, Lu Huan continued, It would be best for Father to issue a decree commanding the alliance of literary path to prepare for the grand examination within 2 days. Otherwise, we could mobilize an army under the pretext of disobedience to investigate their true intentions. With that army and a legitimate reason for disobedience, it would not be too late for us to act afterward. Both Lu Huan and Luo Feng urged Lu Chen against the idea of directly approaching the alliance of literary path. Yet, Mo Wenju interjected, Your Highness the Martial King, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Speak, he was told. Mo Wenju first bowed respectfully to Lu Chen and then stated resolutely, I believe Your Highness should indeed go. What? Brazen. Luo Feng immediately reprimanded. How dare you incite His Highness to take such risks? Who do you think you are? Lu Chen waved his hand. Let him speak. Indeed, Mo Wenju continued, I beg your pardon for my audacity. DU is currently in chaos, with armies rising and storms brewing. This ancient dynasty has begun to reveal its frail state. At such a time, the majority of people will undoubtedly remain bystanders, siding with whoever seems likely to win, the Taiping sect or DU. The alliance of literary path represents the spiritual aspiration of scholars in DU and is a significant pillar of strength for the entire realm. If even they were to revolt, it would set a dreadful precedent, prompting other sects to follow suit. The once indecisive fence-sitters would shift their allegiance to the rebel forces due to the alliance's stance. Therefore, we cannot retreat. Not only must we not retreat, but we must also advance boldly. We must show everyone that DU is not yet waning, and we possess sufficient strength to uphold the dynasty's rule. Mo Wenju articulated his understanding. Thus, DU urgently needs to engage in a decisive battle to demonstrate its strength, a display for the world to witness. Moreover, the victor of this crucial battle must be a figure who embodies the royal authority, someone capable of uniting the hearts and hopes of the people. For it is only in this manner that the common folk and the fence-sitters will recognize that the Lu family of the Yu has a worthy successor, deserving of their allegiance, with victory assured within their hearts. The so-called myriad strategies and schemes ultimately hinge upon winning the hearts and minds of the people. Upon hearing Mo Wenju's words, Lu Huan and Luo Feng pondered deeply. After a moment of contemplation, they furrowed their brows and asked, "Is the assassination of the demonic giant in the capital not sufficient to deter the wicked?" Mo Wenju calmly replied, "May I inquire about the extent of the recent demonic incident in the capital? How many witnessed it? Among those who can substantiate this event and possess a certain standing and influence, how many are outsiders to the Yu court? And most crucially, what was the name of the demonic giant slain by your highness? Which celestial realm martial artist was he? This is the most critical point. Based on this, all current leads are merely the words of the Yu court. One could even argue that the Yu has manipulated the heavenly rankings to fabricate its claim to being the world's number one. Chapter 55. A beating first, although it has its utility, its impact remains rather limited and lacks significant symbolic meaning. In other words, the Imperial City incident does not hold sufficient value. What the Yu truly requires now is a decisive battle, one that is unequivocal and genuinely rigorous. It is precisely for this reason that I believe His Highness should embark on this journey to the Literary Alliance. For the Literary Alliance serves as the most fitting target for such a symbolic expedition. Defeating the Literary Alliance would not only conquer the literary faction of the Yu, allowing the Golden Autumn examination to proceed as scheduled and facilitating the recruitment of talent, but it would also stabilize the court's order and strengthen governance, all while striking fear into the hearts of those with treasonous intentions, thus achieving multiple objectives. Upon hearing Mo Wenju's words, Luo Feng and Lu Huan contemplated a response. However, Lu Chen raised his hand to silence them, signaling Mo Wenju to continue. Mo Wenju's thoughts aligned perfectly with Lu Chen's. There is a saying, a single punch can prevent 100 retaliatory strikes. If the Literary Alliance is subdued, the realm will naturally become more compliant. Encouraged by Lu Chen's gestures, Mo Wenju reflected and articulated his thoughts with precision. I believe His Highness could represent the court to review the Golden Autumn examination under the pretext of touring the Literary Alliance, compelling them to prepare for the inspection in advance. Historically, a royal prince's presence signifies the authority of the royal family and the court, ensuring ample security. Thus, the armies of Yongzhou and Xuanzhou could be dispatched to await orders at Yuehua City and Yuhua City, serving as protection for His Highness, enabling strategic maneuvering regardless of the Literary Alliance's actions. The Literary Alliance would likely have two reactions upon receiving the news of His Highness's impending tour. Firstly, they may suspect a leak, prompting them to instigate rebellion out of desperation. In such a case, His Highness could legitimately transform the tour into an expedition, leading the armies of Xuanzhou and Yongzhou to quell the insurrection. The second possibility is that since Mo Wenju's escape, there have been no whispers of rebellion from the Literary Alliance. It seems they are not fully prepared for such a confrontation, or perhaps biding their time, secretly plotting something significant, hoping to delay exposure for as long as possible. Upon hearing of His Highness's tour, they are unlikely to openly confront him. Instead, they would likely engage in feigned compliance, adapting to the situation as it unfolds. If that is the case, it would be most advantageous. His Highness could inspect under the guise of authority, showcasing his true strength and decisively suppressing the representatives of the Literary Alliance's various academies, thereby quashing any rebellion in its infancy. Of course, this is merely Mo Wenju's humble opinion, and should there be any shortcomings in my reasoning, I hope His Highness will forgive me. Once Mo Wenju concluded, Luo Feng and Lu Huan fell into deep contemplation, weighing the feasibility of the plan and its potential repercussions. Prepare the carriages for the Eastern tour. Lu Chen had made his decision. He was a man of action, one who preferred to speak through deeds. When rebellious elements arise, it is best to strike first. Younger brother, notify the Mirror Shadow Pavilion to send a message to the Literary Alliance. Seeing that Lu Chen had made up his mind, Lu Huan refrained from further persuasion, advising him to exercise caution. The Mu family holds some weight in Yongzhou. I will arrange for their experts to join the Yongzhou army at the border, awaiting your command. Lu Chen acknowledged with a grunt and instructed a silver-armored guard. Go to the Cloud Palace once more. Yes. At the Xuanqing Palace, the emperor's carriage arrived. The old emperor dismissed those around him. Mother, turning around, the silver-haired Empress Dowager Wu beheld the tall figure of the old emperor, his gaze piercing. The murkiness in his eyes had vanished, rendering him a stark contrast to his former self. Yet, the empress merely sighed, remarking that he had aged further. The emperor seemed destined to precede her in departure. The old emperor shook his head, stating that if his life could extend the existence of the Yu for over 20 years, it would suffice. He glanced at the Empress Dowager, saying, Mother, for now, please refrain from speaking. I have entered a state of core consciousness, but you have not. Let's not allow those matters to be overheard. Upon hearing this, a profound sadness welled in the Empress Dowager's eyes. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent for an extended period. The old emperor continued, that evening's invasion by the Nightmare clan was directed at me. Due to the arrangements made for testing my sons, they have begun to harbor suspicions towards me. Even though the fifth son intervened to shield me this time, once the seed of doubt is sown, there will be a second and third occurrence. The longer this persists, the less I can manipulate, the more powerless I become. He cast a glance beyond the palace walls toward Jingzhou. Moreover, the changes in the world's rules have exceeded my expectations. The core has reached a state of depletion. It will not be long before the mortal realm descends into a purgatory. This is an inevitable trend, and the collapse of the world's rules cannot be averted. The Nightmare clan spoke truthfully. This is their strongest advance, and concurrently, our weakest moment. The outcome of the future. A hint of confusion flickered in the old emperor's eyes. I must take further action. He clenched his fist, determined to leave a cleaner to you for the fifth son. He is younger than I and possesses greater potential. During the tea gathering, I could not fathom him. At that time, I believed he had mastered some unique technique to conceal his presence. Little did I know, he had already reached the same realm as I, perhaps even surpassing me. At this juncture, the old emperor glanced at the son, finding a semblance of fortune amidst misfortune, grateful for the blessings of his ancestors. He then looked at Empress Dowager Wu, who stared down, fiddling with the flowers in her hand, remaining silent. The old emperor had not spoken for quite some time. After a lengthy pause, the old emperor finally spoke. Time grows increasingly urgent. I must initiate the Jingzhou plan. If misfortune befalls us, Mother, I entrust you and the fifth son to you once more. With that, the old emperor rose and departed from the Xuanqing Palace. May my family, the Lu, strive to forge a future for this realm once more. Return to the palace. The Xuanqing Palace gradually fell into silence. Empress Dowager Wu gazed at the old emperor's departing figure, remaining silent for a considerable time. Summon concubine Yuan to see me. Yes. At the border of Quanzhou and Yongzhou, on Wenxin Mountain, the domain of the Hanhai Academy, the Literary Alliance operates on a 20-year cycle, with the four foremost academies alternating leadership. This year, it is once again the Hanhai Academy's turn. Under the scorching sun, news reached the upper echelons of the Literary Alliance. What did you say? Lu Chen intends to tour and inspect the talents competing in the Golden Autumn examination? The head of Hanhai Academy furrowed his brow upon receiving the news. The other high-ranking members of Hanhai Academy exchanged uncertain glances, perplexed as to why this newly ascended heavenly Saint Martial King would wish to review the Golden Autumn examination. Chapter 56. The intimidation of the Literary Alliance. Could it be that the news has leaked? The Lord remarked. Perhaps it is because the Zhenyang Academy does not share our ideals. Their faction is unpredictable. Yet, it may also be due to the new official's fervor, perhaps coinciding with the period of the Grand Autumn examination, aiming to elevate the reputation of our Literary Alliance. Regardless of Lu Chen's intentions in our stronghold, can we truly fear him here? Let us prepare. We should delay as much as possible. The longer we prolong this, the more advantageous it will be for us. A warning to all below. They must maintain decorum in the coming days, lest they fall into the hands of the Martial King. The Martial King, the sovereign among warriors, the king of martial arts. That foolish ruler certainly knows how to bestow titles. In this world filled with hidden talents, even our venerable former lord of the Hanhai Academy, who has witnessed 5 dynasties and comprehended the myriad facets of existence, would not dare claim invincibility. Who then would presume to call themselves the martial king? He ought not to risk his son's longevity. After all, he is a foolish monarch. Do not expect him to grasp any principles. The Great Yu is doomed under his reign, and rightly so. Now, back to the main topic. Let us prepare well for Lu Chen's inspection. It is best that he finds no flaws. Yes, thus, commands were swiftly disseminated, prompting the members of the Literary Alliance to mobilize urgently for the impending inspection. On this day, a splendid carriage from the imperial city approached the borders of Yongzhou. Leading the way was Luo Feng, riding the blood-smoke steed, who swiftly arrived before the army at the border. Commander Yin Qing, I have long admired your reputation. Today, it is indeed as illustrious as the tale suggests. And Master Mu Wu, your vitality suggests another breakthrough, has it not? Young Master Luo, you flatter me. My modest fame pales in comparison to His Highness the Martial King. Yin Qing replied. You still possess such eloquence. The three exchanged knowing smiles. Today's affairs will require your assistance, Commander Yin Qing and Master Mu Wu. Young Master Luo, do not mention it. This is my duty, Yin Qing replied. Such words are unnecessary. His Highness the Martial King is somewhat of a member of the Mu family. The old man would not aid outsiders, but will surely assist his kin. As they conversed, the silver-armored guards skillfully brought the carriage to a halt before the troops. Yin Qing promptly saluted, kneeling before the carriage, while Master Mu Wu stood by, smiling amiably. Yin Qing, I pay my respects to His Highness the Martial King. Our forces are prepared and have established communication with the troops from Xuanzhou. As soon as we receive your orders, we shall act at the opportune moment. A calm voice emerged from within the carriage. Thank you for your efforts. To death and beyond. With a command, the silver-armored guards took the reins, and the carriage departed Yongzhou, heading towards Wenxin Mountain. Atop Wenxin Mountain, the members of the Literary Alliance, led by the Hanhai Academy, had awaited this moment for quite some time. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's carriage arrive, surrounded by silver-armored guards, they immediately bowed in respect. We pay our respects to His Highness the Martial King. May you live 1,000 years. Welcome, Your Highness, to the Literary Alliance for the Grand Autumn Examination. As the carriage curtains were drawn back, a sea of kneeling figures greeted the sight. It was difficult to discern whether this display was one of fervent welcome or a demonstration of power. Lu Chen cast a casual glance. Luo Feng and Lan Yin flanked him as he disembarked from the carriage. You certainly have a significant number of followers in the Literary Alliance. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the crowd looked up at the so-called legendary prince of martial sovereignty, eager to glimpse his enigmatic persona. Young and handsome, he exuded an air of unapproachable authority. The current Lord of Hanhai Academy quickly interjected, with a grand autumn examination imminent. Participants from other academies have arrived early to exchange academic discourse within the alliance, hoping to perform exceptionally in the examination. Subsequently, we shall all proceed to the imperial city together. Lu Chen regarded him with a discerning glance. Then allow me to see the fruits of your training. With that, Luo Feng and the silver-armored guards cleared the way as Lu Chen stepped into Hanhai Academy. The Lord followed closely, advising those nearby, prepare yourselves, His Highness is before us. Whether we earn his favor depends on your capabilities. Yes, a throng encircled Lu Chen, akin to stars surrounding the moon, as they slowly entered the main hall of Hanhai Academy. Your Highness, please take your seat. Once Lu Chen was seated, the Lord gestured for the students to approach for inspection. Before he could finish, Lu Chen raised a hand to halt him. The Lord looked puzzled. Your Highness? Lu Chen surveyed the gathered crowd. In these extraordinary times, we must adopt extraordinary measures. The recent turmoil in the Great Yu is surely known to you scholars. It is precisely now that we require capable individuals. Therefore, in addition to the younger participants, the elder lords, masters, and instructors may also come forth for my inspection. Upon hearing this, the Lord and others paused in astonishment. We have reached an age where we should not trouble the court. Let us leave the opportunities for the younger generation. I have spoken. Lu Chen lightly tapped the table, his indifferent gaze locked onto the Lord. All of you may come forth for my inspection. The expressions of the high-ranking members from various academies shifted slightly. There was no doubt. Lu Chen had come to challenge them. What manner of inspection do you desire, Your Highness? Lu Chen glanced at the ground. In our Great Yu, martial prowess establishes the path. To enter the court, martial skills are fundamental. With that, his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed throughout. In a flash, a profound sword scar etched itself across the main hall of Han Hai Academy, radiating an unparalleled sharpness, as if it could obliterate all existence. The beams and walls bore the cracks that spread from this single strike, leaving an indelible mark upon this ancient academy of tradition. Boom! Immediately, the sound of air being violently displaced filled the air. The compressed air formed a roaring whirlwind, rustling the garments of those present. The furious winds seemed to conceal sharp blades, revealing countless bloodstains in their wake. The members of the Literary Alliance staggered and struggled against the force. As the storm subsided, the once proud alliance now revealed its disarray. At this moment, those who cross this line shall be deemed qualified. Do not let me down. The martial king, with eyes like swords, sat at the head of the hall, uttering these words. In this silence, the weight of his presence was more potent than any spoken word. Chapter 57. A Sword Scar. The scene fell into an extraordinary silence. After a long moment, the crowd finally reacted. The display of authority by the martial king was undeniably overwhelming. In an instant, a flicker of anger ignited within them, particularly among the members of the Han Hai Academy. They gazed at the sword scar, exuding a chilling aura that traversed the entire main hall of the academy. The members of the academy clenched their fists tightly. This was their main hall, an ancient symbol that had endured for centuries. And now, it had been desecrated. This was akin to a slap across their faces. The audacity was intolerable. A scholar from the academy, filled with indignation, was about to step forward to reason with him, but the academy's headmaster interjected, positioning himself in front of everyone and casting a warning glance to deter any further conflict. He then forced a smile and addressed Lu Chen, exclaiming, "Your Highness, your skills are truly commendable. I am in awe." Lu Chen, however, ignored him, closing his eyes as if in meditation. He casually remarked, "I have little time to spare. Let us begin." He dared to close his eyes? Such arrogance. This was their territory, the realm of the Literary Alliance. The faces of the Literary Alliance members turned a shade of green with fury. Soon, a senior figure from the Literary Alliance stepped forward. "I am the vice head of Wanyue Academy, here to accept the prince's challenge." The vice head, a formidable master nearing the Golden Core Grandmaster realm, was the first to present himself to confront Lu Chen's test. While the other factions remained oblivious to Lu Chen's true prowess and suspected a ruse, the members of the Literary Alliance were fully aware. This was the very individual who had decisively defeated the Grandmaster of the Miao Fa sect. To confront the sword scar he had created, it was imperative that the high-ranking officials of the various academies take action. And this, perhaps, was indeed Lu Chen and Appo's true intention. He had come to suppress every academy within the Literary Alliance. But did he truly believe that a mere sword scar could crush them all? Was he underestimating them too much? Beware, Your Highness. The martial arts are merciless. With that, he positioned himself directly before the sword scar. Harnessing the utmost expression of martial intent, he raised his foot, intending to breach the sword scar drawn by Lu Chen. However, as his foot lifted, the sword scar emitted an icy, menacing aura. Clang, clang, clang. Waves of tangible sword energy began to awaken around the scar. Snap, snap, snap. The chilling sword energy swirled, concealing sharp blades within the air, piercing his skin with a stinging pain. Every pore of his body trembled, a primal instinct warning him, "Do not cross. You will perish." Simultaneously, as the sword energy surged, spiderweb-like cracks began to spread around the scar. The ground, walls, and beams trembled as the main hall quaked, on the verge of collapse. Drip! Drop by drop, beads of cold sweat fell from the vice-head's face, splattering onto the swirling sword energy. Bang! The terrifying backlash erupted in an instant. Thud. The vice-head's body contorted like a bow, propelled backward like a cannonball. He landed squarely within the formation of Wanyu Academy. Vice-head. The vice-head collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. The scene at Wanyu Academy descended into chaos, leaving all members of the Literary Alliance stunned. What sort of technique was this? A mere sword scar had rendered a master on the brink of becoming a golden core grandmaster incapable of advancing a single step, subjecting him to such a fierce backlash. Could the royal family's Qingtian Iju embody such mysterious arts? The high-ranking members of the Literary Alliance exchanged glances, seeking answers from each other in oppos, sighs, yet none could provide clarity. Such a method most likely stemmed from Lu Chen's unique insights beyond the Qingtian Iju. As their gazes met, they turned to the bewildered students and some of the instructors who were dazed by Wanyu Academy and oppos. As plight. This could not continue. In the next moment, another senior figure stepped forward. I am the headmaster of Tianren Academy, here to learn. The headmaster of Tianren Academy, a renowned master with a long-standing reputation, wielded the essence of Tianyue's vast spirit, reaching a transformative state celebrated on the celestial rankings. Golden Core Grandmasters were formidable figures, each a prominent leader in their own right. Yet here he stood, ready to face the sword scar. His arrival elevated the stakes. All eyes widened in anticipation, awaiting this seasoned master to breach the sword scar and vindicate the Literary Alliance. However, even before this venerable master, Lu Chen remained indifferent, his eyes still closed. Oomph. With a cold snort, the headmaster unleashed a torrent of vast spirit that formed various phenomena in mid-air, akin to a soul departing the body, seeking to shatter the barrier of the sword scar. Whoosh! He commanded the vast spirit, transforming into a fleeting rainbow, resembling 1,000 troops, attempting to break through the sword scar's obstruction, crossing this perilous chasm. But, bang, the sword net was boundless, annihilating the manifestation of vast spirit that had taken the form of 1,000 troops. The headmaster of Tianren Academy met the same fate as the vice-head, unable to breach the scar, suffering severe backlash. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, splattering into Tianren Academy's formation. The exchange transpired so swiftly that they hardly comprehended what had occurred. In an instant, the minds of all present went blank. Were they dreaming? This was inconceivable. The esteemed headmaster of Tianren Academy, a venerable master, could not surpass a mere sword scar, and this was not even Lu Chen's direct attack, merely a scar born from his concentrated gaze. How could this be? Headmaster this. The members of Hanhai Academy panicked, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. It was one thing for a master to admit defeat against Lu Chen, but to be unable to surpass a mere sword scar was utterly ridiculous. If this news were to spread, how would the world perceive the Literary Alliance? Would they be labeled as a faction incapable of producing a single capable individual, suppressed by a mere sword scar on their home turf? A disgrace, a profound humiliation. The expression of the Hanhai Academy's headmaster darkened as he cast a deep gaze at Lu Chen, who remained unmoved in his seat throughout the ordeal. Your Highness, your extraordinary prowess inspires me. I too wish to test my skills. I implore you, grant me this opportunity. Another elder from a prominent faction stepped forward. Since all have taken their turn, I cannot be left behind. Count me in. Yet another headmaster from a top-tier academy joined in. Now, all but the Zhengyang Academy's headmaster had gathered before the sword scar. Chapter 58. The Celestial of the Vast Sea. They were all top-tier masters of the Celestial Resonance Realm, a mere step away from becoming the ultimate martial celestial. Regardless of their location, they were formidable figures capable of standing alone and representing their respective factions. Yet, at this moment, in order to confront Lu Chen's casual sword mark, the three eminent figures united their powers to break the formation. This spectacle left many within the Wenda Alliance wide-eyed and apprehensive. They glanced at the three lords, who appeared to be facing a formidable adversary, and then at the heavenly Saint Martial King, who remained composed and indifferent on the main seat, having not opened his eyes to regard any of them since the sword mark was inscribed. Even when the three esteemed lords joined forces, he remained unperturbed. At this moment, even those from the opposing side who were being oppressed found themselves in awe of the heavenly Saint Martial King's formidable presence. A true man ought to be like this. In the next instant, the three lords, as if they had previously conferred, took up distinct positions, forming a trinity of heaven, earth, and man. They each unleashed their unique ultimate techniques. The oppressive aura of the three celestial resonance masters instantly converged within this triadic formation, erupting with a terrifying presence far more potent than ever before. An apparition of the One Sheng, radiating profound righteousness, manifested above the heads of the three. In his left hand, he held a scroll, and in his right, a brush. The scroll depicted vast landscapes, and the brush danced like a dragon or serpent, exuding an overwhelming force that reached the heavens. Above Wenxin Mountain, the winds roared and the clouds swirled. The righteous aura enveloped everything, suppressing all darkness within the realm. In the border city of Yongzhou, Yanqing and Master Mu gazed at the gathering righteousness in the sky, which subtly coalesced into the silhouette of the Wensheng. They tightened their grips on their weapons. Truly a grand spectacle. It seemed that multiple powerful beings from the celestial resonance realm had mobilized to summon such immense celestial force. Indeed, it was the lords of the four great academies. This was merely a demonstration, yet they had taken matters into their own hands. And in the presence of the prince, no less. Was this an expression of their discontent, or a declaration of their might? It appeared that the Winda Alliance harbored ambitions of rebellion. With the heavens high and the emperor distant, these individuals had recently bolstered their alliance's power, truly believing themselves to be local emperors, intolerant of any provocation. Now that the true emperor had arrived, they were in a frenzy. All troops, prepare to assist His Highness the Martial King and crush the Winda Alliance. Yes, in the border city, the military's killing intent gradually permeated the air. Poised for action, within the vast Sea Academy, the three, under the auspices of the Wenxing's apparition, stepped forward toward the sword mark that loomed like an insurmountable chasm to those of the Winda Alliance. Step by step, as they advanced, the Wenxing's apparition wielded its brush, inscribing a tapestry of splendid landscapes that summoned forth boundless righteousness. The overwhelming power weighed heavily upon every heart, tightening the strings of anticipation. With bated breath, they awaited the three lords to shatter the shackles of the heavenly Saint Martial King's sword mark. Closer, closer. The Wenxing made contact with the sword mark. In the next instant, clang, the sound resonated like the shattering of the heavens. On the surface of the sword mark, a blinding white sword energy surged forth once again. This time, it seemed provoked, radiating a violent ferocity. Whoosh! A tremendous wind pressure reignited a terrifying vortex storm. Within the storm, a dazzling white light flashed and vanished. Before the crowd lay an expanse of void, with nothing but the soaring white light remaining. Only when the white light dissipated did the world come back into view. The sunlight was clear, the autumn breeze gentle, and time stood still. On the ground, the sword mark remained intact and scathed. The three lords, however, were left pale. Wait, sunlight? Autumn breeze? Where did it come from? Upon realizing the state of the world before them, a chorus of gasps erupted from the Winda Alliance. Hiss! They all drew in sharp breaths. Before them, there was no trace of the centuries-old main hall of the vast Sea Academy. Only a roofless ruin remained. Looking to the sky, thick clouds had been torn asunder, leaving behind a long, seemingly endless scar of the heavens. Beneath this celestial scar, the faces of the three esteemed lords were ashen. A deep blood mark nearly traversed their entire chests, their robes soaked in vivid crimson. As the three gasped for breath, the atmosphere fell silent. It was not until the Lord of the vast sea regained a semblance of composure that he trembled in disbelief, gazing at Lu Chen. What sort of technique is this? A mere sword mark, just a previously inscribed scar, could shatter our triadic formation? Only then did Lu Chen finally open his eyes, casting a glance at the three. Is it truly the case that the Winda Alliance is composed of such mediocre talents? Unable even to recognize the sword intent left by the Luo family? Sword intent left behind. At this revelation, Luo Feng beside Lu Chen was taken aback. Ah, ah, wait, are you saying this is the sword intent left behind from the seventh layer of the blossoming sword finger? Good heavens! My father never mentioned it was this formidable. The three lords of the vast sea were equally stunned. After a moment, they exclaimed, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could merely the sword intent left behind achieve such magnitude? Ordinary sword intent could not possibly accomplish this. Yet, martial arts are unique to each individual. Consider a basic technique like the Qi transformation fist. In the hands of a practitioner at the Qi transformation stage, it is merely a technique. But in the hands of a martial celestial, even a basic technique could be infused with unique insights, elevated to an extraordinary level. And Lu Chen, whether in terms of cultivation or martial understanding, far surpassed the common folk. This sword mark was merely a trivial method among his many techniques, hardly worth mentioning. It seems this is the result of your prolonged practice within the Window Alliance. Not a single one of you can traverse the sword mark. You have truly disappointed me. The members of the Window Alliance opened their mouths, wanting to speak. But after glancing at Wanyue Academy and Tianren Academy, then at the three lords who had suffered defeat beneath the sword mark, they found no words. A mere sword mark, just a solitary sword mark. And yet it has barred the entire Window Alliance from entry. Who would dare believe such a tale? Just as the members of the Window Alliance fell into silence. Deep within the vast Sea Academy, an ancient and immense will awakened. The younger generations are indeed formidable. The skies filled with literary energy soared. Suddenly, a righteous aura appeared. Surging for miles, they spiraled and coalesced in the air before descending to the ground, forming the imposing silhouette of a grand scholar, exuding an aura of noble righteousness. Yet, for the prince to so oppress my Window Alliance, is it not a blatant disregard for my presence? Upon witnessing this grand scholar's emergence, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. At last, you have revealed yourself. The Celestial of the Vast Sea. Chapter 59. The Celestial Being of the Land. Upon witnessing the Celestial Being of the Vast Sea materialize from the boundless aura of literary essence, the members of the Literary Tao Alliance felt as though they had found their pillar of strength, directing their reverence and anticipation towards him. Old Master of the Estate, we pay our respects to the Celestial Being of the Vast Sea. The term Celestial Being signifies the utmost honor in this world, a transcendent existence entirely distinct from the realm of martial arts. Each Celestial Being stands at the pinnacle of their respective domains, transcending the golden core of martial arts, drawing the forces of heaven and earth into their being, merging with the vast cosmos. Henceforth, they become one with the celestial, navigating the infinite and enjoying a lifespan of 1,000 years. Their every movement possesses the potential to cause cataclysmic upheaval, stirring colossal tsunamis. Each celestial being epitomizes the zenith of martial prowess, an existence that transcends the mundane, serving as the immortal cornerstone of power in the Great Yu. Whenever a celestial being is present, confidence abounds. Moreover, their celestial being of the vast sea is a venerable elder who has withstood the test of 5 dynasties, effortlessly quelling countless storms. As long as he remains, the Literary Tao Alliance shall not falter. The emergence of the celestial being of the vast sea rekindled the spirits of all in the Literary Tao Alliance, who fervently called out his esteemed name. The celestial being, however, paid no heed to the crowd, instead casting a solemn gaze upon Lu Chen. The master perceives the essence, while the celestial discerns the visage. It is precisely due to his celestial status that he comprehends the unfathomable power concealed within the young prince before him. This is a formidable adversary. Lu Chen glanced at the members of the Literary Tao Alliance before addressing the celestial being of the vast sea. After such a prolonged preparation, you have finally emerged. It appears you are well equipped to counter my efforts. You, and those hidden in the shadows, show me your capabilities. Upon hearing this, the celestial being's expression shifted, growing increasingly grave. Had he already sensed Lu Chen's words? Such power! Ha ha ha! As the celestial being contemplated, a cacophony of raucous laughter resonated through the heavens. Ha ha ha! A gust of dark wind swept in, scattering black feathers. A figure cloaked in malevolent energy materialized from the accumulating feathers, a man in black robes, floating effortlessly, hands clasped behind his back, revealing only a pair of wild, domineering eyes. Imanating a sinistioha, brother vast sea. The Prince of Martial Kings has graciously extended an invitation. Why do you hesitate? If we delay the feast, the prince may accuse my peaceful sect of being uncouth. Such behavior is unbecoming of our hospitality. With a wave of his hand, the man in black released several wisps of black mist between the members of the Literary Tao Alliance. Enveloped by the mist, they stared blankly for a moment. The next instant, a strange red light flickered in their eyes. Their breaths quickened and became erratic, emitting peculiar guttural sounds. They were losing control, gathering the celestial souls into the 100 refinements array. Within the vast sea academy, numerous students tore through their own skin, transforming into phantoms of nightmares. Manifesting as specters, they aligned themselves according to the prearranged positions of the array. Boom, boom. The sound of stones piercing the air filled the atmosphere. As more dark phantoms surged forth from the depths of the academy, soaring into the sky, their twisted forms resembling bats with outstretched wings, filling the heavens. One after another, layer upon layer, like a dark cloud, they obscured the sun. Boom! A phantom crimson array descended from the sky, enveloping each nightmare, amplifying their ferocity. The violent aura of slaughter, accompanied by the unique ominous energy of the phantoms, transformed Literary Heart Mountain into a scene of apocalyptic despair. The air thickened with a foreboding darkness that instilled despair in all hearts. The man in black sat imperiously in the void, commanding the infinite darkness with a devilish demeanor. The celestial souls are refined. The mortal realm is akin to a prison. Prince of Martial Kings, how do you find this grand gift prepared by my peaceful sect? Does it meet your approval? The man in black laughed arrogantly, as if victory were already assured. He turned his gaze towards Chen. Years ago, your grandfather, the wise emperor, perished beneath my celestial soul 100 refinements. And now, he raised a sharp finger, pointing at Chen. It is your turn. Do not blame me. Blame your own arrogance for daring to traverse eastward, fully aware of my peaceful sect's clandestine concealment. As the man in black fixed his gaze upon him, Luo Feng, Lan Yun, and others quickly positioned themselves in front of Chen. He unsheathed his sword, and the powerful aura of the 7 mysterious sword surged forth, dispelling the encroaching boundless darkness. Yet another celestial being, and so many demons and specters, together with the celestial being of the vast sea, there were now 2 celestial beings present. He glanced at the members of the Literary Tao Alliance around them, their eyes glazed over and moving like mindless zombies. Luo Feng's heart sank. This situation was dire. Your Highness, the enemy is formidable. We must immediately contact the border cities. Ha ha ha. The man in black laughed once more, glancing at the border cities of Yongzhou and Xuanzhou. Do you think those mere country bumpkins can breach my celestial soul 100 refinements array? Ah, foolish. Such nonsense. The man in black continued, but was interrupted by the indifferent figure seated at the main seat, who offered a dismissive comment, not even bothering to cast him a glance. He fell silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent. Seeking death. Vast sea, let's strike together and eliminate him. With that, the man in black immediately activated the celestial soul 100 refinements array, summoning the darkest forces of heaven and earth, bearing down upon Chen. On the other side, the celestial being of the vast sea did not hesitate to gather literary essence, delivering a judgmental strike. Boom! The 2 celestial beings unleashed their combined might. The heavens trembled, and Literary Heart Mountain emitted a sound akin to shattering, plunging the vast world into eternal darkness. However, amidst this profound darkness, a resplendent azure light, akin to a beacon of salvation, emerged. Upon its appearance, it crushed the encroaching blackness with overwhelming force, suddenly dispelling the oppressive darkness. Buzz! Light shattered the darkness once more, descending upon the mortal realm. Under the illumination of the azure light, the members of the Literary Tao Alliance, previously under the influence of the black energy and lost in madness, began to awaken from their turmoil. Yet, in the next moment, they fell into an overwhelming terror. In the sky, an enormous face appeared, spanning the heavens. This visage belonged to none other than Lu Chen, the fifth prince, whose demeanor radiated an ethereal majesty, akin to a celestial being descending from the moon palace. At this moment, he regained his divine bearing. Within his cold, indifferent eyes, two azure divine flames erupted, crushing all beneath him with an air of omnipotence. In that instant, both the man in black and the celestial being of the vast sea widened their eyes, their pupils dilating and trembling in disbelief, struggling to grasp the reality before them. This is Lu. Gulp. A voice of fear trembled from their throats. The celestial being of the land. Chapter 60. The might of the earth, immortal, plains of Yongzhou border. Before him lay the immense Wuxin mountain, shrouded in ominous black mist. Yanqing immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. This black fog. He turned to his companion, Master Mu. Clad in battle armor and mounted upon his steed, Master Mu appeared ready to face a formidable adversary. Quick, assist His Highness. An immortal has made his move. A chill ran through Yanqing's heart as he swiftly unsheathed his battle blade and spurred his horse forward, galloping like an arrow released from a bow. All troops advance. Form the battle array. Gather the spirit of the army. Support His Highness, the martial king. Clang. The army swiftly mounted their steeds, revealing their sharpness and vigor. Yes, the collective energy of the troops coalesced, forming a tangible crimson mist that morphed into a howling, blood-colored giant wolf above the darkened battalion. The giant wolf roared, its fangs glistening ominously. Under its shadow, weapons and armor were stained crimson, reflecting a blinding red light. Kill. Support His Highness, the martial king. Charge. The thunder of hooves echoed, dust swirling like waves as the valiant army surged forth from the Yongzhou border into Wuxin Mountain, bold and awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, the troops from Quanzhou approached with a formidable presence. A blood-colored giant bear roared above their ranks, striving to break through the oppressive black fog. The two armies advanced, and the mist surrounding Wuxin Mountain thickened, enveloping it in a black canopy. Yanqing narrowed his eyes. A formation? Prepare to break the formation. Vanguard, test the right flank. Yes. The swift steeds raced across the battlefield. In the heart of the army, a massive crimson spear rapidly coalesced under the army spirit. Master Mu, if I may. Yanqing began, but before he could finish, a brilliant azure light, sharp as a sword, pierced through the dark canopy. At the mountain's peak, an unparalleled radiance erupted, illuminating the entire border. Boom! The grand formation of Wuxin Mountain shattered with a resounding crash. A violent tempest surged forth. Yanqing shielded his face against the wind, striving to discern what transpired atop Wuxin Mountain. When he finally comprehended the truth, at Wuxin Mountain, within the Hanhai Academy, the smile vanished from the face of the cloaked figure. The madness in his eyes was replaced by sheer terror. He now understood why the master of the wonderful Dharma left no trace before his demise. Yet, it was too late for realizations. The Hanhai immortal gazed at the colossal visage in the sky, his fingers tightening, turning white. This overwhelming sense of helplessness was indeed the legendary Earth Immortal. An Earth Immortal. After the illustrious Shengshi, the Lu family has birthed yet another Earth Immortal? And so young. My heavens! The fate of the Lu family is not yet extinguished. A divine progeny has descended to restore balance. Have we, the Hanhai Academy, chosen the wrong path? Xingyang, O Zhengyang, I, an elder, am surpassed, not only in cultivation but also in vision. As he pondered this, the divine visage in the sky receded, replaced by an enormous hand. The giant hand blotted out the sun, rendering the ancient and venerable Wuxin Mountain, which had stood for millennia, utterly insignificant. The hand descended, unleashing a deadly gale. In that moment, the two heavenly beings, the Hanhai Immortal and the cloaked figure, felt as fragile as mere mortals. How could mortal flesh withstand the might of a deity? The howling tempest crushed their bodies. Bang! With weakened knees, they fell to the ground, their forms embedded deep into the earth as the giant hand bore down. The tormented spirits, torn from their human forms, either disintegrated into ash under the tempest's fury or imploded from the pressure, merging deeply into the ground. Boom! Wuxing Mountain erupted in a cataclysmic rupture. The ancient landmark, a legacy of centuries, crumbled into dust. Within 100 miles, serenity prevailed. The once majestic mountain range vanished, replaced by barren plains. The only remnant was a colossal handprint, stretching from the Quanzhou border to the Yongzhou border, spanning the land that once belonged to the alliance of literary path spectators. Both common folk and martial artists who ventured forth to witness the aftermath were left aghast, gasping in disbelief. Many skilled warriors hastily fled the border town, determined to uncover the truth behind this calamity. Upon arrival, they found only a desolate expanse. In the center, 2 military regiments stood in orderly formation, respectfully encircling a figure. A chill ran through the onlookers and Oppo's hearts. How could 2 regiments survive such a tumultuous event? This was truly astonishing. They gazed toward the center of the encirclement. There, a figure exuding an ethereal presence in a dark serpent robe stood proudly. Before him knelt a sea of shadowy figures. In that moment, the martial artists seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. A collective gasp resonated, stirring a tempest within their hearts. At the center of the 2 armies, Lu Chen regarded the prostrated crowd with an indifferent tone. In the end, none of you from the so-called alliance of literary paths passed my scrutiny. Instead, you staged a play of treachery. The members of the alliance bowed repeatedly, beseeching His Highness for mercy. We had no intention of opposing the court. We were utterly unaware of the monstrous presence lurking amongst us. Lu Chen paid no heed to their pleas. It appears that the existence of the alliance of literary paths serves not only to hinder the progress of my fellow scholars from DU, but has also become a breeding ground for the ambitions of certain individuals. He cast a cold glance at the 3 pale-faced leaders of the academies. Among the 4 premier academies of DU, only Zhengyang was absent, while the recent traitors predominantly hailed from their ranks. He approached the 3 leaders, his frosty gaze towering above them. Do you have anything to say? The 3 leaders trembled. Terror etched upon their faces. Recalling the earlier events, they were still haunted by fear. The 2 heavenly beings, the multitude of spirits, and the formidable heavenly soul array, all obliterated in a single strike? Your Highness, It seems you 3 have no words left to say. Lu Chen turned to leave, casting a single, weighty word over his shoulder. Kill. Upon hearing this command, Yin Qing and the soldiers exchanged fervent glances, their eyes alight with zeal as if they had glimpsed divinity. As ordered, they approached the assembly of the 3 academies, forming a long line, leading them forward to the forefront of the alliance of literary paths. No, Your Highness, spare us. Your Highness, please. Then, the sound of blade striking flesh resounded. One by one, heads rolled upon the open plains, the acrid scent of blood pooling like a river, painting the newly formed expanse in vivid red. Chapter 61. The sword scar across 2 states, blood flowing profusely. A vivid crimson mist, thick with the scent of blood, drifted before the members of the Literary Alliance, flowing beneath their very eyelids. The sweet metallic tang surged into their throats, rendering their faces pale with anguish. Many students gulped nervously, their eyes quivering, unable to settle. Even the esteemed masters and palace lords remained silent, their faces ashen, enveloped in a heavy stillness, fearful that even the slightest sound might invoke catastrophe. Yet, the sound of light footsteps approached. Eyes, once hidden, now reflected the intricate patterns of a python robe. Suddenly, the cadence of heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by the clang of armor, as ranks of soldiers encircled them once more. Tension rippled through the alliance, with anxious gulping punctuating the air. In this profound state of trepidation, the sovereign who held dominion over life and death finally spoke. Effective immediately, the Literary Alliance is hereby dissolved. All universities shall come under the direct jurisdiction of the Imperial Court. Do any of you dissent? His chilling words were laden with an insurmountable frost. They had no doubt that a rebuttal at this moment would lead to a fate far more gruesome than that of the three great academies. Thus, every individual tensed, hastily responding, "Yes, we shall faithfully obey the decree of His Highness, the martial king." A chorus of affirmations resonated across the field. Yet in the next instant, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon all, pressing heavily upon their hearts. Bang! Bang! A multitude of individuals bent under the oppressive force, their bodies sinking to the ground, their heads buried in the earth. Your tone of response suggests dissatisfaction. Do you harbor objections to my royal decree? Lu Chen cast a cold glance at those crushed beneath his overwhelming aura, powerless to resist. Bring them forth. At once, the armies of Qianzhou and Yongzhou sprang into action, extracting those who could not withstand the pressure from the Literary Alliance. With a flash, gleaming long swords glimmered in the blinding sunlight, casting a chilling glow. The executioners, their eyes gleaming with a sinister light, awaited the martial king's command to once again drink deeply of the blood of rebels. "No, you cannot kill us. I'm not a traitor. We are all subjects of you. You cannot execute." With a single command, the sound of steel rang out, followed by the sickening thud of severed heads. The Literary Alliance fell into an even deeper silence. The celestial beings had perished. The denizens of the three great academies had fallen, and the once boisterous scholars now lay lifeless. All were dead, gone. "You, stand up." Amidst the swirling blood mist, Lu Chen casually pointed at a young student. The youth trembled, immediately rising in fear. "Did you hear what I just said?" "Yes, I heard clearly. The martial king intends to dissolve the Literary Alliance, with all universities coming directly under the court's jurisdiction." "Speak louder. I cannot hear you." The pallid face of the student flushed with a hint of crimson as he shouted with all his might. "The martial king intends to dissolve the Literary Alliance, and from now on, all universities shall come under the court's jurisdiction." The echo of his words reverberated, deeply embedding themselves in the hearts of all. The sovereign turned his gaze to the others. "Did you hear that? What about you?" The remaining individuals hastily strained their throats, desperately voicing their agreement. "We heard clearly. The martial king intends to." The collective voices of thousands of scholars surged across the open plain, flowing like a mighty river, resonating through the air, reaching the ears of curious onlookers drawn to witness the spectacle. "Excellent. It seems there is no need for me to reiterate." Casting one last glance at the Literary Alliance, no, it was no longer the Literary Alliance. Lu Chen surveyed the terrified scholars before turning to leave. The python robe, symbolizing noble lineage, billowed gracefully in the breeze, becoming a breathtaking sight in the eyes of all. "Return to the palace." "Yes." Amidst the reverence of the crowd, as if witnessing a deity, Lu Chen ascended the carriage. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned back. "By the way, I am quite dissatisfied with the results of this inspection. Though the scar left by the Hanhai Academy is no longer visible." At this juncture, Lu Chen waved his hand, effortlessly drawing a sharp sword from the waist of a nearby soldier. In the next moment, a cataclysmic sound erupted. Slash! A divine sword cleaved through the chaos. Descending from the heavens, the ethereal sword energy traversed the expanse between Qianzhou and Yongzhou. Swish! The atmospheric pressure trembled, and the air erupted with a deafening roar. A seemingly endless scar sliced through both states, extending for thousands of miles. Everyone's pupils dilated, mouths agape in disbelief. This. Clang! The sword returned to its sheath. "This scar, I hope you will remember it, and let it serve as a constant reminder." With that, Lu Chen's carriage slowly rolled away in the direction from whence it came. In the aftermath, all stood in shock, still reeling from the monumental feat of the sword that appeared to stretch across two vast states. It took them a moment to regain their composure. Hiss! Among the ranks, the soldier whose sword had been borrowed by Lu Chen was left dazed, as if his soul had left his body, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Only when someone reached for his sword did he snap back to reality, swatting away the probing hands. He clutched the precious sword to his chest, eyeing his comrades warily, vowing to protect his newfound heirloom at all costs. From this day forth, this sword would be his legacy, a a mark of unparalleled honor. He would pass it down through generations, and in his old age, he would bring his descendants to the scar that spanned 2 states, telling them, in those days, the martial king of the celestial dynasty wielded this sword to cleave through Qianzhou and Yongzhou, leaving an indelible mark upon scholars throughout the realm. This sword was personally wielded by the martial king. Seeing this, his fellow soldiers could not help but gnash their teeth in regret. Y&T they stood a little closer. Perhaps they too would have had the chance to borrow the sword from His Highness. Alas, the soldiers were filled with envy and resentment, while the gathered scholars gazed in awe at the unfathomable scar before them. In their minds, the colossal visage that had overshadowed the sky resurfaced. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, soaking their garments. Chapter 62. The Demon Gate. God of the mortal realm in the imperial court of Diyu, within the floating world hall. The old emperor was engaged in discussions with his esteemed princes and ministers regarding recent adjustments. Dear sons, how goes the examination of our secret vault? Have you unearthed any clues left by our ancestors to combat the enemy? Replying to Father Emperor, we have found some indications. Within the vault, if one employs the art of the azure sky, certain positions will yield vague reactions. The deeper one's mastery, the more pronounced these reactions become. It seems these may indeed be the guidance our ancestors left for us. Just as he was about to continue, a sudden, urgent call interrupted. Report. The tone was high-pitched, suggesting a rare, fortuitous event. Everyone turned their attention, for it was indeed a rarity to receive such noteworthy news at this critical juncture. Report. His Highness the Martial King has achieved a great victory on his Eastern tour. The traitors of the Literary Alliance have been suppressed entirely by His Highness, the Martial King, with the might of a terrestrial deity. The celestial beings of the vast sea and the mysterious entities of the peaceful sect have perished, and the 3 major academies that orchestrated the rebellion have all been publicly executed. Core supporters from the Tianren Academy, Wanyue Academy, and the other 2 major academies have also been eradicated. The Literary Alliance is hereby dissolved and will henceforth be under the direct jurisdiction of our Diyu Imperial Court. The messenger delivered the battle report swiftly and succinctly. Upon finishing, the floating world hall fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had been halted. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. The old emperor was perplexed, the princes were stunned, the ministers were aghast, and even the officials of the Luo family were in shock. Terrestrial deity, celestial beings of the vast sea, mysterious entities of the peaceful sect, traitors of the Literary Alliance. They understood these terms, but together they formed a narrative that was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. After a long pause, the old emperor finally spoke, his eyes widening in astonishment. What did you just say? The 5th prince is a terrestrial deity. What transpired during this Eastern tour? Speak the truth. Reporting to your majesty, the events began as follows. The messenger recounted in detail the significant occurrences within the Literary Alliance. Upon completion, the ministers were left astounded, their mouths agape, unable to close them for an extended period. Is this truly possible? A terrestrial deity annihilated 2 celestial beings? Chen, madness, sheer madness. A terrestrial deity is a realm known as the god of the mortal realm. Since the last god of the mortal realm, Lu Xingxi, emerged 3,000 years ago, Diyu has not witnessed another attain such a level. The challenges and hardships are self-evident. Yet now, at merely 20 years of age, Lu Chen has reached the status of a terrestrial deity. Unbelievable, this world has truly lost its senses. A tempest of emotions surged within the hearts of the ministers. The old emperor atop the dragon throne remained silent for a long while, until he finally uttered, "Good. Good. Good indeed." In the region of Jingzhou, located at the edge of Diyu, an unusual master-disciple duo arrived in Jingzhou City. The master, a robust figure clad in a wide beast-skin robe, with disheveled hair exuding an air of primal ferocity, walked alongside his disciple, who appeared as a delicate scholar, dressed impeccably in white. They observed the imperial edict posted on the city wall and listened to the praises and exclamations echoing around them. The master gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Outrageous! This is an affront to our dignity." With a flourish of his wide sleeves, he stormed toward the outskirts of Jingzhou City, followed closely by the pristine disciple. An affront indeed. Since the reign of Emperor Zhaoxian, our demon gate has distanced itself from Yu, residing in the outer realms. Where did these so-called great figures of the demonic path come from to invade the imperial city? I was unaware our demon gate had such characters. They take advantage of our isolation and ignorance to cast aspersions upon us. Our poor reputation is the result of their mischief. Just as I emerge from seclusion, having perfected my skills, they come at me with this nonsense. Let us go. I shall seek justice from the imperial city and see how this Zhaoxian has raised such a scoundrel, and how that scoundrel has spawned a celestial being. As the disheveled master ranted, a commotion in the crowd caught his attention. Indeed, it cannot be false. News just arrived from Quingtian. A venerable martial artist has personally ridden a blood-smoke horse, racing to trace the sword mark, taking over half a day to reach the end. That is an ancient beast with a bloodline of extraordinary origins. If even the blood-smoke horse took half a day to traverse the sword mark, imagine the length of that mark. It is said to span across the entirety of Quingtian and Yongzhou, and that is no exaggeration. And this was merely a casual strike from the martial king. Was it truly merely a casual strike? You think I would deceive you? The border troops of Yongzhou are aware that the sword used by the martial king to cleave through Quingtian and Yongzhou was simply an ordinary sword borrowed from soldier. Many soldiers now regret not being closer to the martial king at that moment. Otherwise, that sword might have been theirs. And remarkably, the sword mark left by His Highness traversing 2 provinces did not injure a single soul. Such terrifying control is beyond comprehension. As this person elaborated, many listeners gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! A single strike spanning thousands of miles, crossing 2 provinces without harming anyone. What mastery is this? The legendary terrestrial deity truly possesses such fearsome prowess? The terrestrial deity, indeed, a being who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, far surpassing celestial beings, known as the god of the mortal realm. If the god of the mortal realm wishes to cleave through 2 provinces, it would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Already, numerous sword masters from various provinces have set out overnight to seek the sword mark left by this divine being. If one could glean even a fraction of understanding from it, the rewards would be immeasurable. With such a god among us, does the peaceful sect still dare to rebel? Such delusions are laughable. The Liu family is indeed destined for greatness, standing tall in times of peril. Blessings upon our Yu. Upon hearing such conversations, the scholarly disciple quietly inquired, Master, shall we proceed? The bee-skin-clad master pondered for a moment and replied, Perhaps our demon gate truly has someone who has created quite a stir in the imperial city. If I were to go, it would not be in our favor. I still have some imperfections in my skills that require further refinement and seclusion. The disciple pouted, Then why did you come back? Hearing this, the master glanced back toward the imperial city, a complex expression in his eyes. He gently ruffled his disciple's hair and said, To save the world. To save the world? When you become a master yourself, you will understand. Let's go. Chapter 63. Zhengyang, returning to the palace in the Zhengyang Academy. The resounding voice of the celestial being, Zhengyang, came to an abrupt halt during his discourse. He cast his gaze beyond the confines of the academy. The learned teachers within the academy followed suit, their eyes drawn outward, yet they beheld nothing. The lord of the academy? He has arrived. With a mere gesture, Zhengyang summoned forth strands of literary energy, weaving them into a radiant bridge from the pinnacle of the academy to the foot of the mountain. Before long, a scholar clad in white gracefully traversed the bridge, stepping into the light. Upon sighting Zhengyang, the white-clad scholar promptly reported, My lord, the literary alliance has been disbanded. It was shattered by the martial king, Chen, who single-handedly vanquished it. The celestial of the vast sea and his conspirators perished on the spot. None of the rebellious factions from the 3 great academies or the Yu Academy survived. At this revelation, the denizens of Zhengyang Academy were momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a profound sense of relief. How fortunate they were that their Zhengyang had remained steadfast and unsullied, refusing to conspire with the hypocritical literary alliance. Otherwise, they too would have faced ruin. Soon, curiosity arose thick among them. How had the martial king, Lu Chen, managed to dismantle the literary alliance single-handedly? What extraordinary prowess did he possess? Had he perhaps relied on the power of military formations and set up intricate arrays? A chorus of inquiries erupted within the academy. Zheng Yang, however, remained composed as he turned the page of his scripture. He appeared entirely unfazed by this outcome, as if he had anticipated it all along. It is indeed the earthly immortal, yet, upon hearing the phrase earthly immortal, his hand paused momentarily. He closed the scripture, declaring, in that case, let today's discourse conclude here. With the absence of competition from the three great academies, I trust you shall ascend without my guidance. Go forth. The assembly, caught between mirth and bewilderment, complied and departed. Once the esteemed teachers of the academy had vacated, Zheng Yang turned his gaze towards the direction of the Great Yu imperial city, stroking his grizzled beard, and mused, Zhao Xian, you have not only borne a remarkable son, but also a splendid grandson. With this reflection, a smile graced Zheng Yang's features. He retreated into his quiet chamber within the academy's main hall. Beside the study table in the meditation room hung a lengthy scroll. In this scroll, a blazing sun and a crescent moon loomed high, illuminating the heavens. Beneath this celestial display stood an emperor clad in dragon robes, laughing and gesturing with authority over the land. Zheng Yang approached the scroll and, as customary, ignited 3 incense sticks before it. Teacher Chonda, may your spirit find peace in the heavens. Your descendants have not faltered. They are all exceptional. As his words fell, the emperor's visage on the scroll morphed into an unfathomable darkness. A pair of obsidian eyes emerged from the depths of the scroll, causing it to tremble violently. Unperturbed, Zheng Yang channeled his righteous aura, transforming it into a resplendent sun. The blazing sun, adorned with brilliance, would forever guard the mountains and rivers. He inscribed a character filled with the essence of righteousness, stability. The character materialized, and the dark eyes within the scroll regarded Zheng Yang for a fleeting moment before plunging back into obscurity. The scroll resumed its depiction of the emperor. Zheng Yang placed the 3 incense sticks into the burner before the scroll. Do not rush. I have but a century left to live. Patience is a virtue in the imperial city. As Lu Chen's entourage entered, a wave of festivity ensued. Citizens of all ages lined the streets, their gazes filled with reverence as they welcomed Lu Chen's procession. As the carriage passed through the city gates, a cacophony of cheers erupted, echoing across the skies of the imperial city. Welcome back, His Highness the Martial King. Congratulations, His Highness. Hail the earthly immortal. The Martial King is unmatched. The citizens exhibited fervent enthusiasm, their eyes brimming with zeal. Lu Chen lifted the curtain of his carriage, taking in the fervor and admiration of the people. A conflagration of hope ignited among the populace, illuminating their aspirations for the future, a beacon they called Great Yu. He nodded in acknowledgement to the citizens before closing the curtain and proceeding towards the palace. Did His Highness just nod at me? Nonsense, it was clearly directed at me. At the palace gates, the imperial guards promptly saluted upon seeing Lu Chen's carriage, warmly welcoming him back from his eastern tour. Your Majesty and the court officials have awaited your return with great anticipation. His Majesty has been eagerly listening for news of your victory on the front lines and wishes to bestow upon you grand honors. The captain of the guards spoke with palpable excitement, his body trembling with elation. Heavenly spirits bear witness. Before him stood the martial king, the earthly immortal acclaimed as a god among men, a figure akin to the legendary Emperor Gongshi, capable of suppressing an entire dynasty. What would history say about this moment in 3,000 years? The martial king returns from his eastern tour, greeted by the captain of the guards who leads him to the floating world hall. Or might I also be etched into the annals of history? The thought surged the captain's excitement. He approached the carriage, taking the reins into his hands. Rest easy, young general. Allow me to tend to the horses. With a sense of triumph, he declared, Your Highness, please follow me. The other guards looked on with envy, yearning for a chance to lead the steeds. with the captain proudly leading the horse. They arrived at the floating world hall. Inside, the elderly emperor and the court officials had been awaiting their arrival. The high-pitched voice of the old eunuch rang out, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The martial king has arrived." Instantly, the drowsy emperor perked up. "My son has returned? You wretched servant! Hurry and announce him. Do you wish for my son to suffer in the carriage?" "Yes, your servant obeys." Announcing the martial king, Chen. For an audience. Outside the hall, Chen's figure appeared. "Your son pays his respects to father." The emperor waved his hands repeatedly. "No need for formalities, no need. Rise quickly, my son. You have just quelled the rebellion, vanquishing 2 celestial beings and countless traitors. You must be utterly exhausted." "Thank you, father." Chen rose, moving to his designated place amidst the astonished gazes of the officials and his royal brothers. The weight of their scrutiny felt as if it locked onto him, circling like a hawk. Even the emperor upon the dragon throne was no exception, observing him keenly, finally exclaiming with a hint of profound significance, "My son has truly kept me in the dark." Chapter 64. The emperor's revelation. Chen cast a glance at the old emperor. He had not concealed anything. After all, he had not been asked. Moreover, who could possibly outwit the master of disguise that was the emperor? The father emperor sought understanding. The previous adversary was hardly worth mentioning, and thus it was not appropriate to employ such tactics this time. Upon hearing these words, the countenance of many shifted. What audacity! To dismiss previous foes as inconsequential. In your eyes, it seems that only the entire alliance of literature and the ambushes set by the heavenly sect could warrant your divine intervention, correct? Ah, only you, the deity among mortals, could make such a claim. Had it been anyone else facing the alliance as formidable array and traps, they would surely meet their demise. The officials gazed at Chen, who had just returned victorious yet remained unperturbed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. They looked around at their peers, who among them had not been hailed as a genius by the common folk, who had not once reveled in youthful exuberance and unrestrained freedom. Yet now they found these so-called prodigies paled in comparison to the unmatched martial king before them. Indeed, the label of genius was merely the threshold to his door. The various princes regarded Chen with a complex mixture of emotions. They sighed in silence. The earthly immortal, the god among men, a being capable of stabilizing an entire nation. If he chose not to ascend the throne, none could rest easy upon it, even if they managed to secure it. Given the emperor's insistence on awaiting his return, it was likely that the position of heir apparent would be decisively determined in this assembly. However, perhaps this was for the best. The eldest prince, Yun, suddenly felt a sense of release, as if some inner pressure had been lifted. He glanced at his younger brothers. At the very least, they could enjoy their carefree existence without being embroiled in unnecessary strife. The chaos instigated by the rebellious forces of the heavenly sect and the night tribe would surely dissipate under the might of the 5th prince. Such was the fortune of the Great Yu. They ought to be grateful. The 3rd prince, Lang, caught the gaze of Yun and responded with a nod. He then turned to Chen and offered a smile, exuding an air of gentlemanly camaraderie, devoid of unnecessary words. The 6th prince, Huan, needed no further encouragement. He wholeheartedly supported his brother's ascension. The old emperor observed the demeanor of his sons, and a hearty laughter erupted from him. What a trivial matter. My son is indeed unparalleled in this world. With him, the Great Yu's dominion shall remain unshakable. Those mere rebels and night tribe scoundrels dare to dream of toppling our illustrious legacy? Huh. He scanned the assembly, gesturing towards the sun illuminating the sky. Look at how bright and resplendent it shines. It represents the Great Yu. We shall forever be the son of this realm, the guardian of mankind. How can any wretched, shadowy entities compete with our brilliance? This is destiny. The old emperor's impassioned words resonated throughout the hall. The officials quickly echoed, "Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, martial king. Long live your majesty. Long live the Great Yu." His boisterous laughter filled the hall once more, fading only after a considerable time. Once the laughter subsided, a hush fell over the assembly. The 5th prince. A collective tension arose within the hearts of those present. They understood that the crux of the meeting was drawing near, the very reason the emperor had kept them here. The long-debated position of heir apparent was about to be settled. This was perhaps the fastest resolution to the succession dispute since the founding of the Great Yu. With the expectant gazes of the assembly upon him, the emperor fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, scrutinizing him intently. Deep within his eyes lay a flicker of indecision. After a prolonged pause following his mention of the fifth prince, he finally spoke. Given your recent endeavors to quell the insurrection, you must be weary. You are the cornerstone of the Great Yu. Do not overexert yourself. It seems I have not considered this adequately. You may retire to rest. We shall discuss other matters on another day. Your servant obeys, Lu Chen replied. The emperor nodded. Well then, let this assembly conclude. As for the clues regarding the Night Tribe, my sons and esteemed ministers, do not grow complacent. Dismissed. With a wave of his hand, the emperor cast one last glance at Lu Chen before departing from the hall, leaving the ministers in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, filled with unspoken confusion. What could possibly be the emperor's intention? Was it possible that his old habits as a capricious ruler had resurfaced? The court officials and princes remained stunned, struggling to come to terms with the situation. Wasn't the emperor's insistence on waiting for Lu Chen's return meant to designate him as the crown prince? At the very least, there should have been some symbolic rewards bestowed upon him. Yet now, he simply allowed Lu Chen to retire for rest. This was the earthly immortal they were speaking of. Did the earthly immortal not comprehend the significance of their time? Furthermore, with his immense strength, which other prince would dare to contest him? Just ask Lu Shengxi's brothers if they would dare to act against him. This entire charade seemed utterly unnecessary. They could not fathom the emperor's mind. Truly, it was a case of the complexities of a ruler's heart. Officials from the Luo family quickly approached Lu Chen. Your Highness need not worry. The emperor likely feels concern for you, which is why he delayed matters. Indeed, with your prowess as the earthly immortal, who would dare to oppose you? We need only wait a few days. Lu Chen remained unfazed. The emperor's departing glance had revealed everything. The resonant force of the bright sun was no longer concealed. He was preparing to make his intentions clear. All they needed to do was wait. Outside the palace, a carriage, heavily guarded, made its way through the streets towards the inner city, approaching the heavily protected Onping residence. Within Onping residence, the head of the Luo family guard arrived at a small courtyard and beheld a striking figure, seated on a stone bench, furrowing her brow as she contemplated her brushwork. He paused, his expression somewhat peculiar. No matter how many times he looked, he always felt that she was a mirror image of their lord. Both were so serene, engrossed in their pursuits, one in reading and tea, the other in the arts. Miss Chen, the imperial concubine, has arrived. The imperial concubine? Chen, she rose hastily, tidying the unfinished painting on the table and adjusting her attire before moving to the front of Onping residence. The imperial concubine's carriage slowly approached, revealing a beautiful woman clad in shimmering garments before Chen Shi. Commoner Chen Shi pays respect to the imperial concubine. Chapter 65. A heart-to-heart between father and son. The royal legend, the esteemed Mu Jintang, favored consort of the emperor, seized Chen Xi's hand with a gentle grasp. You are Chen Xi, are you not? Indeed, you live up to your name, embodying the title of the most exquisite beauty of Jiangnan. Even I, upon meeting you, find myself increasingly enchanted. Chen Xi quickly responded, Your Highness, you flatter me. In comparison to your unparalleled grace, my reputation is truly insignificant. Mu Jintang tenderly caressed Chen Xi's cheek, smiling as she said, Oh, what a sweet tongue you possess. Come, let's step inside and converse. I have much to discuss with you. Very well, Chen Xi replied, eager to listen. Taking Chen Xi's hand, Mu Jintang led her into Onping residence. Witnessing this, the leader of the Luo family's guards felt a jolt of surprise. If his memory served him right, this was the first meeting between the esteemed consort and Chen Xi, and the intimacy displayed was rather unusual. Could it be that, lost in thought, the leader pondered as Mu Jintang and Chen Xi entered the small courtyard, shielded by layers of guards. The two took their seats across from one another. Little Shi, please sit. Mu Jintang urged. I am merely a common girl. No need for such formalities. Once you enter the palace, Opportunities like this will abound. Please sit. Taken aback for a moment, Qingtian seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. However, she couldn't help but think that the consort had two sons. Which one had she come to see? The image of a figure, cold as the snow on Tianren, fleeting as the wind, flashed through her mind. Yes, Your Highness, Qingtian said, smoothing her skirt and sitting quietly. Mu Jintang, increasingly pleased, inquired, have you grown accustomed to life in the imperial city during your stay? Qingtian replied, thank you for your concern, Your Highness. With the protection of the imperial guards and the Luo family, I have enjoyed some peaceful days, and my residence is well equipped. That is good to hear, Mu Jintang remarked, glancing around. Surely, many have come to visit you during this time? Qingtian lifted her gaze to meet Mu Jintang's. By chance, I performed a certain melody, which has indeed piqued the interest of several dignitaries. Yet, regrettably, even with my willingness to teach, the melody seems to lose its essence in the hands of others. Mu Jintang chuckled, her laughter as delicate as blooming flowers. I did not come for that melody. My dear, I merely wish to see which princes have sought your company. Throughout history, heroes have always adored beautiful women. With your unparalleled beauty, it is only natural that even I am captivated by you. How could they possibly resist? The allure of Jiangnan's premier beauty, coupled with that unique melody, surely stirred special sentiments within the royal family. Winning you over, or even possessing you, would be akin to acquiring an invincible weapon against the nightmares. At this critical juncture of the princes vying for power, who would not value your presence? It is merely a matter of some knowing their limits, while others overreach. Qingtian smiled slightly. Many princes have indeed sent their representatives, except for the fifth prince. Mu Jintang hesitated momentarily. His Highness is quite occupied with state affairs. As you know, he bears the weight of the Liu family's martial legacy and the nation's responsibilities, naturally affording him less time than the other princes. Qingtian smiled sweetly, having deduced the reason for the consort's visit concerning which son. A figure like the prince, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, would naturally be preoccupied with matters of state rather than affairs of the heart. Mu Jintang smiled in return, appreciating Qingtian's keen intellect. It saved her from further explanation. Yesterday, I sent word to the Chen family in Ningzhou. They have informed me that everything has been arranged for you. With that, Qingtian's fingers relaxed their grip on her skirt. Mu Jintang continued, however, I do not wish to impose. It is best to consult the person directly. What do you think, little she? With her head bowed, Qingtian replied, Your Highness and the elders may decide for me. Your Highness, Your Highness. A voice called from outside Onping residence, filled with urgent joy. Your Highness, the prince has returned victorious. He has defeated the Wenda alliance, vanquished the celestial beings of Hanhai and the Taiping sect, commanded the disbanding of the Wenda alliance, and left indelible marks in Xuanzhou and Yongzhou. The entire imperial city rejoices in the prince's achievements. Mu Jintang rejoiced. Chen has returned safely. How wonderful, how wonderful. She glanced back at Qingtian, little Xia. Qingtian interjected, Your Highness need not worry about me. You should go see the prince first. The journey eastward has been arduous. It would be best for you to return and check on him. With that, Mu Jintang entered her carriage and bid farewell to Qingtian, promptly returning to the palace. Once Mu Jintang departed, Qingtian returned to her small courtyard and resumed work on her unfinished painting. Meanwhile, in the Zhongxian Palace, Lu Chen had just settled down to open the ancient tome of the Death and Life Magic Eye. An immense force field suddenly enveloped the entire palace. A blazing sun and a crescent moon quietly emerged, casting their light upon the skies surrounding Zhongxian Palace, freezing time in that moment. The autumn breeze stilled, leaving the leaves suspended in the form of the wind. Dropping leaves hung mid-air, while the act of pouring tea came to a halt, the water forming a crystalline column. The silver-armored guards outside remained in a state of closed eyes, oblivious to the presence of an elderly emperor's shadow approaching with steady steps. As he passed by the silver-armored guards, he locked eyes with Lu Chen from the pavilion. The visitor was none other than the old emperor. Upon seeing the old emperor, Lu Chen took the tea from the servant and personally poured 2 cups. The father and son held their tea, seated together in the pavilion, gazing at the stillness of time before them. Neither spoke first. Once the first cup was drained, Chen refilled their cups, and the old emperor finally spoke. When you first returned, I indeed intended to name you the crown prince. In doing so, I would fulfill my duty as a monarch and uphold the laws of our family. However, as a father, I fear I may have been somewhat selfish. This selfishness does not pertain to the other princes, but rather to you, Chen. He continued, the emperors of my Liu family are often short-lived. The greater their cultivation, the shorter their lives. Historical records reveal that Emperor Chongde abdicated after 57 years, retreating to become the Grand Emperor, seeking to break through to the realm of terrestrial immortals, thereafter disappearing from the mortal realm. In truth, Emperor Chongde ruled for only 57 years after his ascension. Furthermore, the legendary emperor of Yu, Emperor Gengshi, and our esteemed ancestor, Shengshi, are also noted in history. Records state that Emperor Gengshi ruled for 48 years before relinquishing his mortal ties to seek the path of immortality, eventually ascending to the celestial realm in his 98th year. Yet in truth, Emperor Gengshi, the deity of his generation, also ruled for only 48 years. Chapter 66, The Theory of the Earth's Core. For instance, I'm nearing my end. The old emperor gazed at the sun and moon in the sky, murmuring, this year marks the 26th year of my reign. Perhaps it is 26 years, or maybe 27. Since ascending the throne, I have lived but a few more years. My grandmother spoke the truth. Our family, the Liu family, is indeed cursed. The emperors of the Liu family suffer even more. Generation after generation, we have devoted our lives to humanity and to the Great Yu, burning ourselves out. Thus, I hesitated in the position of crown prince. The old emperor turned to Chen and said, my dear fifth son, you are exceptionally talented. So remarkable that not a single person in the history of the Liu family can compare to you. At just 20 years of age, you are a veritable celestial being, a born martial sage. You possess a promising future, a chance to pursue immortality and freedom, much like the early Emperor Gengshi. He could have refrained from stepping forward, chasing after the ancient immortals' trails, seeking grander vistas, leaving behind footprints that belonged solely to him, rather than burning his life in the service of protecting humanity. The old emperor lowered his head, idly toying with the teacup in his hands. Thus, as a father, I should not, nor can I selfishly impose the duties of the emperor of the Yu upon you. You have better choices. Chen turned his head to glance at the old emperor. I have grown up on the sustenance of the Liu family. The martial arts I practice are the Liu family's sacred skills. Without the Liu family, I would not be who I am today. Father, simply tell me the characters, time, and place. What you cannot manage, I shall handle for you. Upon hearing this, the old emperor laughed heartily. Ah, such ambition. Truly, you are the earthly deity of the Liu family. Reflecting on it now, it seems you must have discerned my concealed abilities during the tea gathering, observing everything from the shadows, correct? The assassination at the martial arts tea gathering, as well as the Dream Clan schemes within the imperial city. You realize they were my machinations? You, my boy, are not being very honorable. Chen poured tea for the old emperor once more. I merely observed you fishing, and I wanted to see which great fish was worthy of a martial celestial being, such as yourself, feigning a foolish ruler for so long. The old emperor fell silent for a moment, lifting his teacup several times before finally setting it down with a deep sigh. Once upon a time, I too wished to be a righteous ruler, to change this world with my own hands, to ensure a better life for the common people. Yet I ultimately realized, if I do not play the fool, I would face the same fate as your grandfather. The old emperor cast a glance towards the direction of Xuanqing Palace. Your grandfather was simply too ostentatious and underestimated the revival of the Dream Clan. By the time he became aware of them, they had already laid their plans in the realm of humanity, amassing considerable power. Having failed to master the 8th layer of the celestial secrets, he suffered a great loss. And so did you. During those years, had it not been for your grandmother's reputation and cunning in managing the court, stabilizing the Yu Dynasty, the situation would likely be even worse than it is now. The old emperor concluded, draining the last of his tea. At that time, I had not yet broken through. If I had chased after the Dream Clan like your grandfather, it would have been impossible. I could only feign ignorance, conceal myself, and allow them to believe that everything was under control, to lower their guard and buy more time for Yu. But he set down the teacup, his already frail figure appearing even weaker. This time, the world no longer stands with us humans. He pointed in a direction, the borders of Yu, towards Jingzhou. The core of Jingzhou has reached its limits. It can no longer sustain itself. Before Lu Chen could inquire further, the old emperor explained. The origins of the Earth's core are shrouded in mystery, only known to be connected to our ancestral emperor, Lu Xinghe. It began at the end of the ancient era and has been passed down through generations. Each of the Yu's 36 provinces possesses a core that condenses the essence of the Yu's earth veins, safeguarding the peace of each province and preventing the Dream Clan's incursions, ensuring they cannot descend into the realm of humanity. To this day, these cores have protected the Yu for nearly 10,000 years. Throughout this millennium, the Dream Clan has continually assaulted the cores, employing all manner of tactics to deplete their strength. At this point, Lu Chen recalled the recent incident involving the Soul Fire. The Soul Fire. The old emperor nodded. Indeed, the Soul Fire is a self-destructive method of exhausting the core. I need not even look to know it is the work of the Dream Clan. They have gone to great lengths to diminish the power of our cores. They have employed countless strategies, some of which you may not even realize are their doing, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Just like the Emperor Tianren of Ur. He fell victim to the Dream Clan schemes, resulting in severe damage to the Jingzhou core and causing instability into Yu. To prevent further deterioration of the Jingzhou core and to maintain stability, it was ultimately the early Emperor Gongshi who sacrificed his life to replenish the core's strength, stabilizing the situation. At this juncture, the old emperor cast a profound gaze at Lu Chen. This is the reason our Lu family emperors meet with untimely ends. Only the bloodline of the Lu imperial family can replenish the core's strength. Each generation, we have been engaged in this endeavor. Lu Chen understood, glancing at the old emperor's graying hair. No wonder you have aged so much all of a sudden. The old emperor shook his head. If merely this amount of aging could ensure the long-term peace of the Yu, it would indeed be worth it. Yet alas, the Jingzhou core has reached a point of no return. Even if numerous Lu family members were to sacrifice themselves, it would not extend its life. The severe damage from 3,000 years ago can no longer be suppressed today. The daytime suppression of the Dream Clan has weakened, and they are reviving within the borders of the Yu. This is merely a precursor to the core's demise. Soon, humanity will undoubtedly descend into a hellish purgatory, especially around Jingzhou. In the future, chaos with demons and monsters will become a norm, with humans and the Dream Clan coexisting, struggling together. Thus, I must take action in advance. I intend to abandon it, using the Jingzhou core as bait to ignite a full-scale war between our human race and the Dream Clan. The old emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imperial aura. This decision may contravene ancestral laws. Yet the present is not the era of Emperor Gongshi from 3,000 years ago. The decline of the core is inevitable. Simply prohibiting the traces of the Dream Clan will only leave humanity lacking in means and courage to confront them in the future. Over time, how shall we face the impending racial conflict? Times have changed. Rigidity leads to stagnation. Thus, I have been guiding you to engage with the Dream Clan step by step, gradually expanding this knowledge to the people of the Yu. Chapter 67. The Ming Emperor and Apos. Melody, Wolf Valley. This was my initial thought. Since it was the beginning, it was inevitable that changes would follow. Predictably, it must have unfolded as Lu Chen had anticipated. The emergence of Chen Shi, or perhaps the appearance of the Ming Emperor's melody, signifies that it was beyond your plans. The old emperor nodded approvingly. Indeed, the discernment of the land immortal was extraordinary. Indeed, the emergence of the Ming Emperor's melody was beyond my design. Its arrival has thrown my original strategy into disarray. Not only did it expose the presence of the person who should not have appeared at this time, the nightmare also heightened the vigilance of the Taiping sect, leading them to suspect me more rapidly. The old emperor sighed softly. I had no choice but to thrust you into the eye of the storm of the Yu to create momentum, hastening the original arrangements. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The rules of the human realm are increasingly fragile. The exposure of the nightmare was merely a matter of time. The appearance of the Ming Emperor's melody at this juncture might even present a turning point. What truly caught me off guard? A complex expression of either solace or resignation, or perhaps a mixture of both, surfaced on the old emperor's pale face. Is you my fifth son? You are the greatest surprise. For every step you take is beyond my expectations. Do you recall the rumors in the palace that I was wary of you becoming another Lu Xingxi? You, with your unparalleled genius, have achieved mastery of martial arts at merely 20 years of age, a talent that undoubtedly breeds envy and thus unwarranted troubles for you. Hence, I deliberately allowed others to believe that I was suspicious of you, to divert their attention and grant you more time for focused cultivation. As a result, at the Martial Arts Tea Conference, you showcased the prowess of the Azure Sky Divine Flame. With your mastery of the Azure Sky Divine Flame, as long as the celestial beings do not intervene, none shall rival you. To hide you further would only limit your exposure and render you passive in the future. Thus, I granted you the authority over the royal city's military, guiding you closer to the secrets of the Nightmare Clan. Yet, this led to the unforeseen emergence of the Ming Emperor and Appo's melody. Furthermore, the subsequent attack on the royal city and your display of the land immortals' power at the Literary Alliance is another story altogether. Each step is fraught with uncertainty. The old emperor sighed a few times before returning to the main topic, asking about the Ming Emperor's melody. Is there an issue with the Ming Emperor's melody? The old emperor shook his head. I cannot articulate it clearly. I have merely unearthed some clues about the Ming Emperor's melody from the fragments left by my ancestors. It is said that the Ming Emperor's melody is the embodiment of the world's righteousness, possessing the power to restrain all malevolence and darkness, a manifestation of the world's rules. As for the origin of these rules, it is akin to asking why the bloodline of the Lu family can replenish the core of the earth, or why the Azure Sky Divine Flame can subdue the Nightmare Clan. Apart from our respective progenitors, no one knows. And the lineage that transmits the Ming Emperor's melody, in a sense, is naturally opposed to the Nightmare Clan, just like our Lu family, embodying the purest essence of humanity. Regrettably, this lineage was annihilated by the Nightmare Clan in ancient times, extinguishing their legacy. Indeed, even the Nightmare Clan believes that the Ming Emperor's melody has been completely lost, leaving only our Diyu Lu family as its final nemesis. Yet now, this technique, which vanished since ancient times, has resurfaced. Moreover, it has reappeared in such a fortuitous manner at this critical juncture. The old emperor cast a glance back at Lu Chen, and you, my imperial son, have become the most talented heir of the Azure Sky Divine Flame in the history of the Lu family, fortuitously born in this era. The Azure Sky Divine Flame and the Ming Emperor's melody, the two great nemeses of the Nightmare Clan, have converged. Sometimes, I cannot help but ponder, could this be the arrangement of fate? In this era of the Nightmare Clan's supremacy and humanity's decline, has hope been bestowed upon humanity once more? Before Lu Chen could respond, the old emperor continued. I long to believe this. However, certain matters must not be taken lightly. At such a critical juncture, caution is warranted. As I mentioned earlier, the Nightmare Clan will employ every means to weaken the core of the earth, some methods of which may not even cross your mind as originating from them. Therefore, when you ask me if there is an issue with her, the old emperor shook his head again. I have little time left. This matter, I can only entrust to you to decide. Regarding the rules embodied in the Ming Emperor's melody, perhaps only someone of your caliber, a land immortal, can perceive its true issues. If there are no problems, it shall undoubtedly be a source of great assistance to you. The bloodline of the Lu family, combined with the Ming Emperor's melody, could potentially reshape the world even if it were to become a hell on earth. Lu Chen nodded and began to speak of the old emperor's plan for Jingzhou. How do you intend to ignite Jingzhou? The old emperor did not answer, merely turned to Lu Chen, reaffirming, Fifth, have you truly resolved to bear the weight of Diyu? You should understand the gravity of my words. This burden is heavier than you can imagine. The power of the Nightmare Clan is far beyond your expectations. I must convey another piece of unfortunate news. You must know, even the great emperor of the new era, the god of humanity, ultimately perished while refining the core. He did not lead humanity to counterattack and shatter the Nightmare Clan. This signifies that within the Nightmare Clan, there exist formidable beings that even the god of humanity cannot contend with. Unfortunate news? Is this not good news? Let us hope that those so-called powerful beings of the Nightmare Clan can withstand his trials. Chen replied, if that is the case, then I must share some good news with you. The world may not perceive the depths of the Nightmare Clan, but do they truly see all that I am? The Celestials regard me as a star, while the land immortals perceive me as the moon. Even if I shoulder the fate of countless souls and bear the burden of Daiyu, I can still forge an era of peace. With me and Daiyu, chaos shall not prevail. At that moment, the brilliance of the sun and moon shone exceptionally bright, elongating the figures of the father and son. The old emperor remained silent for a long while. I am old indeed. He smirked. I have lived for so many years. Yet I find my son possesses a greater ambition than I. Excellent. Since my fifth son possesses such spirit, let us, father and son, stage a grand spectacle against the Taiping sect and the Nightmare Clan, igniting Jingzhou and teaching them a lesson. The old emperor's frail form straightened significantly at this moment. He seemed to revert to the spirited youth he once was. He turned to leave, leaving behind a parting statement. At the next court assembly, I shall proclaim you as the crown prince, granting you regency and full authority. As he reached the palace gate, he seemed to recall something. Ah, the tome of the death magic eye. Never mind. You possess more insight and discernment than I. I merely remind you. The techniques cursed since ancient times are not to be trifled with, especially as the whereabouts of this tome are unknown even to me. It likely has leaked from the upper echelons of the Nightmare Clan. Exercise caution. The sun and moon in the sky began to wane. The stillness of time resumed its flow. The old emperor stepped forth, his figure vanishing from sight. Outside the palace gates, the silver-armored guards opened their eyes, blinking as they resumed their watch over the palace. Time passed swiftly, and half a day had gone by. Outside the borders of Daiyu, in the land of the Wolf Clan, the setting sun cast its glow upon Wolf Valley. The sunset over Wolf Valley is renowned as an exquisite spectacle, cherished by people from all corners of the world. At this moment, atop Wolf Valley, several shadows cloaked in black robes gaze upon the setting sun, their eyes darkening with an unsettling chill. Thanks to Chen, it has been a long time since I have witnessed such a breathtaking sunset. You should relish it while you can. This damned, ghostly thing will soon be out of sight. Let us hope so. Hope. Has Chen's presence instilled fear in you? It is not fear, merely a sense that perhaps fate itself is safeguarding the Liu family, ensuring their lineage does not come to an end. Even with the current emperor's state, a figure like Chen, more formidable than Liu Xingxi, emerges to avert disaster. This emperor is likely not as simple as he appears. You would do well not to underestimate him. Do you still wish to defend your foolish plan? You are right. How many precious resources of the peaceful teach have you squandered on your foolish endeavor? You are right. Even our other plan. You are right. Two strange flames ignited between the cloaked figures, colliding and intensifying in ferocity. A powerful wave of energy began to ripple, and the atmosphere thickened with tension, as if battle was imminent. Just then, a shadow descended from the heavens, halting the impending conflict. With a firm grip, he restrained the heads of the two. Do you two not comprehend my words? Chapter 68. The shattering of rules, a piercing, icy gaze emanated from beneath the hood of the black robe, striking the two individuals like a bolt from the blue, plunging them into a chilling abyss. An overwhelming sense of frost enveloped them. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, lowered their heads in reverence, unwilling to meet the gaze of this sudden apparition. I have warned countless times that dissent within our sect is intolerable. Regardless of your personal grievances, in the face of our singular nemesis, the Liu family, you must endure. What? Have my words lost their weight? Must I, the sect leader, personally intervene to correct your repugnant behavior? The hand that grasped the heads of the two exuded an ominous, foreboding aura. Those powerful hands, as unyielding as stone, elicited a series of cracking sounds from their skulls, threatening to distort their very forms. The color drained from their faces instantaneously. Vice Sect Leader, please quell your anger. We were merely caught in a moment of desperation and would never forget your teachings. A moment of desperation? The vice sect leader, concealed in shadows, regarded them with a chilling gaze. He released his grip, but warned, should this occur again, you shall truly learn what desperation means. Understood. They exhaled in relief, blood trickling from their heads. Thank you, vice sect leader. With a flourish of his black robe, the vice sect leader positioned himself at the forefront of the Wolf Valley, his eyes fixated upon the setting sun on the horizon. Speak, Guardian Yun. How fare the arrangements in Jingzhou? Guardian Yun, one of the two who had just been reprimanded, was the one who suspected treachery from the emperor and had instigated the surprise attack on the imperial city. In response to the vice sect leader, all is in readiness in Jingzhou. We await the opportune moment to breach the core of Jingzhou and dismantle its blockade. Yet what? Guardian Yun hesitated. Initially, we did not account for Lu Chen's presence. With his formidable strength as an earthly immortal, our plans may struggle to ignite the core of Jingzhou, especially given the extensive ramifications of this operation. It is troubling that neither Jingzhou, the court, nor even the Sword King and the Sword Howl Legion have sensed anything amiss. The plan has proceeded too smoothly. I have a foreboding feeling. Upon hearing this, another guardian, Wan, scoffed lightly, dismissing the concern. However, mindful of the vice sect leader's earlier admonition, he refrained from any rash actions or words, stating, "They are presently preoccupied with the rebellion of the Literary Alliance and Lu Chen's prowess. Their internal chaos leaves them little attention for our movements. Your paranoia is unwarranted. Such a mindset will hinder your performance in significant matters. I am merely considering the grand scheme, exercising caution. Rest assured, you will not." The vice sect leader turned his gaze back to the two, compelling them to lower their heads, silencing further discourse. Observing them, he calmly declared, "Guardian One speaks wisely. The very purpose of our existence is to overthrow you and obliterate the core. Hesitation will not lead to triumph." A smile flickered across Wan's face, eager to respond. But the vice sect leader continued, "However, Guardian Yun's perspective holds merit. Thoughtfulness is never inappropriate. Take, for example, the ambush orchestrated by the Literary Alliance. Had the truth not been laid bare, who would have anticipated that Lu Chen was an earthly immortal, capable of cleaving two vast territories with a single sword? Could you have foreseen this?" The vice sect leader's gaze swept across the assembly. The crowd shook their heads in unison. In 3 millennia, only Lu Xingxi has achieved such a feat. He is the sole example in the world. Otherwise, humanity would not bestow upon this realm the exalted title of God of mortals. They pondered endlessly but dared not consider Lu Chen as an earthly immortal. A 20-year-old earthly immortal? Such a notion was preposterous. Who would even dare to entertain it? Thus, absolutes do not exist. The vice sect leader clasped Guardian Yun's shoulder, advising, "It is prudent to remain vigilant." Guardian Yun felt a weight lift from his heart. The folly of the guardians mattered little. For as long as the vice sect leader harbored seeds of doubt, it sufficed. The vice sect leader proclaimed, with the unexpected variable of Lu Chen, "We shall temporarily postpone the Jingzhou plan and remain still. The core of Jingzhou is irrevocably doomed. This is dictated by the laws of the world. Its demise is merely a matter of time. Even if the Lu family produces another earthly immortal, what can they do to prolong its life? We can afford to wait. The imperial family cannot." Gazing at the sunset, the vice sect leader murmured, "Let us wait and see who falters first." Indeed, Waya Academy. Go, whoa. The aged steed of the Mo family was exchanged once more for the Bloodsmoke horse. Following the resolution of the Literary Alliance incident, he hastened back to Waya Academy. Upon reaching the academy's gates, Mo Wenju dismounted and made his way to the residence of Master Yin. Along the way, he noticed numerous fellow disciples casting envious and admiring glances his way, bowing in acknowledgement. "Brother Mo, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. For the upcoming Golden Autumn Trials, may you achieve renown, ascending to prominence in the court of the Yu." Mo Wenju felt bewildered. What is the meaning of this? The chaos of the Literary Alliance has been quelled. Should you not be preparing for the examinations? His fellow disciples shook their heads. "You are unaware, brother. The palace master has decreed that only you shall represent Waya Academy in this year's Golden Autumn Trials. Excuse me? Mo Wenju was taken aback, initially suspecting the palace master of harboring treacherous intentions. Yet, recalling the prince's devastating sword strike during his Eastern tour, which shattered the resolve of the literary alliance, he dismissed the notion. The palace master had always been prudent. Such reckless actions were beneath him. Surely, there were other considerations at play. As he pondered, Master Yin beckoned him from the grand hall of the academy. Wenju, Master. Master Yin nodded in approval. You have performed admirably. This is largely thanks to your efforts. Let us discuss this later. The palace master wishes to see you. Very well. Mo Wenju was curious as to the palace master's intentions. Master Yin led him to the main hall of the academy. The venerable palace master, appearing youthful despite his white hair, had awaited them. Upon seeing Mo Wenju, he spoke. You must be quite perplexed as to why I have declared that only you shall represent Waya Academy in the trials. Before Mo Wenju could respond, the palace master continued. It is because, aside from you and your master, all others within our academy are doomed men in the eyes of the imperial court. Should they participate, it would render your position exceedingly awkward and uncomfortable. Chapter 69. Deep autumn in the imperial city, especially in contrast to those from the Zhengyang Academy. Mo Wenju's pupils widened slightly, as he seemed to grasp the old palace master's intentions. The old master remarked, gathering to conspire is an unforgivable crime at any time. The court cannot allow a group of rebellious and scheming traitors to create chaos in the imperial court. This time, His Highness the Martial King did not annihilate us completely because the literary and martial alliance is too vast, encompassing nearly all the upper echelons of scholars in Dayu. If they were all to be executed, it would sever the lineage of the literary and martial factions, leaving the court devoid of capable individuals at a crucial juncture. Thus, only the leading rebellious forces from the three great academies and Tianren Academy were purged. However, as the saying goes, one can evade the first, but not the 15th. The court will always remember our crime of conspiracy. The old master murmured, I foresee that this autumn's grand examination will undoubtedly be dominated by the Zhengyang Academy. As long as they are not entirely inept, the court will employ them. As for our other academies, once they find suitable replacements for us, the court will inevitably settle accounts with us afterwards, demoting us to the lowest ranks. In the end, we may find ourselves inexplicably entangled in major cases, leading to our execution and dragging the entire academy down with us. And this requires one to possess sufficient capability to remain in the upper echelons. Those lacking ability will meet even more bizarre and lamentable ends. At this point, the old master cast a glance at Mo Wenju and continued, Do not think he is with you. The fate of failure in conspiracy is precisely this. But you are different. First, you have rendered meritorious service by sending a warning. Second, you are well acquainted with His Highness the Martial King, having preemptively aligned yourself with him. You are a clean-clothes aide to the Martial King. Your fellow disciples accompanying you to the autumn examination will only tarnish your reputation and implicate you in their questionable conduct, leading to exclusion and suspicion. Do not think I exaggerate. The officialdom is dark. Some will go to great lengths to bring you down, turning even a trifling blemish into an indelible stain. Moreover, this blemish relates to conspiracy. The old master seemed to have spoken at length for Mo Wenju's benefit, but he had already grasped the underlying meaning of the old master's words. It was indeed about ensuring his own smooth career and the future of Waya Academy. For the salvation of Waya Academy, only he, Mo Wenju, could intervene. The old master was well versed in the art of self-preservation, as he had always been. Mo Wenju sighed deeply, lamenting, had I known this earlier, why bother in the first place? The old master paused slightly, then sighed, expressing a hint of bitterness. The affairs of the world are like a chess game, beyond one's control. I harbor no grand ideals for the advancement of Waya Academy. I merely wish for it to survive and not be severed under my watch. Who rules the dynasty is inconsequential. What matters is the ability to prevail. You might think that as a martial arts master, I should lead a noble life. Yet in this vast world, I am but an ordinary old man. With that, the old master concluded, I have said all I needed to say. You may leave now. After speaking, the master closed his eyes and gestured for Yin Fuzu and Mo Wenju to depart. The two exited the main hall. On the way, Yin Fuzu glanced at the somewhat dispirited Mo Wenju and inquired, Are you disillusioned with Waya Academy? Mo Wenju shook his head, then nodded, Not quite. I just suddenly feel a bit suffocated. Suffocation is indeed the right feeling, Yin Fuzu said as he walked ahead of Mo Wenju. Do you remember what I told you at the Qingtian tea gathering? There are certain things you cannot learn from the texts in the academy. There is still much knowledge for you to acquire. At that time, you couldn't take it in because you had yet to experience life. Now that you have gone through it, you understand the value of that statement. Yin Fuzu reflected in life. Many matters cannot be as bright and upright as the teachings of the texts. Some yield to reality, some cling to ideals, and others drift with the tide. With countless experiences come countless types of people and hearts. We must never hastily judge who is right or wrong, for you have not become them. It is merely a matter of experience you have yet to undergo. Therefore, Yin Fuzu smiled as he patted Mo Wenju's shoulder. Do not concern yourself with what the old master has said. Just be yourself. Go now. The autumn examination is just days away. Pack your belongings and make your way to the imperial city. Master, will you not accompany us? With your knowledge and wisdom, Mo Wenju questioned. Yin Fuzu chuckled and shook his head. My knowledge and wisdom. He tapped Mo Wenju's forehead. Are all right here. Now go. Take care, master. Mo Wenju bid farewell as he waved to Yin Fuzu, who stood at the academy's gate. A few days later, autumn deepened. The trees in the imperial city had begun to wither. Yellow leaves, like scattered butterflies, carpeted the streets and alleys. Occasionally, a passerby would tread upon them, producing a soft, rustling sound that elongated the whispers of autumn. On this leisurely day, the silver-armored guards exited the palace to seek interesting folklores or martial arts treatises for Chen. Previously, this task was handled by Luo Feng, but now that Luo Feng was busy managing the city guards, he entrusted it to the silver-armored guards he had personally trained. Ah, General, you have arrived. Everyone recognizes him now. Please take a look at our new stock. The silver-armored guard glanced at the items, noting their new condition, still covered in dirt. What is the source of these? The shopkeeper chuckled. General, you flatter me. No one can fool you. Who doesn't he know you, sir, the Martial King? Rest assured, all these items were purchased with genuine gold and silver. I have personally inspected each one. They are rare finds not commonly seen on the market. From which tomb were these unearthed? The silver-armored guard asked, wrapping a dusty ancient tome in a handkerchief and flipping through a few pages. They were indeed quite unique. Well, we heard from those selling the goods that it came from a local family long since faded away. Once prosperous in the past, the shopkeeper replied. The silver-armored guard continued to examine the recently unearthed books, scrutinizing several pages without finding any issues. This one, and that one, he remarked. Just then, a loud crash echoed nearby. Turning, he saw two wolf tribesmen lamenting over a shattered wine jar. What happened? How could you be so careless? Calm down, gentlemen. This jar is ours. We will buy it back at market value. Very well, the shopkeeper is an honest man. Hurry, we still need to procure more. Seeing this, the silver-armored guard inquired of the nearby book vendor, Are the wolf tribesmen selling wine in the imperial city now? Chapter 70. The Crown Prince Apparent. The proprietor cast a sidelong glance at the two lycanthrope individuals. Those two, they arrived in the imperial city recently for trade. I heard they sampled the Drunken Immortal brew at the Drunken Immortal Tavern and audaciously proclaimed that the imperial city's wines were nothing special. They boasted about letting everyone taste lycanthrope wine someday to show them what true nectar of the gods is. Such pronouncements were unacceptable. Everyone clamored for the lycanthropes to prove their claims and demonstrate their skill. If the lycanthropes truly possessed a wine superior to the Drunken Immortal brew, the Drunken Immortal Tavern was willing to purchase it at full price. The proprietor gestured with his chin, and so it has come to this. All the imperial city's taverns are vying to acquire it. These days, it's a highly sought-after commodity. Wandering martial artists traversing the imperial city after a fierce battle love to indulge in a flagon or two. It's quite the treat. The silver-armored guard responded with a casual, "Oh," before inquiring, "Have you sampled it? Is the lycanthrope wine truly so exquisite?" "Exquisite. Not exactly." The proprietor smacked his lips. "Their wine, perhaps due to different brewing techniques or the addition of unique ingredients from lycanthrope lands. It certainly possesses a distinct flavor compared to our Great Yu wines. Upon tasting it, one experiences a surge of untamed wildness, quite unrestrained. Accustomed to Great Yu wine, suddenly encountering this offers a novel and refreshing sensation. Beyond that, nothing much. In my opinion, it's merely a fleeting novelty. Once the novelty wears off, our Great Yu wines will prove more enduring over time." He then asked, "With this wine flowing into the imperial city on such a large scale, has no one?" The proprietor chuckled heartily. "General, you worry too much. For this foreign product to enter the imperial city and be traded on such a scale, it naturally undergoes countless inspection procedures. From the lycanthrope lands to the imperial city, how many checkpoints and examinations must it endure? Moreover, to trade within the imperial city, it must pass the scrutiny of the imperial city guards and receive authorization from the mirror reflection platform. How many experts personally oversee and confirm its safety before allowing it to pass?" Indeed, the silver-armored guard then gathered the newly unearthed ancient texts and retrieved 2 gold ingots from his breast pocket. The proprietor hastily interjected, "Ah, General, you're putting me in a difficult position. To accept payment for items intended for His Royal Highness, Prince Wu, would be disrespectful and portray me as lacking in discernment. His Royal Highness, Prince Wu, has dedicated himself to the people of Great Yu, suppressing the demonic path in the imperial city and securing the realm by venturing east to the literary Dao alliance. He has invested so much effort. If my humble offerings can contribute even slightly to Prince Wu's means of vanquishing enemies, then my ancestors would have accumulated immense merit." The proprietor stuffed the books into his satchel. "Then I express my gratitude. General, you are too kind. You are welcome to visit again." The silver-armored guard, carrying a bundle of ancient texts, returned to the imperial palace, treading upon the increasingly cool autumn breeze. That day, the weather turned colder once more. Within the heavily guarded imperial clan's secret vault, several princes, during their leisure time, sought clues related to the Nightmare clan. Although the imperial throne was now beyond their reach, safeguarding Great Yu from foreign races remained their duty as princes. If Great Yu were to fall, their fate as princes would be grim. "Third brother, you've arrived early." Lu Yin casually opened an ancient clan tome and addressed the third prince, Lu Lang, who stood nearby. Lu Lang set down one ancient book and picked up another to peruse. "Thanks to fifth brother, Great Yu has been tranquil and uneventful these past few days. I've had the leisure to continue searching for clues left by our ancestors." Lu Yin concurred indeed. During this perilous time, with enemies on all sides, it is fortunate for our Lu family to have fifth brother, a terrestrial immortal, safeguarding the realm. This is our Lu family's fortune. As the two spoke, the 10th prince silently flipped through the clan's secret texts. In the past, he would have said a few words, but now he wished to remain silent. He had relinquished those unnecessary thoughts. The disparity of a terrestrial immortal was enough to extinguish all delusions. At this moment, regardless of those who incited him or sowed discord, he had only one response: "I fear my fifth brother would misunderstand." The other princes shared similar sentiments with the 10th prince. They had come to terms with reality. With a terrestrial immortal present, what was there to compete for or struggle over? They would simply lie low and follow in the footsteps of their fifth brother. Perhaps, in the future, they could accompany this legendary prodigy of the Lu family in etching their names in the annals of history and leaving behind a legacy. Was this not superior to dying in vain, becoming a sacrifice in a failed power struggle? The princes maintained their silence, diligently performing their duties. They unleashed the power of the azure heaven unyielding art, exerting their utmost to sense the guidance left by the bloodline's divine art. Time slipped by, and another half-day passed. The princes were growing weary from their search. Just then, the first prince, Lu Yun, opened a secret clan manual. Divine control art? Created by drawing upon the Lu family's unique bloodline? Practicing it can fortify one's purity and resist external invasions? Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. This secret art seemed to possess some merit. Lu Yun examined it closely. Upon reaching a certain page, his heart skipped a beat. There was a hidden compartment. He hastily peeled open the layer. Lu Yun's pupils constricted. This was Lu Shengxi. Lu Shengxi? From the floating world hall, the old emperor voiced his surprise and doubt. Lu Yun held the divine control art in his hands. Indeed, your subject found a golden fragment within the hidden compartment of the divine control art. By channeling the power of my imperial clan's azure, heaven, unyielding art, the three characters Lu Shengxi appear on the golden fragment. Your subject dares to assert that this must be a clue left by our ancestor regarding the Nightmare Clan. However, your subject's cultivation is insufficient to fully reveal the hidden clues behind the golden fragment. It seems that a restriction was placed upon this golden fragment by Emperor Gongshi, and those with higher divine art cultivation will be able to discern the secrets upon it. The old emperor waved his hand. The old eunuch, understanding, reached for the divine control art and the golden fragment, intending to present them to the old emperor. However, he was met with a scolding from the old emperor. Blind fool, I instructed you to give the golden fragment to Fifth. Did you not hear my imperial son say that this golden fragment requires divine art cultivation to unlock? In this entire court, besides my Fifth, who is a terrestrial immortal, who else can unravel the golden fragment left by Emperor Gongshi? The old eunuch hastily acknowledged and handed the golden fragment and the divine control art to Lu Chen. Just as he received the golden fragment and the divine control art, the old emperor's voice echoed from the dragon platform once more. Ah, yes, taking advantage of this court assembly, I shall announce a matter of national importance. The crown prince of my Great Yu. I have made my decision. Chapter 71. The 36 earth cores upon the utterance of the old emperor's words. The courtiers present displayed little reaction. The position of crown prince had lost all suspense ever since Lu Chen single-handedly dismantled the alliance of the literary and martial factions. There was no room for doubt. The scar left by the sword that traversed Yongzhou and Xuanzhou still seared the land, instilling terror in countless hearts. Every scholar who dared to cross that scar trembled in fear. The might of the earth deity was sufficient to obliterate this struggle for imperial power, bringing it to an untimely conclusion. The meticulous plans of numerous families and factions, painstakingly prepared over the years, had turned to naught, rendered futile in the face of such power. Yet what could they do? After all, among this generation of princes, there emerged a being more extraordinary than Lu Shengxi. With his capabilities, not only could he claim the title of crown prince, but should he desire to ascend the throne immediately, he would garner unyielding support. A collective sigh escaped the hearts of the assembly. Then the old emperor declared, I have decided to establish my fifth son, Lu Chen, as the crown prince of our Great Yu, endowing him with the authority to oversee the nation. Upon finishing, the aged eunuch beside him brandished a pre-prepared edict, his voice sharp as he proclaimed, Crown Prince Chen, endowed with exceptional intelligence and virtuous conduct, has already achieved great merit. It is fitting that he be granted the power to govern. Your son obeys, thanking Father Emperor. As expected, the princes and courtiers, having long prepared themselves for this outcome, promptly bowed, chanting, We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Long live His Highness. Observing the bowing courtiers, the old emperor nodded with satisfaction. With my son as the regent crown prince, overseeing Great Yu, I shall see how those rebellious elements dare to stir trouble or undermine the eternal glory of our dynasty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Great Yu. With His Highness the Crown Prince present, our nation's future is assured. The courtiers showered praise upon him. The old emperor chuckled heartily before returning to the matter of the golden tablet. Fifth son, with your prowess, do you think you can decipher the golden tablet left by our ancestor, Shengxi? Lu Chen lifted the golden tablet in his hand. A powerful torrent of magical energy surged forth from it, illuminating his surroundings with a warmth akin to a miniature sun. Such a formidable magical response could not have gone unnoticed had it truly been in the royal treasury until now. Clearly, this golden tablet had only recently appeared there, intentionally placed for the princes to discover. It seemed that my father's plan to ignite the situation in Jingzhou had already commenced. With that thought, Lu Chun infused the tablet with pure celestial energy, fully activating it. Buzz. The name Lu Shengxi faded away, replaced by a dense array of tiny characters. These contained crucial information left by the founding emperor, Lu Shengxi, for the descendants of the royal family. It detailed the earth cores, the lineage of the Lu family, and strategies to counter the resurgence of the nightmarish clan. Lu Chen absorbed every word. Fifth son, what does the tablet reveal? The old emperor inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Chun presented the tablet with the revealed text. Father Emperor, please take a look. The old emperor examined the tablet closely. His expression shifted dramatically, pale at times, astonished at others, and then filled with seething rage. Witnessing the emperor's tumultuous emotions, the court was filled with curiosity regarding the extraordinary contents of the tablet that elicited such a reaction. A hush fell over the assembly as they awaited the emperor's words. After a moment, the old emperor set down the tablet with a resounding thud. Traitors! He suddenly glared at a specific individual among those present. The courtiers were startled by the emperor's outburst and hastily averted their gazes, shifting their positions. Soon, one figure stepped forward from the assembly, recognizable as the minister who had once presented the Soulfire secret technique. Kneel before me. The minister trembled, dropping to his knees. What connection could there possibly be between me and the message left by the founding emperor from 3,000 years ago? Do I possess such power? The old emperor thundered. Who instigated you to present the Soulfire technique? The minister faltered. Soulfire? Your Majesty, spare me. I found that scroll of Soulfire in an ancient building by chance. I beseech your Majesty to see my loyalty to Great Yu. I have no ulterior motives. Umph. The old emperor was not appeased. Do you know what the earth cores truly are? I do not know, the minister stammered. According to the founding emperor, the earth cores are the lifeblood of our Great Yu and all of humanity. 36 states, 36 earth cores. Together they form the celestial array that guards our land, preventing the incursion of the nightmarish clan. If the earth cores are damaged, humanity suffers. If the earth cores are lost, humanity is lost. Should any issues arise with the earth cores, the nightmarish clan could breach the array, ravaging our land. At that time, humanity would descend into a purgatory, and the people of Great Yu would languish under the nightmarish clan's oppression. Yet you offered up the soul fire that consumes the energy of the earth cores, intending to harm the lifeblood of our Great Yu. With a furious strike, the old emperor shattered the dragon throne. You shall pay for this with your life. Guards, drag him out and execute him. Clang, the guards surged in, seizing the minister and dragging him away. Your Majesty, spare me. I beg for mercy. The guards raised their blades. Crack! A head rolled, and the stench of blood filled the air. The old emperor finally exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. These damned traitors seemed endless. His piercing gaze swept across all present, silencing them with fear. After a long pause, one of the princes broke the silence. Father Emperor, the 36 earth cores together safeguard our realm. As long as the earth cores remain intact, humanity remains intact. Yet now, the nightmarish clan quietly resurges, secretly supporting the Taiping sect to wreak havoc. Does that not imply that the 36 earth cores have encountered issues? The old emperor nodded. As per the words of our founding ancestor, 3,000 years ago, the nightmarish clan's resurgence led to chaos in Jingzhou. During this upheaval, the Jingzhou earth core suffered severe damage, and our ancestor exerted great effort to stabilize it. However, the nightmarish clan's desire to annihilate humanity persists. They seized upon the vulnerabilities of the damaged earth core, eroding it day and night, ultimately exhausting its source and weakening the celestial array, allowing them to breach the rules and hide among us. This has led to the calamities we now face. Chapter 72. The divine command. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The connection between the Earth's core and the Nightmare Clan was news to them, and they were not fully aware of the underlying truths. Yet, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation concerning Emperor Gengshi, Lu Xingxi. The fact that the Earth's core and the Nightmare Clan could prompt such a revered figure, a terrestrial deity, to leave behind a golden tablet as guidance and to carry out a widespread destruction of tomes related to the Nightmare Clan 3,000 years ago indicated that this matter was far from simple. Reflecting on the fragmented accounts of the Nightmare Clan found in folklore and the recent strange occurrences surrounding them, one could not dismiss the old emperor's words. When the Earth's core falters, so too does the realm of man, as mere exaggeration. As these thoughts circulated among the crowd, the old emperor erupted into laughter once more. Are you all worried that the Nightmare Clan will seize the opportunity to disrupt our Great Yu? He inquired. There is no need for such concern. Surely, our ancestors were not blind to what these little demons could achieve. Emperor Gongshi was remarkably foresight. He anticipated the calamity of today 3 millennia ago. He inscribed several divine methods on this golden tablet to restrain the Nightmare Clan, sufficient to ensure the safety and victory of our Great Yu. He then glanced at Chen. With my son, this unparalleled terrestrial deity, stationed here, how could the mere Nightmare Clan stir up any tempest? If Emperor Gongshi could suppress them, then surely my son can alter fate itself. Moreover, our dynasty is currently blessed with the existence of the extraordinary melody of Minghuang Chu, a support that even Emperor Gongshi did not possess. The old emperor shifted into a more comfortable position, reclining on the dragon throne. The Nightmare Clan? Huh. Even the traitors of the Literary Alliance fell before my son's astonishing sword that traversed 2 provinces. What can a Nightmare Clan do? They are but slightly larger ants. My son could obliterate them with a mere flick of his hand. The threat of the Nightmare Clan is nothing to fear. You all need only to rally behind my son, waving flags of support, and refrain from hindering him, and our mountains and rivers will remain intact, and the realm will know no worry. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned towards Chen. Even after learning of the secrets regarding the Nightmare Clan and the Earth's core inscribed on the golden tablet, he remained as unperturbed as a drifting cloud, as tranquil as a gentle breeze, showing not a hint of anxiety. It seemed that no matter what transpired, this cold, ethereal prince could not be swayed. His tall, slender figure stood resolute in the imperial court of Great Yu, radiating a reassuring divine light, ensuring the stability of this ancient dynasty. By your command, we shall undoubtedly lend our utmost efforts to assist His Highness in repelling the Nightmare Clan and restoring peace to our Great Yu. The ministers proclaimed with fervent enthusiasm. With His Highness present, should the Nightmare Clan dare to invade, they shall find no return. They declared that Great Yu would once again usher in an era of unparalleled brilliance akin to the founding and rejuvenation periods. Your Majesty is wise. His Highness is formidable. The ministers' voices rang out with inspiring fervor. The old emperor laughed heartily in satisfaction. It is only these few words from you that I have heard in recent days. Your Majesty, one of the ministers interjected, seizing the opportunity while the emperor was in good spirits. Might I inquire what methods Emperor Gongshi inscribed on the golden tablet? Is there any minor task we may assist with? His Highness, being of such precious stature, must balance governance with the looming threat of the Nightmare Clan, and it's inevitable he may be stretched too thin, risking exhaustion. If that were to occur, it would be counterproductive. We, though lacking in talent, wish to share the burden with His Highness and not allow trivial matters to disturb his tranquility. Indeed, if every matter requires my son to take action personally, what use are you ministers? The old emperor remarked, picking up the golden tablet once more. Our ancestor left behind 2 methods to restrain the Nightmare Clan. The most fundamental of these is the divine command. Anyone can cultivate it, strengthening their purity to resist external evils and harmonizing their spirit, enabling them to see through the illusions of the Nightmare Clan, thereby exerting a suppression more potent than mere martial prowess. In other words, after practicing this method, you will be able to perceive the true form of the nightmare, no longer bound by the unseen rules that confine ordinary people. Furthermore, diligent practice of this method will also guard against bizarre entities like the human skin nightmare. Upon hearing this, the crowd was visibly shaken. What a marvelous method, they exclaimed. Why were we ever concerned about an invasion by the Nightmare Clan? Was it not because they exploited the loopholes of the world's rules, leaving us defenseless? Now that we possess the divine command, revealing the true forms of the nightmares, who would still fear them? A martial artist is called so for a reason. Why should we avoid confrontation? Just as the ministers were contemplating their newfound confidence, the old emperor suddenly posed a question. The divine command was created by Emperor Gongshi after he suppressed the Nightmare Clan's chaos, but has yet to be truly implemented. It is prudent to verify its efficacy personally. Otherwise, passing it down could lead to unforeseen complications. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions faltering. Without the divine command, Emperor Gongshi and his cohort managed to resist the Nightmare Clan. The old emperor continued. As our ancestor stated, we currently cannot see the nightmares, yet they can strike us. This is merely a consequence of the chaos in the world's rules. Once the turmoil subsides and the rules stabilize, we will be able to perceive their true forms. Thus, the creation of a divine command is not solely to see the nightmares, but to fortify our purity and prevent external evils from infiltrating. The ability to perceive the nightmares was added for our benefit, a lesson learned from the ancestor surprise during the initial chaos, so that we would not remain so passive during such tumultuous times. Understanding dawned upon the assembly, and they looked towards Lu Chen, who seemed lost in thought. Your Highness? One minister inquired. Have you perhaps overexerted yourself in practice last night and not rested well? Lu Chen shook his head. He had merely been struck by a sudden inspiration upon viewing the methods left by Emperor Gongshi. Much like refining the techniques of the life and death demon eye, or evolving the Qingtian difficult scriptures, he too could devise a unique technique tailored to counter the Nightmare Clan. While he himself might not require this technique, those around him, such as the Luo family, the Chen family, and the countless citizens of Great Yu, could benefit from it, ensuring preparedness against potential threats. He considered capturing several high-ranking nightmares as materials for martial experimentation to conduct thorough research. The divine command poses no issues. However, regarding the other method, the sacred fire of qi and blood, I believe it may not be suitable for the citizens of Great Yu, Lu Chen added with gravity. Chapter 73. The Great Yu. A promising future. Upon hearing Lu Chen's earnest declaration, a fleeting hesitation crossed the depths of the old emperor's eyes. After their confrontation, the father and son understood the true meaning behind each other's words. Clearly, the fifth son was cautioning him against revealing the method of the qi blood sacred fire, an approach fraught with flaws. The old emperor was not oblivious to this fact. The qi blood sacred fire, akin to the soul fire, was indeed an effective means against the nightmarish clan. However, unlike the soul fire, which incinerated the core of the earth and consumed the essence of a person, leaving them hollow and depleting their foundation, the qi blood sacred fire did not burn the core. Instead, it devoured one's lifespan at a terrifying rate. Each flame ignited upon the nightmarish clan was a blatant theft of the vitality of living souls, a true life-exhausting warfare. For practitioners of the Great Yu, mastering this technique would mean sacrificing more lives than they possessed. Yet, there was no alternative. The rupture of the Earth's core was inevitable. Even with numerous experts from the Lu family sacrificing themselves to replenish it, the outcome was unalterable. The resurgence of the nightmarish clan in 3,000 years was a fate imposed upon the world. When that time arrived, humanity would be left with no choice but to fight desperately. The founding emperor, who had refined his core with his own body, understood this better than anyone else. Thus, he established the qi blood sacred fire method, providing humanity at least a fighting chance. Without even that opportunity, true despair would ensue. Now, however, his son was rejecting the ancestral chance to fight. The old emperor pondered for a moment, concluding that the qi blood sacred fire could indeed deliver a significant blow to the rampant nightmarish clan. My son believes it unwise. Could it be that you have a superior plan? Lu Chen simply replied, of course. I shall take matters into my own hands and resolve all crises. Rest assured, father. The old emperor was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Lu Chen, observing the calm and indifferent expression in his eyes. Very well, very well. I have grown old. This era belongs to you. You are to become the emperor of the Great Yu in the future. If you have a vision, then pursue it with vigor. The old emperor sighed internally while outwardly laughing heartily. Excellent. With my son's words, I am at ease. With you overseeing the kingdom, I can rest without worry. Ha ha. The court officials echoed the old emperor's sentiments. As for the Qi blood, sacred fire, the unparalleled martial genius, the land-bound immortal that was the crown prince had dismissed it. What further concern could they have? Although that technique was also left by a godlike figure. Considering Liu Chen's youth and the sword scar that spanned 2 continents, who held more authority? Following this destined son of the great, Yu was undoubtedly the right path. Did they not see how the other princes had relinquished their claims to the throne, all looking to him for guidance? Your Majesty is wise. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Best wishes to His Highness the Crown Prince. After a brief moment, another minister spoke. Your Majesty, since the core is of such significance, why do we not dispatch experts to guard it, to prevent the nightmarish clan from seizing the opportunity to undermine our great Yu's core? The assembly fell silent, casting glances at the minister, noting his presence. Where's the core located? Are you truly this foolish, or just naive? Such matters are certainly protected by the royal family. They cannot be disclosed to outsiders. If outsiders were to learn of it, could the core remain secure? The old emperor regarded him with a discerning eye. You need not worry about the safety of the core. With the methods left by my ancestors, outsiders will never locate it. Indeed, it seems I have been overly concerned. Subsequently, the court deliberated on the dissemination of the divine command and various defensive arrangements. The meeting concluded with the old emperor's decree to disperse. Afterward, as the old emperor sat in the carriage returning to the Cloud Palace, a smile could not help but grace his lips. For many years, he had never felt such relief as he did this day. Throughout the years, he had fought alone, vigilant against the encroachment of the nightmarish clan. Now, at last, there was someone capable of sharing the burden and declaring, I will take action. The old emperor leaned against the carriage, gazing out at the autumnal scenery of the palace, tinged with melancholy, yet strikingly fresh and bright. At that moment, the breeze was gentle and the flowers fragrant. His son was truly commendable. Father, do you see? The great Yu has a promising future. In the Qingtian palace, as the crown prince Liu Chen was expected to relocate to the designated palace for all previous princes. He chose to remain in the Qingtian palace, clinging to the familiar layout he had grown accustomed to. Correspondence from various officials was delivered directly to his residence. Initially, the documents were numerous, chaotic, and disorganized, with many letters filled with flowery language and flattery, concluding with a trivial inquiry about the crown princess' well-being. These individuals, if they could not write meaningfully, ought to refrain from doing so. Liu Chen had no interest in daily reports. If there was nothing of consequence, they should not disturb him. Thus, he ordered all reports to be returned, instructing them to prepare more meaningful submissions. This effectively reduced the mountain of correspondence. On this day, Liu Chen took the opportunity to sift through the documents. One letter captured his attention. It was from Luo Feng. Liu Chen extracted it for a closer inspection. Luo Feng detailed the patrol summaries of the royal city guards, adjustments at the 4 main gates, and highlighted several noteworthy occurrences. Among them, he mentioned the presence of the Wolf Clan. He reported that members of the Wolf Clan had begun selling wine within the royal city. Although the wine had passed multiple inspections with no issues detected, Luo Feng expressed his concern that, given the years without any foreign presence in the royal city, the sudden appearance of outsiders selling wine was suspicious, hinting at potential ulterior motives. At that moment, a silver-armored guard returned from outside the palace, carrying a jar of wine. He first removed a bundle from his back. Your Highness, this is an ancient tome I procured from outside, along with some new treasures. He gestured toward the jar of wine. This wine is from the Wolf Clan. Recently, 2 members of the Wolf Clan have appeared within the royal city, selling wine indiscriminately. Although it has been inspected without issues, I cannot shake the feeling that these 2 individuals harbor ill intentions. Why would they abandon their own territory in the Wolf Valley to come to our royal city? Fearing a deception, I brought a jar back to seek your counsel. Liu Chen nodded. The silver-armored guards chosen by Luo Feng were diligent and loyal. You have done well. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. Liu Chen's gaze fell upon the jar of wine from the Wolf Clan. A fiery sun and a gentle moon ignited within his eyes. The jar was but an ordinary vessel for wine. Chapter 74. The Wolf Clan's Wine in Jingzhou. the wine is far from ordinary. It contains two peculiar ingredients. One of them is a poison capable of dispersing true energy, reminiscent of the Muan sin used by the Taiping bandits at martial arts tea gatherings, but undoubtedly superior to it. The other is a subtle and elusive kind of goo insect, which Lu Chun has never encountered before. It is likely a secret weapon unique to the Wolf Clan. When these two components are combined, they create a remarkably intricate mixture, complementing and enhancing one another, not only maximizing the efficacy of the concoction, but also accentuating its undetectable, colorless, and tasteless qualities. Behind the Wolf Clan lies a highly skilled genius goo master. Nevertheless, even with such sophistication, this batch of wine faces an insurmountable obstacle at the first line of defense against the Wolf Clan within the territory of Dayu, the Sword Howl Legion, commanded by the Sword King. As a paragon of the Lu family royal lineage, the Sword King possesses an innate affinity for swords. His heart resonates with clarity, and the realm of the heart sword he has created bears a remarkable similarity to the effects of the bright heavens and celestial bodies. He is no fool. Do these wines from the Wolf Clan possess the clearance of the Sword Howl Legion? The silver-armored guard nodded affirmatively, confirming that he had verified it was indeed handled by the Sword Howl Legion. And what of the Sword King? It is reported that he has delved into the 8th layer of the Qingtian Yiju and has been in seclusion, hoping to break through to that level before this batch of wine crossed the border. The timing of the Sword King's seclusion is too convenient, almost as if he deliberately left an opportunity for the Wolf Clan to deliver wine into the imperial city. Lu Chun understood. There could be no mistake. This batch of wine was most likely permitted entry by his father, and the purpose behind it. Lu Chun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, stowing away Luo Feng's memorial. The Wolf Clan's first entry into Dayu is through Jingzhou. It appears this marks the commencement of his father's Jingzhou plan. The grand play to ignite Jingzhou has already begun. Go inform the Imperial City Guards to immediately capture the Wolf Clan members and imprison them in the Heavenly Prison. All wine circulating in the market must be confiscated. Those who have consumed the Wolf Clan's wine should be restrained for observation. Yes, Your Highness. Upon receiving the order, the silver-armored guard hastily departed to inform the guards of the Imperial City. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered the 6th Prince, Lu Huan, who was heading towards the Zhengxian Palace. Your Highness, I pay my respects to Prince Huan. The guard greeted. Lu Huan nodded and entered the palace, muttering to himself about the urgency of Lu Chun and Appo's demeanor. Could something have gone awry? Upon noticing the wine jars on the ground, he exclaimed, "Oh, what is this?" As the overseer of the Mirror Shadow platform, Lu Huan was well aware of the Wolf Clan's wine trade. His visit today was not merely to report, but also to discuss matters concerning this wine. Seeing it in the Zhengxian Palace, coupled with the guard's haste, made him uneasy. Could there be a significant issue with the wine? Lu Chun, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Discovering it early isn't a major concern." "Oh, in that case, all is well." Lu Huan relaxed upon hearing Lu Chen's composed words. If his brother deemed it not a big deal, then it likely wasn't. However, if Lu Chun were to express urgency, that would indeed signal a true crisis. As Lu Huan pondered this, he soon learned of preparations for an all-out war against the Wolf Clan. Lu Huan was taken aback, his expression twitching. An all-out war against the Wolf Clan? Isn't this matter not significant? The Wolf Clan had existed for countless years, and many emperors had sought to conquer them, only to return empty-handed. Yet for his brother, this was not a pressing issue. How bold! Lan Yun pulls her tea. Yes. Lan Yun set aside her materials and rose to serve tea. Lu Huan waved his hands. No need for tea. I must leave shortly. I came to deliver a message to you. A message? A subtle smile appeared on Lu Huan's face. Well, you've been busy lately and may not know that our mother is organizing a selection of consorts for you. A selection of consorts? Lu Chun raised his head. Isn't it a bit premature? As a member of the royal family, it is indeed necessary to propagate the Lu family lineage, especially now that he holds the esteemed title of Crown Prince. A Crown Prince without heirs poses a threat to the stability of the realm. However, at merely 20 years of age, in the prime of his life and with martial prowess burgeoning, contemplating consorts seemed rather hasty. Lu Huan shrugged. For what I gather, Mother does not intend to select consorts at this time. However, after being summoned by grandmother from Xuanxin Palace, she has become anxious. Xuanxin Palace? Surprised by the mention, Lu Chen quickly connected the dots. Ah, it must be concerning that individual. What's her name? Chen Shi, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Huan's eyes widened. You could deduce that? It's confirmed then. I see how it is. Lu Huan was speechless, realizing that Lu Chen remained unfazed by the notion of selecting consorts. Lu Chen neither affirmed nor denied. The selection of consorts was, in reality, a guise for surveillance, as they had discussed openly. He no longer had the luxury of time to ascertain the true nature of Ming Huang Chu and Chen Shi. This decision lay solely in his hands. He kept Chen Shi under close watch, serving also as a form of protection. After all, as the only heir to the legacy of Ming Huang Chu, where could be safer than beside him, a terrestrial deity? Seeing Lu Chen's indifference, Lu Huan felt resigned. His brother was indeed a martial fanatic. Even such a significant matter as selecting consorts did not stir his concern. Alas, mother will arrive soon. I must take my leave. When she arrives, do not mention it was I who spoke. With that, Lu Huan exited the Qingtian palace, glancing around before discreetly making his way back. Shortly after his departure, guards approached. Your Highness, the noble concubine is on her way to the Qingtian palace. Lu Chen set down the memorial and rose. Please go ahead. Yes. He stood outside the Qingtian palace, awaiting the arrival of noble concubine Mu Qingtian. Moments later, the splendid figure of noble concubine Mu, draped in her shimmering attire, appeared. Chen, your son pays his respects to mother. With a face full of anticipation, Mu Qingtian said, Guess what good news I bring you today? Lu Chen feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow as he pondered, Today isn't your birthday, nor is it mine or my younger brother's. So what could it be? Noticing Lu Chen's confusion, Mu Qingtian chuckled lightly. It's not a birthday. It's a surprise I have for you. Chapter 75, Selecting à consort, surveillance. A joyeuse occasion, Mu Qingtian chuckled softly, covering her lips with her hand. Look here. She then beckoned towards a palanquin behind her. Xiaoxi, do not be shy. Come out now. As her words fell, the crowd turned their gaze to see the curtains of the palanquin parting. A stunning beauty emerged, as exquisite as a flower, with skin as smooth as cream and a visage reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Her beauty was captivating, and the simple yet elegant white gown she wore exuded the grace of a snow-capped goddess. She gracefully bowed to Lu Chen, saying, This humble girl, Chen Shi, pays her respects to His Royal Highness. Her dignified demeanor and polite manner only endeared her more to Mu Qingtian. Reaching out, she took Chen Shi's hand. Xiaoxi, come with me. Turning back, she grasped Lu Chen's hand, leading them toward the Qingtian palace, playfully winking at him. Chener, how do you find the surprise? Lu Chen suddenly realized that the surprise his mother spoke of was indeed this moment. I am grateful for Mother's efforts on my behalf. He then glanced at Chen Shi, a radiant sun and a crescent moon appearing in his eyes. Mother, how could you consider it laborious? Your contributions are most appreciated. Mu Qingtian sighed, touching Lu Chen's face with a look of tender concern. Remembering the presence of others, she quickly masked her worry and turned to Chen Shi, her expression blooming with warmth. Xiaoxi, you and Chener had but a fleeting encounter at the Qin Tower, where he was engrossed in official duties and could scarcely notice you. Now that you meet again in Qingtian Palace, what are your thoughts? Though she inquired, her tone brimmed with pride. She was well aware of her eldest son's remarkable qualities. His appearance, demeanor, physique, and talents were unparalleled, a true gem of the DU. Add to that his exceptional martial prowess and unmatched cultivation, which made him irresistible to any woman. Who among them could not be enamored? Who could be worthy? Her question was merely a pretense of modesty. As for whether Chen, she would feel hesitant or unfamiliar. When had noble women, such as they ever encountered such favorable opportunities? In a world where parental arrangements often dictated unions, many women never even glimpsed their future husbands before committing to a lifetime together. Without the foundation of affection, without the initial meeting under the moonlight, couples would only truly see each other on the wedding night, learning what their spouses were truly like. Eventually, they might cultivate feelings over time, or live in silent resentment, with no recourse. To land a man like Lu Chen, a future emperor of unparalleled caliber, was a stroke of fortune indeed. How fortunate she was to be the heir of the Ming Emperor's melody to gain such a blessing. Thus, how could there be any room for discomfort? Upon hearing Mu Jintang's words, Chunshi glanced at Lu Chen and lowered her head, softly responding, "To be at the side of His Royal Highness is a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes. Leave it to your Highness's mother to decide." Mu Jintang was not surprised by Chunshi's reply. The girl was far from foolish. Ha! At her words, Mu Jintang beamed with joy, her heart finally at ease. "Excellent. I shall take charge of this matter. Now please sit and rest." Mu Jintang guided Chen-shi to a pavilion and then took Lu Chen aside. "Chener, come with mother. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." They exited the Zhongxian Palace, leaving a moment of silence behind them. Chen-shi, feeling slightly uneasy, glanced around, only to see a young maid in a pale blue dress, equally beautiful, standing respectfully beside her. "I am Lan Yun, here to serve you, Lady Shi. I am your personal maid, responsible for all domestic affairs. Should you have any requests or need assistance, do not hesitate to command me. The guards outside are loyal soldiers trained by General Luo Feng. Feel free to reach out to them as well." Chen-shi nodded. "Thank you, Lan." Lan Yun quickly interrupted. "Please do not be so formal. It truly overwhelms me. Lady Shi, please follow me. I will help you familiarize yourself with Zhongxian Palace. This will be your home from now on." With that, Lan Yun enthusiastically led Chen-shi to explore the palace. Outside, Lu Chen and Mu Jintang stepped aside to speak in hushed tones. Mu Jintang's expression shifted, her beautiful brow furrowed with concern. "Chener, do you know why your mother has taken such early measures to arrange for your consort? I heard mother has visited the Xuanqing Palace?" Mu Jintang nodded, sighing. "I received some troubling news from your grandmother." "You?" She looked at Lu Chen, hesitating to continue. Lu Chen gently patted her hand, encouraging her to speak freely. "Mother, rest assured, I am here. I have heard that the emperors of the Lu family often do not enjoy long lives, especially in recent generations. Look at your grandfather and then at your father. It is as if a dark cloud hovers perpetually over our lineage. Your father's time is drawing near, and soon the country will rest in your hands. You will be the emperor." The worry on Mu Jintang and Appo's face deepened, lingering for a long while. In these chaotic times, with unrest and rebellion rampant, and even strange occurrences like the nightmarish clan, she was deeply concerned. What if you were too? She quickly silenced herself, realizing the inauspiciousness of such thoughts. Yet, if you were to leave behind a son or daughter, it would at least give me hope. Already you could preserve the imperial lineage. Thus, I have been hastily preparing for your selection of consort, and I found Chen-shi. This girl, I have observed, is exceptionally intelligent and well-versed in the arts. Moreover, she can play the Ming Emperor's melody, a skill that will surely aid you." Seeing the unease in his mother's heart, Lu Chen gently patted Mu Jintang's hand, reassuring her mother, "Do not worry. With me here, Diyu is as solid as a fortress. The world cannot fall into chaos. I am their so-called divine being among mortals. Your happiness and health are the greatest gifts you can give me." Chapter 76. The capture of the Wolf clan members. Uncertain of what her grandmother had imparted, Mu Jintang felt a tinge of melancholy enveloping her. Lu Chen, attempting to soothe her, channeled a gentle wave of calming energy, dispelling her inner turmoil. He recounted amusing anecdotes from their childhood, prompting a smile to grace Mu Jintang and Appo's face. After a moment, she glanced at the sky, realizing that time was slipping away. Her mother needed to head to Xuanqing Palace to converse with the Empress Dowager. "You should return now. There's no need to see me off," she said, winking at Lu Chen before boarding the carriage to Xuanqing Palace. Watching her depart, Lu Chen returned to Zhongxian Palace, where he found Lan Yun introducing Chen-shi to various locations within the palace. Upon seeing Lu Chen and Appo's return, they both bowed and greeted him. "Your Highness." Lu Chen nodded softly and addressed Chen-shi. "There are many unoccupied rooms within the palace. Feel free to choose one to reside in. If you encounter any inconvenience, do not hesitate to consult Lan Yun." With that, he retreated to the pavilion. After addressing the day's official documents, he resumed his study of the death and life magic eye. As was customary, Qingtian and Apos' arrival did not disrupt his routine. To him, the palace was merely a place that had gained an additional pair of chopsticks, an extra living soul. As for selecting a consort, this was not Earth, where emotions dictated such processes. Chen Xiu had 37 children, with nearly 20 wives and concubines, 18 of whom were wed upon their first meeting, akin to a military draft, selecting daughters from the esteemed Qing Mountain County one by one. Why does Lu Chen know this so well? The Chen family sought to intertwine their lineage with the Dragon Prince. Whenever an opportunity arose, Chen Xiu would recommend his daughters or those closely connected to the Chen family, boasting about their merits. Lu Chen had grown immune to it all. Naturally, there was nothing unusual about it. It was simply commonplace. Moreover, this was not a formal consort selection. As Lu Chen delved deeper into the death and life magic eye, the black and white aura in his eyes grew more pronounced. The most unpredictable creation in this world is the human heart, difficult to fathom. He closed his eyes. The most accessible and comprehensible realm was martial arts. It lay before him, ready for his acquisition. One must not squander such an opportunity. As Lu Chen sat in tranquil meditation, Lan Yun and Qinzi resumed their exploration of Zhengxian Palace. During their wanderings, Lan Yun remarked, "Your Highness has a rather cold demeanor. Not directed at Lady Shi, but you'll come to understand in due time." "Very well," Qinzi replied with a gentle smile, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Chen, who was engrossed in his practice. After a while, having surveyed Zhengxian Palace, Qinzi settled by the garden opposite the pavilion, setting up her musical instrument and preparing her brushes and ink. She intermittently gazed at the sky and the pavilion, her brush dancing across the canvas. After the initial commotion, the palace returned to its serene state. Some read, while others painted, until dusk approached. Suddenly, Lan Yun felt her earlier comment was somewhat superfluous. Lady, she seemed to share a kinship with His Highness. In the imperial city, outside the drunken immortal pavilion, the imperial guards formed a tight perimeter surrounding the establishment. "Arrest them. Seize all the liquor." With a command from Luo Feng, the guards apprehended 2 members of the Wolf clan and reclaimed barrels of wine. The patrons of the drunken immortal pavilion, wearing 4 smiles, inquired, "Sir, Lord Luo, what has happened?" Luo Feng unsheathed his sword, his icy gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Listen carefully. Anyone who has consumed Wolf clan wine, step forward." "What? Is there a problem with the Wolf clan wine?" "But it was approved by the higher-ups." A chill ran through the onlookers. Luo Feng declared, "The Wolf clan's wine harbors a deadly poison. If you wish to live, it would be wise to reveal yourselves now, lest the consequences be dire." "You bastard!" The 2 apprehended Wolf clan members shouted indignantly. "Our wine is meticulously brewed using clan secrets. It is a rare delicacy. Even among our kin, one can only indulge on festive occasions. Had it not been for our desire to establish goodwill with DU and open trade routes, you would not have had the privilege to taste it. Furthermore, this wine was inspected by the Swordhowl Legion. Do you doubt their capability? To slander our wine as poisoned, what is your true intention? Is this how DU treats its guests? Are you attempting to incite war between our clans?" The Wolf clan members shouted defiantly, while Luo Feng regarded them coldly. "Are you finished? If so, you shall accompany me to the dungeons. Take them away." The 2 Wolf clan members seethed with rage. "This is outrageous. You must provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we will lodge a formal complaint with the royal court, demanding justice." Luo Feng laughed. "Go ahead and make your complaint. I forgot to mention, the order to capture you comes directly from the Crown Prince. The louder you protest, the more entertaining it will be. I trust the Crown Prince won't mind reclaiming your Wolf clan before his ascension." Upon hearing that the order to capture the Wolf clan came from the Crown Prince, the patrons of the drunken immortal pavilion fell silent. Moments later, those who had consumed the Wolf clan wine began to step forward, realizing that if even the earthly deity deemed it problematic, there must be truth to the claim. Their expressions reflected regret. They cursed their own carelessness. "I knew it. The Wolf clan and Apos' sudden appearance in the imperial city to sell wine was certainly suspicious. Yet the higher authorities insisted the wine was safe. The Wolf clan must have bribed officials. Traitors. Are there truly traitors in the court? General Luo, did the Crown Prince specify whether the poison is lethal? Is there an antidote? Luo Feng glanced at the assembled patrons. Quite a number had revealed themselves. The Crown Prince has ordered that you all be gathered in one place for observation. The others will be examined by me, and once I have reported to the Crown Prince, you will be duly informed. Take them all away. The guards escorted the Wolf Clan members towards the palace, while other teams continued their search for the Wolf Clan wine and any remaining patrons, ensuring that not a single barrel or individual went unaccounted for. Yes. Chapter 77. The Sudden Black Rain. Later, Luo Feng emerged from the prison and hurried to the Qingtian Palace. Your Highness, General Luo Feng requests an audience. Let him in. Yes. Luo Feng stepped into the Qingtian Palace, bowing deeply. This humble one, Luo Feng, pays his respects to His Highness. Lu Chen, with his eyes closed, slightly raised his head. Have the two wolf tribesmen confessed? Luo Feng shook his head. This humble one has employed various tortures. Yet these two wolf tribesmen remain as unyielding as tough bones, insisting they know nothing. Even when pushed to the brink of unconsciousness, they uttered not a single additional word. They seem to genuinely believe they are merely here to sell wine. That is of no consequence, Lu Chen replied calmly, his tone resolute. Luo Feng nodded. It is true that the wine is laced with poison. The wolf tribes must pay for this transgression. They have long harbored ambitions against RDU, and with continual conflicts arising, it is high time to reclaim their territory and integrate it back into our nation. Luo Feng refrained from urging Lu Chen to reconsider. The title of God of Men is not bestowed lightly. He can summon clouds and command storms. In the presence of such a divine figure, what could the wolf tribes accomplish? Even if they amassed 1,000,000 strong? Mere trifles. Moreover, Luo Feng suddenly recalled Lu Chen's words from that day. Above the earthly immortals, there exists the realm of the unknowable. He pondered the veracity of that statement. Once, he believed Lu Chen to be a master, only to discover he was an immortal. Then he thought him an immortal, only to find he had ascended to the status of an earthly deity. Now, he had become an earthly immortal. Though the status of earthly immortal is the pinnacle of martial achievement known to practitioners, in the case of his royal cousin, all impossibilities become possible. Wielding the power to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Before his emergence, who would dare to believe in a 20-year-old earthly immortal? Thus, why could he not transcend to the unknowable realm? Therefore, Lu Chen's earlier jest now seemed rather absurd. In Luo Feng's eyes, Lu Chen had become synonymous with omnipotence and invincibility. Whatever Lu Chen commanded, he would obey, no matter how far-fetched it seemed. For this royal cousin would surely surpass all bounds of reason. As he reflected on this, it was inevitable to revisit their duel from years past that ended in a stalemate. Perhaps we should keep the genealogy separate? He mused. What is the current state of those who consumed the wolf tribe's wine? Luo Feng quickly responded. As of now, there has been no reaction. It seems the poison may have a slow-acting effect, deepening with time. I have already informed the Imperial Medical Office to conduct an examination and analyze the toxicology. A response should be forthcoming shortly. Moreover, Luo Feng hesitated briefly. Since the princes have taken control of the court, the Wu family has remained conspicuously silent, refraining from interference in any matters, to the point that their presence in the court has noticeably diminished. This is inconsistent with their usual modus operandi. Now, with the wolf tribes infiltrating the imperial city to sell wine, the wolf tribes have managed to breach the Sword Howl Legion and Oppos as defenses, suggesting that the Heavenly Sword King was unaware during his seclusion. What the Wu family? Jingzhou is their stronghold. The wolf tribe's wine passed through Jingzhou without hindrance, leading me to suspect the Wu family is willfully turning a blind eye. If so, once the Sword Howl Legion engages in significant battle with the wolf tribes, the Wu family could easily launch a surprise attack from the rear, colluding with the wolf tribes. At this, Lu Chen merely responded with a sound of acknowledgement, his mind clearly at work. Indeed, you should go to the Court of Rights and instruct them to draft a national decree. As he spoke, Lu Chen suddenly halted. A surge of demonic energy erupted within him, becoming increasingly vibrant as he lifted his gaze toward the heavens. Your Highness? Lu Chen interrupted Luo Feng. It is about to rain. Rain? This. Luo Feng was perplexed. Is rain not a common occurrence? What warrants your highness's concern? Just then, a drop of water fell upon Luo Feng's shoulder. Instantly, an uncomfortable sensation akin to burning surged through him. He quickly turned, only to see a drop of black water sliding down his armor, emanating a faint, ominous black aura. Luo Feng's eyes widened. In the distance, he beheld the sky darkening, as black raindrops descended upon the earth. Rain, black in hue. With a torrential downpour, the black rain cascaded upon the world, growing ever more intense, enveloping the land in a shroud of darkness. Under this deluge, the entire realm was washed anew. Threads of black mist surged forth, as if some rule had been shattered, tipping the balance of existence, taking root and flourishing within this world. Darkness burgeoned. In the cloud palace, the old emperor stood beneath the eaves, gazing at the pitch-black curtain of rain. His fingers turned white from tension. The black rain signifies a complete disruption of the world's order. Too swift. Almighty heavens! The old emperor and Appo's face drained of color, his heart echoing a silent cry. At the Zhenyang Academy, outside, the black rain poured down in torrents. Yet within the study of the Zhenyang Celestial, an atmosphere imbued with the righteous spirit of heaven and earth permeated the air. This essence coalesced into divine manifestations, countering the suddenly formidable scroll that floated before him, moving of its own accord in the absence of wind. The righteous aura burgeoned, suppressing the scroll with the might of heaven and earth. On the scroll, those inky black eyes re-emerged, casting a merciless sneer at the Zhenyang Celestial, mocking his hubris and the futility of his efforts. In response, the Zhenyang Celestial remained silent, merely wielding his jade brush to inscribe a series of sealing characters. Meanwhile, outside the academy, in the shadowed realm shrouded by the black rain, dark phantoms began to materialize from a void. They reveled in the rain, experiencing an unprecedented comfort. A chaotic dance of demons. Beyond Jingzhou, in the Wolf Tribe Valley, a master clad in animal hide leaped to the highest peak, his body aflame with crimson vitality, clashing against the relentless black rain. This burning essence transformed into a towering demonic deity, intent on defying the heavens and overturning the black rain. Devour. Swallow it all. You wretched scoundrels, if you wish to bring calamity upon the world, you must first pass through me. What do you think the path of my demonic sect was forged for? It exists to drain the life from scoundrels like you. The demonic deity spread its palms wide, capturing the phantoms emerging from the black rain, absorbing and refining them in an instant. Kulme, bring more. Chapter 78, The Ninth Layer. The unyielding sky beneath the darkened firmament. Several figures cloaked in black meandered through the inky curtain of rain. They embraced the vast, smoky downpour, their laughter wild and unrestrained. Great Yu Dynasty. This time, even heaven has turned against you. After this dark rain, the atmosphere of despair will flourish, and darkness shall descend. What can your Lu family do, even if another god were to arise among you? How can you resist the grand design of fate? Heaven has decreed your family's demise. Initially, I considered delaying our plans to wear you down, but it seems there is no longer any need for that. Listen well, proceed with the plan. Detonate Jingzhou. Yes, in the realm of the common folk, an overwhelming darkness formed a prison, trapping the populace within the shroud of rain. What in the world? Why has such a torrential rain suddenly descended? And it's black. It feels eerie, unsettling. Wait, do you not feel a burning sensation from this rain? Indeed, but wait. Why do your faces appear so pale? That is, watch your backs. For beneath the rain curtain, shadowy figures surged toward the people, their presence menacing and audacious. Mouths agape in grotesque grins, emitting chilling laughter. They plunged into the crowd, reveling in the chaos beneath the relentless downpour. In the imperial city, at Zhengxian Palace, the once vibrant garden had lost its luster, wilting flowers drooping under the assault of the black rain. The palace's previously dry trees rapidly succumbed, shedding withered leaves in droves. The vitality of the courtyard was swiftly draining away under the oppressive rain. Chen extended his hand to catch a few drops of the black rain, which exuded a faint, dark aura, resonating with the malevolent essence within his eyes. The magical influence of the death and life demon eyes intensified, deepening the color of his right eye, which symbolized decay and demise, surpassing the brilliance of his left eye, which represented vibrant life. The death and life demon eyes embody the duality of existence, life and death, yin and yang. Previously, they existed in harmony, but now, darkness had overwhelmingly eclipsed the light. The scales of the world had tilted. What? How can there be black rain? It is not recorded in history, nor mentioned by our ancestors. What on earth is this? Luo Feng's pupils trembled. Your Highness, He turned to find Chen with his eyes closed. An ethereal azure radiance gradually enveloping him, transforming his form into one of crystalline purity. Flawless and untainted, the scattered azure glimmers ascended towards the heavens, becoming the sole beacon beneath the darkened sky. At that moment, melodies of a zither suddenly resonated amidst the gloom. Their emergence seemed to awaken a dormant power, revitalizing the once dim landscape and gathering strength. Wisps of white mist emerged from the void, intertwining with the black rain. The rain, having passed through the mist, appeared visibly lighter. The ominous dark aura dissipated within the white fog, purifying the rain until it resembled ordinary droplets. As the haunting darkness retreated, Chen and his companion turned towards the source of the music. They beheld Chen, she deftly plucking the strings, performing the Ming Huang melody. Renowned as the embodiment of cosmic harmony, the zither's notes transitioned, echoing like the clash of weapons, conjuring a vision of fierce battle, sounding the trumpet of advance, commanding the righteous forces of the realm to charge boldly into the boundless curtain of black rain. Witnessing this, a flicker of light ignited in Chen's tightly shut eyes, as the left eye, emblematic of life's vigor, gleamed with brilliance, rivaling the chaotic intensity of his right eye. Could the Ming Huang melody possess such power? This certainly piqued his interest. Yet, this was not the moment for exploration. He needed to rectify the chaos and prevent the disruption of balance from spreading further. With a decisive step, azure light radiated from Chen, his form once again embodying the divine. After the absence of 3 millennia since the last supreme royal figure, the unyielding sky had finally re-emerged in the mortal realm. A blinding azure light swept across the horizon, emanating from Chen, engulfing the entirety of Great Yu in its luminous embrace. Buzz! The azure light surged, creating a wondrous wave that spread through the infinite void. The heavens trembled. The world resonated. Boom! Above the endless firmament, darkness was shattered. The azure sky reigned once more over the world. Beneath the azure expanse, a resplendent sun radiated boundless light, dispelling the shadows that had threatened the realm, illuminating the world once cloaked by the black rain. The pervasive dark aura under the sun's brilliance melted away like snow under the spring sun. Following this, a radiant moon ascended into the sky, gracefully casting its silvery glow, restoring the world ravaged by the black rain. Under the illumination of the sun and moon, the palace's once dry trees regained their autumnal splendor, with fallen leaves swirling back upwards as if time reversed, reattaching themselves to the golden treetops. The wilting flora, rejuvenated, once again burst into vibrant blossoms. Drops of black rain ceased midair, suspended as if time had stopped, before reversing course, soaring back toward the sky. At this moment, the heavens and earth shifted. The rain curtain hung inverted. Everything was rapidly restoring to its former state, reclaiming the tranquility that existed before the black rain. Beside him, Luo Feng was left in awe. Is this truly the legendary unyielding sky? Such power bears no distinction from the divine abilities spoken of in ancient myth. Indeed, the unyielding sky is truly remarkable. In the Cloud Palace, the elderly emperor gazed at the inverted rain curtain, his once white knuckles gradually relaxing. The tension in his heart eased as the domain of the unyielding sky unfurled. His mind was a tempest of thoughts, Yet he found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he could only laugh. A hearty, resounding laughter. Ha ha ha. He laughed as he returned to the Cloud Palace, to the study adorned with portraits of the emperors of Great Yu. Silently, he stood before each image. After a long pause, a resonant voice finally broke the silence. May our ancestors bless us. Chapter 79. The Rules of the Ming Huang Melody at the Xinjiang Academy. Beneath the radiant light of the azure sky, the once rampant malevolence depicted in the painting was swiftly subdued. The floating characters in the study, as if aided by divine intervention, surged into the painting, piercing the eerie, pitch-black eyes. The dark eyes emitted a reluctant roar of fury, but ultimately could only cast a resentful and fearful glance at the extraordinary phenomenon outside before sinking back into the painting, once again sealed away. The darkness within the study was dispelled, and the chilling aura was swept away. The celestial being of Zhengyang finally set down the jade brush in his hand, gazing out at the wondrous sight, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The azure sky is not easily attained. He stroked his graying beard, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Teacher Chengda, the regret of not being able to step into this realm to manifest your glorious divine power has been fulfilled by your descendants. He approached the painting and lit 3 incense sticks, placing them in the incense burner before him. This world shall ultimately align with your wishes, safe and sound. In the Wolf Clan Valley, the blood-soaked demon god halted his bloodthirsty advance, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading. He gazed at the endless blue sky, rendered speechless for a long time. It was not until the multitude of monsters and demons ceased to emerge that he cast a cold glance at the surrounding void and let out a disdainful snort, filled with overwhelming ferocity. Humph, consider yourselves fortunate, you wretched beings. With a whoosh, he unleashed another crimson streak of energy, the red radiance illuminating the sky as it surged towards the remaining nightmares, obliterating them into nothingness. Subsequently, he removed his bee-skin attire, concealing the crimson blood patterns on his body, carelessly wringing out the heavy black blood from the garment before returning to his secluded sanctuary. What in the world? Vice leader this. Gazing at the extraordinary azure phenomenon spanning the entirety of Diyu, the guardians widened their eyes in astonishment, rendered speechless. After a long pause, they finally turned to the vice leader, their eyes brimming with shock and inquiry. The vice leader was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long sigh, he remarked, "What a remarkable figure Lu Chen is. The Lu family has indeed produced another extraordinary individual. With the cultivation of a 6th realm Lu Di immortal and this unparalleled azure sky divine ability." At this moment, even the vice leader could not help but feel a sense of awe. Could it truly be as the world claims, that Diyu is destined by heaven? Whenever calamity arises, an extraordinary talent emerges to turn the tide. The Lu Xingxi of yesteryear was so, and now Lu Chen surpasses even that, for he is merely 20 years old. At such a tender age, he has already attained this level, if given a few more years. The vice leader's features were concealed beneath a voluminous black robe, shrouded in shadow, rendering him difficult to discern. "Vice leader, what shall we do now?" He raised his hand to interrupt the guardian's words, simply stating one word. "Wait, wait again." The guardians exchanged glances. He could halt the falling black rain, but the dissolution of the world's rules was beyond alteration. Otherwise, he would be a creator deity. This black rain is merely an embellishment for us. Its presence is certainly welcome, yet its absence is not a cause for concern, for it is merely a matter of time-consuming effort. Having spoken, the vice leader melded into the shadows, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind 2 phrases echoing in the heavens. What follows is the main event. Be prepared and stand by at all times. Yes. Above the imperial city, the torrents of black rain dissipated rapidly under the urgent strains of the Ming Huang melody, played by Chen Shi, alongside Lu Chen's azure sky divine ability. In mere moments, the oppressive black clouds were banished. The sky returned to clarity, the azure light mingling with the sun and moon faded, and the penetrating melody reached its conclusion. Beneath the firmament, the ominous specters vanished, along with the chilling black raindrops that once scorched the earth and the pervasive gloom that enveloped the world. Everything returned to its state prior to the black rain, as though all they had experienced was but an illusion. Yet the people understood deeply that what had transpired was no mere mirage. It was an unforeseen calamity. Now that the disaster had lifted, it was due to the presence of one revered as the God of humanity, who bore the weight of the heavens. Blessed indeed, at this moment, the God of humanity longed, for by all had regained his earthly form. He glanced at Chen, who, perhaps from exhaustion, was being supported by Lan Yun, her once vibrant face now pale. "Your Highness, how do you feel? Allow me to prepare 2 bowls of ginseng soup for you. Please, do not strain yourself. Your well-being is of utmost importance." Lan Yun expressed her genuine concern, for she had witnessed the chaos of the black rain with clarity. This Lady Chen, she truly had the power to assist her prince, becoming his virtuous consort, as long as it was for the benefit of her prince. Lan Yun would surely prioritize it. Observing Lan Yun's anxious demeanor, Chen managed a faint smile, shaking her head. "No need for such trouble. I'm merely a bit fatigued and require a moment of rest." Having said this, she turned her gaze toward Lu Chen, who had indeed exerted himself to perform such a divine ability to halt the spread of the black rain. It was he who had worked tirelessly. "It is of no concern." Lu Chen strode forward to stand before Chen, inquiring, aside from revealing the true form of the Yan clan. "Does this Ming Huang melody possess other such effects?" Lu Chen was now intrigued by the Ming Huang melody. Based on its recent ability to summon the righteous forces of heaven and disperse the black rain, it clearly wielded a rare and formidable power of rules. No wonder it was regarded alongside the Lu family's Azure Sky divine technique as a bane to the Yan clan. This was precisely what Lu Chen required at present. In the world of martial arts, there are 6 realms. The first 3 realms lay the foundation of refining one's essence, qi, and spirit. The latter 3 realms involve the golden elixir, understanding the world, leveraging one's body to engage with the mysterious, and accessing the powers of heaven and earth. Celestial beings traverse the world, drawing the powers of heaven and earth into their bodies, achieving unity with the cosmos, and utilizing these forces. The Lu Di immortal transcends the limitations of the human body, merging into the vastness of the universe, mastering the profound powers of all things. Above these 6 realms lies the realm of rules. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen herself felt a tinge of confusion. She nodded, then shook her head. "I am uncertain of the full effects of the Ming Huang melody. When the black rain arrived, an instinctive awareness surged within me, compelling me to play the melody. As if the missing parts of a fragmented score had suddenly appeared in my mind. I followed this instinct, playing the music according to the score that materialized in my thoughts, and subsequently entered an indescribable state." Chapter 80. The Power of Rules and Rapid Advancement. It was as if Chen slightly furrowed her brows, endeavoring to recall the extraordinary state she had just experienced, attempting to articulate her unique condition. "My consciousness has intertwined with this realm. The strings of a zither in my hands are akin to the veins of this land. By plucking these strings, I can shake off the impurities from the earth's veins and awaken the dormant vitality. It is truly wondrous. As for the other aspects," Chen, she shook her head, "I cannot articulate them clearly. By the time I returned to my senses, I was already physically and mentally exhausted. I hope the prince will excuse me. It is nothing. You should rest for a while," Lu Chen said, turning to Lan Yun. "Prepare 2 bowls of ginseng soup." "Yes, Your Highness," she replied. "Chen, you are not tired. You should drink the ginseng soup to recover more swiftly. When you are ready, I would like to listen to your music once more." "Of course, Your Highness, I will do my utmost." Lu Chen replied, turning back towards the pavilion. "Elder brother." Luo Feng remained rooted in place, staring blankly at the boundless sky. It was only when Lu Chen called out to him twice that he finally reacted. "Huh? Oh." He hurried to Lu Chen's side, glancing up and down at him, his mouth opening and closing without words. He had initially intended to say something, but now it seemed as if he had suddenly lost his voice. The emergence of the rare, celestial phenomenon should indeed be a momentous occasion. Yet, there was an inexplicable feeling that it was not as extraordinary as it appeared. Luo Feng's current emotions were a blend of astonishment and indifference, caught in a state of dynamic ambiguity. If one were to say he was shocked, it was true. The royal family had not seen the likes of a celestial phenomenon for 3,000 years. However, if one were to say he was indifferent, that too held merit, as he had witnessed numerous surpassing events, from the Golden Elixir Masters to the Celestial Sensations Masters, and then to the martial Celestials and earthly immortals, time and again, transcending the bounds of human imagination. Any remarkable occurrence, if it involved his cousin, the prince, seemed quite ordinary. After all, beyond the earthly immortal realm lay the realm of the unknown. He had grown accustomed to it, hence his indifference. Thus, Luo Feng felt rather uneasy, possessing thoughts yet unable to articulate them. Eventually, he could only utter, "Your Highness, how valiant." After this battle, those rebels should be trembling in fear, deterred from acting against our great Yu. Chen gazed at the sky, speaking softly. "Recently, pay attention to those who are upright and loyal to our dynasty, possessing clear backgrounds. I intend to establish an additional department beyond the 5 ministries." "Understood. There is no need to rush this matter. Just keep in preparation. First, attend to the affairs concerning the Wolf clan at the Ministry of Rights." With that, Chen waved his hand, signaling Luo Feng to withdraw. "Yes." This subordinate takes his leave. As Luo Feng departed, Chen's mind was awash with myriad martial truths. Previously, when he had witnessed the imperial deity technique in the Grand Hall, he had resolved to create a martial art specifically targeting the Nightmarish clan. Now, after the recent dark reign, his thoughts deepened. The Nightmarish clan, the dark energy. His arm rested upon the stone table of the pavilion, fingers gently tapping the surface, producing a series of ripples imbued with the rhythm of the Tao. Amidst the rippling waves, countless ingenious ideas began to emerge. He selected a few of the most viable notions, those with universal applicability and feasibility, enhancing martial vitality, refining nightmare energy, constructing a golden body barrier. Various ideas were played out in Chen's mind. It was unclear how much time had passed when the melodious sound of the zither reached his ears. He opened his eyes to see Chen. She's complexion had returned to normal. She was seated, playing the very melody he wished to hear, the Ming Huang tune. As the Ming Huang tune resonated, a gentle white mist began to rise from the lotus pond and garden within the Qingtian palace, filling the space. At first glance, it bore a semblance to a celestial realm. Simultaneously, as the white mist ascended, Chen's left eye, a symbol of life, ignited with strands of holy white flames. The progress of his left eye surged rapidly. Originally, the imbalance of the world, with yin prevailing over yang, had caused his right eye's advancement to accelerate. But now the death and life magic eye had once again synchronized its pace. Chen mused as expected. He had sensed the Ming Huang tune countering the dark rain earlier, but at that moment, with the dark rain descending, he had not delved deeply into it. Now, as he calmed himself to feel, he discovered that with the assistance of the world's rules tilting and the Ming Huang tune, the progress of the death and life magic eye was even faster than he had anticipated. Based on Chen's calculations, he had estimated it would take him over a year, nearly 2, to cultivate the death and life magic eye to the 9th level. However, with the emergence of darkness following the rules tilt, coupled with the assistance of the Ming Huang tune, in half a year, maximally within 6 months, he would be able to elevate the death and life magic eye to the pinnacle of its 9th level, transcending the boundaries of life and death. Subsequently, he would endeavor to deduce the 10th level, elevating this ancient technique to even greater heights, seeking to touch the most potent rules of life and death. Moreover, the inherent righteousness of the Ming Huang tune would also enable Chen to broaden his understanding and mastery of the rules, refining and advancing the 12th level of his Qingtian Yiju. This Ming Huang tune. Chen poured himself a cup of clear tea, taking a delicate sip that offered a fragrant taste. The emergence of the Ming Huang tune was peculiar, and Chen Xi's presence was equally fortuitous. Perhaps Just as his father had feared, she was a sugar-coated cannonball sent by the enemy to lower Great Yu's guard, aiming to undermine it from within. But so what? He was resolute in savoring this layer of sweetness. In a land of Fengzhou, Imo Wenju rode his blood-smoke horse through the great cities, observing myriad people and grasping myriad hearts. Having experienced the events of the Literary Alliance and his own YR Academy, Imo Wenju now possessed a deeper understanding of the sage's teachings. The sage was indeed correct. Some things could not be learned from the Academy's texts. Certain knowledge must be observed, experienced, and comprehended personally. Thus, seizing the opportunity before the Grand Autumn Examination, Imo Wenju delved into various cities, sometimes posing as a scholar rushing for the exam, at other times acting as a chivalrous hero aiding those in distress, immersing himself in every encounter. While passing through Wanqing City, Imo Wenju instinctively glanced at the city gate tower, where no longer hung the bodies that once dangled there. Seeing this, he could not help but smile wryly. Wanqing City could be deemed the turning point of his life, the beginning of his rebirth. It was here that they had attended the martial tea gathering, leading to his acquaintance with the Chen Wang, with the Crown Prince. It was precisely because of this that Imo Wenju discovered such extraordinary talent in the world, which captivated him and solidified his determination to follow the prince. Thus, he faced subsequent expulsion from the academy, rushing to the imperial city to deliver news, and forming a bond with the Crown Prince, becoming a close aid in their eyes. Chapter 81. War Sword Valley. Such intricate connections. Truly beyond words. He is fortunate. With a sense of wonder, Imo Wenju led his blood-smoke horse into Wanqing City. Upon seeing him, the city guards, previously serious, instantly donned smiles. Mr. Imo has arrived. Please, sir, rest for a moment. I shall report to the city lord at once. The guards treated Imo Wenju with great courtesy, setting aside his status as a prominent scholar of the Boundless Academy. The mere fact that he had come to deliver news warranted their respectful demeanor. Moreover, with the Grand Autumn Examination approaching, he was soon to take up an official position. Given his talents and knowledge, along with his previous connections to the Crown Prince, he was destined to become a formidable figure, stirring the tides of the court. A single smile at this moment could very well herald a future ascent to greatness. It is always wise to be courteous. Imo Wenju returned the gesture with a slight bow. No need for such formality. I have come to participate in the Grand Autumn Examination and merely stopped by Wanqing City for a brief respite. I shall continue my journey shortly to Quanzhou to observe the astonishing sword mark left by the Crown Prince. There is no need to trouble the city lord. The guard understood and said, in that case, Mr. Mo, you should hurry along. First of all, that sword mark left by the Crown Prince has stirred the world, attracting numerous martial artists and common folk eager to behold and comprehend it. Especially renowned sword cultivators in the martial world, upon hearing the news, rush to occupy the prime locations where the sword intent lingers most intensely. You are aware, sir, that the Crown Prince is the only terrestrial celestial being of our Great Yu since the reign of Emperor Gongshi 3,000 years ago, revered as a god among men. Even a casual stroke of his sword embodies profound mysteries of the sword path, making it an invaluable treasure for sword cultivators. Whoever can grasp even a fragment of its true essence might instantly condense a golden elixir and attain mastery. Not to mention, this particular mark has cleaved through 2 provinces. The sword intent it harbors is beyond imagination. Moreover, I have heard, the sword the Crown Prince used to sever the 2 provinces was merely a standard military weapon taken casually from a soldier nearby. But now, that very sword has transformed into a spiritual artifact, a divine weapon. It is said when drawn, it illuminates the night as if it were day. Unfortunately, that sword has become a treasured heirloom for a fortunate individual who binds it to his arm, carrying it with him even while eating and sleeping, never parting from it. What a lucky fellow. How I wish I had been there at the time. It was evident that the guards greatly admired Lu Chen and felt regretful for not being present. As they spoke of the lucky sword, their eyes brimmed with envy and resentment. Suddenly, realizing he had digressed, one of the guards laughed awkwardly at Imo Wenju. I got off track, my apologies. Imo Wenju smiled gently, shaking his head. "No need for apologies. How could any subject of Great Yu not revere such a remarkable figure as the Crown Prince? It is only natural to speak at length about his deeds. Were it not for the Crown Prince holding the reins of our Great Yu during this precarious time, we cannot fathom the chaos that would befall us. Indeed, just a little while ago, that dark rain, mysterious and ominous, terrified many, making them believe the sky was about to fall. But in the end, was it not our earthly God who bore the burden? With a mere gesture, he reversed that supernatural rain, sending those malevolent spirits back where they came from." The guard hesitated again, chuckling awkwardly, quickly returning to the subject at hand. "In any case, the location of that sword mark has now become a renowned sanctum for sword comprehension in our Great Yu, already overflowing with people. If you do not hurry, sir, you may not even find a decent spot to sit." Wunju nodded. "You mentioned this is the first reason. What is the second?" "As for the second reason," the guard glanced around cautiously. He then leaned closer to Wunju and whispered, "Not long ago, around the time of the dark rain, the Crown Prince ordered the confiscation of a batch of poisoned wine transported from the Wolf Clan to Great Yu. Consequently, he has issued an ultimatum to the Wolf Clan. However, to our surprise, the Wolf Clan has remained defiant, unperturbed, even gathering troops, preparing to wage war against us. Reports from the front indicate that relations between the two sides are exceedingly tense, with several conflicts already erupting, likely leading to an outright war. These treacherous Wolf Clan people, who initially plotted to harm our dynasty, now act with such audacity. They are truly barbarians, utterly irrational." The guard spat with disdain, then looked back at Wunju. "Mr. Mo, should conflict arise between our Great Yu and the Wolf Clan, the peaceful sect, previously suppressed by the Crown Prince, may seize the opportunity to instigate chaos, possibly allying with the Wolf Clan in a treacherous conspiracy. In such a scenario, our Great Yu would likely descend into turmoil once again." He glanced at Wunju. "And you are currently alone. The peaceful sect may very well target you. After all, your successful delivery of the news has thwarted the machinations of the Literary Alliance, and they are unlikely to overlook that. I appreciate your warning. I shall remain vigilant," replied Montag Venu tuchtfully. Musing on the notion of collusion, he recalled the insurrections during the reign of Emperor Gongshi, when the Wolf Clan dared not even utter a word. Now, with the terrestrial celestial being more formidable and youthful than Emperor Gongshi in existence, the Wolf Clan had grown bold? Or were they truly thinking? Did they not fear death? After expressing his gratitude, Wunju engaged in a few more casual exchanges with the guards before mounting his blood-smoke horse and setting forth toward Chuanzhou, toward the valley of the legendary sword mark, forever immortalized in the annals of history. In Chuanzhou, the landscape was picturesque, with clear mountains and rivers. In the valley, creatures scurried, and birds sang among the trees. Along the edge of a chasm that stretched for thousands of miles, figures stood, gazing into the depths or peering into the horizon, all marveling at the power of the entity that had cleaved open this celestial divide with a single sword strike. Within this sword-marked valley, there existed immortality, destruction, and the cyclical interplay of the five elements, infused with the profound principles of yin and yang. How could one sword mark encompass so many types of sword intent? And how perfectly did they merge, achieving a harmonious balance? The immortal sword intent ensures its eternal existence, while the destructive sword intent rends asunder any who dare to disrupt the sword mark. The interplay of the five elemental sword intents continuously replenishes the vitality of this sword-marked valley. Such a sword-marked valley may endure for millennia, perhaps even 10 millennia, retaining its present grandeur, forever etched upon this land. Chapter 82. The Grand Test of Golden Autumn. What does this scar of the sword-riven valley signify? If not a warning to all scholars of the world, it serves as a stark admonition to all treacherous ministers and traitors. Crown Prince Chen is truly deserving of the title God among men. His methods are enigmatic and unfathomable, leaving one in awe. With this sword valley preserved, who knows how many prodigies of swordsmanship shall rise in our Great Yu in the future. How delightful and commendable, one by one, the formidable figures of the martial world lamented, astonished by Lu Chen's prowess. At this moment, atop the highest peak near the scar of the sword-riven valley in Xuanzhou, a blood-clad swordsman sat cross-legged, resting his blood sword horizontally upon his knees. He opened a narrow slit in its sheath, revealing the chilling crimson blade. The sword end oppose, edge shimmered with a scarlet energy, resonating with the vast river of sword energy that permeated the valley below. Transformations abound. Before the blood-clad swordsman, an image of a colossal dragon of swords, roaring towards the heavens, seemed to materialize, charging directly at him. His pupils abruptly constricted, and the gathered sword energy within him dissipated in an instant, causing his blood to surge backward. He let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother, the disciples beside him hurriedly supported the blood-clad swordsman with concern. It's nothing. He waved his hand dismissively, wiping the blood from his mouth. Gazing towards the sword-riven valley, he mused, I was too eager. The disciples exhaled in relief, advising him, Senior brother, do not rush. The sword valley is here. You may comprehend it at any time. Do not be overly hasty, lest the sword's essence recoil upon you, leaving lifelong regrets. Indeed, this was but a fragment of the sword intent left by the God among men, incomparable to anything ordinary. The disciples felt their words were quite understated. How could one hope to unravel the sword intent of an entity deemed a god among mortals? Had they not witnessed even the celestial from the Taiping sect and that heavenly being from the vast sea unable to withstand a single strike? The entirety of Wenxin Mountain had been leveled, and to this day, a massive palm imprint remained. Senior brother, what do you think you are? You expect to comprehend the sword intent of the god among men in just a few days. The blood-clad swordsman sighed softly. True, but as a swordsman, who can resist the allure of such profound sword intent? This sword valley, to a swordsman, is akin to nectar to a wine enthusiast, an irresistible temptation. Senior brother, just as the blood-clad swordsman was lost in thought, someone rushed up from the foot of the mountain, a look of elation on his face. Senior brother, good news. The others turned their gaze eagerly as he continued. I just received word from the imperial city. Aside from the expansion of the grand test of Golden Autumn, the Crown Prince intends to establish an additional office beyond the 5 ministries of the court. An additional office? The crowd stirred with curiosity. What will this office entail? The messenger shook his head, admitting ignorance. The onlookers exchanged glances, thinking, you dare call it good news when you don't even know the specifics? Surely you didn't hear this from some drunken fool? No. This was conveyed directly by young Master Luo Feng of the Blossoming Sword Sect. He had already begun preparations for the formation of this office, seeking individuals of noble lineage, loyalty to the court, and inherent talent, to serve as the first batch of officials. Moreover, this office would differ from the 5 ministries, as it would be directly overseen by the Crown Prince. The final proclamation reverberated like thunder, resonating in the hearts of all present. Directly governed by the Crown Prince. Did this imply they would serve under him? The god among men would be their superior? Would they have more opportunities to meet the Crown Prince? Boom! Boom! In that instant, the hearts of the crowd raced with excitement. They were captivated. Consequently, their gazes all turned toward the blood-clad swordsman. Senior brother, However, the blood-clad swordsman acted more swiftly, having already sheathed his blood sword and stood up. When the crowd turned to look, they could only see his distant figure disappearing. After a long pause, a voice echoed from the horizon. Let us go. To the Imperial City. At the city guard camp of the Imperial City, long lines had formed outside, filled with those hastening to register after hearing Luo Feng's announcement. To serve under the esteemed Crown Prince was a tremendous honor that many would seek in vain. As expected, once the news spread, the guard camp was overwhelmed. The fervent citizens of Great Yu clamored outside the camp. General Luo, my lineage is noble, and I am devoted to the Great Yu, to His Majesty, and to the Crown Prince. Please look upon me. My ancestors have served loyally for 5 generations. I am willing to lay down my life for the Crown Prince. Listening to the tumultuous cheers outside, Luo Feng sighed in resignation. He had underestimated the immense allure of the title god among men. Just a whisper of opportunity had drawn a throng, nearly suffocating them. "Brother, look at this," Luo Feng pondered, stating, "Every endeavor begins with its challenges. To achieve excellence, the first batch must be meticulously chosen, quality over quantity. Fourth brother, inform them that participants must possess no less than the Qi transformation realm, and their lineage must be unblemished, with no recorded major crimes within 3 generations. As for the rest, we shall select carefully from among them, verifying each individual thoroughly." "Understood." Just as the fourth brother departed the camp, another guard approached with news. "General, what is it?" Reporting to the general, "The students from Zhenyang Academy participating in the grand test of Golden Autumn have arrived at the Imperial City." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng lifted his head, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "At last they have arrived. Our Great Yu is on the verge of a rebirth, ready to flourish." 3 days later, the long-awaited grand test of Golden Autumn commenced. Traditionally, the old emperor would attend, offering words of good fortune and encouragement to the scholars. However, since Lu Chen was appointed as the regent prince, the old emperor had retreated to the background, leaving the affairs of the court in Lu Chen's capable hands. "The crown prince has arrived." The piercing voices echoed outside Wenhua Hall. The gathered officials hastily bowed, kneeling in reverence. They beheld the familiar golden-embroidered robe, causing many to tremble with trepidation. Memories of the recent events at the Literary Alliance surged back, as if reliving a dream. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. "We pay our respects to the Crown Prince. Long live the Crown Prince." Chapter 83. What are you panicking about? The princes respectfully bowed in unison. "We, your humble servants, pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. The heir to the throne is indeed a sovereign. Given Lu Chen and Apos, as current stature and strength, he is merely a title away from the true throne." The princes, in their words, had already acknowledged him, bowing their heads in submission. No need for formalities. "Thank you, Your Highness." As the crowd rose, they slightly lifted their heads, only to clearly see the imposing figure on the main seat, a sight so familiar it invoked a sense of dread. The collapsed academy, the fallen Wenxin Mountain, and the sword scar that spanned 2 provinces flickered back to their minds. They seemed to be transported back to that desolate autumn day, smelling the acrid scent of blood wafting from the distance. The scene before them was a sea of crimson. Like a shadow, it lingered. In an instant, most of the attendees trembled involuntarily, their heads that had just risen immediately bowing down again, too fearful to meet Lu Chen's gaze. Observing this, others at the grand examination couldn't help but sigh. How spirited the Literary Alliance once was. Under the guidance of the 4 celestial beings, they had pointed out the landscape and composed stirring verses, dominating the literary realm of Diyu and claiming half the imperial court. Their every move radiated their noble literary spirit. Yet now, look at the 4 celestial beings. The celestial being of Zhenyang had severed ties with the Literary Alliance, and the celestial being of Hanhai had perished. The other 2, though having escaped disaster by not being at Wenxin Mountain, now faced a life on the run, wanted by the Diyu. And what of those once proud scholars? They had been utterly cowed by this earthly deity of Diyu, losing their grace. Their current demeanor vividly illustrated what it meant to fear him like a demon, yet revere him like a god. It is to be imagined that during His Highness the Crown Prince's lifetime, the mere mention of the Literary Alliance would strike fear into the hearts of scholars, ensuring they would never dare to rebel. And as for their Crown Prince, a true deity among men, who could rival his longevity? The crowd could not help but cast pitying glances at the fearful scholars. These individuals would likely only breathe easy after witnessing the Crown Prince ascend to the celestial realm. Alas, had they known it would come to this, they might have acted differently from the outset. Just as everyone was reflecting on this, Lu Chen and Apos' indifferent decree resonated from the main seat. "Lift your heads." The scholars stiffened briefly, then slowly raised their heads to gaze at the back of the figure before them, their eyes unwavering. "Before the Golden Autumn grand examination commences, there is a matter I must address." Before they could react, Lu Chen coldly uttered 2 words, "Yuan clan." Upon hearing those words, Many in attendance felt a jolt in their hearts. These two words, I believe, are familiar to most of you. Chen and Oppos. Indifferent gaze swept over the gathered scholars, silencing many, raising the hairs on the back of their necks. He continued, "Recently, a black rain fell from the heavens." Huh. The scholars could no longer remain seated. The crown prince wouldn't suspect them, would he? Thus, a senior member of the academy hurriedly stood up, addressing the crown prince, "Your Highness, that black rain has nothing to do with us. Ever since the disbandment of the Literary Alliance and the execution of the treacherous instigators, we have diligently recited the classics of our discipline, focusing solely on preparing for the Golden Autumn Grand Examination, harboring no ulterior motives or engaging in any wrongdoing. Moreover, it was the former leaders of the Alliance who dealt with those matters. We know nothing about it. Please, Your Highness, see the truth." Chen cast a glance at him. "Did I say it was you who caused it? What are you panicking about? The fall of that black rain signifies a disruption in the world's rules. These individuals lack the capability to instigate such chaos. As for the commoners, they are indeed guilty, but they are intimidated by your divine aura and regard you as a celestial being from ancient times. They mistakenly believed it was an imperial deity from the celestial realm come to hold them accountable, which caused their momentary panic and confusion." Hearing this, the gathered crowd could not help but twitch their lips. Indeed, when it comes to flattery, it is you scholars who excel. Chen paid no further attention to them. He stated, "After the Black Rain, the invasion of the Yuan clan will come more swiftly. Many citizens have already witnessed the true form of the Yuan clan in that storm. Therefore, I have decided to use this Golden Autumn Grand Examination to disseminate the news of the Yuan clan and Oppos' invasion, so the populace may prepare in advance and stabilize their hearts." Having spoken, Chen glanced at the silver-armored guard beside him. The guard immediately understood and presented a scroll. Chen took the scroll. "Here, I possess a divine decree left by the first emperor, which can assist the commoners in discerning the illusions of the Yuan clan, maintaining their purity and preventing their harm. Each of you is to copy it by hand as an additional pre-examination task for this Golden Autumn Grand Examination. Is there any dissent?" The crowd shook their heads vigorously. Custody exclaiming, "No, no, Your Highness is wise." Chen nodded. "If so, then you may begin." With that, he departed from the venue of the Golden Autumn Grand Examination, leaving the remaining proceedings to the examiners. The attendees were accustomed to this. Their crown prince had always been thus, cold in nature, sparse in words, and disinclined towards tedious formalities. This Golden Autumn Grand Examination was likely the most they had ever heard him speak. "We humbly bid farewell to Your Highness." As he reached the entrance of the examination venue, Chen paused, his calm gaze sweeping over everyone present. "I hope there will not be a second occurrence. We would never dare return to the palace." "Yes." Chen took a seat in the carriage heading back to the palace, lowering the curtain. He had initially expected that following the Black Rain, the remaining two celestial beings of the Literary Alliance and the Yuan clan might present some new schemes, perhaps preparing a grand surprise to disrupt the Golden Autumn Grand Examination. However, he seemed to have overestimated their capabilities. This Golden Autumn Grand Examination brought no surprises. No grand gifts, only tranquility. These individuals were all remarkably obedient. This rendered the situation somewhat dull. The wheels turned, crunching the golden leaves as they sailed into the autumn breeze, soon disappearing at the end of the palace. At the venue of the Golden Autumn Grand Examination, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. The princes exchanged glances. After a long moment, the 10th prince hesitantly remarked, "Why does it feel like 5th brother seems a bit disappointed?" The 3rd prince, Lang, smiled without speaking. The 1st prince, Yun, helplessly replied, "Perhaps." 5th brother thought there would be some unexpected developments in this Golden Autumn Grand Examination. The other princes fell silent. The peaceful sect and the Yuan clan were no fools. After the clash with the Literary Alliance, 5th brother had already stirred the world, suppressing Diyu's myriad manifestations. To return to the imperial city now would only be courting death. They were scrambling to conceal themselves and dared not challenge the might of this earthly deity once more. Chapter 84. Supreme intensity. The royal princes conversed with enthusiasm, their words brimming with admiration and praise for Lu Chen. While not daring to utter a hint of disparagement or disrespect, the sentiment was clear. I fear my brother may misunderstand. In the past, when the Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan surged forth with ferocity, wreaking havoc upon our Great Yu court, the populace was engulfed in trepidation. Meanwhile, we brothers secretly harbored ambitions to compete, to see who could quell the chaos first, rescue the court, and ascend to the esteemed dragon throne. Yet now, how we known fifth brother possessed such prowess? Why exert ourselves so? The princes chuckled softly at the thought. Such sentiments, once unspoken and awkward of voice, had transformed into light-hearted reminiscences of the past. This was indeed a blessing for the Lu family. Lu Lang opened his folding fan, exclaiming with a sigh, in this world, while the Taiping sect openly causes turmoil, the insidious Nightmare clan lies concealed in the shadows, with the Wolf clan lurking hungrily nearby. Were it not for His Highness the Crown Prince's emergence, if it were you or I, who truly possesses the ability to safeguard our Great Yu's realm. Upon hearing this, the princes pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, setting aside the subsequent troubles posed by the Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan. The mere prospect of the One Dao alliance inciting rebellion was enough to give them headaches. Speaking of the Wolf clan, what became of those who mistakenly consumed their poison wine? To this day, there has been no reaction. Their behaviors remain akin to ordinary folk, save for occasional instances of dissipating vital energy and weakened blood flow, which seem to recover after a period of rest without major issues. What do the court physicians say? The physicians conducted examinations, but were unable to reach a definitive conclusion. For those who drank the poison wine, aside from the aforementioned dissipating vital energy, no other symptoms were evident. Could it be that the poison merely causes a decline in one's vital energy? Unlikely. The Wolf clan expended considerable efforts to deliver the wine. If its sole purpose was to diminish our vital energy, it would be laughable. We, the royal family, would never partake in their wine. Surely, there must be more to the Wolf clan's poison wine. At this moment, they likely awaited a special opportunity to unleash the true effects of that wine. Await? Given the current circumstances, what exactly were they waiting for? Lu Chen found himself quite curious. Was it merely a matter of biding time? He had never feared a war of attrition, nor the act of waiting. For him, waiting had brought the 12th level of the Qingtian Bu-yi technique, followed by the 13th. The passage of time only served to strengthen Lu Chen further. As for those sinister beings, Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling the messenger guard to withdraw. Subsequently, he resumed his study of the death and life demon eye. In recent days, thanks to the analysis of the Ming Huang melody and the tilt of world rules, Lu Chen's progress in mastering the death and life demon eye had been promising. He had already perfected the 5th level and was advancing toward the 6th. This was, by all accounts, a source of joy. Yet now, it felt somewhat lacking in substance. His current mood resembled that of someone who had painstakingly cultivated their abilities, crafted a divine ensemble, and was ready to conquer all, only to turn around and find their adversaries still at a mere secondary level, clad in rudimentary gear. While he could indeed triumph over them, it rendered his divine ensemble seem superfluous, almost cheap. There was no sense of achievement whatsoever. Gazing around, all that surrounded him was solitude, an overwhelming solitude. The Nightmare clan, having posed a formidable threat to the Lu family for years and forcing the emperor to practice nuclear techniques, could they not muster any semblance of a dignified strategy? Lu Chen sincerely hoped the Nightmare clan would hasten their endeavors to escalate their intensity. If they continued to delay, even the celestial rules of this world would be unable to safeguard them. Unrolling the scroll of the death and life demon eye, the familiar melody of the Ming Huang once again filled the air. The music was soothing, accompanied by the gentle autumn breeze. Lu Chen immersed himself in his studies, while Chen Shi played the zither. Lan Yun remained beneath the great tree, weaving a heavy cloak for the winter. With the conclusion of the grand examination of the golden autumn, winter was not far behind. Within the Zhengxian palace, tranquility returned to its previous state. Days passed in serene calm, with Lu Chen, a god among men, presiding, the Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan seemed to have quieted, refraining from further chaos. The eagerly anticipated grand examination of Golden Autumn concluded smoothly, free from disruptions by the Nightmare clan or covert schemes by the Taiping sect. Not even a hint of favoritism or corruption had transpired. With no unexpected occurrences, the court expedited the review of the examination papers from various candidates. The Zhengyang Academy and the Wuya Academy's writings were selected for immediate scrutiny, followed closely by the scholars from humble backgrounds, while other academies were considered last. Once the selections from Zhengyang and the humble scholars were exhausted, they would contemplate the remaining academies to fill any vacancies. How goes the review? Have the results been finalized? The results are in. The Zhengyang scholars remained steadfast in their support of our court. This time, they dispatched numerous candidates for the examination, with a commendable 8 out of 10 being eligible for selection. Additionally, the lowered thresholds of this grand examination have allowed many hidden gems from the common folk to shine, resulting in a significant number of candidates. But is that sufficient to fill the vacancies within the court's core? It is indeed sufficient for the core. However, adjustments will be necessary at the local level. We shall select the most outstanding candidates from the remaining academies and ensure they are allocated beneath Zhengyang. Understood. Please prepare the roster. I will report to His Highness the Crown Prince. Yes. Thus, the grand examination of Golden Autumn concluded without incident. Until one deep night, within the inner city of the imperial capital, those who had mistakenly consumed the Wolf Clan's poison wine were all gathered and monitored. The night guards suddenly heard strange howls emanating from the rooms of the intoxicated patrons. The guards exchanged alarmed glances, quickly gathering their wits. Clutching their weapons tightly, they approached the source of the howls. Thud, thud, thud. A line of guards arrived at the door, and with a powerful kick, they burst it open. Eyes sharp as hawks, they scanned the room. What are you doing? Raise your heads. As the guards shouted, illuminated by the flickering flames outside, the patrons within the room stood up in a daze, swaying unsteadily before lifting their heads. At that moment, the guards' pupils dilated in shock. Before them stood patrons whose eyes were hollow, shimmering with an eerie shade of black. Their faces bore peculiar, dark red markings resembling runes. An ominous black mist emanated from their bodies, interspersed with hints of crimson. Upon seeing the guards, they emitted low, beast-like growls from their throats. Kill! Kill! With each utterance of kill, the patrons surged forth like wild beasts, frenziedly lunging at the guards. Chapter 85. You will be nailed to the pillar of shame. The guards immediately raised their weapons, ready for battle. Control them. Stay vigilant. Send a few to the palace to inform His Highness and the physicians. Yes, the guards had long been prepared for any potential upheaval from the rowdy patrons. As soon as they noticed the patrons exhibiting suspicious behavior, they promptly organized their formation to initiate an arrest. Clang! Several long spears crossed in front of the guards, fending off the patrons' beast-like assaults. However, in that brief moment of contact, a tremendous force surged forth. Creak! Empowered by their inner energy, the spears of metal and iron began to bend. Their strength was astonishing beyond belief. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a loud crack echoed. The spears in their hands were violently snapped by the patrons, who charged forward with raw, animalistic ferocity. Not good. Scatter. The guards' defense was unexpectedly shattered by an overwhelming, terrifying force. D. Several guards, unable to evade in time, were pinned to the ground by the frenzied patrons, who clutched their throats. Breathless and pale, the guards struggled against their captors. As they gasped for air, tendrils of black mist infiltrated their nostrils, seeping deep into their lungs. In the next moment, an ominous black haze emerged in the guards' and Oppo's eyes. They gradually ceased their struggles, their vision dimming, succumbing to a state of daze akin to that of the patrons. A low, eerie growl emanated from their throats. Seeing this, the patrons atop the guards halted, as if recognizing their own kind, and turned their aggression towards others instead. The guards, now tainted by the dark mist, staggered to their feet, their bodies hunched and their steps unsteady, like soulless zombies. Yet, only moments later, they regained their composure, turning to face the crowd. Their faces bore the same black and red markings as the patrons, and their eyes were void of life, cloaked in darkness. With a frenzied roar, they joined the ranks of the patrons, surging towards the others. The remaining guards were struck with terror. Their comrades had been assimilated so swiftly. When the world was this? Not only were they immensely strong, but they could also transform others into their likeness. This could only be the result of the Wolf Clan's toxic wine. Captain, what should we do now? Should we still attempt to capture them? No. We cannot allow them to escape. Those they attack will be assimilated, and if they get away, the entire imperial city will be in peril. We cannot hold back any longer. If we do, we will become like them. Understood. The guards formed a lethal formation, their martial spirit igniting. Sharp weapons glinted under the moonlight, reflecting a chilling brilliance. Kill them. The command resonated powerfully, as if shaking the very heavens. The bright moon, like a watchful eye, slightly opened its slumbering gaze. Buzz! An unseen wave emanated from the moon's gaze, dispersing a cascade of ethereal moonlight, plunging the night deeper into slumber. Silence enveloped the scene. The frenzied patrons and the blood-fueled guards were frozen in place. Time seemed to stand still. From the gathering moonlight, a figure materialized, descending upon the grotesque, dark-eyed aberrations. Chen surveyed the patrons, exuding an ominous aura, and the guards swiftly infected by the dark mist. In his eyes, the duality of light and darkness manifested, piercing through their flesh to reveal the truth within. Both the patrons and the infected guards harbored tiny black insects writhing inside them. Perhaps due to the arrival of the black rain, these parasitic insects had finally hatched and begun to act. Initially, Chen had expected this to be a remarkable poison worthy of his study, a testament to his medical and martial prowess. However, the outcome surprised him. These parasitic insects were not the extraordinary toxins he had envisioned. Rather, they were a conduit for the dark energy to enter the body. The Wolf Clan's parasite was designed to actively attract this dark energy. A remarkable creation, indeed. One single insect had transformed the Wolf Clan and Oppo's methods into a nightmarish version of a bioweapon. They didn't in Oppo's to even need to capture or bite. Merely inhaling the insect would ensnare the victim. Moreover, under the suppression of the heavenly array composed of 36 cores, the dark energy struggled to linger in the mortal realm. For the Wolf Clan to cultivate such a unique parasite capable of attracting dark energy, it must have taken centuries of dedication and effort. It was astonishing that the Wolf Clan had developed this, but regrettably, the ancestors of the Great Yu had advanced far beyond them. The efficacy of the Divine Guardian technique was precisely to safeguard one's purity and repel foreign evils. No matter how miraculous this parasite was, it could only fall short against the Divine Guardian technique. With a swift motion, Chen captured several of the hatched parasites and obliterated those within the guards and patrons with a single strike. He then vanished from the scene, leaving behind a group of bewildered patrons and guards, now regaining their senses. In the Cloud Palace, where the old emperor resided, a shadow slipped into the depths of the study, cloaked in the night. Inside, the old emperor, exuding an air of authority, had been waiting. You have arrived. It seems that Qingzhou has indeed become a chaotic mess, as I anticipated. The shadow remained silent for a moment. But the imperial city is not in disarray. The old emperor nodded, acknowledging this. He continued, Yet, how can there be chaos where a terrestrial deity resides? It would seem absurd. Even if we were to put on a performance, it should not be done in such a manner. Forcing the imperial city into chaos only serves to let our adversaries believe they have played us like a fiddle. Allowing events to unfold naturally is the best course of action. The shadow remained silent once more. But what of Qingzhou? The imperial city remains stable. And the grand examination, which should have caused upheaval, is proceeding as planned. The scholars have taken residence in the heart of the city, facilitating communication. Qingzhou has found support and backing. The old emperor raised a hand to halt the words of the shadow. These matters were unforeseen by us, and they too did not anticipate this. Allow things to flow naturally and adapt accordingly. Besides, Qingzhou is already on the brink of collapse. They will not easily relinquish this imminent prize. The shadow sighed softly. Have you truly thought this through? You understand the significance of Qingzhou better than anyone as the 98th emperor of Yu, Lu Jin. Should your plans falter, you will be the center of the Lu family and all humankind. You, Lu Jin shall forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. Chapter 86. Gale and galloping steeds. The tone of the shadow was profoundly grave. He intended to urge the old emperor to reconsider his stance. However, the old emperor remained indifferent, merely stating that if being nailed to the pillar of disgrace could procure peace in the world, it would indeed be the most lucrative transaction imaginable. Yet, the shadow opened his mouth, contemplating a question, but restrained himself. The true nature of the Nightmare clan was enshrined within the bloodline legacy of the Lu family, a profound secret that only the emperor of each generation would receive from the last breaths of the Yu emperor. He was neither qualified to inquire nor permitted to know. Nevertheless, he could not fathom why, with the Lu family's extensive foundations and the trump card left behind by the first emperor, and now with a being of unparalleled talent surpassing even the first emperor, Lu Jin would still harbor such profound trepidation towards the Nightmare clan, resorting to 26 years of feigned incompetence to placate them. Lu Jin was a prodigious talent, a beacon of brilliance following the emperor, possessing insights as luminous as the sun and moon. Even those so-called geniuses of the martial sex harbored their own pride. How much more so for Lu Jin? Yet, this very Lu Jin, in a bid to guard against the Nightmare clan, chose to shroud his own brilliance, enduring the slander of being called a foolish emperor for over 20 years. The shadow was perplexed. How did the founding emperor manage to expel the Nightmare clan? Was the disparity between the descendants of the Lu family and their progenitor truly so vast? After much hesitation, the shadow pinched his fingers and glanced at Lu Jin, who remained serene upon the dragon throne. He recalled that stormy night in the Swordhowl Legion. Had it not been for that tempestuous evening, he might still be oblivious, unaware of the true nature of his seemingly inept brother. A self-deprecating smile emerged. Once, he had resented Lu Jin, lamenting the emperor's choice of him over himself, a man he deemed inferior in every regard. It dawned on him that indeed, he fell short of Lu Jin, both in character and capability. The old emperor said nothing. The shadow lapsed into a long silence. After a considerable time, he turned to regard the direction of the Qingtian palace. Did our god immortals know? Certainly. At his level, some truths could not escape his discerning gaze, even if left unspoken. Together, the two of us would present a grand spectacle to the Nightmare clan. The shadow nodded, casting a lingering gaze at the old emperor before turning to depart. As he reached the palace gates, he paused, glancing back at the old emperor. His expression complex. This would likely be our final farewell, wouldn't it? The old emperor remained silent. The shadow continued. The Tianren Duke bids me convey that should the plan falter, he is prepared to have the Swordhowl Legion stand against the Nightmare clan, just as the Tian did in the Battle of Jingzhou long ago. You must select the next guardian of Jingzhou in advance. With that, the shadow offered a weary, sorrowful smile. The Tianren Duke acts thus, and you too. Our Lu family is indeed cursed with misfortune, and I, alas, am unable to assist in any way. Sighing, the shadow shook his head and turned to leave, leaving behind a final remark. Take care, Your Majesty. With a rush of wind, the shadow vanished into the deepening night. Within the Cloud Palace, silence reigned for a protracted period. Take care, brother. A short while later, a steed, a swift messenger of the imperial court, galloped in from the frontier, its presence commanding the attention of all. The horse was entirely azure, its tail swirling like a tempest, its mane flowing like the wind, each stride imbued with the essence of a furious gale. The gale steed, a true mythical beast, existed since ancient times, distinct from the blood-mist horses that merely bore bloodlines. It surpassed the latter in speed and agility, racing with the swiftness of a fierce wind. Yet, this extraordinary breed had become increasingly rare since ancient times. Even with dedicated cultivation by the imperial court, only a handful emerged with each generation, and with each subsequent generation, their quality diminished. Nowadays, gale steeds were no longer circulated among the common folk, reserved solely for urgent imperial messages. Each deployment of a gale steed signified events of great upheaval within the vast realm of the Yu. Make way! Make way! Jingzhou urgent report. Jingzhou urgent report. Open city gates. With a clang, the gates swung wide open. Go! Go! The thunderous sound of hooves accompanied the howling wind as the steed raced past. The city guards watched in awe as the Gale steed vanished into the horizon. Their hearts raced. When had a Gale steed last been dispatched? The last time was during the perilous illness of the former emperor, who had summoned the current sovereign back to the capital in haste. This time, the guards exchanged anxious glances, sensing a grave situation at hand. The Gale steed navigated through checkpoints, finally bringing the urgent news to the imperial capital. Go! The ancient beast came to a halt within the palace, entering the Cloud Palace. Moments later, the old emperor, having refrained from state affairs for many days, erupted with rage from within the Cloud Palace. An urgent decree was dispatched immediately, summoning all court ministers for a grand council in the dead of night. In the Qingtian Palace, Chen was not resting. He was intently observing several death row inmates who had ingested the wolf clan's cursed insects. He had begun to formulate a rudimentary theory for crafting a technique to counter the Nightmare Clan. However, he lacked high-tier nightmare beings for experimental purposes. The wolf clan's cursed insects could attract nightmare energy into the body, inducing mutations. Though they could not compare to genuine nightmare beings, they could serve as substitutes for observing changes. After extracting several mature insects from the patrons, Chen fed them to the death row inmates to study the patterns of nightmare energy and their varying reactions within the human body. Unfortunately, these inmates were limited in their capacities. They could not withstand significant amounts of nightmare energy nor support the blood framework Chen desired. Alas, it seemed he would need to capture several high-tier nightmare beings for experimentation. With a fierce blaze in his eyes, Chen swiftly ended the lives of the inmates. Thud, thud, thud. Just as he concluded his experiments, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the palace. Your Highness, His Majesty urgently summons you to the Fusher Hall for a grand council. A Gale steed has been dispatched from Jingzhou. There must be a significant disturbance there, likely connected to the previous Wolf Clan incident. Jingzhou? Gale steed? Chen rose, an air of indifference cloaking his demeanor, yet a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. The stage for igniting chaos in Jingzhou had finally been set. With ample preparation, the Nightmare Clan and the Taiping sect ought to meet his expectations this time, should they not? With a flicker, Chen vanished from the Qingtian Palace. Chapter 87. Let my son venture to the floating world palace in the depths of the night. The court was thronged with officials. After the grand examinations of autumn, the assembly of officials had transformed, presenting a multitude of fresh faces. The arrival of these new figures infused the court with a vibrant energy. Their expressions bore little trace of anxiety over urgent news. Rather, they were filled with anticipation to showcase their learning and a fervent zeal to rectify the nation. Even in the stillness of night, one could feel the warmth of their enthusiasm, akin to the rays of the morning sun. In stark contrast to the previously lethargic court where treachery lurked, this was a scene of vitality and hope. This rejuvenation was undoubtedly attributed to the presence of the personage known as the god of the mortal realm. All understood that as long as he remained, the Great Yu would stand firm as a mountain. Even if the heavens should fall, he would bear the weight. They merely needed to follow in his wake, illuminating the path and contributing their strength for the stability of the realm, without the burden of further worries. Should the situation escalate to a point where their concern was warranted, what good would it do? If even the god of the mortal realm were to panic, they might as well find a suitable plot of land to bury themselves, and do so promptly. The court was resplendent and full of vigor. Yet, the old emperor upon the dragon throne was seething with rage. With a resounding slap, he cast the urgent report from Jingzhou onto the dragon table. This report had just arrived from Jingzhou, announcing that the Wolf Clan had rebelled. Those detestable Wolf Clan members had amassed an army and launched an assault on the borders of my Great Yu Jingzhou. This attack was unprecedented, as the Wolf Clan seemed to have emptied their nests, intent on breaching our defenses. To make matters worse, Jingzhou itself was in disarray. There were various factions from the martial world stirring chaos within the city, disrupting the order. Moreover, the Nightmarish clan had emerged, with reports of citizens witnessing monstrous acts of violence at night, instilling fear among the populace. Now a horde of half-human, half-ghost monstrosities roamed Jingzhou, attacking indiscriminately with immense strength. Those who fell victim to these creatures would transform into similar abominations, possessing the ability to assimilate others. Jingzhou had descended into a veritable maelstrom of chaos. How dare these vile beings act with such audacity? They have revolted. The old emperor and Appo's furious voice echoed throughout the floating world palace. Upon hearing this, the officials widened their eyes in disbelief. With the Wolf Clan's forces outside and the Nightmarish Clan alongside rogue martial factions wreaking havoc within, coupled with the emergence of these abominable half-breeds, Jingzhou was indeed a den of chaos. Upon hearing about the half-human, half-ghost creatures, Luo Feng's eyes flickered. He quickly glanced at Lu Chun, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to step forward and address the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have matters to report." Seeing it was Luo Feng, one of Lu Chun and Appo's subordinates, the old emperor and Appo's fury subsided slightly. "Speak." Luo Feng continued. "Your Majesty, the report from Jingzhou mentions the half-human, half-ghost creatures, known for their immense strength and ability to assimilate their victims. Such beings were also present in our royal city last night." "What? They appeared in our royal city as well?" The old emperor and Appo's anger surged even higher. "Who is responsible for this?" Luo Feng responded, "Your Majesty, the half-human, half-ghost creatures are the very patrons who consumed the Wolf Clan's wine. Fortunately, due to the foresight of His Highness the Crown Prince, they were all gathered for observation, preventing the situation from escalating further. Their behavior post-poisoning aligns precisely with the reports from Jingzhou. Thus, I believe the disturbances in Jingzhou stem from the same source, the Wolf Clan and Appo's wine." At this point, Luo Feng cast a glance at Wu Zhan, the representative of the Wu family, present in the court. "According to my investigations into the Wolf Clan's wine, it was the Wu family who first took charge of its distribution upon its arrival in our Great Yu. The Wolf Clan had brought a cart of treasures to the Wu family to facilitate their dealings, and subsequently, the wine flowed into Jingzhou and ultimately into our royal city." Luo Feng left his statement hanging, implying the Wu family had much to answer for. Upon hearing this, the officials exchanged glances with the Wu family representatives, eyes gleaming with intrigue. Previously, no one dared to challenge the Wu family, bolstered as they were by the support of the emperor and the empress dowager. Even the princes were cautious around them. However, now it was the god of the mortal realm of the Great Yu. The crown prince's people were poised to take action against the Wu family, entangled in a rebellion of such magnitude that no amount of eloquence could absolve them. The old emperor, upon hearing Luo Feng's words, turned his furious gaze upon Wu Zhan and the others. "Is this true?" Wu Zhan immediately knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, the younger generation of our clan acted foolishly and fell for the Wolf Clan's deceit. I beseech your Majesty for mercy." Thus, it seemed to hold some truth. The old emperor shot a glare of disappointment at Wu Zhan. "You fools." The old emperor, despite his frustrations, retained a sense of nostalgia. Had it been anyone else, he would have already commanded, "Take them away and execute them." But when it came to the Wu family, he merely muttered, "Fools. Your Majesty, please show mercy. I will ensure that my kin are properly instructed, so they dare not err again." The old emperor snorted coldly. "Mercy? If I show mercy to you, then who extends mercy to Jingzhou? The state of Jingzhou today is greatly due to your negligence. My leniency has led to today's calamity. Come here." "Your Majesty." With a wave of his hand, the old emperor commanded, "Strip them of their official robes and imprison them in the dungeon. Once the turmoil in Jingzhou is quelled and the truth is revealed, I shall deal with you. As you command." Wu Zhan and the others turned ashen. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Take them away." "Yes." The guards dragged them away, leaving the court in a state of emptiness once more. The old emperor felt a slight relief as he turned to the remaining officials. "The situation in Jingzhou is dire. Which of you ministers is willing to venture forth to quell this insurrection?" The newly appointed scholars, eager to earn accolades, were willing to embark on the expedition to Jingzhou. However, the battle reports indicated that the turmoil in Jingzhou was far beyond their capability to handle. Their involvement would only exacerbate the chaos. Presently, the only ones qualified to confront the crisis in Jingzhou were All eyes in the court focused on the solitary figure standing at the forefront, exuding a calm and poised demeanor. He did not disappoint their expectations. If that is the case, then let me, your son, undertake this journey. Chapter 88. The journey to Jingzhou. As Lu Chun stepped forward, the old emperor hesitated. Although both father and son were well aware of the Jingzhou plan, they still had to act the part fully. The aim was to flush out those treacherous internal agents and the dark minions of the Nightmare Clan, capturing them all in one fell swoop. My son wishes to head to Jingzhou to quell the rebellion, which is commendable, the old emperor said hesitantly. However, what shall become of the imperial city if you leave? Should a surprise attack occur, as it did last time? It would be difficult to ensure that a second incident does not happen in your absence. If unforeseen events were to arise in Jingzhou while you are unable to safeguard the imperial city, it could be dire. The emperor's indecision left the ministers speechless. Regardless of whether the Lu family had a divine child among them, the emperor would always remain the emperor. The Wolf Clan and the Nightmare Clan were close to turning Jingzhou into a sieve, yet he was still concerned only for himself. If such an important frontier as Jingzhou fell, how could the other provinces stand firm? In that case, he would truly be left to rely solely on the imperial city for his survival. Thus, someone advised, Your Majesty, the situation in Jingzhou is urgent. We must act with expedience. You could allow the crown prince to proceed to Jingzhou to restore order, while commanding King Lianshan, who guards Chongzhou, to return to the capital, thus reinforcing the defense of Chongzhou. This strategy could mitigate the risks. Yet, the old emperor remained hesitant. At this moment, a handsome minister stepped forward to voice his opposition. The very same who had previously inquired about the location of the earth and Oppos, Escor. The assembly recalled him vividly. He boldly retorted, How audacious! What is your true intent? My colleague? The minister who had advised the emperor wore a look of disbelief. Me audacious? Indeed, you dare suggest that the crown prince risk himself while summoning King Lianshan back to the capital? The minister continued, Let us not forget the esteemed life of the crown prince. Any misstep would be a loss for our entire you. Merely suggesting that King Lianshan return to the capital. Why have successive kings distanced themselves from the imperial city? Surely you understand the implications. Now you advocate for the crown prince to leave the imperial city while calling King Lianshan away from the Chongzhou defense line. I must ask, why not send King Lianshan to Jingzhou to quell the rebellion instead? The assembly exchanged glances, their expressions varied. This individual, who had inquired about the earth and Oppos, as core before, was now obstructing the crown prince's journey to Jingzhou and openly stating that King Lianshan should not return to the capital. Everyone understood the reasoning behind why kings should not return, to guard the borders and to prevent potential upheavals at court. However, while the reasoning was clear, some matters should not be openly articulated. The rebuffed minister's anger flared. You traitor! How dare you flaunt your words before His Majesty and the crown prince, sowing discord? Pray tell, which of my words is incorrect? The minister countered. Do you understand that the turmoil in Jingzhou is unprecedented? The Nightmare Clan is on the attack, and traitors are lurking, with various sects waiting for an opportunity to strike, such as the two celestial beings from the Alliance of Literary Tao, who have long since concealed themselves. In this situation, apart from the crown prince, silence, barked a commanding voice from the front of the assembly. The two ministers immediately ceased their dispute, nodding in agreement and retreating. Lu Chun cast a glance at the handsome minister, remarking, I can leave my mark in Chuanzhou and Yongzhou, and I can also leave a blade trace in the imperial city to protect it. The minister bowed his head repeatedly, affirming, Yes, yes, the crown prince is indeed valiant. It was my folly to think otherwise. On the dragon throne, the old emperor's face, pale with age, now bore a hint of a smile. The sword mark in Chuanzhou. Ha ha, indeed, my son's bravery is unmatched in the world. Thus, you shall go to Jingzhou and quell the rabble there. I shall obey, Lu Chen replied. As night fell, the handsome minister returned home after court. He instructed his servants to secure the doors, locked himself in a dark chamber, and took out a special scroll emitting dark energy. With a solemn expression, he began to write fervently. After some time, he sighed, I have done my utmost to dissuade Lu Chun from going to Jingzhou. But alas, This child is invincible. Once he has made up his mind, how can I persuade him otherwise? I can only hope that the preparations in Jingzhou are already in place. Moments later, having finished his writing, he stood up, pressed the dark scroll against his chest, and quietly recited a mysterious incantation. In the next instant, the scroll vanished, seemingly into another realm. He finally sighed in relief, turning to leave. Finished writing? A familiar cold voice resonated from behind him. He froze, as if struck by lightning. Slowly turning around, he was met with a shocking sight. The crown prince, Chen, sat calmly on a stool in the dark chamber, gazing at him placidly. A drop of cold sweat soaked his back instantly. Weakness overtook his knees, and he collapsed to the ground. You may write a bit more, allowing them to stage a more challenging performance in Jingzhou. Upon hearing this, the minister broke out in a cold sweat, his lips trembling. Pardon, Your Highness. I dare not. I will not dare again. Chen shook his head. He had never been fond of idle chatter or jest. His request for the minister to write was a sincere desire for the Nightmare Clan to unleash more formidable tactics. After 20 years of mastery, he found himself truly lonely, yearning for the opportunity to warm up with the impending drama in Jingzhou. No, perhaps warm up was too ambitious. As long as it provided him with some amusement, it would suffice. Casting a fleeting glance at the minister, a flicker of dark energy flashed in Chen's eyes. The next moment, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a weathered skeleton in the dark chamber. In a small town of Jingzhou, darkness engulfed the skies. The streets were filled with lifeless husks, wandering aimlessly, their eyes hollow and filled with darkness. At the forefront of these soulless beings stood several shadowy figures, regarding the monsters as inconsequential. Yinhufa. The latest news from the Imperial City is that Chen has decided to set forth for Jingzhou. Yinhufa was not surprised. This was to be expected. Then we shall. Prepare yourselves. Since we dare to assault Jingzhou, we naturally have our countermeasures in place. Chapter 89. The demon lord, the figure of the Cloud Protector, hidden beneath a black robe, slightly raised its face to gaze at the ominously darkened sky above Mirror Prefecture. There was a hint of exhilaration in its tone, for the encroachment of this black rain had thrown the rules into complete disarray. The great formation of the azure sky, composed of 36 cores, had indeed weakened, allowing a certain influential figure from the other side of the world to intervene. This entity had long been fixated on the Liu family, and Chen's arrival was perfectly timed. Upon hearing this, the subordinates were taken aback. A certain influential figure from the other side of the world? Protector, who do you refer to? The Cloud Protector smirked slightly, then offered a mysterious smile before changing the subject, glancing at the lifeless beings behind. Let's proceed to the next city. Once Mirror Prefecture descends into hell on earth, our objective will be within reach. Understood. As the golden autumn night fell, a melancholic stillness settled after the heat of summer. Yet, the restlessness of that season lingered in Mirror Prefecture, the night still ablaze with fervor. Help! Help! The piercing cries echoed through the city of Lihong. Shadows of apparitions rampaged through the streets, their eerie, high-pitched laughter filling the air as they bared their gaping maws, sharpening their metaphorical knives against the helpless citizens. Impudent fiends! How dare you act with such audacity? At that moment, a blinding white light descended from the heavens, illuminating the darkness like a candle flame and driving the apparitions back. Following this, a group of dashing young men clad in azure robes, wielding azure swords, soared through the sky, landing before the beleaguered populace. Upon seeing them, the citizens felt as if they had grasped the last straw while drowning. It and Oppos, as the young heroes of the Qingye sword sect. We are saved. Children, we are saved. The young heroes of the Qingye sword sect sternly positioned themselves to shield the citizens behind them, halting the advance of the apparitions. To the east gate, the Lihong City Guard has established a defense there. Hurry, move now. We cannot unleash our full power while you remain here. Yes, yes. Quickly go. Heroes, please be cautious. With the Qingye sword sect providing cover, the citizens rushed towards the east gate. The pursuing apparitions, grinning wickedly, were repelled by streaks of sword light, inciting their fury. Dark eyes filled with rage and malice locked onto the heroes, their anger palpable. The apparitions cackled malevolently, closing in on the group. The heroes of the Qingtian sword sect exchanged grave glances. Third senior brother, this new batch of apparitions is significantly stronger than those we encountered in Moon Mountain City. The oppressive aura haunting Lihong City is far beyond what we face there. If this continues, the so-called hell on earth spoken of by those traitors among the human race may soon come to pass. The third senior brother drew his azure sword, its blades swirling with formidable energy. Are you afraid? Afraid? If I were, I wouldn't be here with you, slaying demons. The junior brother grinned. The thought of these creatures ruling our world makes me nauseous. We might as well fight them head on. What worries me is that we, the Qingtian sword sect, are among the last to stand up in Mirror Prefecture. This simply cannot stand. The third senior brother's aura intensified, the sword energy around him gathering silently into a chilling point of focus. Even if we cannot endure, we must stand firm. In this world, someone must rise. As he spoke, the sword energy reached its zenith, ready to unleash its power. Suddenly, a colossal crimson hand emerged from the night sky. Ha ha ha, well said. You little brats have quite the ambition, just to my liking. The giant hand swept through the air, capturing the apparitions before the Qingtian sword sect members. The blood-red malevolent energy swirling and instantly refining them. Witnessing this, the members of the sword sect were shaken. Such a technique. Is it from a celestial of the martial path? Or a celestial of the demon sect? Boom! A scarlet meteor fell from the heavens, emanating a wild and untamed aura, revealing a middle-aged man clad in animal skins, his presence exuding primal ferocity. Upon seeing this figure, the third senior brother's eyes widened. This person is the Demon Lord? The Demon Lord, a figure of legend, had unified the entire demonic path with his formidable prowess. Founding the demon sect and dominating the martial world, his influence unparalleled. His strength was unfathomable, yet, for reasons unknown, he had led the entire demon sect away from the land of Yu, retreating to the domain of the Wolf clan, marking the end of his legendary saga. The middle-aged man, known as the Demon Lord, seemed slightly taken aback. Oh, I've been in seclusion for so many years. Yet I did not expect that there would still be little ones in Mirror Prefecture who recognized me. The third senior brother immediately responded, 50 years ago. You fought the former emperor atop the Flame State Peak, narrowly losing to him. I was fortunate enough to accompany my master to witness your unparalleled elegance. The memory remains vivid. The Demon Lord shot a glance at the third senior brother. You remember? Why bring up that narrow defeat? The third senior brother chuckled awkwardly. Demon Lord, I must ask upon your return. If I do not return, that useless fellow in the royal city will squander the legacy left by my father and all past emperors. Umph. The Demon Lord snorted. Enough of that misfortune. It is urgent to clean up this mess. He turned to the members of the Qingtian sword sect. You lot look somewhat agreeable. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. If you wish to eradicate demons, it would be wise to bring more companions. In a few days, these wretched creatures will become even more difficult to handle. Also, stay far from the center of Mirror Prefecture. The calamity there is beyond what you younglings can contend with. With that, the Demon Lord vanished in a flash, the violent primal aura dissipating at last. The members of the sword sect finally exhaled in relief. They immediately inquired, Third senior brother, who was that Demon Lord? Since he is called the Demon Lord, he must undoubtedly be a formidable figure of the demonic path. Why do you seem to hold him in some regard? The third senior brother smiled. While he bears the title of Demon Lord, he is truly a man of character. In many ways, he embodies the virtues of the righteous path better than those from the righteous sects, more gentlemanly than many so-called gentlemen. Had he not departed from Yu, the reputation of the demon sect today would surely be in a different realm. Such a pity. He sighed and continued, well, with the Demon Lord here, Lihong City should be safe now. We must hurry back to the sect to report and reunite with the eldest senior brother and the others. Chapter 90. Descendants of the Wolf God, the members of the Qingtian sword sect departed. Within the city of Lihong, a tempest of blood and fury raged. The formidable demon god reveled in the blood of nightmares, bathing in the ominous miasma that enveloped the sky, devouring every nightmare creature in the city. When the dust finally settled, the city had been completely ravaged and refined by the demon god. The dark haze that lingered above the city began to dissipate somewhat. Yet, the demon lord did not relax his vigilance despite the annihilation of the nightmare creatures. Instead, he arrived at a certain location in the heart of Lihong City with a grave expression, gazing at the bizarre vortex of nightmare energy suspended in midair. The demon lord in Appo's fingers tightened slightly. The realm of Jingzhou was on the brink of collapse. He sighed deeply. It was likely that when his ancestors established the 10,000 Great Mountains, they could not have anticipated that the Nightmare Clan would not breach the mountains, but rather the grand kingdom of Dayu behind them. Alas, what a pity! As the demon lord lamented, a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly emerged from the vortex of nightmare energy. Those eyes brimmed with amusement and mockery, akin to a deity overlooking struggling worms below. An ancient and malevolent aura surged forth from the vortex, causing the temperature in Lihong City to plummet, transforming the golden autumn night into a chilling winter instantaneously. The frigid nightmare energy seeped into the demon lord's exterior, threatening his inner demonic essence, which instinctively began to operate at an accelerated pace. His demonic energy was in turmoil. Moreover, the recently refined nightmare energy erupted as if aided by divine intervention, clashing with his own demonic essence. On the other side of the world, a terrifying figure observed the demon lord through the barriers of reality. Upon catching sight of those eyes hidden within the vortex of nightmare energy, the demon lord's hair stood on end. His complexion paled, whether from the sight of those eyes or the rampaging nightmare energy, he could not tell. Strange black cracks began to creep across his face, tendrils of black mist invading his eyes, reminiscent of the half-human, half-ghost abominations that had consumed the Wolf Clan and Appo's as poison. In response, those pitch-black eyes grew ever colder, their malicious amusement intensifying. Everything appeared to be firmly within their grasp. Yet in the next moment, the demon lord erupted with an even more potent surge of demonic energy to suppress the nightmare energy within him, his eyes turning crimson as blood, exuding a chilling aura. The signs of the nightmare energy entering his body dissipated immediately. After all, he was a descendant of the wolf god. A massive hand, ablaze with blood fire, reached out toward the vortex of nightmare energy. Boom! The vortex erupted with a thunderous sound, dissipating into the air. The remaining nightmare energy was entirely absorbed and refined by him. With the vortex gone, the pair of pitch-black eyes became ethereal, flickering in and out of visibility. The malicious amusement vanished, replaced by an even more penetrating chill as they fixated upon the demon lord. The demon lord did not shy away, his crimson demonic eyes locking onto them defiantly. Intimidate me? The icy gaze from the demonic eye faded away. Its final glance resembled that of a spectator observing a lifeless corpse. Oomph. In response, the demon lord could only emit a disdainful snort. Thus, the nightmare energy in Lihong City was thoroughly eradicated. The bloodstained demon lord finally exhaled, removing his blood-soaked beast hide and wringing it dry. Clang! Clang! Even such entities can intervene in Jingzhou. Troublesome, the demon lord muttered under his breath, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Dayu imperial city. His expression complex. He wondered when that divine figure from the Liu family would arrive. If it does not come soon, Jingzhou may be doomed. Redonning his beast hide, the demon lord set forth toward his next destination. In Jingzhou City, amidst the current chaos, only the core of Jingzhou could be considered somewhat stable. Numerous refugees flooded into Jingzhou City, causing it to teem with a chaotic mix of people in a short span of time. The city, already rife with peril and the threat of insurrection, now simmered with even greater undercurrents. On this day, the sky was overcast, shrouded in darkness. Surrounding Jingzhou City were numerous refugee camps. Troops from Jingzhou patrolled back and forth between the camps and the city, vigilant, scrutinizing every individual entering Jingzhou City. Hurry! Hurry! Clear the way! Outside the city, a cavalry unit charged rapidly into Jingzhou. They bore injuries, their armor stained with blood. Upon witnessing this, The citizens of Jingzhou felt a chill in their hearts. These were soldiers from Feiyu City. It appeared that Feiyu City had fallen as well. Sigh. In these days, either this city falls or that city falls. What has befallen Jingzhou? What heinous acts have we committed to invoke such chaos? Nightmares. Even those legendary creatures have emerged. And those half-human, half-ghost beings. I witnessed a boy next door who was merely captured. Yet he transformed into one of those ghastly entities. Such is the state of the world. The emperor is foolish, but now, alas, I believe it is this cursed emperor who, in his folly, has provoked the insurrection of the Taiping sect, unleashing the dreaded nightmares upon us. With such a dog of an emperor, how can there be any hope for stability in Diyu? The current plight of Diyu, teetering on the brink of collapse, is a result of the royal family's own misdeeds. As these words were uttered, the crowd glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was listening before they spoke in hushed tones. Hush! Such words cannot be spoken. Although the emperor, we still have a crown prince. The crown prince, a divine figure among men, possesses talents that surpass even that of the former emperor Gengshi. With him, Diyu will surely restore order, and it will not be long before we return to the glory of Gengshi's reign. Speaking of which, just a few days ago, there were rumors from the imperial city regarding the Grand Autumn examination. It is said that the crown prince transmitted a technique known as the Divine Guardian Technique, which is purportedly designed to combat those nightmare creatures. Is this true? Naturally, it is true. Unfortunately, being so close to Diyu's borders, any developments from the imperial city take several days to reach Jingzhou. By the time the Divine Guardian Technique arrived, Jingzhou had already descended into chaos. However, it is evident that the crown prince had prepared for this well in advance. Perhaps, upon hearing of Jingzhou's turmoil, the crown prince is already en route to our aid. This is reasonable. Indeed, given the crown prince's strength, quelling the turmoil in Jingzhou would be a trivial task. As the mention of the crown prince arose, the expressions of the refugees brightened. A divine figure among men, the pillar of the nation. Once he arrives, Jingzhou will be saved. As the refugees' spirits lifted, the previously disgruntled individual who had cursed the dog of an emperor exhibited a shadowy glimmer in his eyes. It was Lu Chen. Chapter 91. A portrait of His Highness the Crown Prince. Outside the city of Jingzhou, refugee camps were scattered everywhere. Inside the city, chaos reigned supreme. Following the outbreak of turmoil and the influx of a motley group of fugitives, the order within Jingzhou had spiraled out of control. Theft, murder, and rioting unfolded in succession. The streets and alleys were now patrolled incessantly by squads of fully armed Jingzhou soldiers, preventing complete disorder. Yet, despite this vigilance, the myriad cold and ruthless glances in the turbulent atmosphere intensified the pervasive sense of dread and suffocation. Amidst the shadows, Commander Qi quickened his pace, the clanking of his armor resonating with each hurried step. A palpable air of menace surged forth as his gaze swept through the darkness, striking at the hearts of those lurking with ill intent. Commander, we have discovered that the recent unrest in the northern part of the city was incited by the Iron Fist sect, an officer reported. Qi scoffed. This lowly band of ruffians dares to cause a stir? Continue the investigation. Uncover the major players behind the Iron Fist sect. Understood, Commander. Moreover, a fresh batch of remnants has arrived from outside the city, retreating from Feiyu City. They claim the city has been overrun by those half-human, half-ghost creatures, and even the city lord has been assimilated. Qi heart sank. Feiyu City was perilously close to their Jingzhou heartland. If even Feiyu had fallen, the speed of these monsters was alarmingly swift. What news from the border? Qi asked, tightening his grip. Have there been any recent reports from the Sword King or the Wolf Tribe? The latest news indicates that the Sword King has emerged from seclusion, personally leading the Jianshao Legion against the Wolf Tribe. A stalemate has ensued along the border. It seems the prince lacks the resources to assist Jingzhou. And the reinforcements from Huizhou? Commander, the Taiping rebels have erupted in Huizhou as well, and they're being held at bay by the Taiping sect. With a resounding thud, Qi fist struck the stone wall. This was a deluge of ill tidings. Was Jingzhou destined for ruin? Just as he cursed silently, a report arrived. Galloping hooves. An emissary rode in swiftly. The people of the city cast uncertain gazes his way. Qi Heng's heart tightened. What calamity had befallen now? Frontline report. Those half-human, half-ghost creatures, along with the lurking nightmares, have suddenly retreated. Qi Heng was momentarily taken aback. The crowd froze as well. They retreated? You say they have all retreated? Absolutely. They organized a sudden withdrawal, vanishing without a trace, and some even fled mid-battle against our forces. This left Qi Heng perplexed. These monsters had clearly held the upper hand and had even received assistance from traders. If they continued their assault, they would soon breach Jingzhou. Why would they withdraw? After a moment of contemplation, a figure flashed through his mind. Could it be? Report. Another emissary raced forward. The border has detected the presence of the Liu family and Appo's silver armored guards. They are currently en route to Jingzhou, and all nightmares in their path are scattering. At this, Qi Heng's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, it was he who had arrived. With this realization, Qi Heng felt a surge of admiration. The divine presence among mortals had come. Even before his arrival, the rebels trembled in fear, fleeing at the mere whisper of his name. Jingzhou stands firm. Let us go forth to welcome His Highness the Crown Prince. Yes. Qi Heng mounted his horse, leading a contingent of Jingzhou soldiers through the city gates. As they departed, many citizens clenched their teeth in frustration, quietly slipping away from the crowd, biding their time for the right moment. 40 miles outside Jingzhou, Qi Heng received the silver armored guards led by Luo Feng, riding on their blood steed. However, there were only the silver armored guards. The legendary figure of the youthful prodigy of De Yu was absent. Luo Feng spoke. I am Luo Feng, sent by His Highness to quell the chaos in Jingzhou. Qi Heng was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Luo Feng as a talented member of the Luo family. However, he felt compelled to speak candidly. The current situation in Jingzhou is beyond even your father's abilities, the renowned sword master Luo Xiuyuan. How did you manage to come this far and cause the nightmares to retreat? Has the Crown Prince's divine aura reached such heights that even before his arrival, the enemy has already thrown down their weapons? This I commend your efforts, young General Luo. However, without His Highness's presence, I fear there is no need for concern, Commander. His Highness is already here. With that, Luo Feng produced a scroll from within his robe. At first glance, the scroll emanated an extraordinary azure light. As this azure luminescence enveloped them, the previously swirling nightmares dissipated as if they had encountered their nemesis, vanishing in an instant. Seeing this, an absurd thought flashed through Qi Heng's mind. He glanced at the scroll in Luo Feng's hand, recalling how he had managed to make the nightmares flee. As he pondered, Luo Feng unfurled the scroll. The image on the scroll depicted a noble figure, ethereal and aloof, as if a celestial being, seated in a pavilion with an ancient tome in hand. He exuded an aura of scholarly grace that calmed the restless hearts of all present. In the next moment, the majestic figure in the painting opened his eyes. With his gaze came light. A wondrous wave radiated from the scroll, sweeping across the entirety of Jingzhou. The oppressive darkness that had shrouded the city vanished in an instant. As darkness receded, the sun re-emerged. Light, boundless light. The azure radiance once again enveloped the land, shattering the nightmares and restoring hope to the hearts of the people. In the face of this miraculous scene, Qi Heng and his companions felt as though they were dreaming. They had anticipated the Crown Prince's arrival, perhaps even his divine wrath on the battlefield. Yet, they never imagined that it was merely a painting of His Highness that had caused the demons to retreat. A painting. It was enough to send the monsters fleeing in terror. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. In that instant, they seemed to truly grasp the essence of the phrase divine presence among mortals. Divine indeed. Chapter 92. Arrival at Jingzhou. The scene shift back to before Luo Feng's departure for Jingzhou. In the Zhengxian Palace, Luo Feng reported, Your Highness, the silver armored guards of the Luo family have gathered, and our battle steeds are the finest Fian horses, ready to march at your command. If we set out this morning, maintaining our military formation day and night, we could likely reach Jingzhou by the night of the day after tomorrow. The night of the day after tomorrow? That is somewhat delayed, he acknowledged. But there is little choice. Jingzhou lies on the border of Daiyu. nearly 10 great states away from the heart of Yenzhou, with a straight-line distance of tens of thousands of miles. If Luo Feng claims we can arrive by then, it would require relentless travel, disregarding the wear and tear on the fiend steeds, nourishing them with spirit elixirs. Any acceleration would necessitate your highness flying there alone. The speed of an earthbound celestial is uncertain. In 3 millennia, only one emperor, the Gongshi Emperor, has achieved such a realm, and historical records do not detail his swiftness. However, based on the martial prowess of a celestial being, one could traverse the heavens, from the North Sea to the southern mountains. An earthbound celestial might reach Jingzhou City from the imperial capital in merely half an hour. Indeed, it would be swift, but we mere mortals cannot keep pace. If we cannot, then the Crown Prince would be journeying to Jingzhou alone. The notion of the Crown Prince going alone seems acceptable, yet it does not align with the royal protocols and rituals for military expeditions. But now that Jingzhou is in chaos, any delay increases the peril for the citizens and the soldiers there. Discussing etiquette at this moment feels rather as Luo Feng pondered. Chen Shi approached, cradling a painting in her arms. She bowed to Lu Chen, expressing her concern for the Crown Prince's safety and her desire to accompany him to quell the unrest in Jingzhou, offering her skills in the Ming Wang tune to support him. However, she feared that a military expedition would not permit her, as a woman, to burden the journey. Thus, she presented the painting as a token of hope for his success and safe return. Upon receiving the scroll, Lu Chen unveiled it. The image depicted him meditating in a pavilion, capturing the essence of his practice with the death and life demonic eyes. Chen Shi's artistry was exquisite, each stroke resonating with his likeness, lifelike in its portrayal. Gazing at the painting, Lu Chen inquired, "Do you truly wish to accompany me to Jingzhou?" Chen Shi had always been quiet since entering the Qingtian palace, often lost in music or painting, rarely speaking or expressing desires. This was her first display of such initiative, and her choice to mention Jingzhou, a place fraught with danger, was intriguing. Was she genuinely concerned for his safety, or did she seek to ignite chaos amidst the turmoil of Jingzhou? Chen Shi, with a hint of eagerness in her voice, declared, "If your highness agrees, I shall traverse the lands of Jingzhou with you." How intriguing. Lu Chen cast a glance at her, then at the painting. "In that case," he said, a green light shimmering in his eyes. The painting became increasingly vibrant, emanating a mystical aura. An indescribable pressure surged from the scroll, filling the Qingtian palace with a divine presence that instilled reverence and fear. "Brother, you shall lead the troops on the blood-smoke horses with this painting to first retake Jingzhou." With that, Lu Chen entrusted the scroll to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, unfazed, accepted the painting. The notion that a mere painting could quell the chaos in Jingzhou seemed fantastical to ordinary people. Yet with Lu Chen, anything was plausible. By now, Luo Feng had grown accustomed to his cousin's enigmatic prowess. He believed it entirely possible for Lu Chen to obliterate Jingzhou from thousands of miles away with a mere gesture. "Very well, I shall heed your command," Luo Feng replied, taking the painting and swiftly departing the palace. He selected the finest among the silver-armored guards, each mounted on blood-smoke horses, and set forth to quell the unrest in Jingzhou. Shortly after Luo Feng's departure, Lu Chen prepared his carriage, embarking towards Jingzhou, surrounded by the silver-armored guards. Days later, Lu Chen's carriage reached Jingzhou. He lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The aftermath of the resurgence of the nightmarish beasts and the spread of the wolf goo had rendered Jingzhou a veritable purgatory. Desolation stretched before him. The once thriving city now lay in ruins, echoing with the chilling autumn winds that carried a scent of decay. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The ignition of Jingzhou, destruction followed by rebirth, promised a long and intricate tale ahead. As the carriage traversed deeper into Jingzhou, arriving at the heart of Jingzhou City, the anticipation was palpable. "They have arrived. Quickly." Luo Feng and Qi Heng, who had awaited this moment, rushed to the carriage. "I, Luo Feng, pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." "I, Qi Heng, commander of the Jingzhou army, pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." "Long live the Crown Prince." Qi Heng hesitated. Royalty typically received the greeting of "long live," Yet for a being of such celestial lineage, the concept of longevity transcended mortal understanding. To utter long live felt almost like a curse. Yet your majesty was reserved for the emperor, and as the crown prince had not yet ascended, it felt excessive. This left Qi Hung momentarily perplexed. Fortunately, Lu Chun remained indifferent to such formalities. He merely observed the numerous refugee camps outside the city. Are there truly this many refugees? He inquired. Qi Hung, standing respectfully by the carriage window, explained, the nightmarish beasts and those with the power to infect came upon us unexpectedly and ferociously, catching us off guard. The outer cities of Jingzhou have suffered greatly at their hands, leading to an influx of refugees within the city. He then continued, however, in the past couple of days, since General Luo Feng used your painting to repel the nightmarish beasts and the monsters, stability has returned to various parts of Jingzhou, alleviating some of the pressure on the refugees. Luo Feng remained silent, merely casting a glance at Lu Chun. Since arriving in Jingzhou, he had indeed wielded the power of the painting to great effect, rendering the malevolent forces hesitant to approach. Chapter 93. The Wu family Wu Ji had expelled numerous malevolent spirits, yet more significantly, it was their own organized withdrawal. Often, as Luo Feng set forth, they had already vanished without a trace, leaving the once chaotic ghost city eerily empty by the time he arrived. This led Luo Feng to realize that these spectral entities were consciously retreating, evading the brilliance of the prince's scroll. If a mere painting by the prince could instill such fear within them, what audacity did they possess to invade? Why stir chaos in Jingzhou? Eventually, the prince would arrive. As long as he was present, the realm could not descend into disorder. Surely they understood this. Yet they still emerged, still plunged Jingzhou into turmoil. This could only imply that the prince's arrival was anticipated from the outset, a part of their scheme. Their current retreat was merely an effort to avoid unnecessary losses, preserving strength for an eventual confrontation with the prince. These malevolent beings, alongside the treacherous factions of the Taiping sect, harbored grand ambitions. Lu Chen nodded at Qi Hung, acknowledging his efforts. Qi Hung hastily replied, I dare not claim any credit. For the sake of our nation and its people, I would gladly lay down my life. After speaking, Qi Hung surveyed the refugees around them, who had extended their gaze. He continued, Your Highness has traveled tirelessly. Please enter the city and rest. The Wu family at the city lord's residence has prepared a feast to welcome you. The venerable elder, who has secluded himself for years, having broken through to the celestial realm, has personally emerged to greet you. He has insisted that I ensure a timely reception. He has missed you dearly. Though Qi Hung spoke these words, his eyes betrayed disdain and coldness, revealing a stark contrast to his words. The Wu family was not favored by many in Jingzhou at this moment. Had it not been for their acceptance of bribes from the wolf tribe, introducing poisonous wine, would a monstrous, half-human, half-ghost calamities have ravaged Jingzhou? Had the Wu family not acted unilaterally, associating with unsavory allies and abusing their power, would the cities of Jingzhou have fallen prey to rebellion so swiftly? The Wu family bore significant responsibility for Jingzhou's current plight. Were it not for the military's vigilant patrols calming the populace, the Wu residents would have long been besieged by the aggrieved citizens, igniting multiple uprisings. The Wu family was acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation, fearing retribution from the court. In recent days, they had kept a low profile, refraining from drawing attention to themselves. Upon hearing of the prince's imminent arrival, they hastily summoned their reclusive elder. Wu Ji, the Wu family's elder, had immersed himself in the celestial realm for many years, standing just a step away from true transcendence. Regrettably, despite his lengthy pursuit, he remained on the threshold, unable to cross into that enigmatic realm. However, for the prince, his cultivation was of little consequence. What mattered was his lineage. Wu Ji was the father of the current empress, thus the prince's great-grandfather. Only Wu Ji could compel the prince to grant some measure of respect. Yet, the Wu family's transgressions had led to the downfall of Jingzhou, a grievous crime. Wu Ji's influence may well be insufficient. Moreover, Qi Hung cast a sidelong glance at Luo Feng. A new generation of officials would soon rise, one bearing the surname Luo, not Wu. It would be a disservice to the illustrious Luo family of the flourishing sword sect not to bring the Wu family to their knees. Let us proceed into the city, he declared. Yes. Qi Heng and Luo Feng forged ahead, guiding the carriage into Jingzhou, heading towards the city lord's residence. Along the way, the townsfolk formed two long lines beside the carriage. It is the prince. The prince has arrived. Laughter erupted. A single painting from the prince has driven the demons to retreat. Now that he is here in person, those fiends cannot dare to act with impunity. Long live the prince. As they observed the gathering crowd outside, Luo Chen nodded to them before lowering the curtain of the carriage. The crowd erupted with even greater enthusiasm. Qi Heng, who had been maintaining order in Jingzhou, could not help but feel a mix of emotions. The shadow of the tree reflects the name of the person. The prince had merely arrived in Jingzhou and had not yet taken any action, yet the citizens were filled with unprecedented fervor, their spirits buoyed. This was the power of a divine being among mortals. The carriage arrived at the city lord's residence amidst this extraordinary atmosphere. Outside the residence, the Wu family had been awaiting their arrival. The most striking sight was a gathering of youthful daughters of the Wu family. Their eyes sparkled as they gazed at the carriage, creating a unique tableau of beauty. Qi Heng, Luo Feng, and the others found themselves at a loss for words. The Wu family had certainly employed every tactic available, seizing any opportunity. We pay our respects to your highness. We welcome you to Jingzhou. No response came from the carriage. Only a young lady clad in blue lifted the curtain to survey her surroundings, then beckoned the noble figure within the carriage to emerge. The exquisite black robe adorned with gold patterns caught the Wu family's attention, causing them to lower their heads even further. The prince's silence was not a favorable omen. Many within the Wu family quietly swallowed hard. After a moment, sounds emanated from the carriage as another figure stepped down. It was only then that Luo Chen's calm voice broke the silence. You may rise. The crowd sighed in relief. Thank you, your highness. The Wu family stood. Wu Xian, the head of the Wu family, intended to present his daughters before the prince. However, upon raising his gaze, he was struck by the sight of a woman standing beside Luo Chen, clad in a simple white dress, yet radiating an ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial maiden descending to earth. Next to her, Luo Chen's personal maid, Lan Yun, gently supported her hand, waiting attentively. This left Wu Xian momentarily stunned. The other Wu daughters instantly lost their luster, disappointment washing over them as they lowered their heads. Qi Heng, observing this, felt a surge of satisfaction. The Wu family. How fitting. Your Highness, there are matters to attend to in Jingzhou. Now that you have arrived safely, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, Luo Chen replied. Qi Heng and the others promptly turned their horses around. Luo Chen's gaze fell upon the Wu family. Where's the great-grandfather? Wu Xian hastily responded, Your Highness. The elder experienced an incident while in seclusion, sustaining some internal injuries, rendering him unable to greet you at the door. I hope for your understanding. Internal injuries? Take me to see him. As you command. Wu Xian led the way, guiding Luo Chen into the city lord's residence. Please, Your Highness. They entered the main hall of the residence, where an elder with graying hair awaited in a grand chair. I am Wu Ji, paying my respects to Your Highness. Chapter 94. Another veteran actor, although Wu Ji sat in the Grandmaster's chair, his expression bore no trace of arrogance or condescension that often accompanies age. Rather, it was filled with guilt and self-reproach. This guilt stemmed, perhaps, from his failure to perceive the impending dangers which had led to the fall of Jingzhou. It may also arise from his own practice gone awry, preventing him from emerging to receive the formal greetings. He spoke again, Your Highness, please forgive me. During my seclusion, a moment of distraction led to a mishap in my cultivation, resulting in a backlash. Consequently, I have lost all sensation below my waist, rendering me unable to attend to formalities. Is the injury truly that severe? Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng glanced at Wu Ji's legs, which hung limply from the Grandmaster's chair, reminiscent of paralysis. Shadows of the sun and moon flickered in his eyes. Indeed, sighing, Wu Ji lamented his condition. It is all my fault for being too eager, for yearning to transcend to the realm of celestial beings. A sudden impulse caused me to lose my composure, mistaking it for the ultimate opportunity to break through. In my desperation, my vital energy reversed, leading to a chaotic flow of my internal channels, resulting in the debilitating numbness and pain in my lower body, which has progressively worsened until I have entirely lost sensation. Regret and sorrow clouded Wu Ji's aged eyes. It was precisely this oversight that left him oblivious to the undercurrents threatening Jingzhou, allowing the Wolf Clan and the traitors within the city to exploit the situation. I owe an apology to the people of Jingzhou and to His Majesty, who entrusted me with this grave responsibility. I am filled with remorse. Wu Ji's spirits were low, lamenting his past decisions and the relentless pursuit of the celestial realm that had led to his current plight. The members of the Wu family hastened to console the elderly patriarch, while Lu Chun stood by, enveloped in an odd silence. He seemed to have suddenly grasped why his father was such an adept performer. It was evidently hereditary. His granduncle had cultivated a profoundly intricate method of breath control, one that Lu Chun recognized as the royal family's secret technique, the night concealment sacred art. Renowned as the signature skill of the Night Concealment King, who once led the campaign against the Great Nightmare in Jingzhou. After the demise of the Night Concealment King's lineage, this technique was strictly reserved for the royal bloodline, kept securely in the imperial treasury. For Wu Ji to have quietly obtained and mastered the Night Concealment sacred art to such an extent, only one person in the realm could achieve this, the Emperor. Moreover, beneath the guise of this sacred art lay not merely a master, but the profound power of a celestial being. He had likely transcended the martial realm a decade prior. His claims of suffering a backlash were mere fabrications. The sole truth lay in the paralysis of his lower body. Indeed, his granduncle was paralyzed. Yet this paralysis was not due to the backlash he spoke of, but rather poison. It was astonishing that a celestial being could be so grievously affected by poison, and even more perplexing that he remained unaware of its presence, attributing his condition to a failed breakthrough. This family was indeed a troupe of exceptional actors. Lu Chun feigned surprise. Granduncle, was your paralysis truly a result of a failed breakthrough? Wu Ji nodded, about to respond, when Lu Chun interjected. But I perceive this to be the work of a peculiar poison. Upon hearing this, the Wu family fell into a stunned silence, their words caught in their throats, their eyes widening in disbelief. Poison? Had someone poisoned their patriarch? The Wu family was heavily guarded, and Wu Ji himself was a top-tier master. It was improbable that an outsider could administer poison. Then it must be an insider. An insider. Wu Xian seemed to have grasped something, his face darkening with rage. His gaze swiftly turned to the younger members present. You wretches, step forward and kneel. During Wu Ji's seclusion, it was precisely these younger members who had been responsible for providing the necessities for his retreat. The only ones with the opportunity to administer poison were them. Wu Xian did not doubt Lu Chen's judgment. Could a true god of the mortal realm fail to distinguish between poison and backlash? Given the precarious situation, whatever the crown prince asserted must be accepted as truth, whether it was poison or betrayal from within their ranks. Those responsible must be dealt with swiftly to quell the public outrage. Under Wu Xian's fierce gaze, the younger members of the Wu family panicked. They stumbled forth, kneeling before Lu Chun and Wu Ji, their faces pale. Your Highness, Grandfather, we did not poison him. Grandfather is the pillar of our Wu family. Why would we harm him? If he were to fall, how could our family endure in this chaotic world? I was looking forward to his ascension to the celestial realm, which would elevate our family to greatness. Indeed, it is absolutely impossible that we would resort to such treachery. Seeing the younger members' earnest declarations, Wu Xian and the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing contemplation. Could it truly not be poison? Is the crown prince's assertion merely a means to provide our family with an avenue of escape? Then what are these children? If the crown prince has extended a lifeline to us, should we not seize it? Do they truly wish for our family to face annihilation? Amidst their silent deliberations, Wu Ji sighed heavily. Previously, as his condition worsened, he had harbored suspicions, yet he could not bring himself to believe that his own kin would betray him. He had attributed his fears to the delusions born of his suffering. Now, with the crown prince's confirmation, he felt a profound sense of sorrow. Alas, It is my failure to educate. Turning his gaze to the more composed of the younger members, he inquired, Wu Yin, what promises has the Taiping sect made to you? At this, the eyes of the Wu family turned sharply towards Wu Yin. Wu Yin, it is you. Do you not realize the gravity of your actions? Do you wish to bring irreparable ruin upon our family? What? Wu Yin, having been exposed by Wu Ji, remained unperturbed. From a moment the crown prince unveiled the true cause of Wu Ji's paralysis as poison, it was inevitable that the blame would fall upon him. He calmly surveyed the members of the Wu family. Now do you understand? When you stripped me of the position I had rightfully earned in Huizhou due to my illegitimate status, handing it to your core lineage, did you ever ponder why? Speak up. Speak if you can. Shall I remind you? I warned you that you would come to regret your decisions. The plight of the Wu family today is a result of your own making. Wu Yin's vehement declaration reverberated through the hall, leaving the Wu family members visibly distressed. Wu Ji, filled with regret and sorrow, sighed once more. Foolish child, do you truly believe that the Taiping sect would grant you what you seek, regardless of your status? You are still a Wu. Collaborating with the Taiping sect is akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. If our family were to be compromised, your demise would not be far behind. Chapter 95. The scheme within a scheme. Wu Yin shook his head. No, you do not comprehend the true intentions of the Taiping sect and their terrifying power. They care not for earthly authority, nor do they shamelessly seize it as others do. What they desire has never been imperial power, but rather the subversion of the mortal realm. And their dreadful might, as it stands now, I am not afraid to disclose, is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals to withstand. To oppose them is to invite certain death. Wu Ji fell silent for a moment. Do you know the saying, those not of our kind must have different hearts? Upon hearing this, Wu Yin responded with a mysterious smile, revealing an evil grin. Then I shall become one of them. The members of the Wu family were momentarily speechless. There was no hope left. Wu Ji ceased his remarks. Lu Chan cast another glance at Wu Ji, who appeared to lament and feel helpless on the surface, yet remained as calm as still water within, his vitality flowing smoothly without a hint of disturbance. This scene seemed to have been rehearsed countless times before, perhaps. He waved his hand dismissively. Take him away and execute him. The silver-armored guards of the Luo family promptly dragged Wu Yin out. Even as he was being taken away, Wu Yin did not cease his tirade, bursting into laughter. Now you choose to execute me? It is too late. I am not afraid to tell you that the arrangements of the Taiping sect have been fully completed, just waiting for His Highness, Prince Lu Chen, to leap in. The city of Jingzhou and the Wu family, ha ha ha. I will be waiting for you down below. Ha ha ha. With a swift motion, the silver-armored guard's blade fell, and Wu Yin finally fell silent. Observing this, Wu Ji shook his head helplessly and said to Lu Chen, our family has encountered misfortune. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to His Highness. Father, it is clear that this scoundrel is unworthy of our nurturing. It is my Wu family that is. Be silent. Wu Ji glared at the member of the Wu family who spoke to covet the achievements of others. Do you still have the audacity to speak? The individual turned pale, attempting to defend himself, but we have compensated him, haven't we? We even allowed him to participate in family decisions. Otherwise, how could a mere illegitimate son attain such a high position? Indeed, this is problematic. This young man has participated in numerous core plans of the Wu family, and it is likely he has embedded his own spies within. And regarding the Wolf clan's wine, aside from this traitorous scoundrel, there may well be others. I command you to be silent. Wu Ji's eyes widened in fury as he smashed the armrest of the grand chair. Is this not enough humiliation? The old master is furious. The man's face grew ashen, and he lowered his head, no longer daring to argue. Silence enveloped the grand hall of the Wu family. At that moment, Lu Chen turned to leave, realizing that the banquet was no longer viable. Old ancestor, it will be prudent to cleanse the internal affairs of the Wu family first. Before nightfall, I expect a satisfactory response. Yes, understood. The Wu family members hurriedly bid farewell to Lu Chen. This way, Your Highness, we are aware of your preference for tranquility. We have specially arranged a serene and elegant villa for you. Once Lu Chen departed, Wu Ji's expression became frigid. He surveyed the assembled Wu family youths. It appears that during my recent seclusion, you have all grown quite capable. There are those colluding with the Wolf Clan, some who have allied with the Taiping sect, and others who exploit their power to oppress the common folk. You have all done remarkably well. Investigate. Conduct a thorough investigation. Spare no one, regardless of their status or lineage. I want them all brought forth. I intend to uncover who has tarnished the Wu family name. Should anyone dare to shield them, I may forgive you, but His Highness will not. If I can discern this vile poison, do you think your petty schemes can elude the gaze of the divine? Consider your own worth. With that, Wu Ji was carried away by the servants, leaving behind a group of Wu family youths, their faces pale with dread. In the Wu family secret chamber, Wu Ji ignited a candle exuding wisps of dark smoke. He then inscribed several mysterious symbols beside the flame, reciting a series of peculiar incantations. In the next moment, ominous and shadowy energies began to manifest within the chamber. The flickering flame revealed the silhouette of a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Upon seeing the figure, Wu Ji respectfully greeted, "I pay my respects to the Guardian." The Guardian inquired, "How goes the plan? Is it proceeding smoothly?" Wu Ji replied, "As you predicted upon entering, Lu Chen immediately discerned the poison afflicting me and subsequently dragged Wu Nian out." The Guardian burst into laughter. "Excellent. Even though Lu Chen is renowned across the realm, he will never suspect that his perception was part of our deliberate design. He will be utterly unaware that the greatest spy we embedded within the Wu family is none other than you, the most loyal to the nation elder of the Wu family, afflicted by this peculiar poison. Thus, Lu Chen will likely drop his guard around you. Henceforth, you may approach him under the pretense of seeking his aid in dispelling your poison, gaining his trust until the final confrontation when you deliver a fatal blow." Yes. The Guardian is indeed brilliant. The methods of the Guardian are beyond the comprehension of foolish mortals. Wu Ji lavished praise upon him, earning the Guardian and Appos as favor. While ordinary flattery bored the Guardian, Wu Ji, being the Emperor's grandfather and Lu Chen's great-grandfather, brought him much satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ji asked Guardian, "What the latter portion of the celestial breakthrough secret?" The Guardian waved his hand. "Do not worry. It will not be denied you. Given your contributions, a mere portion of the celestial secret is trivial. When the city of Jingzhou falls and the core shatters, I shall personally bestow upon you the highest form of Yingqi baptism. At that time, breaking through to the celestial realm will be a mere formality." "Yes. Thank you, Guardian. Now, the coming days are crucial. You must